July 19th, summer. The weather was fine and the sky was clear. There were tens of thousands of spectators in a huge arena, all of whom were cheering excitedly as if the game had reached a fever pitch. But there was no fighting in the arena at this time. Only two young men who looked no more than 20 years old were staring at each other. At this moment, a rather naughty voice rang out. Beep, beep! The second half of the King of Kings finals is about to begin. Dongfang Xuanyu seems very relaxed, but our Yue Guangtian seems a little anxious. I remember Yue Guangtian threatened to win 6 games in a row before the game, but his performance now does not match what he said before the game. Oh, by the way, I forgot that in the first half of the game, Yue Guangtian was defeated by Dongfang Xuanyu 3 times in a row. As the Flying Rotom referee finished speaking, the whole arena was filled with laughter. But the group of people in the West couldn't laugh, because this Yue Guangtian was their man, but they didn't dare to say anything. Yue Guangtian had offended the audience several times along the way. Even the Rotom referee, who was known as the most fair, had a temper. They really didn't dare to say anything now. At this time, Yue Guangtian in the field had a dark face. He thought that it was all because he was misled by those players before the game, which made him feel that the strength of the players this time was not very good. But who knew that he would hit the iron plate this time? He now even suspected that those people were using conspiracy to calculate him. Haha, Yue Guangtian, it seems that everyone at the scene hates you. Dongfang Xuanyu in the field sneered. Hearing this, Yue Guangtian had a dark face and said angrily, Don't talk so much nonsense. If you have the ability, beat me first. Dongfang Xuanyu smiled and didn't take it seriously. He had defeated 3 in the first half, and he was still so stubborn now. If this person wasn't too arrogant, he wouldn't have used the trump card right away. Beep! The game officially begins. At this time, the Rotom referee in the sky turned around and announced. Following the order from the Rotom referee, Yue Guangtian and Dongfang Xuanyu threw out their Pokeballs together. Go, Crimson Dragon. Come out, Charizard. As the voices of both sides fell, 2 huge monsters appeared in the field. The Pokemon released by Yue Guangtian was a standing Pokemon with red and blue skin, nicknamed the Shame of the Dragon Clan. The Pokemon released by Dongfang Xuanyu was a very ordinary Pokemon from the 3 starter Pokemons, Charizard, the final evolution of Charmander. Both Pokemons were over 3 meters tall, especially Charizard, which was over 4 meters tall. Crimson Dragon looked a little short in front of it. Yue Guangtian was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw Dongfang Xuanyu release Charizard again. He pointed at Dongfang Xuanyu and couldn't say a complete sentence. He didn't expect that the other party would really defeat 6 opponents at once. You know, this is a king's match that can be played in front of the national audience. Why, before your match, Yang Yan wanted to defeat 6 opponents at once, but I can't? Dongfang Xuanyu said with a smile. Doesn't your dragon country claim to be a country of etiquette? Are you going to treat me like this? Yue Guangtian asked angrily. Haha, my dragon country is indeed a country of etiquette, but it is also a country of tigers and wolves. Of course I can't be polite to you, otherwise you will climb up the ladder. You really don't have any shame. Dongfang Xuanyu said disdainfully. He didn't forget that along the way, Yue Guangtian defeated all 6 opponents at once without leaving any face. Now, is he worthy of saying this in front of him? Now Dongfang Xuanyu didn't want to say anything to the other party. The middle finger of his right hand gently touched the Super Evolution Stone on his left hand. Respond to my call. Charizard Super Evolves. As Dongfang Xuanyu's voice sounded, 2 colorful lights drifted out from Dongfang Xuanyu and Charizard's bodies and finally connected together, and Charizard's body also emitted colorful lights. The light faded, and Charizard's appearance had changed greatly. At this time, Charizard's skin color turned gray-black, the inside of its wings turned dark blue, and there were dark blue flames burning on both sides of its mouth and tail. This appearance was one of Charizard's Super Evolution forms. Charizard X form. You actually let Charizard Super Evolve. At this time, Yue Guangtian's heart was broken. Charizard, who was already at the peak of the king and even half a foot into the ranks of champions, was now super evolving. Is his strength probably already at the champion level? Although his strength is not bad, and his 7 elves are all in the late king stage. Even his natal elves have already lost to Charizard, which has not super evolved in the first half. Now that Charizard is evolving, he no longer has any chance. When he thinks of the punishment he will receive if he fails this time, his heart trembles. He doesn't want to go to the dark battlefield. Haha, how stupid. In the King of Kings exchange competition, everyone is the core figure of each family in power. As a result, you shaved all the opponents' heads. It would be strange if you didn't cause public outrage. I guess after this competition, my cousin should have made a lot of money. In an old room, a young man who looked 14 or 15 years old was watching the screen on TV and thought happily. It's been 3 days since I came to this world. I don't know if I will have the chance to return to that world. Turning off the TV, walking to the window, and looking at the Pidgeots outside, the boy's mood was extremely complicated. The boy's name was Zemo. In fact, this was his second time traveling through time. The first time he traveled through time, he went to the anime world of Pokemon. Although his identity was not good, he was an orphan. But according to his memory, he was appreciated by Professor Yu at the age of 6 and successfully became the youngest Pokemon doctor. But the good times didn't last long. When he went to exchange knowledge about super evolution with Professor Blatano, he was attacked by Team Flare and eventually died on a stone that was destroyed by the Deathlight. At this moment, a slightly cold voice sounded in the boy's mind. Ding! The host still has a chance to go back. You always say there is a chance to go back, but you are talking about the method. Zemo said helplessly. Ding, please complete the novice task first. I want to, but the time is not right yet. But in 2 days, you can awaken your own spirit, and then the task can be completed. Zemo looked at the virtual panel in front of him and said to himself, Novice task, showing prominence for the first time. Note, this task is the only task, and no other tasks will be issued after this. Task tips. Go to the nearby Pokemon Center to awaken your own spirit. Task reward. A novice gift pack, sign-in function enabled, panel function enabled, and Pokemon Tower function enabled. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Today is the day for Zemo to awaken his own spirit and open the system. This world is different from the spirit world in the anime. Everyone in this world who reaches the age of 15 can go to the nearby Pokemon Center to awaken their own spirit. Today is his 15th birthday, the day to awaken his spirit. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he got dressed, there was a knock on the door. Brother, I've prepared the meal. Get up quickly. You have to awaken the spirit later. The voice was pleasant to the ears, mixed with a little helplessness. It seemed that the original owner of this room should be a person who liked to sleep in. Got it, I'll be there right away. Zemo replied and walked towards the bathroom. The person outside was his current nominal sister, named Zichanluo, nicknamed Xiaoluo. The identity he crossed over was not very good, and it could even be said to be very bad. His parents and grandfather were all missing, which made the original owner's personality change drastically. Not only did he often abuse his sister, but he also had a very stiff relationship with some people who cared about him. He even didn't have a friend in school for several years, but the only good thing was that the original owner was a thorough academic bully. Now that Zemo has obtained the original owner's memory, he has also become an academic bully. He knows a lot of things, and even his memory has improved a lot. Unfortunately, these were all relatively basic knowledge. Brother, hurry up! Don't be an adult and still need me, your sister, to come to your room to call you. Outside the room, Zichanluo's playful voice rang out. This girl. Hearing Zichanluo's playful voice, Zemo in the room smiled. But in a moment, Zemo finished washing up and stood in front of the door. He took a deep breath and pushed open the closed door. Oh, brother didn't stay in bed today, how strange. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Zichanluo in the living room turned around with a surprised face. Hearing this, Zemo's smile froze on his face, a little embarrassed. There was nothing he could do. The original owner didn't get up before 12 o'clock almost every day during this summer vacation, and he had a good sleep for a few days because he had just traveled through time. Seeing her brother standing there awkwardly, Zichanluo walked over, took Zemo's hand and walked to the dining table, smiling sweetly. Okay, brother, Finish eating quickly. You still have to go to Aunt Bai to awaken the elves later. Zemo nodded, and while eating a simple breakfast, he looked at his sister. Today, Xiaoluo was wearing a simple blue and white dress, lavender hair shawl, sky blue pupils, about 1.5 meters tall, slender eyebrows, and a straight nose. She was very cute. What's wrong? Zichunlo Zemo staring at her all the time and touched her face in confusion. Well, nothing. It's just that Xiaoluo is very beautiful today. Brother, I'm really strange today. I'm the same as usual. By the way, brother, did the scratch on your face a few days ago heal so quickly? There was not even a scar left. Xiaoluo muttered, looking at Zemo's handsome cheek in some confusion. Hearing this, Zemo paused for a moment. Originally, he was still a little unsure whether it was a soul or a body, but now that he heard Xiaoluo's words, he was sure. Well, it's done. Zemo smiled, directly ate the porridge in the bowl, wiped his mouth and said, I'm full. I'm going to the elf center to awaken the elf. Brother, do you want Xiaoluo to accompany you? Xiaoluo tilted his little head and asked, How old am I, your brother? Do I still need you to accompany me? Zemo rubbed Xiaoluo's head and smiled. Hate it, brother messed up my hairstyle again. Xiaoluo slapped Zemo's big hand away and pouted. After Zemo left, Xiaoluo in the room looked at Zemo's back and muttered to himself, Brother has really changed a lot. The town where the brother and sister now live is not very big, and there are not many residents. There are only a few 100 or 200 families, so the residences in the town are relatively scattered. For example, their home, Zixu Gym, was built on the edge of the town, but because their home was a gym, the Pokemon Center was built closer to the gym. So it didn't take long to get to the Pokemon Center. Looking at the huge circular building in front of him, Zemo was quite moved. He didn't expect that the Pokemon Center in the anime could be seen in this world. After sighing, Zemo stepped into the Pokemon Center, and the first thing he saw when he entered the Pokemon Center was Miss Joy standing behind the counter. Yes, there is Miss Joy in this world, but the difference is that Miss Joy in this world looks different. It's just that their family also has that kind of curse, and all the children born are female. So over time, those who want to marry someone from the Joy family can only marry into the family. Are you little Zemo? Just when Zemo was thinking about it, Miss Joy behind the counter had already spoken. Oh, yes, Aunt Bai. I'm here to awaken the Pokemon. Zemo came back to his senses and smiled politely when he heard Joy's question. I didn't expect that after 3 years, you have grown into a handsome boy. Xiao Yibai walked out from the counter, approached Zemo, kneaded Zekin's face and smiled, La ka! At this time, the pink Jilly egg also ran over happily. Zemo did not find this elf in his memory, but he did find a small lucky egg, which was probably evolved from the small lucky egg when he was a child. However, Zemo looked at Xiao Yibai at this time and didn't know how to reply, so he could only continue to smile. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xiao Yibai also reacted that the other party was here to awaken the elf. Look, it's Auntie. I forgot. Today is your 15th birthday, and the day you awaken the elf. I thought you would awaken in the city, but I didn't expect you to return to Tianji town. Then we will talk after you awaken the elf. Xiao Yibai smiled and let go of his hand, leading Zemo to the corridor on the left. Walking along the white corridor, they soon came to a room made of special glass, and Zemo finally saw the world stone that could help him awaken his spirit. Okay, you should know how to operate it. Go ahead. Xiao Yibai stopped after leading Zemo to the outside of the room. Aunt Bai, don't you need a birth certificate to awaken the spirit? Zemo stopped and asked with some doubt. Yes, but the reason why I need a certificate is because I'm afraid that the child will have mental problems if he awakens prematurely. But how could I not know when you were born? Xiao Yibai said with a smile. Zemo nodded, pushed open the door and walked in. Xiao Yibai looked at Zemo walking in and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In a blink of an eye, she has been working in Tianji town for more than 75 years. Time flies. Is this the world stone that leads the world to a new era? Zemo in the glass room looked at the white sphere with a diameter of more than 1 meter in front of her and sighed. The first page of the history textbook now reads this paragraph. 5,000 years ago, humans and elves broke out in an ultimate war. Countless elves participated in the war. The battle was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth split. Countless heroes died and were injured. In the end, 9 mysterious elves with colorful divine light on their feet fell from the sky. They calmed down this meaningless war with a few moves, and also let humans know the fear of elves and their infinite possibilities. After that, countless strange stones appeared out of thin air. Humans touched the strange stones to awaken the companions of their souls, elves. In this way, people entered a new era with the help of the strange stones of the world. People called it the Era of Elves. If this paragraph was read by people in this world, they might focus on the 9 elves, but Zemo, who knew the appearance of the 9 elves from his memory, already knew what kind of elves they were. What attracted his attention was the war between elves and humans. How powerful are the elves in this world? Even from his memory, he knew that the elves at the gym level could destroy a mountain as high as a hill, not to mention those at the king level and champion level. Since it is a war, there must be a fighting force. After all, it was provoked by the humans in this world. This makes Zemo wonder, how did the humans at that time fight against the elves that destroyed the world? Did they rely on the rules of the world? But this is impossible. Those king-level and champion-level elves can already ignore those rules to a certain extent. If you think about it carefully, there are a lot of hidden information. These things have nothing to do with me now. Let's awaken the natal elves first. Zemo took a deep breath and slowly placed his palm on the world stone. As his palms touched, a burst of white light flashed and then became more and more intense, making Qiao Yibai outside the glass room look stunned. What's going on? Is the qualification white? It shouldn't be. The natal elves have been yellow at the lowest so far. Just when Qiao Yibai was a little worried, she saw the light suddenly change color to yellow. Just when she breathed a sigh of relief, the light suddenly changed and turned into cyan. Well, cyan? Qiao Yibai nodded, feeling pretty good. However, just when Qiao Yibai thought it was cyan, the light turned green. What's going on? It's not rising but falling. Qiao Yibai was shocked by the magical change. However, the change has not stopped yet. The green light turned into orange light and finally turned into red light. At this time, Qiao Yibai didn't know how to describe her mood at this time. First, it was the worst white, then it was not bad cyan, and finally it turned into the second worst red. But then her pupils were replaced by horror. This scene reminded her of the awakening scene of a family member more than 100 years ago. It was just like this, but there were only 3 colors that time. But now that person has become the league champion of Dragon Country with the awakened natal elf, and he is still making progress. Even an alliance leader once said that this person will definitely break through the championship within 100 years and reach the realm of the Elf Master. There is even a chance to peek into the legendary realm of God. In the glass room, Zemo looked at a transparent elf ball condensed by light in front of him and a familiar yellow-haired figure, and was a little shocked. Zeraora, the mythical Pokemon. As the elf slowly floated into his arms, Zemo couldn't help but say its name. Looking at Zeraora in his arms, his emotions were somewhat indescribable. You know, there are only 9 mythical beasts in this world, and today he will have the 10th mythical beast. No, it should be the first fantasy beast, a unique fantasy beast. Just when he was a little excited, the voice of the system finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. Showing the first glory and getting rewards. A novice gift pack. Sign-in function enabled, panel function enabled, and Pokemon Tower function enabled. Ding! The host's current location is detected as the Pokemon Center. Is this the first time to sign in? Listening to the voice in his mind, Zemo also came back to his senses from the surprise of getting Zeraora. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 1 Millennium Resurrection Grass. Note, Millennium Resurrection Grass can revive Pokemon below the King level and whose death time does not exceed 1 day. Millennium Resurrection Grass, although the usage restrictions are very large, it is still pretty good. If there were no restrictions behind, then this resurrection grass would undoubtedly be a magical medicine. But with this restriction, although it is still a magical medicine, its usefulness has been greatly reduced. Never mind, this is normal. It's already great to get the resurrection grass. please help me check in on the system. Zemo shook his head, feeling a little greedy. Ding, open the system panel. Lifespan 1592, none. Elf Tower, first floor, points, none. Check-in. Items, Novice Gift Pack, 1 Millennium Resurrection Grass. System opens the Novice Gift Pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the Novice Gift Pack and get 100 points of distributable experience. 50 low-level electric energy cubes. Item Random Skill Learning Machine. 2. Item Powerful Injury Medicine Set, 10 bottles. Vitality Fragment. 1 can instantly heal any injury below the Heavenly King level except death. Note, origin damage cannot be healed. A random golden qualification elf egg. Hatching time 167:59:50. The item has been automatically stored in the system space and can be taken out by thought. 100 experience points. Zemo doesn't know how to use it yet. He knows about the low-level electric energy cubes. The market price is about 100 alliance coins each, but don't underestimate one. One energy cube can make the elf not eat other food for a day, and the various nutrients in it can also make the elf slowly become stronger. As for the random skill learning machine, this world also has it, but that skill learning machine is just a skill teaching video, and it can't make the elf learn skills in an instant. As for the powerful injury medicine, this world also has it, but it is called special injury medicine, and the market price of a bottle is at least around 20,000 alliance coins, and this set is 200,000 alliance coins. You have to know that the living expenses of him and Xiao Luo for a month are less than 5,000 alliance coins. If he sells this injury medicine, they will not be short of money for a long time. Vitality fragments should be unique to the system. Anyway, there is no such thing in his memory. Of course, it may be that he is not of high enough status and cannot access it. After using the transparent origin ball to put away the still sleeping Zeraora, Zemo also took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mood, and opened the glass door. How is it? Is the awakening going smoothly? Qiao Yibai, who had stabilized his mentality at this time, saw Zemo coming out and asked casually, "Thank you, Aunt Bai, for your concern. The awakening went very smoothly," Zemo said excitedly. "Well then, come with me to the qualification test room in the next room to test the qualifications." Qiao Yibai nodded and said, "Newly awakened elves need to test their qualifications and then record them in the Alliance's files. However, the qualification column can actually be chosen not to be published." Following Qiao Yibai for a few steps, they arrived at the next room. There were not many machines and equipment in the room, only a square device and some operating instruments. "Xiaomo, just put the origin ball into the groove of the square table," Qiao Yibai said to Zemo after turning on the machine. Zemo nodded and put the transparent origin ball containing Zeraora on it. Then Qiao Yibai operated it for a while, and the machine began to flash, but the light was just wandering in 6 colors, white, red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan, and there was no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Zemo looked at Qiao Yibai. "Okay, this machine should be broken. Just treat it as yellow qualification. Oh, by the way, this is a Pokemon discovered for the first time. When you awakened, you should know its attributes and name. When humans awaken Pokemon, information about the Pokemon's attributes and names will appear in the minds of the awakened people, so Qiao Yibai asked this question. Well, it's called Zeraora, and its attribute is electricity. Zeraora? Attribute electricity? Okay, I get it. Then you go back first. Ask Xiaoji for the nutrient solution. I haven't thought of your birthday present yet. I'll give it to you later." "Okay, I'll leave first." Zemo nodded. After Zemo put away the origin ball and left, Qiao Yibai looked at the 6 lights that were still flashing on the machine and fell into deep thought. When Zemo returned to the gym, Xiao Luo was already preparing lunch. Unfortunately, he was not good at cooking, so he could not help. "Brother, what kind of Pokemon did you awaken?" While eating, Xiao Luo looked at Zemo and asked curiously. "Zeraora, a newly discovered Pokemon." "Another newly discovered Pokemon. There have been hundreds of newly discovered Pokemon in the past few years. I don't know why." Xiao Luo was a little surprised when he heard the answer. Zemo was busy eating. He felt strange about this. In recent years, secret realms have suddenly appeared one after another, and the awakened elves are also elves from the Galar region. He didn't know what the reason was. But overall it was good, so that the true identity of Zeraora could be concealed. If there were no new elves, Zeraora would definitely attract too much attention. After chatting with Xiaoluo for a while, Chen returned to his room. Back in the room, Zemo summoned the origin ball from his mind with his mind. The elf ball was as dreamy as crystal, and he could clearly see Zeraora sleeping in the elf ball. Zeraora's fur is mainly yellow and black. The fur on the calves, lower body, upper arms and face is black, and the fur in other places is yellow. There is a zigzag black stripe on the thigh, 2 on the forearm, a small tuft of light blue hair on the chest, and a long tuft on the forehead. There was a lightning-shaped blue beard on each of its cheeks, and a long ponytail-like fur extended from between its shoulders. Zemo first took out 10 bottles of nutrient solution from the system space, and then released Zeraora onto the bed. Wow! The little Zeraora, who had just come out, glanced around in confusion, and immediately found a bottle of nutrient solution in front of him. Just as he was about to go forward to drink it, he saw a figure in his peripheral vision. Wow! When he saw who the figure was, he gave up the food within reach without hesitation and ran towards the figure. Zemo looked at the little Zeraora running over, smiled slightly, picked up the little guy, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution, opened it and handed it over. The little Zeraora was not polite either, and took the nutrient solution and drank it all in one breath. Burp! The little Zeraora, who had eaten and drunk enough, rubbed his stomach, burped, and pointed to another bottle. You little glutton, 1 bottle was originally given to you for 3 days, and you drank 1 bottle this time, which is already the limit. Zemo scolded with a smile. It's not that he doesn't want to give the little guy more, but the little guy is in the larval stage now and can't drink so much. Even if it is a fantasy beast, 1 bottle is probably the limit. Hearing his words, the little guy nodded as if he understood, and then lay directly in his arms and slept in a comfortable position. Seeing that the little guy wanted to sleep, he sat by the bed and opened the virtual screen to see how to use the 100 experience points. If his guess is right, Zeraora will definitely be able to use it. After watching for a while, Chen saw a plus sign next to Zeraora on the panel. He clicked it, and Zeraora's detailed panel appeared. Level 1. Next level requires 10 experience points. Attribute electricity. Electricity storage. Personality, innocent, belligerent. Skills, lightning flash LV1, high 5 surprise attack LV1, enhanced punch LV1, grightening V1, loud roar LV1. Qualification. Excellent qualifications and personality. A partner worth cultivating. System, give all 100 experience points to Zeraora. Ding, Zeraora gained 100 experience points. Ding, congratulations to Zeraora for upgrading. Current level, level 5, 1050. Learned skills, random grab, quick defense. Ding, congratulations to Zeraora for passing the larval stage. Huh? It passed the larval stage so quickly? Chen was a little surprised. Generally, a newly awakened Pokemon has to wait for 1 month until it finishes drinking all the nutrient solution and reaches level 5 before it is considered to have passed the larval stage and can start simple training. His Zeraora has actually passed the larval stage now. This wave of time has saved him a month, so long, it is enough for Zeraora to break through several levels. At this time, Zemo looked at the data panel and looked at the line, Pokemon Tower, first floor, failed. What is in the first floor of the system Pokemon Tower? Chen asked. Ding! There is only 1 level 1 tower guard on the first floor of the Pokemon Tower. Defeating the tower guard can get rich rewards. Hearing the explanation of the system, Zemo looked at the little Zeraora who had opened his eyes and was looking at his body with a surprised expression and hesitated. Anyway, little Zeraora has just been born, although it has passed the larval stage. But is it a bit immoral to let such a small guy fight? System, what can I get by clearing the Elf Tower? Ding, depending on the number of levels you clear, you can get experience points, skills, or open new functions. Hearing that clearing the Elf Tower can open other functions, Zemo comforted himself. The opponent is only level 1, it should be fine. However, although he had convinced himself, he still planned to ask Zeraora's opinion. If it didn't want to, he would have to give up this idea. "Little guy, do you want to fight?" Zemo held the little guy to the height of his eyes and asked with a smile on his face. What surprised him was that the little guy didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he broke free from his hand with excitement, jumped onto the bed, clenched his hands, and swung forward a few times. Although the little guy was less than half a meter tall, his fists were full of wind, which made him think of what it would be like if it hit him. At this time, he was suddenly stunned and remembered that the character of this Zeraora seemed to be naive and warlike. This warlike character combined with the 6-color qualifications destined Zeraora to be a natural warrior. Thinking of this, Zemo did not rush to challenge, but said in his heart, "System, give the 2 random skill learning machines to Zeraora." Ding! The use was successful. Congratulations to Zeraora for learning the skills. Defend, Wave Missile. As the system's body sounded, a burst of white light surged from Zeraora's body. Defend and Wave Missile, although there is no plasma lightning fist I want, it's not bad. Zemo smiled, and then let Zeraora familiarize himself with the newly learned skills. After more than half an hour, Zeraora also thoroughly mastered the 2 newly learned skills. I want to challenge the first floor of the Elf Tower. Ding! Please choose the elf to use. Ding! It is detected that the host has only 1 elf, and the challenge begins. With a dizzy feeling, Zemo came to a space full of green grass. Although there is no sun in this space, it is very bright, and the space is also very large, as if there is no end. Zemo stepped on the wet grass, feeling the softness under his feet, and was a little surprised because it felt exactly like the real thing. Ding! The challenge begins. Note, even if a Pokémon dies in this space, nothing will happen when it returns to the main world, but everything can only be restored when it returns to the main world. No recovery items are allowed in this space. When the system's voice fell, green light condensed not far in front of Zemo, and finally a green frog Pokémon appeared in Zemo's sight. Zemo looked at the Bulbasaur in front of him and said to Zeraora, "Zeraora, be careful." "Wow!" Zeraora nodded solemnly and took a few steps forward. "Huh? It's just a level 1 Bulbasaur. It doesn't have any skills. It should be easy to win." Zemo looked at the Bulbasaur not far away and thought confidently. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a little hot around him. He looked up and found that the buds on Bulbasaur's back were gathering grass-type energy quickly. Mistruff, this fucking level 1 garlic turtle can use Sunny Day and Solar Beam? At this time, Zemo felt a little pain on his face. Who would have thought that a level 1 Bulbasaur could use a grass-type ultimate move? Zeraora, hold on. Zemo was not a fool. When he saw the garlic turtle gathering the energy of Solar Beam, he shouted to Zeraora. "Wow!" Zeraora roared softly and quickly condensed a white energy shield around him. Bulbasaur's Solar Beam also condensed very quickly under the blessing of the scorching sunny day. The arm-thick Solar Beam instantly hit the energy shield, causing an explosion and smoke. Wave Missile! As soon as Zemo's order was issued, Zeraora began to condense a purple energy ball the size of an adult fist in his hands and threw it at Bulbasaur. Seed! Bulbasaur seemed to know that it couldn't dodge the Wave Missile, so it didn't dodge it. A red light flashed on its body, and it actually withstood the Wave Missile. This should be holding on. I didn't expect this garlic turtle to have so many skills. It's quite difficult to deal with. Zemo looked at the red light on Bulbasaur's body and thought. However, although Bulbasaur withstood the Wave Missile, it was already seriously injured. Just when Zemo wanted to end the battle in one go, Bulbasaur actually lay down and fell asleep. It's really difficult. It actually sleeps. It won't even snore. Zemo sighed speechlessly, and Zemo really guessed right. Bulbasaur snored as soon as he fell asleep, and green grass energy gathered at the buds behind it. However, the skills you buy Bulbasaur while sleeping could not have a high hit rate, so Zemo commanded, Zeraora, use Lightning Flash to avoid the Solar Beam, get close to Bulbasaur, and use continuous enhanced punches to end the battle. Wow! Zeraora shouted with fighting spirit, and white light condensed on his body. Originally good at speed, it used Lightning Flash, and its speed was so fast that it had already produced several afterimages on the field. After dodging the Solar Beam, Zeraora quickly approached Bulbasaur, and its two fists with fluff were covered with white light, and they quickly hit Bulbasaur. When Zeraora's third punch fell, the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for defeating Bulbasaur, the tower guard of the first floor, and gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first floor of the Spirit Tower and gaining rewards. 100 experience points, 100 points of points, and Data Eye skill. Ding, please ask, do you want to continue the challenge? Zemo listened to the somewhat cold prompt of the system, looked at the panting Zeraora not far away and asked, System, if I challenge the next level of Zeraora, can I recover my physical strength? Ding, yes. Hearing that he could recover his physical strength, Zemo nodded. He had already guessed these things, and now he was just asking to confirm them, but he still wanted to ask about the skills that the garlic turtle knew. System, why does the skill of that elf have solar beams? Ding, in addition to the skills that the elves in the Elf Tower have at their own level, they will randomly have several skills that can be learned. What if I exit and re-enter? Ding, the skills that have been confirmed will not change. Zemo nodded in understanding and said, Continue to challenge. As Zemo finished speaking, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed from the original green grassland to a rocky forest, and the surrounding temperature was much higher than when it was sunny just now. Wow! After a flash of white light, a small fire dragon appeared not far away. It's a good time to try out the Data Eye skill. Zemo looked at the Charmander not far away and quickly used the Data Eye he had just obtained. Charmander, Virtual 2, features Fierce Fire, skills Grab LV1, Call V1, Flame Fist LV1, Point and Go LV1, Sword Dance LV1, Dragon Claw LV1. Health, Evaluation, a special elf, several times more powerful than those of the same level. When Zemo noticed the skill column of Charmander, he breathed a sigh of relief. The skills randomly obtained by this Charmander were all melee skills, which was good news for Zeraora. At low levels, the Pokémons don't have many skills, so there's no fancy fighting. And just now it took so long because Bulbasaur's skills were well matched. Zeraora's 143 speed racial value is not exaggerated, not to mention that Zeraora has the skill of Wave Missile, which can consume from a distance, basically making it invincible. Ding! The preparation time of 10 seconds has passed, and the battle begins. As the system's voice passed, Zemo came back to his senses and began to command Zeraora to use Wave Missile at a distance. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for defeating the second-floor tower guard Charmander and gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the second floor of the Pokémon Tower and receiving rewards, 100 experience points and 100 points. Well, that's it? Zemo looked at Charmander, who was stunned by 2 long-range wave missiles from Zeraora, with a look of surprise on his face. He really didn't expect to be beaten so easily. He originally thought that Charmander, as the guardian of the Elf Tower, must have some strong points. Even if he was defeated, he should be able to hold on for a while. In the end, it was several times easier than the first level. Ding! Do you want to continue the challenge? Looking at the prompt of the system in front of him, Chen did not rush to confirm, but asked Zeraora. He could see that this reply only restored physical strength, not mental strength. In other words, Zeraora's physical strength will always remain at its peak, but mental strength will continue to be consumed. Although most of the consumption of the skills of the elves is physical strength, it will also consume some mental strength. Wow! Zeraora patted his chest and signaled to continue. In the next one person and one pet, they successfully challenged 4 more levels and came to the 7th level. The 7th Tower Guardian Elf was the Wood Gecko. It was not that Zeraora did not want to fight this level, but Zemo gave up halfway through the fight. The main reason was that the skills that the Wood Gecko knew on this level were Lightning Flash, High-Speed Movement, Substitute, Thunder Fist, and Iron Tail. The speed of the Wood Gecko is quite good, but this Wood Gecko is simply abnormal. Even the Wave Missile can't catch up with it when it uses high-speed movement. The current situation is that Zeraora's Wave Missile can't hit the Wood Gecko, and after the Wood Gecko uses high-speed movement, even if Zeraora uses Lightning Flash, it is still slightly inferior. When Zeraora finally attacks the Wood Gecko, you will be surprised to find that it is just a substitute. So after a few rounds, Zemo saw that Zeraora's mental power was almost consumed, so he gave up on his own initiative. Regarding this abnormal phenomenon, Zemo also asked the system, and the answer he got was that the guarding elves will be strengthened in some aspects. For example, the skill release speed of Bulbasaur in the first level is strengthened, the physical attack of Charmander in the second level is strengthened, and the speed of the Wood Gecko in the 7th level is strengthened. This is also the reason why the opponent is faster than Zeraora after releasing the high-speed movement skill. It is worth mentioning that the 3rd floor is Squirtle, the 4th floor is Chikorita, the 5th floor is Charmeleon, and the 6th floor is Crocodile. All of them are the 3 starter Pokemon. Zeraora has seen so many challenges and gained a lot of experience. His current level is 8, 2080, and he still needs 60 experience points to reach level 9. And the rewards for clearing the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors are the same, all of which are 100 points of distributable experience and 100 points of points without the skill reward obtained on the 1st floor. The system explains that only the 1st, 10th, 20th, and 100th floors will have such special rewards, and the others only have experience and points. Now Zemo has 600 points of distributable experience and 700 points of points. Zeraora is now his only Pokemon, so after all the experience is given to Zeraora, the little guy's level is like a rocket, directly rising to level 12, 150-300, and he also learned the skill Split. Now Zemo is already a novice trainer. You should know that the natal elves are in the infancy before reaching level 5. Although they can use nutrient solution and other items during this period, it will take at least half a month to reach level 5 at the fastest. And because they cannot have a lot of training before level 10, it will take at least 2 to 3 months to reach level 11. It seems that levels 5 to 10 take a lot more time than levels 1 to 5. But in fact, the reason why the natal elves are promoted so quickly at levels 1 to 5 is mainly because their life extension is the same as the hatching of elves. When they are hatched, they are blessed by the will of the world, so they are promoted as fast as flying. Generally, when they are promoted to level 5, the blessing power is almost exhausted, and the level promotion slows down. On the first day of Zemo's awakening, his natal elf was level 12, which is really the world's first. Well, it seems that the alpaca was born at the creation level, right? It can't be compared. It can't be compared. After returning to the real world, Zemo was shocked to find that the time on the pendulum clock was only 1 minute after he challenged the Elf Tower. That is to say, the flow rate of time in that space is different from this world. Thinking of this, Zemo suddenly had an idea in his mind. But after a moment, he shook his head again. He didn't have any other elves now, so there was no way to experiment with his idea. But it would be good to let Zeraora practice his skill release proficiency during the challenge. Looking at Zeraora, who was already sleeping soundly on the bed, Zemo's mouth curled up slightly, summoned the Origin Ball that existed in the spiritual world and took Zeraora back. Watching the Origin Ball disappear from his hand and appear in the spiritual world, according to his thoughts, Zemo also felt a little magical. This situation is not something that can be done in the anime world. It is very magical. But he didn't want to understand these now because there was an explanation in that memory. Although it was not comprehensive, it was enough. What he wanted to understand now was the specific function of the system. System, tell me about your function. Ding, the main function of the system is sign-in, and the secondary function is dataization, and the function of the Elf Tower. Sign-in is divided into daily sign-in, first sign-in, and cumulative sign-in. The reward for daily sign-in is random, high or low, but the probability of low-level rewards is very high. The first sign-in will only be obtained at certain locations, and the items obtained are related to the location. Cumulative sign-ins are divided into monthly sign-ins and annual sign-ins. You can sign in once a month, and you can sign in 11 times a month, and sign in once a year. Note, monthly sign-ins have a high probability of intermediate rewards. Annual sign-ins have a high probability of advanced rewards, and there is a very small probability of legendary rewards. Looking at the system's explanation, Zemo nodded. No wonder the Elf Center got the Millennium Resurrection Grass. It's not surprising to get such a reward in a place like the Elf Center. P.S. Here is an explanation of the wave missile. There are many elves that can use the wave missile, but the wave missile is like the water skill used by the flying elves. Being able to use it does not mean that you can be familiar with controlling this element. Of course, the elves can also improve the degree of control of the skills through training skills, so as to slowly contact and control this energy. That's why I made a skill level. The skill level is the degree of control of the skills by the elves. It is impossible for any elf to fully control a skill, right? After birth. Even if the elf is gifted or has inherited skills, it is impossible to be at the full level at the beginning, so it needs to be improved. Some people say that my skill level is a problem. I just divided the skill familiarity. Even if I don't divide it, do I not need to train the skills? This way, I can get a rough idea of the degree of control of the elf's skills. Data, does it mean that defeating an elf will give you experience points multiplied by 10 times the level? Zemo asked after thinking about the experience points gained by defeating the elves in the Elf Tower. Ding. No, the Elf Tower gives you 10 times the experience points. In other words, you get a certain amount of experience points by defeating an elf of a certain level? Ding. Yes. Zemo took a look at the experience points required to upgrade Zeraora to level 13 and found that it was only 300 points. Even if you defeat elves of the same level, you only need to defeat more than 20 elves, which is not much. What about the Elf Tower function? Ding, this system is already at the highest level and will not be upgraded in the future. Other functions will only be unlocked after clearing the Elf Tower levels. Hearing the system's answer, Zemo narrowed his eyes. If it was really as the system said, then why was the Elf Tower so easy to pass? Forget it. I'll know it later. Since it's a test, it won't be that simple. Shaking his head, Zemo stopped thinking about it. Now all he had to do was wait and see what he could get tomorrow. The current Zeraora level has reached level 12, and the qualification is 6 colors. But what level is 6 colors? Zemo, lying on the bed, muttered to himself while looking at the Zeraora panel. The qualifications in this world are divided into 10 levels: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blurple, gold, and platinum. And 6 colors are not in this level at all, but it is certain that this qualification should be above platinum and should be the level of God. Thinking about it, Zemo felt a little sleepy and slowly fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose. When he woke up, he could hear the chirping of several bobos. He opened the screen window, and suddenly a ray of sunlight shone on Zemo's face. What's going on? It's the second day? Zemo sat up and looked at the bedding on his body with a blank face. He remembered that it was around 1 o'clock when he returned to his room yesterday, but the sun outside the window told him that it was already morning. My body seems to have changed a bit. It seems to have become much stronger. Is it because of the awakening of my spirit? But the changes in my memory were subtle. Why did I change so much now? I even have abdominal muscles. Only then did Zemo notice the changes in his body and was a little surprised. System, do you know what the reason is? Ding, just as the host thought. Hearing the system's answer, Zemo also nodded, got up, put on his clothes, and started to do business. He first went to Xiao Luo's room and found that the little girl had not gotten up yet. So he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Because he was with Dr. Yu in his previous life, he was responsible for most of the meals, and his cooking skills were also quite good. But when he walked into the kitchen, he was stunned for a moment, because then he realized that the ingredients in this world were too different from those in his spirit world. The meat in the elf world is basically synthetic meat, but the meat in this world includes fish, sheep, cattle, and pigs, and the vegetables are even more varied, many of which he has never seen before. Looking at these ingredients that he has never seen before, Zemo was a little confused for a while. Although he was confident that he cooked very well, he was not so conceited that he thought he could handle these ingredients that he had never seen before. But fortunately, although the original owner was not good at cooking, he still remembered the seasonings and some common ingredients, so he made a rich meat meal this time. Considering that Xiao Luo was a girl, he took some common tree fruits from the refrigerator and made a tree fruit platter. It is called a tree fruit platter, but in fact there are only peach fruit and orange fruit in it. Orange fruit can restore physical strength for elves, and peach fruit can remove poisoning. Although they are all for elves, humans can also eat it, but the effect of elves eating it is greater. Moreover, this kind of tree fruit is not expensive because the Elf Alliance advocates planting it. One is only about 10 Alliance coins, so ordinary trainers buy this kind of tree fruit to restore the physical strength of elves. Of course, the gap is still too big compared to the specially developed healing potions for wounds. "Brother, why did you get up so early today?" Xiao Luo, who had just woken up, rubbed his eyes in a daze and saw Zemo was actually in the kitchen with some doubts. "Okay, it's almost 9 o'clock. Go wash up and eat." Zemo smiled and said, "Wow, it's already 9 o'clock?" Xiao Luo looked at the clock on the wall and was a little surprised. She usually gets up at 6:30, prepares breakfast for the two of them, finishes her meal at 7:30, and goes to the Elf Academy. Today can be said to be the latest time she has gotten up in the past few years. "Well, after dinner, come with me to visit Grandpa Meng," Zemo said to Xiao Luo during the meal. "Then, do you want to buy something?" Xiao Luo gently bit the tip of the chopsticks with his pearly teeth, tilted his head and asked in confusion. When they were young, they often went to see Grandpa Meng with their grandfather, but as for gifts, their grandfather never gave them. And since their grandfather disappeared, they have never been there, and it is basically Grandpa Meng who comes to see them. "Well, let's buy some tree fruits." Zemo thought for a moment and said, he actually planned to give vitality fragments. After all, he didn't need this kind of thing at all now, and Grandpa Meng was powerful and could do much more than him. But after thinking about it, he gave up the plan. He couldn't explain why he took out these things now, so it would be better to give some ordinary things. What's more, with their relationship, it didn't matter if he didn't give them. After dinner, Zemo remembered that he hadn't signed in yet, so he said to the system in his mind, "System sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first sign-in at Zikshu Gym and obtaining a piece of Heavenly King level Superpower Source Stone. Superpower Source Stone? Zemo took a look at the system introduction and found that this thing could allow quasi-Heavenly King level superpower elves to break through to the Heavenly King level. However, his current level is still a long way from the Heavenly King level, and even if he had it, he couldn't use it, so he put it directly into the system space. After signing in, Zemo and Xiao Luo went to the fruit market in the town. Aren't these Xiao Mo and Xiao Luo? As soon as they arrived, they were recognized by a chubby lady boss who looked to be in her 30s. As her voice rang out, many people around turned their heads to look over. "Oh, it's really Xiao Mo and Xiao Luo. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell the uncles and aunts?" Suddenly, the originally quiet fruit market became lively, and many elves on the fruit stalls ran over. "Uncle, aunt, hello, Jian Zimian, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have evolved." Xiao Luo saw so many people greeting him, and the elves who rushed over and immediately laughed and played with the elves. Zemo looked at these sincere smiles and couldn't help laughing. After recalling, he also knew who these uncles and aunts were. They were all local residents here. When they were young, Zemo and Xiao Luo often came here to play with other children. These residents were also very simple. Every time they came, they would give them some fruits to eat. Although the grandfather would come to give money later, no one wanted it. And don't look at them one by one. They look only 30 or 40 years old, but they are actually around 70 or 80 years old. The main reason why they look young is that the lifespan of the natal elves can be increased by becoming stronger. The natal elves that have just been extended can increase their lifespan by 10 years. When they break through to level 11, they can increase their lifespan by 30 years. 21 levels increase their lifespan by 50 years. 31 levels increase their lifespan by 100 years. 41 levels increase their lifespan by 150 years. And 51 levels increase their lifespan by 200 years. Although ordinary people's elves have no resources and the right training methods, they can grind to the lowest qualification limit level of the natal elves. level 40, yellow, just by grinding with time. If you are lucky, you can even break through to level 41 and increase your lifespan by 150 years. So the average lifespan of ordinary people in this world is about 200 years. However, it is worth mentioning that Zeraora is now level 12, but it has increased Zemo's lifespan by 60 years, which means that the lifespan of mythical beasts and fantasy beasts is likely to be twice that of ordinary elves. Haha, Xiaomo, Xiaoluo, when did you come back? A middle-aged uncle with a stubble on his face came over and patted Zemo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Uncle Shu, I turned 15 the day before yesterday, so I came back to awaken my life elf." Zemo smiled and explained, "Oh, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the little brat who followed me behind to ask for tree fruits has already awakened his life elf." The middle-aged uncle was slightly stunned and then shook his head and sighed. "I wonder what elf Xiaomo awakened." At this time, the proprietress who saw them first asked curiously, "Not bad. Awakened Zeraora with cyan qualifications. Blue qualifications are already very good, but what kind of elf is Zeraora?" Zeraora is a newly discovered elf. Things like qualifications can be changed, so Joey Bai said that at the beginning. "Haha, you are indeed a boy. You are so confident even now. I believe you can become a powerful Pokemon trainer." The middle-aged man laughed and patted Zemo's shoulder. After chatting with these uncles and aunts who had not seen each other for a long time, Zemo and his companion left. However, they were carrying large and small bags of tree fruits in their hands. They were all birthday gifts from these uncles and aunts. Most of them were rare village fruits, such as the sand scale fruit that can increase the speed of the Pokemon, the dragon fire fruit that can increase the special attack, the thunder fruit that can increase the power of the electric system, etc. And the improvement here is not a temporary improvement, but a permanent improvement. However, the improvement is very small, and each Pokemon will be completely immune to the increase of the tree fruit after eating a maximum of 100 fruits, just like taking medicine. If you eat too much, you will produce antibodies. Hey, uncles and aunts are still so good to us. Xiaoluo smiled happily on the way. She had lived with Zemo in Longhun City for the past few years. The original owner at that time was not very good to her. In addition, she had not seen him for a long time. Seeing him suddenly made her forget herself. Zemo shook his head. Although he was a little touched, these things were given by uncles and aunts. But he couldn't really treat them as gifts. He didn't have the ability now and could do nothing. But he would definitely compensate them when he had the ability in the future. These rare tree fruits were about 5,000 to 10,000 Alliance coins on average. They had at least 30 or 40 of them, which were worth at least 200,000 Alliance coins. For their family that only spent 5,000 Alliance coins a month, it was really an astronomical figure. To be honest, these uncles and aunts really understood him and knew his character. They would never accept money. Although they didn't know what Zemo's spirit was, they gave him the tree fruits that improved the 6-dimensional attributes. As long as you are not a fool, you can't feed all of them to the spirit, so Zemo can wait until the city sells the remaining ones in exchange for living expenses. At this time, Zemo couldn't help but recall his childhood. Although their family was not very rich, they were also upper middle class. Their parents were researchers, and their grandfather was a trainer. Although he didn't know what level they were in various fields, the fact that his grandfather was an officially recognized gym trainer showed that he was at least gym leader level. Unfortunately, when his grandfather disappeared, he took away all 7 of his main Pokemons, and the remaining money was not enough to maintain the gym, let alone the food and health of those gym Pokemons. Out of helplessness, those Pokemons were adopted by Meng Wenlong, Grandpa Meng. Of course, even if no one adopted those Pokemons, they would be fine, but they would be taken away by the Alliance and no longer belong to their gym. By the way, we can see Pikachu and the others today. I miss them so much after not seeing them for a long time. Zemo looked at Xiaoluo's excited expression and felt a little distressed. This little girl especially liked that Pikachu. When she heard that Pikachu was going to be deposited with Grandpa Meng, she cried a lot. The Pikachu was rescued by the two of them in the back mountain of the gym when they were young. Although they rescued it together, Pikachu was particularly close to Xiao Luo. It took 6 years from the rescue to the separation, and their feelings were particularly deep. At this time, Zemo also secretly made up his mind to take Pikachu back. These elves are still under the name of the gym, so as long as the adopter Meng Wenlong agrees, he, as the acting gym owner, can continue to feed Pikachu in the name of the gym owner. As for other elves, he has no way. Now he simply doesn't have so much energy to feed too many elves. If it is a Zeraora that can be trained to combat power, it's okay, but those elves are not young anymore. They are all elves that Grandpa uses for gym battles. He is not sure if they are still worth raising. In fact, the main reason is that those elves don't recognize him. Even if he takes them back, he can't order them to fight. Otherwise, with those second-team elves of Grandpa, it would be impossible to live so poorly just by doing a few tasks. Not long after, the two of them walked along the main road of Tianji Town and came to a breeding house called Elf Dream House at the end. The breeding house is not big, but there is a huge forest behind the breeding house. There is a simple fence at the edge of the forest, which is no more than half a meter high. Even a person can easily cross it. It is basically for decoration. Grandpa Meng, we are here. Before Xiao Luo's clear voice shouted happily. After a moment of silence, a yellow figure rushed into Xiao Luo's arms at a very fast speed. Haha, Xiao Chu, don't be like this. I miss you too. It's so itchy. Xiao Luo hugged the overly excited Pikachu in his arms. Zemo smiled at the interaction between Xiao Luo and Pikachu, and then looked at a figure walking out of the breeding house. The figure looked to be in his 40s or 50s, which was a sign of his lifespan approaching halfway. However, judging from his brisk steps and shiny, black hair, the old man was still in good health. Ha ha ha! You finally came to see me! The old man laughed heartily as he left the house. Zemo smiled, but did not respond. Since Zitianji disappeared, he had only come once when the elves were transferred, and had never come again at other times. It would be no good to say anything now, so it was better to remain silent. Meng Wenlong saw that Zemo was silent, walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go in and see who's here first. I guarantee you'll be happy." But when he said this, the smile on Zemo's face froze. He laughed and said stiffly, "Haha, Grandpa Meng, I just remembered that I still have some things to deal with, so I'll leave first." After saying this, Zemo didn't even want the rare tree fruit in his hand and threw it down and wanted to take Xiao Luo away. When Meng Wenlong saw this scene, he laughed and said, "Are you so afraid of that little girl?" Hearing this, Zemo recalled the violent way the fat lowly, whose meal was enough for him for 2 days, bullied him, and he couldn't help shuddering. He could now clearly recall the scene of the arm thicker than his thigh hammering his chest. It was conceivable how afraid the original owner was of this fat girl. "Don't worry, the little girl didn't come, but her brother." Meng Wenlong smiled and shook his head. "Oh, is it Brother Ningze?" Zemo stopped and asked in confusion. At this moment, a light voice came from the breeding house. "Hey, if my little sister knew that you were so afraid of her, I wonder what she would think." After the words fell, a handsome man holding a folding fan walked out of the breeding house. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, handsome, wearing a white casual suit, with a Gardevoir pattern on his left chest, looking a little cynical. "Haha, I didn't expect that Brother Ningzi, who stole Bobo eggs when he was a child, and was pecked by the Pidgeot and had lumps all over his head, has grown so tall." Zemo grinned. Meng Ningzi was very short when he was a child, but because he was a few years older than them, he always considered himself the eldest brother. But at that time, Zemo saw that he was so short and still wanted to be the eldest brother, so of course he was a little unconvinced. At that time, he happened to know that a Pidgeot had laid eggs in the forest behind the breeding house, so he said that as long as he could steal the eggs, he would acknowledge him as the eldest brother. At that time, Meng Ningze was not very old and believed it easily. In the end, it was Meng Wenlong's Pidgeot who walked out of the forest with Bobo eggs in his arms and lumps all over his head, and the Pidgeot was persuaded by Meng Wenlong's elf. After many years, when Meng Ningze heard this again, he couldn't laugh. "Little Mosey, If Ningyue hadn't protected you, you'd see how I would have beaten you." The grumpy old man instantly came online. "Okay, you guys stop talking and go sit inside first," Meng Wenlong said. Hearing this, although Meng Ningze still wanted to beat Zemo, he still obeyed obediently and walked into the room without saying a word. He knew that his second uncle was really a grumpy old man, the kind who would fight at the slightest disagreement, but what puzzled him was why he was more tolerant of Zemo than him. When they were young, they did the same thing. No matter who took the lead, he would be beaten when he returned, under the pretext of taking care of the child for his elder brother. But he always felt that this was a personal revenge. Zemo was beaten according to the situation. As for Zi Qianluo and Meng Ningwei, it seemed that they had never been beaten since he could remember. And thinking of this, his body was cold, and he quickened his pace. "Mango, yeah, mango, not bad." Meng Wenlong looked at the fruit in the bag on the ground and nodded. He picked up one without, peeling it, and ate it with relish. Grandpa Meng, I remember the skin was super bitter," Zemo said with a shudder. "When he was a child, he was ignorant. When he came here, he saw the dead fruit and ate it. Then the bitterness was several times more sour than eating Anue lemon. Really? It's hard to look forward to it forever. Is it bitter? I don't think so." Meng Wenlong looked at the mango in his hand in confusion. "Haha, Grandpa Meng, awesome." After saying that, Zemo ran directly into the breeding house. There were not many items in the breeding house, but although it was small, it had everything, such as incubators. There was even a huge basement under the breeding house. Even Zemo rarely went there. One of Zemo's purposes was the incubator here, but he did not use it without permission, but planned to wait for Meng Wenlong to come in and talk about it. "Hey brother, I calculated the time. You should have awakened your spirit." As soon as Zemo came in, Meng Ningze hugged his shoulders and laughed. "What do you want to do?" Zemo asked, taking a step back subconsciously. "I want you to do me a favor," Meng Ningze explained. "That's it? With our relationship, what can't I do? Even if you ask me to help you get married, it's fine," Zemo said righteously. For a child of a big family like Meng Ningze, even if there is a marriage alliance, the woman must be very beautiful, so Zemo is still willing to help with the marriage. However, when Meng Ningze heard what he said, his face darkened again. But when he thought that he had something to ask for, he smiled and said, "Do you know the Holy Soul College in Longhun City?" "Aren't you talking nonsense? Who doesn't know the first college in Longhun City?" Zemo glanced at him, and the meaning expressed in his eyes was, "Are you a fool? Can you please listen to me?" This time Meng Ningze finally couldn't bear it anymore, shaking Zemo's body crazily and roaring. At this time, his anger value has reached max. If this guy wasn't the one his sister liked, according to his personality, he wouldn't deserve the title of a hot-tempered young master if he didn't beat him up. However, if Zemo knew that her sister really liked him, maybe he would run away with the gym overnight. There was no way that the lowly in his memory was really not something he could stand. Even if the other party had a bad temper, as long as she was beautiful, he could still tolerate it. But, ahem, this is you. The tone just now disgusted me to death. Zemo slapped Meng Ningze's hands and said with a smile, "Fuck you. Forget it. I'll forgive you this time. I want you to enter the Holy Spirit Academy to help me get something." Meng Ningze sighed and continued, "How can I get something that you haven't even got?" Zemo shook his head and refused directly. Meng Ningze is now 20 years old, and his trainer level has reached at least the elite level. He also attends the Holy Spirit Academy. If he can't even get something, how can he think he can get it? Don't rush to refuse. As long as you agree this time, this blue qualified Ralts Pokemon egg will be given to you. Meng Ningze took out a green Pokemon egg from the trainer's backpack beside him. Gurgle? Zemo looked at the Pokemon egg, and his Adam's apple moved obviously. He didn't doubt that Meng Ningze was lying to him, so this Pokemon was 100% Ralts Pokemon egg. You know, this is Ralts, which can evolve into an old cough cuff. Tell me what you want first? Zemo asked, trying not to look at the Pokemon egg. He didn't know what he wanted. What if the other party wanted something that he couldn't get at all? What should he do? Do you know the Holy Soul Secret Realm of the Holy Soul Academy? You don't want the Holy Soul Secret Realm, do you? Bye, I'm not a fool, Zemo said, and then he was about to leave. You are a fool. Can you listen to me before you talk back? Meng Ningzi couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed Zemo's collar and yelled. You tell me? You tell me? Why are you hitting me? It's so rude. Zemo patted Meng Ningzi's hand that was grabbing his collar and complained in a low voice. Hearing this, veins popped up on Meng Ningzi's forehead, but he held back, took a deep breath and continued. The Holy Soul's secret realm is a secret realm that has been cleared of the Dark Elves. The most valuable items there are the superpower awakening stones and inheritances left behind by ancient superpower users and superpower elves after their death. The purpose of my joining Holy Soul High School was to get the superpower awakening stone, but unfortunately I didn't seize the only chance. But it's not that I didn't gain anything. I found the remains of a superpower user, but because of lack of time, I didn't explore. I was worried about other people, so this time you join Holy Soul High School. Enter the Holy Soul Ruins and help me get a superpower awakening stone, and even if you don't get it, Lalulas will give it to you. There are secret realms in this world. No one knows how they came into being. People only know that there are all kinds of natural treasures and rare elves in the secret realms. However, some secret realms have dark elves. Dark elves are a problem that the entire Elf Alliance is trying to solve. They have no reason and are monsters that only know how to destroy. Originally, there were dark elves in this world, but through the efforts of the Elf Alliance, there are no dark elves in the main world now. Only in secret realms and dark battlefields can we see their figures. As for the Superpower Awakening Stone, as the name suggests, it is used to awaken superpowers, but the probability of awakening varies according to different people. Some people are born with superpowers and one stone is enough, even self-awakening. And some people are not suitable for superpowers, and it is impossible to awaken even if 100 stones are given. The most important thing is that the Superpower Awakening Stone has not appeared for decades, not to mention that no one knows whether the ruins discovered by Meng Ningzi have been explored. I can promise you this, but you also know that I can't afford it with my current ability. Zemo sighed and said in embarrassment. Why don't you and my second uncle just ask for whatever you want? Meng Ningzi was so angry that he wanted to bite him directly. What he meant was that he wanted to get the Ralt's elf egg for free and get some money for free. He completely treated him as a sucker. Hey, you also know that I haven't asked Grandpa Meng for any financial support for all these years, so well, I can only give up. Zemo shook his head with a sad look. What puzzled him was that Meng Ningzi suddenly agreed. He thought he would have to pretend for a while. Brother doesn't have much money now. This 3 million will be used to train your elves. Meng Ningzi took out a card, patted Zemo's shoulder and said, but Zemo, who knew this character well, was a little suspicious. Meng Ningzi was not willing to suffer a loss. He originally thought that giving 1 million would be the maximum, but he actually gave 3 million, which made people suspicious. But if you don't take the money, you will lose it. He quickly took the alliance card and a note with the password and said, don't worry, tell me the location when the time comes, and I guarantee to give it to you as long as I can find it. Okay, what I came here for today is almost solved. I still have some things, so I'll leave first. Meng Ningzi said, patted Zemo's shoulder with a smile. Haha, brother, walk slowly, don't fall. As soon as Zemo finished speaking, Meng Ningzi kicked the door sill and leaned forward. If it weren't for his good physique and quick reaction, he would have fallen flat on his face if he hadn't supported his body with his hands. Standing up, Meng Ningzi glared at Zemo, who was whistling in the room with an expression of, it's none of my business, then walked to Meng Wenlong, who was chatting with Zichan Luo, and said with a smile, Second uncle, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. Hearing this, Meng Wenlong turned his head and glanced at Meng Ningzi and said bluntly, you kid, you are like this every day, running around everywhere. Can't you just retreat in the ancestral land? Look at you. You are one of the 8 young masters. I think you are a piece of shit. You don't train well, and you think about this and that every day. Seeing that Meng Wenlong was about to chatter, Meng Ning suddenly remembered what the ancestor said to him when he came, so he hurriedly said, the ancestor asked you to go back. Meng Wenlong was stunned for a moment. While Meng Ningze thought that the ancestor's words were effective and planned to say this directly when the second uncle kept chattering. However, he miscalculated next. Meng Wenlong cursed even more outrageously. That old man asked me to go back? It's good enough that I don't dig out his 18 generations of ancestors to bask in the sun, and he dares to order me to go back. How can he have the face to do that? That second uncle, the ancestor of the ancestor, is also yours. Meng Ningze hesitated, but still reminded. Get out of here, you little bastard, quickly, I don't want to see you now. Meng Wenlong slapped Meng Ningze's head and shouted. Hearing this, Meng Ningze seemed to be pardoned and disappeared from their sight in less than a few seconds. When Meng Ningze left, Meng Wenlong's face was a little gloomy. He didn't know what those old guys were doing again. Couldn't the lesson they learned that time make them reflect on themselves? But when he saw Xiao Luo, who was curious, he smiled and shook his head and chatted with Ziqian Luo about their affairs in the past few years. In the distance, when Meng Ningze felt that he was far away, he stopped and took a deep breath. When he remembered what Zemo promised him, he laughed out loud. Ha! You are really worthy of me. It was originally an elf given by my sister. Now I just said a little bit. Only 3 million Alliance coins can get a superpower awakening stone. In his opinion, as long as Zemo agreed, the superpower awakening stone would not be far away from him. He trusted Zemo's character, and he was sure that no one had ever set foot on the ruins. Because the ruins were in a magma, if it wasn't for a coincidence that caused his duck-billed fire beast to enter the magma, he wouldn't have found it. It can even be said that it was a coincidence that he had a duck-billed fire beast that could live in magma. When he was happy, he turned around and looked behind him. He was a little confused. He didn't know what kind of awkwardness the second uncle had with the family. He thought that the second uncle had not returned to the family for hundreds of years and was carrying out some special mission, and his parents didn't say anything to him. But recalling the expression of the ancestor when he asked him to pass on the message, and the attitude of the second uncle, it seemed that things were not simple. But he didn't want to care about these things. He just needed to pass on the attitude of the second uncle and let those old men worry about other things. Not long after Meng Ningze left, Meng Wenlong also learned about what happened between the two from Xiao Luo. He looked up at the sky with a complicated expression. He knew the reason why Zitianji disappeared, and even talked with him for a whole night before leaving. But there are some things that these children cannot know. Grandpa Meng, I want to use the incubator. Mo, who was in the room, saw Meng Wenlong still outside for such a long time, and poked his head out and said. Meng Wenlong nodded, put away his complicated feelings, rubbed Ziqian Luo's little head and said, Let's stop talking. Let's go into the house first. Yeah, Pika. After the two people and the elf entered the room, they saw Zemo holding a green elf egg in his arms. Huh? Is this what the kid gave you? Meng Wenlong put the fruit on the table beside him and said with a strange look on his face. He has decades of experience as a breeder, and he knew what kind of elf the elf egg was at a glance. But Meng Ningze likes Gardevoir very much, and the kid hasn't got a Raltless yet. Why would he give the egg to Zemo? By the way, what kind of elf egg is this? Xiao Luo ran to Zemo with a curious look on his face and asked. Pikachu. Pikachu was also in Xiao Luo's arms, looking at the Pokemon egg in front of him with a face full of curiosity. Well, this is what Brother Ningze gave me just now. He said it was Lalula's Pokemon egg. Zemo stroked the eggshell, as if he could feel the life inside. Meng Wenlong suppressed his doubts and said, Put the Pokemon egg in the middle groove of the incubator, and then press the corresponding green button. Zemo heard the instructions and put the Pokemon egg in the middle groove. Then he looked down and saw a red and a green button, and then pressed the green one. After he pressed it, a circle of gaps appeared on the edge of the groove, and a circle of special glass slowly rose from it, eventually forming a closed glass cover. After the glass cover was formed, a green liquid similar to the nutrient solution began to flow out from the inside, wrapping the Pokemon egg. At the same time, under Zemo's data eye, the incubation time of the Pokemon egg also changed. Ralt's hatching time, 149, 38, 89, 40, 39. The time was reduced by about 40%. Seeing this, Zemo wanted to take out the Pokemon eggs in the system space. Well, just leave the Pokemon eggs here. When they are about to hatch, the instrument will give a prompt. Meng Wenlong walked to the instrument and operated it for a while and said, "It's almost noon now. You can go to the forest to play for a while. Xiao Mo, you have awakened your natal Pokemon. If you want to be a trainer, you can go to the forest to choose the Pokemon you like. If you want to be a breeder, then you can worship me as your teacher." Meng Wenlong glanced at the clock on the wall and took the two of them out of the back door into the forest, and then whistled. When the whistle sounded, in less than a moment, a Dragonite with a height of more than 3 meters and an unusually strong body flew over at a very fast speed. The strong airflow almost blew Pikachu away. Although most of the elves in the forest are friendly, there are still some dangers, so let Dragonite lead you. Meng Wenlong walked up to Dragonite, patted Dragonite's big belly and smiled. Zemo nodded, then opened the data eye to see Dragonite's data. Unfortunately, he couldn't check it at all. Except for the name, everything else was a series of question marks, and there was no useful information at all. However, Dragonite is a level 55 evolved elf, which means that this Dragonite is at least a dominant level elf, and this Dragonite often met when he was young, so the level of this Dragonite must be above level 55. Thinking of this, Zemo glanced at Meng Wenlong. Elves of this level are very rare even in big cities, and they are more than enough to be the mayor of a small city. Why did they live in this small place for so many years? Oh! Dragonite just flew down and greeted Zemo and the others. Pikachu even jumped onto Dragonite, patting its belly with its small claws, venting its dissatisfaction of being almost blown away. Dragonite was not angry, but just scratched its head with a silly smile on its face, making Pikachu run back to Xiaoluo's arms a little embarrassed. Dragonite looks very honest and usually doesn't get angry, just like a silly fat man. But when this guy gets angry, he is really scary. After Meng Wenlong gave Dragonite a few instructions, he returned to the breeding house and started preparing lunch. Zemo and the other person walked into the forest, while Dragonite flew in the air to protect the two. Zemo opened the data eye as soon as he entered the forest, and not long after he walked, he met the common home bird Pokemon. Pokemon, qualification, yellow. Average level, average qualifications, not the Pokemon that Zemo is willing to capture now. Although the qualifications of Pokemon can be improved with potions, he does not have that much money now, so high qualifications are his best choice now. Of course, if the character of the Pokemon is very good, he will still choose to capture it. It is not difficult to find Pokemon with high qualifications, but Pokemon with good character and obvious desire to become strong are hard to come by. However, the exception is the green caterpillar. This is the real world, not a game. The green caterpillar cannot counterattack and become a green sky. Even if it is a unicorn, he can accept it. The two of them, plus a Pikachu, walked in the forest like this. They encountered many things like green caterpillars and unicorns, and even encountered a few raccoons and coyotes. "Brother, what do you think that is?" Just as Zemo looked around and looked for the Pokemon he liked, Xiaoluo pointed to a peach fruit tree and asked curiously. Zemo looked over and found that it was a worm Pokemon with a body similar to the unicorn, composed of red and white and with sharp thorns on the red back. That is a Thorntail, which is not common here. The final evolutionary forms are Hunting Swallowtail and Poisonous Powder Moth. Can the Thorntail evolve into Hunting Swallowtail? Xiaoluo asked with shining eyes. Well, it's possible. But if you want to specify evolution, you need specific food and environment, and the probability will not exceed 80%. Hearing this, Xiaoluo shook her head and gave up. In fact, she didn't like insect Pokemon as much as other types. She liked the Hunting Swallowtail butterfly very much, but the Poisonous Powder Moth, she didn't hate it. Of course, the most important thing is that she still needs to go to school in the future, and the League law does not allow her to raise Pokemon at this age. Only when you are officially an adult at the age of 15 can you raise Pokemon. Of course, the Pokemon of those family members are under the name of their parents, such as Pikachu, which is under the name of the gym. However, because any competition has restrictions on the strength of Pokemon, plus the daily expenses of Pokemon are not a small amount. Therefore, most families will only give Pokemon to their children when they are 15 years old. Of course, the 15 years old here is not the 15th birthday, but the first day of January of that year. The two walked in the forest for a long time afterwards and finally walked to the lake. There are a lot of elves in this forest. In the short time they have been here, they have seen no less than 50 kinds of elves, but unfortunately most of them are ordinary elves. Even if they encounter rare elves, they give up because of their qualifications. Qualification Red, Qualification Orange, Spying Mantis, Level 19. Walking Grass, Luffing Grass, Qualification Red. As water is the source of life, there are naturally a lot of creatures around the lake. Zemo just glanced casually and found no less than 20 elves. However, when he just appeared, many shy elves left. Although there are many elves here, except for the Spying Mantis, the others are not very good. But it is also true that this is just the periphery of the forest, and the good elves are naturally inside the forest. But it is getting late now. Zemo guessed that it is almost time for dinner, and Dragonite may take them away soon. "Brother, is there a Pokemon you like?" Xiao Luo, who had been following Zemo, asked curiously, looking at the many Pokemons by the lake. "Unfortunately, there aren't any." "Alas, there's a Huabebe flying over there, so cute!" Just as Zemo shook his head and sighed, Xiao Luo's surprised voice rang in his ears. He looked over and saw Huabebe's information. Huabebe? White? Qualification. Skills Imitate, Tempt, Healing Bell, Desire, Impact, Vine Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Knife. Huabebe with blue qualifications? When Zemo saw Huabebe's qualifications in the pile of skills, he was already thinking about how to subdue this Pokemon. Although Huabebe is not a combat-type Pokemon, it is the nurse Pokemon that Zemo needs, and it also has the inherited skills of Imitation and Temptation, and the teaching skills of Photosynthesis, Healing Bell, and Desire. The most important thing is that this Huabebe is already level 14, and it is not far from the healing skill of Wishing that can be learned at level 20. As Huabebe slowly approached, Zemo discovered that there were several scars on the body of this Huabebe, which caused Huabebe to be a little unstable when flying. Oh no, Huabebe seems to be injured. When Xiao Luo saw the injuries on the elf, he was also shocked and wanted to catch it. But at this moment, Huabebe's body was unstable and was about to fall, and Xiao Luo had just started, so Zemo rushed forward in one step, just when Huabebe was less than a foot off the ground. He flew and caught the injured Huabebe steadily, and at the same time, when his hand touched Huabebe, the information in his eyes changed. Huabebe? White Flower Withers. Qualification. Skills Imitate, Tempt, Healing Bell, Desired, Vine Whip, Fairy Wind, Lucky Spell, Flying Leaf Knife. Zichen glanced at the words behind the qualification. Although he was a little confused, the most important thing now was to heal Huabebe, so he quickly took out a bottle of powerful medicine from his trouser pocket and carefully fed Huabebe to drink it. "Brother, is Huabebe okay?" At this time, Xiao Luo finally ran over, his face full of worry. "It's okay, I have fed the medicine. I believe it will be healed in no time." Zemo put away the remaining medicine and said, Then brother is not injured." After learning that Huabebe was not injured, Xiao Luo also checked Zemo's condition. The scene of him saving Huabebe was also seen clearly by the elves around him. There was even a Bobo who took an orange fruit from his tree hole and put it in front of the two of them, and then flew back to the original tree. The elves in these forests are very different from the elves in the city. Although this place belongs to the scope of the elf dream home, Meng Wenlong will not manage the elves here, and Meng Wenlong's elves all live in the forest. Therefore, few people will enter this forest, which has led to the elves here rarely seeing humans, and some elves have never seen humans since they were born. The main reason is that there are too few people in Tunji Town. Most young people have moved into big cities. Originally, the gym in their family was open, and there was a lot of traffic here. But with the closure of the gym, people from other cities rarely come here. However, there are a lot of ordinary tree fruits planted in Tianji town, so there will still be some people willing to come. Zemo picked up the orange tree in front of him, smiled at the elves around him, and then waved to the sky. He planned to take Huabebe back and let Meng Wenlong check her to see if she had any hidden injuries. Not long after, Dragonite, which was more than 3 meters tall, fell down. When these elves saw Dragonite, they were not afraid, but greeted her. It was obvious that they all knew each other. And just as Dragonite fell, a rose lay duo of unknown level came out of the woods on the other side of the lake. Only then did Zemo know why Huabebe flew here while injured, because this rose lay duo was one of Meng Wenlong's elves. She had the life drop skill and was the team doctor of Meng Wenlong's team. Rose Leiduo obviously knew Huabebe in Zemo's arms, but for some reason, Rose Leiduo did not stop Zemo from taking her away. After Dragonite said goodbye to the elves, he took the 2 elves and set off on the road back. The sun was high in the sky. In July, even the elves didn't like to walk outside. However, there was a figure in the sky that looked like a meteor, cutting through the void at a very fast speed in one direction. Wow, Dragonite is flying at such a fast speed, but we are not affected at all. We don't even feel the slightest wind. It's amazing. Xiao Luo, who was held in Dragonite's arms, looked at the forest that was rapidly disappearing behind him and was a little excited. You should know that Dragonite can only evolve at level 55, and Dragonite is super strong in controlling airflow. Zemo explained calmly. The 2 of them didn't actually walk far. With Dragonite's speed, they returned to the breeding house in less than a minute. When they landed on the ground, Meng Wenlong just came out of the room, and it seemed that he was going to whistle to call them back. Well, is this Huabebe? When Meng Wenlong saw the withered flower in Huabebe's hand, he was stunned, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Zemo to take Huabebe in and let him check it out. More than 10 minutes later, Meng Wenlong fed Huabebe some nutrients, then took the 2 out of the room and started to eat lunch. After finishing the meal, Meng Wenlong, who had been silent at the table, finally spoke. "Are you going to subdue that little guy?" Zemo looked up at Meng Wenlong's somewhat serious expression, nodded and said, "Yes, I am going to subdue it." "Really? You should have noticed the withered flower in Huabebe's hand." Meng Wenlong was silent for a moment and sighed. Zemo nodded. He did notice the unique flower in Huabebe's hand, and Meng Wenlong seemed to know some secrets. "Huabebe, forget it. Your current strength is too weak, not even a novice trainer. When you reach the elite level, come to me again. Then I will tell you about Huabebe." Meng Wenlong hesitated, but finally did not say anything about Huabebe. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Zemo was about to go check on Huabebe, the knock on the door outside the room attracted some of his attention. However, this was not his home after all, so it should not be for him. Thinking of this, Zemo looked at Meng Wenlong to see if he was willing to open the door, but the next sound made him know that this was not for Meng Wenlong, but for him. "Excuse me, is Mr. Zemo here? We are from Cheng Group." "Well, go open the door." Meng Wenlong nodded and motioned Zemo to open the door. Zemo got up and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man looked about 40 years old, tall, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. The suit on his body always felt a little awkward on him, but there was a sense of majesty between his eyebrows. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with a superior figure and appearance. She was dressed in a professional outfit, and with a head of black hair, she looked quite charming. Zemo looked at the 2 of them and then led them into the house. "Hello, Master Meng," the middle-aged man said respectfully when he saw Meng Wenlong calmly drinking tea in the hall as soon as he entered the house. "Well, sit down." Meng Wenlong nodded expressionlessly and motioned for the 2 to sit down. After everyone was seated, the middle-aged man introduced himself. "My name is Cheng Chanyi, and this is my secretary Xu Wanbai. We are here to discuss the ownership of the gym with Zemo." "Well, I know this, but it's impossible. Although the gym is temporarily managed by Zemo, I am his guardian. Without my consent, you can't buy the gym." Meng Wenlong drank a sip of tea calmly and said, "This." Hearing this, Cheng Chanyi smiled bitterly. Although Meng Wenlong was indeed Zemo's guardian, as long as Zemo agreed to sell the gym, It was actually okay, and he didn't need to get his consent at all. But Meng Wenlong said so, and he couldn't deny his face. The problem was that their Cheng group was determined to get the gym. Before he left, his eldest brother asked him to finalize the deal. But now, in this situation, he knew what kind of person Meng Wenlong was, but the secretary next to him didn't know. Sir, if I remember correctly, the gym is the private property of Mr. Zemo and Miss Zixianluo, and Mr. Zemo has officially come of age. As long as he agrees to the deal, even the Guardian can't interfere. Shu Wanbai's voice was crisp and melodious, and it sounded very pleasant, but it sounded like a devil's voice to Cheng Chanyi. If he could, he really wanted to slap this ignorant secretary. Even he was a respectful person, but she dared to speak like this. He regretted that he had spoiled her so much before. Now it was good, and he had caused trouble. But at this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and pretend that he didn't hear it. Although he didn't want to offend this person, it didn't mean that he was afraid. His family was not an ordinary person. Humph, I'm going to say this today. You can't get Zixu Dojo. Meng Wenlong snorted coldly and made it clear. Seeing Meng Wenlong's tough attitude, Cheng Chanyi was really a little headache. For him, Zemo had passed this level, but Meng Wenlong was really sad. When Zemo heard Meng Wenlong's words, although he knew that he was helping him, he really wanted to complain. You know, their agreement was just verbal, and the formal contract had not been finalized. Now, as long as he refused the deal, Zixu Dojo would not fall into the hands of others, although he had no choice but to sell it in order to raise funds for the training of elves. But it was wrong for them to break the contract first. But even if it was wrong, he couldn't sell the things passed down from his ancestors. I don't plan to transfer the gym. Zemo's voice startled everyone present, and then Cheng Chanyi's face darkened. After saying goodbye to Meng Wenlong, he left with his secretary. Outside the breeding house. I don't understand why we left like this. Shu Wanbai followed Cheng Chanyi and said angrily. Cheng Chanyi stopped and glanced at this guy who was more likely to cause trouble than to do good. If it weren't for her beauty and the power behind her, he would have wanted her to get out now. That Meng Wenlong is a level 8 breeder with numerous connections and a top-notch trainer. If he were just one person, we wouldn't be afraid. But the family behind him can't be underestimated. As long as he makes a little effort behind the scenes, we can't take down the gym. So are we just going to let it go? At this time, Shu Wanbai no longer had the original anger. When she knew the identity of that person and thought about what she had just said, she knew that her impression in the boss's mind might have fallen to the bottom. She was not really stupid, otherwise she would not be able to work for Cheng Chanyi. Of course we won't let it go. Now that old man Meng Wenlong is here, we can't do anything, but we must get that gym. Cheng Chanyi clenched his fists, his eyes flashing. Boss, why do we have to take that gym? When we looked at it just now, there was nothing special about that gym. Shu Wanbai asked in confusion. Cheng Chanyi did not reply, but just looked at Shu Wanbai coldly. At this time, she also knew that she had asked something she shouldn't have asked, so she lowered her head and fell silent. Breeding house. Well, you did a good job this time, but you have to be careful. The Cheng Chanyi brothers are famous for their viciousness. Although they dare not use any tricks with me around, you have to guard against their conspiracy. After the two left, Meng Wenwen said seriously, I see, then I'll go see Hua Bei. Zemo nodded and said he had already thought about this matter, but as long as the other party did not use any dirty tricks, he didn't care. Next is it. Meng Wenlong nodded, then looked at the forest behind the breeding house and thought. Zemo had already arrived at Hua Bei's room. Bei! Zemo heard Hua Bei's cry as soon as he entered the room. He looked up and found that Hua Bei had woken up and was lying in front of the curtains looking at the forest outside. How do you feel, little guy? Looking at Hua Bei looking out the window, Zemo smiled and walked closer to ask, Bei? Hua Bei heard the voice behind her and flew up high with a withered flower bigger than her body in fear. When she felt there was no danger, she carefully looked over, and when she saw it was Zemo, she could clearly feel the little guy relieved. But what puzzled Zemo was that since the little guy knew him, he was still unwilling to come down. Oh, it seems that he is a little shy. Thinking of this, Zemo took out the orange fruit that Bobo gave him from his pocket and held it in his hand and waved to Huabebe. Huabebe above looked at Zemo's warm smile and the fruit in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, she still flew carefully to Zemo's hand, observing left and right with a timid face as if she would leave immediately if Zemo moved a little. Zemo did not make any other moves and just handed the fruit to Huabebe's mouth. Huabebe glanced at him, took a bite, and after feeling there was no danger, she ate it in big mouthfuls, and it was obvious that she was starving. In less than a moment, it had eaten most of an orange fruit that was slightly larger than Huabebe's head. After eating, Huabebe's vigilance towards him was obviously reduced, and she rested directly on Zemo's palm. Of course, it was also possible that the little girl was too full to fly. "Are you full? Let's go see Grandpa Mung." Zemo smiled as he looked at Huabebe's round belly. "Bebe!" Huabebe nodded, stroking her bulging belly with a satisfied look on her face. Seeing Huabebe nod, Zemo took her out, wanting Meng Wenlong to help the little girl. In the living room, Meng Wenlong had also decided what to do next. When he saw Zemo holding Huabebe and walking out, was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zemo to get Huabebe's favor so easily, but when he saw Huabebe's big belly, his face turned black. "You kid, Huabebe just woke up. How could you let her eat so much? Don't you know it's not good for her?" Meng Wenlong scolded in a bad mood. Hearing this, Zemo smiled awkwardly and said a little embarrassedly, "Huabebe looked so cute when she was eating. When I came to my senses, she was already like this. Bebe." Huabebe flew up and landed on Zemo's head, patting her chest, as if to say that it wanted to eat it. Seeing this, Meng Wenlong could only look at Huabebe helplessly, and saw that she didn't seem to be in trouble. After saying, "Forget it, it doesn't matter once or twice, but you have to pay attention next time. I have taught you all this knowledge. Hey, don't worry, I won't do it again in the future." Zemo scratched his head and promised. Meng Wenlong nodded and took out a bottle of elf digestive liquid the size of a thumb from the drawer beside him and handed it to Zemo. Zemo took the digestive liquid and opened it skillfully and handed it to Huabebe. "This thing is very common. Almost all families will have a few bottles. After all, sometimes elves encounter food they like and eat too much. It is very common." After watching Huabebe finish drinking the digestive liquid, Meng Wenlong said, "You and Xiao Luo will stay with me this summer. I will help you train. Otherwise, the gap between you and those who got elves in January will only get bigger and bigger." Zemo nodded with some joy. In fact, even if Meng Wenlong didn't say it, he would have asked for it. After all, it would be possible to close the gap. As for those family disciples, I can only laugh. Family children have a lot of resources and don't worry about the training of elves at all. Some of them even have their parents prepare elves when they are born. So although everyone can awaken their own spirit, it only gives ordinary people the opportunity to rise. The gap between the two is still very large. Ordinary people raise elves at the age of 15, but those elves of the family have been raising elves for 15 years. In 15 years, even if they grow freely, they can be promoted to more than 30 levels. With sufficient resources, good medical conditions, and training methods, 40 or 50 levels are possible. Some people are even lucky. In short, the gap is like a chasm. Of course, there are still many opportunities to catch up with the children of the family, such as opportunities in the wild, secret realms, being favored by the strong, or the most dangerous dark battlefield. However, the dark battlefield requires at least elite trainers to enter, which is very far away from the current Zemo. And the elite level is just a cannon fodder. Time flies, and more than a month has passed in a blink of an eye. The hot weather has not decreased at all because of the passage of time. On the contrary, it has become hotter since the end of August. Even the elves in the forest have begun to gather by the cool lake. Zemo also improved greatly in Meng Wenlong's devilish training. Yes, it was Zemo himself who improved greatly, not his elves. In this month, Meng Wenlong caught him and trained him hard. It was not a few kilometers of long-distance running, thousands of push-ups or supine sit-ups. The key was that the food he was given every day was garbage and tasted terrible. If he could not feel that his body strength was increasing every day, he would have run away with the elves long ago. But then he discovered the difference between this world and the original world. In the original world, after a month of training, the change would not be too big. The key was that there would not be any sports such as thousands of push-ups in the first month, because that was not something a person could bear. But this world is different. Even if he felt like dying when he started training and doing thousands of push-ups every day, he would be back to normal the next day with the food made by Meng Wenlong and natural recovery, and he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger. In this month, his height directly grew from 1.72 meters to 1.78 meters, and his originally thin body was now full of muscles, and he did hundreds of push-ups without feeling anything. It was as if he had entered a world of martial arts. If it weren't for the elves everywhere, he really thought he had entered a world of martial arts. He even believed that if he continued like this for a few years, he could even compete with Xiaoji in the anime world. However, when he thought of Xiaoji lifting the 999.9 kilogram Cosmog with one hand, Zemo still gave in. He felt that even a gym-level super strength would find it difficult to do this. Not to mention that he could still save his body when attacked by a mythical beast. In fact, his physical gains were not as great as his spiritual gains. This month, he not only conquered Huabebe, but also hatched Raltless, which was quite a surprise. He even reached the 20th floor of the Elf Tower after Zeraora's challenge, but because there were 2 tower-guarding elves on each floor after the 10th floor, and Zeraora was only level 18, he was finally stuck on the 20th floor. But even so, he gained a lot. Just the clearance reward alone gave him 5,100 experience points. 5,100 points and the right to open the system mall obtained on the 10th floor. Because he didn't want to arouse Meng Wenlong's suspicion, Zemo didn't use much of the experience. But even so, when Meng Wenlong saw that Zeraora had gotten rid of its infancy in just 5 days, he was shocked and speechless. Huabebe's level is now 17, 11,800, and Lalula's was only upgraded to level 5 by Zemo more than half a month after she was born, so her current level is 12, 84,300. As for the strongest Zeraora, it is 18, 386,900. In the real world, the experience gained from defeating each elf is the same as the level of the defeated elf, but the elf tower is 10 times, which is why Zeraora upgrades so quickly. As for the golden elf egg given by the system, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This elf is not a quasi-god, but it is better than a quasi-god, and the difficulty of training is not much different from that of a quasi-god. The key is that the combat power of a quasi-god is actually not weak after the first evolution, but even if this elf evolves to the second form, it has not yet evolved for the first time, and even if the 3 elves have evolved super evolved, it has not evolved yet. That's right, it's the burning bug. The burning bug looks like a moth larva with blue eyes, 5 slightly curved red antennae around its head, 3 pairs of black legs, and its head and upper body are covered with white fluff, while its lower body is brown. Its evolved form, the Vulcan moth, is indeed powerful, and is even called the incarnation of the sun in legends. But this guy didn't evolve until level 59. You should know that Dragonite only evolved at level 55, and this guy evolved later than Dragonite. The key is that Hakrunim is powerful and can increase its level through fighting. But who can the burning bug fight? After level 36, most Pokemon have evolved for the first or second time. The burning bug is naturally at a disadvantage, and almost every battle of the same level is equivalent to a battle of reverse attributes. It is not like Xiaoji, the master of reverse attributes, so it is impossible to complete the fight. Not to mention if it encounters a second evolved water Pokemon. Don't even think about it, unless you command it against the sky, otherwise it is impossible to win. As for using experience to improve, this idea appeared in Zemo's mind for a few seconds before he decisively gave up. With this experience, he could give it to Zeraora and even upgrade him to Overlord or Quasi-King. Why spend it on burning bugs? And is Charizard Y not strong, or Charizard X not good? Why should he spend so much money to cultivate burning bugs? Isn't it good to cultivate a Charizard? Charmander's 16th level evolved, Charmeleon has initial combat effectiveness, and 36th level evolved Charizard has good combat effectiveness. You can even challenge various competitions in gyms with the combat effectiveness of Charizard, and you can also cultivate a wave of Charizards with the resources obtained. However, the qualification is a flaw. Although there are upgrades for sale in the System Mall, it is too expensive to reach the gold level, and it is completely unaffordable. So in the end, Zemo planned to let the Burning Bug be an unlovable vase for the time being. When the level rises in the future, take the Burning Bug to the low-level area to bully the weak. Although the experience gained is pitiful, there is no other way, just slowly brush it. Who in this world doesn't have a person growing on his liver? Otherwise, how do you think those king-level and champion-level players get promoted? They all work hard. There are not many lucky people in this world, but there are many hard-working players. Even if you are lucky, you still need to work hard to get promoted to king level and champion level. After all, it is not easy to break through the king level. To break through the king level, you need to comprehend something special. As for what it is, he doesn't know. Good luck can't favor you from the novice level to the master level. People can gamble with luck once at a special moment, but they can't always rely on luck. Of course, there may really be some kind of son of a mythical beast in this world, but who knows? In the early morning, the sun rose and the cry of the toot bird spread from the forest to the breeding house. Zemo on the bed also opened his eyes, looked at Ralts in his arms and laughed, looking forward to the day when Ralts evolves into Gardevoir. "Brother, I've prepared breakfast. Are you up?" Xiao Luo's light voice came from outside the room. Zemo looked at the alarm clock beside the bed and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, so he got up and took Lalula's to the side and said, "Well, I'll be there soon." More than 10 minutes later, Zemo, who had finished washing up, appeared on the dining table, while Lalula's and other elves were eating the elf food prepared by Meng Wenlong. "It's the 21st now, and it's almost time for school to start," Meng Wenlong said. "By the way, bro, which school are you going to?" Xiaoluo asked curiously after serving Meng Wenlong a bowl of rice. "I plan to go to the Holy Soul Academy in Longhun City," Zemo replied. "Holy Soul Academy? But didn't I take the test for the elf combat class at the beginning? Can I really get in?" Xiaoluo said with some concern. Meng Wenlong also looked at Zemo with interest. He knew the purpose of his going to the Holy Soul Academy after thinking about it for a while. However, although the Awakening Stone has not appeared in that secret realm for decades, not everyone can enter. "Don't worry about that. With the help of Brother Meng Ningze, I can do another test when the time comes," Zemo said calmly. Hearing this, Meng Wenlong pondered for a moment and said, "No wonder he gave you the Lalula's Pokemon egg." Zemo chuckled and said nothing, while Xiaoluo was full of confusion, not knowing what they meant. "It will take quite some time to come back after this trip. These are my experiences in raising Pokemons. Take a look at them. They may be helpful to you." Meng Wenlong stood up and took out 3 books from a drawer beside him and threw them to Zemo. Zemo took the 3 books, opened them and looked at them. He was not polite and put them away. Although he said nothing, he still remembered them in his heart. These 3 books, one is the Basic Encyclopedia of Breeders, one is the experience of Meng Wenlong as an 8th level breeder, and the other is Meng Wenlong's experience in training Pokemons. You should know that the 8th level breeder can correspond to the king level of trainers. Regardless of what knowledge is contained in them, just this level, if it is put up for auction, it will cause a fight among the 7th level breeders. Breeders are different from trainers. As long as a trainer has 1 Pokemon that reaches the king level and 3 that reach the quasi-king level, he is a king level trainer. But if a breeder wants to become level 8, he must be able to formulate a perfect training plan and healthy diet for the king level Pokemon, and also be able to produce food or potions that have a great effect on the king level Pokemon. There are too many things involved. For example, formulating a training plan for the king level Pokemon means that he must see the Pokemon's physical condition, strengths and weaknesses with his naked eyes. There is no shortcut, and it can only be accumulated with a lot of experience. And making food and potions is even more difficult. The effect of each material or the changes during fusion must be remembered, and new changes will occur during fusion, which also requires the ability to adapt to changes when making. After all, the materials of the king level are extremely precious, and there is no great certainty. Unless there are special circumstances, others will not ask you for help. And if you don't know the efficacy of the medicine, the items you make are taken by the Pokemon. Once something goes wrong, the trainer will go crazy. Of course, breeders also have branches. There are those who specialize in identifying qualifications and studying Pokemon, called Pokemon researchers. There are also those who are responsible for healthy diets, called Pokemon breeders. There are also those who specialize in making potions, called Pokemon pharmacists. There are also those who specialize in making props, called elf prop masters. In short, there are many branches, but they are collectively called elf breeders. Among them, most of the foods such as energy blocks come from elf breeders, and the qualification potions are basically all from elf pharmacists. Of course, there are branches among them. After all, some people only have amazing talents in one aspect. Also, I heard that your natal elf talent is not very good. This is what I made this month. After throwing the book to Zemo, Meng Wenlong took out a bottle of purple potion from another drawer and handed it over. At this time, Zemo just knew why it was Meng Wenlong's elf who was watching him most of the time this month. It turned out that he had been making qualification potions for himself. Thinking of Meng Wenlong's sloppy and sleepy appearance every day this month, Zemo was really moved. Thinking back to the attitude of the original owner towards him, Zemo felt that he was not worthy of this potion. "What are you waiting for? Take it. I'm waiting to go back and have a good sleep." Seeing Zemo silent, Meng Wenlong smiled and patted Zemo's head, urging him. Zemo took the potion in silence, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I'm sorry." This apology was made on behalf of the original owner and for himself. Although it was the original owner who did something wrong, it was also his fault now. Ha ha ha. I hope you understand I was also wrong for not telling you about your grandfather's whereabouts. Meng Wenlong laughed and patted Zemo's shoulder and walked towards his room. It can be seen that he was really happy today. At the dinner table, Xiao Luo, who had been silent all the time, also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly at Zemo. Zemo rubbed Xiao Luo's head, used the contract ball given by Meng Wenlong to put away Lalulas and Hua Bebe who were resting, and walked into the forest. In the forest, a group of elves living nearby saw Zemo coming out, and they all poked their heads out to look at this human, wondering what he was going to do. Was he fighting them again? Although there was delicious food after the battle, they still didn't like the feeling of being defeated all the time, so they didn't want to go out. Zemo also had serious things to deal with this time, so he ignored them and walked alone to a slightly secluded place. Under a huge tree, Zemo released Lalulas. Lalulas has a white body. Its body and legs make it look like it is wearing two long clothes. Its green hair covers most of Lalulas's face. Its hair is divided by two flat red horns inserted in the middle, a larger one facing forward and a smaller one behind. Lalula's eyes are usually covered by its bowl-shaped head, but if you look from below, you can see that it has a pair of red eyes similar to its evolved form. It is worth mentioning that Zemo's Lalulas is a female. When he knew it was a female, Zemo was also excited for a long time. Although male Ralts can evolve into fighting or psychic Elido, or male Gardevoir, he still prefers female Ralts that can only evolve into Gardevoir. "Ralts, drink this." Zemo handed the purple potion in his hand to little Ralts and said, "Ralu?" Ralts looked at the potion in Zemo's hand, his little face full of confusion, but he still took the potion and drank it in small sips. When the potion was completely drunk, Ralts's body radiated purple light. After a burst of dazzling purple light, Ralts looked at his little hand in some surprise. It could feel that its body had started to change, and it felt more relaxed. At this time, the system's voice also sounded. "Ding, congratulations to Ralts for improving his qualifications. The current qualification is Purple, King level. Ding, congratulations to Ralts for learning the skill, Illusion Ray." After taking a look at the system prompt, Zemo opened the panel of Lalulas to see if there were any other changes. Level 12, required experience 83/300. Attributes, telepathy, personality, calm. Skills, immobilization LV2, black eyes LV2, same fate LV2, shadow sneak attack LV2, strange light LV2, charming voice LV1, call LV1, shadow clone LV1, hypnosis LV1, instant move LV1, illusion lightly 1. Note that skills are divided into LV1 LV5. Qualification purple. Evaluation, female Alulas can satisfy the host's bad taste. The panel did not change much, but the qualification was upgraded to purple and a new skill was learned. As for the evaluation, just pretend you didn't see it. However, this Lalulas is indeed a top-quality elf, with 5 genetic skills alone, and it has already learned instant movement in advance when it was blue qualification, which was originally only available at level 15. Now that he has purple talent, he has already comprehended the 18th level illusion ray at level 12. I believe that it will not take long for him to learn the life drop that can only be learned at level 21. With the life drop and Huabebe's wish skill, the recovery skill is enough for the time being. When he goes to the forest to bully the weak, he can also heal the elves that he has defeated. After all, the forest is not very safe. Some elves are even food for other elves. If he causes the death of those elves because of him, he will feel a little guilty. Lalu? Lalulas happily turned around on the grass and then moved instantly to appear in Zemo's arms, with a happy smile on his little face. Zemo rubbed Lalulas' little head and put it into the contract ball. Then Zemo sat down against a tree beside him and opened the system mall. In 1 month, he got a total of 10,239 points. Although it was not much, he could buy a lot of items. For example, a random skill learning machine can be bought for 5,000 points. Well, he is actually very poor now. He can only buy 2 random skill learning machines. Skills like jet flames require 15,000 points, and powerful skills like destruction and death rays require 20,000 points. The props used by the elves range from 10,000 to 100,000 points. For example, the life drop that can enhance the power of water attribute skills and bring great benefits to water attribute elves, the cheapest one requires 10,000 points. And the good quality ones are worth 100,000 points. Zemo looked for a long time and finally didn't make up his mind what to buy. Although his elves are very lacking in skills, he only has 2 chances for random skills. The probability of drawing the skills he wants is too small. At this time, Zemo said to the system in his mind, "System, what other functions can be enabled?" Ding! The experience doubling function is enabled after clearing the 20th floor of the Elf Tower. The small world function is enabled after clearing the 30th floor of the Elf Tower. The Elf experience doubling function is enabled after clearing the 40th floor of the Elf Tower, can be stacked. And the Elf experience doubling function can be stacked is enabled after clearing the 50th floor of the Elf Tower. Looking at the functions listed by the system one by one, Zemo's eyes have already glowed. But when he thinks of the tornado and onyx on the 20th floor of the Elf Tower, Zemo has a headache. The tornado alone is not easy to deal with, not to mention that the second one is onyx, which restrains Zeraora. With Onyx's huge body, one tail can beat Zeraora to lose its combat ability. The elves in the Elf Tower are very strong. The attack power of Tornado has been greatly improved, and Onyx has strengthened its speed, which is not very wonderful. Originally, Zeraora could still fight a war of attrition through speed, but now Onyx started by digging holes, which Zeraora could not defend against. Zemo shook his head and gave up the idea of challenging the 20th floor. He closed the system panel, stood up and patted the grass debris on his clothes, and released 3 elves, Lalulas, Zeraora, and Huabebe. Fight in the forest as before, but don't forget to come back before dinner. Zemo ordered the 3 elves. Wow, wow! Ralu, baby! The 3 elves all responded and excitedly began to sweep around. Zemo began to return the same way. He didn't worry about them being a threat because Meng Wenlong's elves were nearby. When the time came, he only needed to shout at the elves, and the elves around here were relatively weak, making it a very good place to level up. After doing all this, he left. His purpose of coming out had been fulfilled. He could go back and read the books that Meng Wenlong gave him, learn some knowledge in advance, and maybe he could prepare potions for his own elves in the future. Back in the breeding house, Xiao Luo was holding Pikachu and watching TV. Zemo did not disturb her. He picked up the book on the table and went back to the room to read. Elf researchers need a lot of mechanical assistance, which is not something I can study now. The methods used by elf breeders to improve the strength of elves also require a lot of instruments. The key is that they are very expensive, which is not something I can afford now. Looking around, the easiest thing to learn now is elf breeding, mainly making elf food and energy blocks. But this knowledge is too locked. I don't have that much time. It's better to find a breeder to cooperate. But although it's a cooperation, I still need to understand some simple elf food methods in the early stage. As for elf healing, I have the system mall and don't need it much. After thinking about it, Zemo finally decided to give up the idea of becoming a breeder. He is not very good at being a trainer now, so how can he have the time to learn the knowledge of breeders? It would be better to find a trustworthy breeder. Even if he can't find one, he can buy this knowledge directly in the system mall in the future, and he can memorize it directly. But the price is really ridiculous. If it doesn't work, ask Meng Wenlong for help. After thinking about it, Zemo found the corresponding area of Pokemon food and began to memorize it. The sun gradually set, and above the western horizon, there appeared a variety of strange and colorful flowers, and flying Pokemons were playing among them. A refreshing breeze blew into the somewhat hot room from the window. Huh? Is it so late? Zemo, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, also looked out the window at this time, muttered to himself, closed the book, and left the room. Outside the room, Xiao Luo had already been busy in the kitchen, and the little guys Zeraora had also returned, but they probably saw that he was reading, so they didn't disturb him. At this time, Meng Wenlong also came out of his room with sleepy eyes. Seeing Zemo yawning, he said, "I just asked an old friend. This time, the Holy Spirit Academy will recruit 3 students with similar situations to you. And this time your assessment should be to command the school's elves to defeat the elves prepared by the school. However, judging from your ability to command Zeraora in battle during this period, it should not be difficult." Zemo nodded. This assessment was not unexpected to him. For the Holy Spirit Academy, the level of the new elves is nothing. It can be improved at any time, but the ability to command battles must be passed. This is 5 million alliance coins. You can buy some items necessary for trainers at that time. Don't refuse. If you grow up in the future, I will ask you for help. Meng Wenlong handed over a league card and smiled heartily. Zemo looked at Meng Wenlong's hearty smile, hesitated for a moment, and still took it. The elf trainer is a very expensive profession. Even an ordinary outdoor space backpack or something like that cannot be bought without hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. Not to mention the high-end items like space bracelets. Because of life expectancy, the general age of marriage in this world is around 50 years old. At that time, as long as they are not idle, both boys and girls will have assets. Even if there is no money, after marriage, you can save a lot of money before your children become adults. Therefore, under normal circumstances, most people who have just become adults have the opportunity to become trainers or breeders. After receiving the alliance card, Zemo went to the kitchen to help Xiao Luo. In the past half-month, he has been helping Xiao Luo with meals and familiarizing himself with the ingredients of this world and those ingredients he has never seen. After dinner, Zemo also led the 3 elves back to his room and took a look at the harvest of the 3 elves today. Level experience, 500. Attribute electricity. Feature, personality, innocent, warlike. Skills, lightning flash Elvu 2, high 5 surprise attack Elvu 1, enhanced punch Elvu 1, grab Elvu 1, lightning Elvu 1, loud roar Elvu 1, random grab Elvu 1, quick defense Elvu 1, hold Elvu 1, wave missile of 2, volt replacement. Qualification, 6 colors. Zeraora's experience increased by more than 200 points, and it seems that he has defeated many elves. In addition, Zeraora's lightning flash and wave missile have also been upgraded to LV2 after more than a month of hard work. These skills are different from inherited skills. The speed of inherited skills is very fast and they are born with them. If the parents have a high level of this skill, the elf only needs to train for a few days to upgrade the level. Just like the second generation of rich people, they are born with a higher starting point than others. If the skills passed down by the elves' parents are good, the elves can also fight against the higher realms at a low level. For example, if the elves inherit the skill of seduction, if the skill level is high, under special circumstances, they can even defeat elves that are more than 10 levels higher than themselves. As for being higher, it is impossible, because after the elves have a high level, the gap is too large, and they will not look down on you, and may be directly immune. Next is the panel data of Lalulas and Huabebe. Level 12, required experience 2 on 300. Psychic Fairy. Features, personality, calm. Skills, immobilization level 2, black gaze level 2, same fate level 2, shadow sneak attack level 2, strange light level 2, enchanting voice level 1, Caudo clone level 1, telekinesis level 1, hypnosis level 1, instant teleport level 1, illusionary. Qualification, purple. Heart withered state. Level 17, required experience. Attributes, fairy. Features, symbiosis. Skills, imitation level 2, temptation level 2, healing bell level 1, desire level 1, invine whip level 1, fairy wind level 1, lucky spell level 1, flying leaf knife level 1, prayer level 1, magic leaf level 1. Qualification. Lalulas is not bad, adding nearly 200 experience points, but Huabebe added less experience, only a little over 100. But for Huabebe now, it is already quite good, and she also gained more than 500 points, which is already good. Finally, Zemo focused on Huabebe's characteristics. This characteristic was not very good in the game of the previous life. It was just that when the elves on the side consumed the props they carried, they would transfer their own props to the other side. But this is a modern world, and the degree of cherishment of this characteristic is no less than that of the legendary 9 sacred beasts, or even more. Because it is a sacred beast, people cannot get it, and the symbiotic characteristic is similar to the nature of the natal elves. The only difference is that the symbiotic characteristic is true coexistence and co-death. When the elves die, humans will also die. However, the advantage is that the long life of the elves will also be shared with their masters. However, although it is shared, there is also an upper limit. Moreover, whether the symbiotic characteristic is released or not is controlled by the elves, just like a skill that can only be released once in a lifetime. However, this characteristic is very rare, even among tens of thousands of Huabebe. There may not be a Huabebe with symbiotic characteristics. But even so, it can't stop the desire of those rich people and big families. Now the Huabebe in its evolved form are very rare. There are even big guys in the market who spend hundreds of millions of alliance coins to buy a Huabebe that has not released the symbiotic characteristic. As for the other Jihuishing with symbiotic characteristics, it is more than 1 billion alliance coins. After all, Jihuishing is extremely intelligent, has good combat power, and has a variety of skills, which is better than Huabebe, which requires a lot of time to cultivate. The most important thing is that neither Huabebe nor Madame Huajie like fighting, which means that most Huabebe will not have a high level. Once the enemy uses ghost elves to assassinate, they will be left with nothing to protect themselves. As for imprisonment, haha, if the elves release it, of course they can be put back. When Zemo first knew that Huabebe had this characteristic, he guessed that Bebe's current state was related to this characteristic. However, after asking Meng Wenlong, even Meng Wenlong was very surprised that Huabei had this characteristic, and even studied it in the basement of the breeding house for a long time, so this guess was self-defeating. 3 days later, the enrollment date for the Holy Soul Academy will be in 2 days. Have you prepared your things? Meng Wenlong reminded in the breeding house. Tianji Town is actually relatively close to Longhun City, but because there are no airplanes in this kind of town, the only way to go to Longhun City is to take a car, which also takes several hours. In addition, Zemo has to go to Longhun City to purchase necessities, so arriving early is the best choice. Well, I have packed my luggage and can leave at any time. Zemo nodded and said, "You can't come back often in the future, but you're..." elves are improving quickly, so I will give you all the elite-level potions in advance." Meng Wenlong handed 4 bottles of blood-red potions to Zemo and said, "This potion is not for elves, but for humans. Each bottle corresponds to a realm. Every time the natal elf breaks through to a new realm, its owner can take a bottle. The function of the potion is to enhance the physical fitness of humans, and this potion is everywhere in the market. But Zemo always feels that this potion is not as simple as he imagined. Maybe there are other secrets in it." At noon, Zemo and the other 2 came to the bus station, but the difference was that he came back with Xiao Luo, but he left alone, because Xiao Luo has decided to give up being a trainer and become an elf breeder, and instead of studying step by step at school, it is better to stay with Meng Wenlong, an 8th-level breeder, to study. Zemo also agreed. He and Xiao Luo were 2 years apart in age, and they went to the same school before. Naturally, he knew that Xiao Luo was not particularly good in the class. Because of her delicate and cute appearance, there were many people pursuing her, and there were also some arrogant and domineering children from aristocratic families. It was okay for him to be with her at that time, and he could help, but after he left, he was really worried about Xiao Luo being alone in that school. So it was a very good choice to let Xiao Luo study with Meng Wenlong, and he didn't have to worry about Xiao Luo's safety all the time. This world is not like the anime world. There are too many dark sides in this world. As long as you have power, it's okay to kill people. As long as you don't get evidence from some people, you can do everything unscrupulously. It was a hot summer day. When Zemo stepped into the city, he found that the temperature here was much cooler than Tianji town. But think about it. There are many powerful trainers and elves in the city, and some powerful elves can change the surrounding weather without even releasing their breath. So many big cities are warm in winter and cool in summer, as if the whole city is equipped with air conditioners. Zemo was actually quite familiar with Longhun City because he and Xiao Luo both went to school here, so he was familiar with many places. Following his memory, Zemo arrived at a department store before long. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" As soon as he entered, a uniformed waiter came over with a smile. The waiter had a good appearance, and her figure was very eye-catching under the uniform. Even Zemo couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. However, he came here to do serious business this time, so after taking a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. "I need a space bracelet, some wilderness survival items, and elf food." Zemo looked around and said. He already had a system space, and the space bracelet was just to cover up his tracks. As for survival items, they must be bought in advance, and elf food and some potions to remove abnormal conditions are also necessary. "Please follow me." The uniformed lady showed a gentle smile and led Zemo to the 5th floor of the department store. "Sir, this floor is where the space bracelets are stored. You can choose them by yourself. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Zemo nodded and began to choose. He didn't need a large space, so it didn't take long for him to find a 10 cubic meter space bracelet. The overall color of the bracelet is blue, flat and foldable, with dense patterns on it, which looks quite technological. After swiping the card, Zemo also opened the bracelet directly from the middle and put it on his hand. Then he followed the service staff to buy other things he needed. After working for more than 2 hours, the things were finally bought. A total of nearly 4 million Alliance coins were spent, of which the space bracelet was 1.59 million Alliance coins. A set of trainer outdoor items was 50,000, and Zemo bought medium-quality energy cubes for elf food. 100 pieces of psychic and fairy attributes are 500,000. 100 pieces of fire and insect attributes are 430,000. 150 pieces of electric attributes are 450,000, and 100 pieces of fairy attributes are 400,000, a total of 1.78 million Alliance coins. Including the various potions, there are nearly 100,000 Alliance coins worth of items. In the blink of an eye, Zemo's 8 million was reduced to 4 million. He spent half of it just by visiting the department store. Moreover, this was the small space required for the space bracelet. If he wanted a large one, he would have hundreds of thousands of dollars left when he walked out of the department store. Oh, being a trainer is really expensive. Zemo sighed as he walked out of the department store. In fact, Zemo could have chosen the simple version, only buying a space backpack, a set of trainer outdoor items and medicine, etc., and the cost would not exceed 300,000, but he did not choose it. He spent the money he had. Although the energy cube is expensive, it has its reasons. The huge energy provided by the energy cube can provide a continuous supply of energy to the Pokemon during training, and the energy in it can also indirectly enhance the power of the Pokemon. After purchasing all the items, Zemo also took a taxi to the Holy Spirit Academy. Holy Soul Academy is the largest academy in Longhun City, covering an area of more than 400,000 square meters, with more than 100,000 students divided into two major districts, trainers and breeders. The number of trainers is the largest among them. Today is actually a holiday, so not many people come to the school, only a few thousand people. The gate of Holy Soul High School is also very large, nearly 100 meters wide, and there are two monsters standing on both sides of the gate. Zemo also took a look at the data of the two Pokemon out of curiosity. Monster. Looking at the data on the panel, Zemo was speechless. In this month, he also figured out the limit detection level of the data eye. He can use the data eye to see the Pokemon data that is not higher than his own Pokemon level 20. In other words, the two monsters guarding the gate are at least level 39 and are very likely to be gym level. As for the Overlord level, he has never thought about it. Just by hearing the name of Overlord, you know how strong it is. If two Overlord level elves guard the gate, it would be a big deal. However, as the top 10 academies in Dragon Country, Holy Spirit Academy seems to have a chance. P.S. The elves' realms are Newcomer 1 to 10 white, Beginner 11 to 20 red, Ordinary 21 to 30 orange, Elite 31 to 40 yellow, Gym 4150 green, Overlord 5160 blue, Quasi-King 61 to 70 blue, King 7180 purple, Champion 8190 gold, Master 9100 platinum. Just as Mo was still marveling at the Academy's generosity, a familiar shadow of a person came into view. Hey, Zemo? Looking at the girl in a light blue dress walking towards him, Zemo also recalled. The girl's name was Dongfeng Ziling, and she was his former classmate. She was lively and could get along with almost everyone in the class. Maybe because her name also contained the word, she often chatted with him, and she could be considered a half-friend. The reason why she was called a half-friend was that the original owner was cold at that time, and he would not respond to anyone who greeted him, so he basically had no friends. Dongfeng Ziling was one of the few people who would greet him every day, and she could be considered a half-friend. Have you solved your Pokemon problem? Dongfeng Ziling walked up and blinked her purple eyes, asking curiously. Well, the Pokemon problem has been solved, and now I have become a novice trainer. Thank you for the initial help. Zemo nodded and thanked him. In the second half of the last year, Dongfeng Ziling was going to give him a Pokemon and a sum of money, but Zemo refused at that time. Oh, I didn't expect that you, with your cold personality, would actually thank me. Dongfeng Ziling looked at Zemo in surprise, and after a moment she said, That's all trivial. Are you also planning to study at the Holy Spirit Academy? Yes. Then let's go together, Dongfeng Ziling said with some excitement. Zemo looked at Dongfeng Ziling in surprise. Dongfeng Ziling had a good personality and a beautiful appearance. She had snow-white skin, a tall figure, a slender waist, a head of sky-blue hair, purple eyes, and a blue gem on her snow-white neck. Even if you were closer, you could smell the faint body fragrance from Dongfeng Ziling. Dongfeng Ziling was also a school beauty in her original school, with countless suitors. Although she had a good personality, Zemo had never seen her agree to other men's invitations, let alone actively invite others. Dongfeng Ziling saw the strange look in Zemo's eyes and knew that he had misunderstood something. She blushed and explained, Actually, I just came here too. I'm not familiar with this place. I wanted to find someone I know to go with me, but I wandered around for a few hours and didn't find anyone I know. Hearing this, Zemo glanced at a figure not far away. If he remembered correctly, it was a former classmate of theirs. However, he didn't expose Dongfeng Ziling. Instead, he nodded and said, You know, I didn't have an elf at the time, and I didn't take the elf battle test, so we're not going to the same place. It's okay. I just want to see your elf battle, so take me with you. Dongfang Ziling put her hands together and asked pitifully. Seeing Dongfang Ziling's playful look, Zemo's heart couldn't help but beat faster, and at the same time, a feeling of excitement arose. Well, let's go together. Zemo nodded calmly. Okay. Dongfang Ziling smiled happily when she saw Zemo agreed. Next, Zemo took Dongfang Ziling to the academy. Because of Dongfang Ziling's appearance, some envious and jealous eyes would be cast at him from time to time. However, Zemo's mentality is completely different now. If he had just traveled through time, he might still be a little nervous, but he has lived in the Pokemon anime world for 17 years and is even a Pokemon doctor. He has seen too many big people, so he is not afraid now. Dongfang Ziling is not surprised. She has been looked at in this way since she was a child and has become accustomed to it. Not long after, the two came to the enrollment building of the Holy Spirit Academy. Name? An old man sitting in the enrollment seat looked up and looked at the two of them and asked programmatically, My name is Dongfang Ziling. My name is Zemo. The old man nodded, entered the names of the two on the screen in front of him, and, after some operation, he said, Dongfang Ziling, you are assigned to Class 1, Grade 1. Zemo, you are a special enrollment this time. You need to have a Pokemon match before you can be divided into classes. Yes, teacher, then where can I do it? Zemo asked. Wait a minute, Xiaobai. The old man said and then shouted to the room next to him. After a while, a young boy who looked young came running from the room next to him. The boy looked a little older than Zemo at most. He was wearing the white school uniform of the Holy Spirit Academy and looked quite handsome. Before the boy could speak, the old man pointed at Zemo and said, Take him to the battlefield on the top floor to take the elf command test. Yes. The boy responded respectfully and agreed. Teacher, can I go and take a look too? Dongfang Ziling asked curiously. The old man looked up and glanced at Dongfang Ziling and nodded. Seeing the old man nod, Dongfang Ziling blinked at Zemo and said, playfully, Let's go! Zemo shrugged and followed the boy's footsteps. You should all be freshmen. My name is Heibai and I'm a sophomore. The boy named Heibai introduced himself while leading the way. My name is Zemo, a freshman. Zemo nodded. My name is Dongfang Ziling. Dongfang Ziling said in a rather bland way. After Dongfang Ziling finished introducing herself, Zemo and Heibai all cast a puzzled look at her. Zemo was puzzled. Wasn't this girl usually quite lively? What happened today? Not only did she ignore her old classmates at the school gate, but now she was actually a bit bland when talking to others. She must not be like her before. Heibai was a bit puzzled about Dongfang Ziling's last name, but he didn't ask because he also knew that there were very few people with this last name, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, even though he knew that she was someone he couldn't afford to offend, he still secretly looked at her a few more times. There was no way around it. She was really beautiful, comparable to the school beauties of the Holy Spirit Academy. However, if we really had to compare, the school beauties were still better. After all, after awakening their natal spirits, their bodies were developing rapidly every year. One was a C and the other was a D. How could they compare? Soon the three of them took the elevator to the top floor. Zemo could understand that the battlefield was built on the top floor. After all, even a low-level battle would cause considerable damage. On the upper floors, even if the entire floor was destroyed, it would not matter. It could be repaired. However, this was not the case on the lower floors. Once damaged, it was very likely that the entire building would collapse. Of course, it was impossible to collapse under normal circumstances. Next, you can take a Pokeball from the shelf on the left and fight with me. You don't need to be able to defeat me. After the battle, the video of our battle will be sent to the teacher for evaluation. Heibai said as he took Zemo to the square competition field. Zemo nodded and looked at the rows of Pokeballs on the shelf on the left. There were no marks on the Pokeballs, so it was a matter of luck to choose any Pokemon. However, this was the case on his side, and it was the same on Heibai's side. In general, this test even tested luck, but the good news was that Zemo's data eye could clearly see the Pokemon in the Pokeballs. When Heibai had already chosen the Pokemon and was learning about the Pokemon skills, Zemo was still standing there, looking at it. This scene made Dongfang Ziling outside the field a little confused, wondering what he was doing. Features: sharp eyes. Skills: air blade, impact, sand throwing, wind, parrot, leving te. Features: escape, yellows, bite, impact, tail shake, lightning, flash, gathering energy. Features: sniper, green. Skills: insect bite, silk spinning, hardening, double needle, peck, rage, random attack, poison needle, iron wall, chase, tile breaking. Zemo's eyes swept over dozens of Pokballs and finally settled on Beedrill's Pokball. Beedrill's level was 2 levels higher than the other Pokemons, and it was a Pokemon that had evolved twice, so it had a great advantage in this low-level battle. The most important thing is that this giant needle blade has the skill of splitting tiles for some unknown reason. This world is not like a game. Some skills must be learned through skill-learning machines. As long as the skills in this world are learnable, they can be learned through teaching. As for self-learning, the probability is very small. Most of them learned it through hard training, and the average level of the Pokemon here is around level 10. So it's a bit strange that the Great Needle has this skill, because the Pokemon here can't have this skill. But now most of the time to get familiar with the Pokemon has passed, so Zemo has no time to think and directly stepped forward to pick up the Pokeball and release the Pokemon inside. Great Needle, it's up to you next. Hiss, hiss! The Great Needle is obviously familiar with this process and just appeared and wanted to show the skills it learned. But when it was halfway through showing its skill of splitting tiles, it was stopped by Zemo. 2 minutes later, the battle officially began. Unlike the Great Needle chosen by Zemo, Heibai chose a Spearow. Features: qualification green. Skills: lightning flash, pecking, calling, gathering chi, staring, chasing, random attack, swallow return. The level of Heibai's side is obviously much higher than his side. If he is unlucky and chooses a level 10 one, it will be even more difficult to fight. Moreover, Swordbird's skill Swallow Return is a flying skill, which doubles the damage to the Great Needle. Although his side's tile-splitting skill doubles the damage to the general system, the flying system resists and ultimately only doubles the damage. At this level, if he is hit by Swallow Return twice, he will definitely lose. And Swordbird can also use Lightning Flash, so whether he can win depends entirely on the skill of Iron Wall. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. With the referee's order, the battle officially began. Swordbird, Lightning Flash. After Heibai's order, white light emerged from the sword's body and rushed towards the Great Needle at an extremely fast speed, and Zemo also quickly issued the first order. Big Needle, we'll use Iron Wall, and then we'll use Double Needles. Hiss! After the Big Needle shouted, a metallic color appeared on his body. When the fiery bird was about to approach, the 2 huge steel needles swung forward fiercely and made close contact with the fiery bird in the white light. Bang! Then there was a bang, and the fiery bird was slapped several meters away, which surprised Heibai. Not to mention Heibai, even Zemo was a little surprised. Originally, his purpose this time was to exchange injuries for injuries, but he didn't expect that the Big Needle's reaction speed was so fast. But this is also a good opportunity to seize the victory. Big Needle, come closer and use tile splitting. Hiss! Hearing the order, the Big Needle also flew towards the fiery bird quickly and attacked it when it fell heavily to the ground and had not yet stood up. The white light on the right needle was diffused, and just when the attack was about to hit the fiery bird, Heibai announced his surrender, and Chen also ordered to stop the attack. Hey, I didn't expect that I would lose so easily. Heibai put away the elf and handed it to the staff beside him, saying unwillingly, "Haha, luck, luck." Lei, little embarrassed, after all, he was cheating. But in addition to cheating, this time he was really lucky. He didn't expect that the reaction speed and strength of this big needle tip were very good. Although the hardness of the 2 needles increased a lot after using the Iron Wall, it was able to knock away the Spearow that accelerated for more than 20 meters. This was something he didn't expect at all. Because this competition can't test your command level at all, can you please tell us your thoughts just now on the spot? Heibai scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It's okay. I was planning to use Iron Wall to strengthen my defense first to avoid being killed by the flying skill in 2 moves, and then use Tile Splitting or Poison Needle to attack when Spearow is approaching. But I didn't expect that the reaction speed of the Great Needle was so fast. Although Iron Wall also reduced some of the impact, it was really the credit of the Great Needle this time. Oh, so the skill you stopped the Great Needle from using just now was Tile Splitting. At this time, Dongfang Ziling on the sidelines ran over and said with a smile, "Tile Splitting? Then you are really lucky to have chosen the strongest Great Needle here. The Dean once said that luck is also a part of strength. It's not unfair for me to lose." He said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the Great Needle would actually know Tile Splitting at this level." Zemo smiled. "Okay, now I have sent the video. You can go downstairs and wait for the teacher to tell you the result." He took the Great Needle's Pokeball from Zemo and smiled. "Thank you, Senior." Zemo thanked him and walked towards the elevator with Dongfang Ziling. "Hey, with your liberal arts scores, we must be in the same class again." Dongfang Ziling laughed. "Not necessarily, after all. My elf was obtained more than 8 months later than others, so I might be in class too." Touched his nose and said, "How is it possible? Based on your performance just now, your elf score can't be too low. With your liberal arts scores, you can definitely be in class 1. Dongfang Ziling said affirmatively. "Well, do you really want me to be in class 1? Zemo looked at Dongfang Ziling in confusion and asked curiously. Dongfang Ziling's face turned red, snorted lightly, and said proudly, "What's wrong? Isn't it good to be in the same class with me?" Looking at Dongfang Ziling's somewhat shy look, Zemo was a little speechless. This little girl wouldn't really like him, but thinking about the original owner's cold personality, no one should like her. Maybe it was his illusion. The third illusion of a person, she likes me, and I have no illusion that it will succeed this time. There was no conversation along the way, and it didn't take long before they arrived in front of the old man on the first floor. "Well, I watched the video, although you won by luck. The dean often said that luck is also a part of strength, so you passed. But in this case, I can't give you too high a score." The old man glanced at the two and said, "Well, which class was he assigned to in the end?" Dongfang Ziling asked curiously before Zemo spoke. The old man glanced at Dongfang Ziling and smiled disrespectfully. "Little girl from the Dongfang family, are you his girlfriend?" Dongfang Ziling's face turned red when she heard the old man's words, and even her snow-white gooseneck turned red. She stammered, No, I'm not his girlfriend." After that, she ran out shyly. "Little girl, if you really run away, you won't know the answer." The old man laughed. Zemo looked at the old man with a grin on his face, and always gave him a sense of sinisterness. When Dongfang Ziling heard the old man's words, she paused for a moment, as if she had struggled for a while, and finally came back with a blushing face. Zemo also felt interesting looking at Dongfang Ziling's pink face. "What are you looking at, Humph?" Dongfang Ziling saw Zemo looking at her with a smile on her face, pouted her lips, and snorted a little proudly. "Huh? I didn't expect the score to be so good." At this time, the old man looked at the score on the screen and said with some surprise, Luck, only this time the questions are relatively simple." Zemo said, "Humph, if it was simple, why didn't I get full marks?" Dongfang Ziling showed a pair of small tiger teeth and glared at Zemo fiercely, saying unhappily, Zemo said it was simple, and she didn't get full marks, which always made her feel like she was mocking her. Zemo looked at Dongfang Ziling's appearance and felt a sense of cuteness. Dongfang Ziling was really too cute, which reminded him of those cute girls in the second dimension in his previous life. "Well, your grades are really good. I thought that if your grades in the spirit subject were a little bit worse, you might be separated from this little girl. But I didn't expect that your liberal arts grades could make up for the gap. If you were allowed to take the spirit subject test again, you might become the first in the school." The old man said with some emotion, "By the way, are you willing to take the test again? If you are willing, I can approve it. Forget it, as long as I can enter class 1. Zemo shook his head and refused. "That's fine. With your grades, you are also among the best in class 1. The old man nodded and took out 2 badges with S printed on them from the drawer. This is your class badge. Take it, and then you can go to Class 1 in the spirit area. As for the school uniforms, they will be distributed at the beginning of the semester. And you, kid, I have seen your situation. You can take a good look at the school rules. If you want, you can get a cyan or blue spirit in the school. The old man said, Okay, I'll take a look. Zemo nodded. After the matter was over, the two left the admissions building together. Ziling, do you know what the school rules the teacher just mentioned? After leaving the building, Zemo asked Dongfang Ziling, who was still a little shy. The school rules the teacher just mentioned are that you can choose to apply for an elf from the academy and then complete the academy's tasks, but those tasks are not too difficult. Those elves are basically given out as favors, which can be regarded as an investment by the academy, and not everyone can succeed in applying. But most ordinary people apply for elves with cyan qualifications. There are very few blue ones. After all, elves with quasi-king qualifications are not common even in the wild. If you really need an elf, you can tell me. I can provide you with a purple qualification, and it must be a good elf. Of course, this also requires a price, but it is not high. You just need to stay by my side and protect me for a year after graduation. Dongfang Ziling's heart moved slightly, and she tried. It's not that she can't give out an elf with higher qualifications, but because high qualifications are too easy to be targeted by the Dark Organization. If she gave an elf with golden qualifications, too many people could find out from clues, so the golden qualifications still need to wait until he grows up before giving it. Zemo looked at Dongfang Ziling in surprise. This girl's words were a bit obvious. She just said that blue qualified elves were very rare, and now she casually gave him a purple one, and the price was just to stay by her side and protect her for a year. If other people heard this, I'm afraid even the son of a champion would be willing to do it. Staying by the side of such a beautiful woman to protect her is a good thing that you can't find even with a lantern. I believe those people are even willing to protect her for a lifetime. But what kind of person is Zemo? He is a man with a system. Just a purple qualified elf, you want him to protect it for a year? Would he be short of this elf? Ahem, are you serious? Zemo said with a dry cough. Of course, what I said is true. I won't lie to you, Dongfang Ziling said shyly. No, although I know your family is rich, purple qualified elves are very rare. Not to mention that I don't know your situation at home. What if you are punished for this? So I refuse. Zemo's face changed, and he shook his head and said righteously. Dongfang Ziling was moved and angry when he heard his words. What moved her was that he could think so much for her, and was not worried about being punished. She believed that if it were ordinary people, they would definitely agree without hesitation. What made her angry was that this guy didn't know her identity for so many years, which really made her a little crazy. It was a pity that whenever someone mentioned her identity, she would look at him. But after 3 years, this guy still didn't know who she was. Thinking of this, the emotion just now was dispersed a lot. Well, so you don't even know my real identity? Dongfang Ziling said with a smile. Zemo looked at Dongfang Ziling's smile and always felt a little gloomy. Gulu, you are the one from childhood? Zemo's throat moved obviously, and he recalled a little boy in his memory and said uncertainly, I transferred to your school on purpose, but you didn't recognize me in these years. Dongfang Ziling was already a little collapsed at this time, and her little fist hit Zemo's chest frantically, shouting angrily. She didn't expect that in these years, the other party didn't recognize her at all. It was a pity that she even asked her parents to transfer to another school. It turned out that he didn't want to care about her because of the disappearance of his family, but he didn't recognize her at all. A group of passers-by around saw this, seen with curiosity. Humph, in broad daylight, in the open world, there is actually an ugly man bullying such a cute girl. It's really abominable. Brothers, let's go teach that man a lesson. A man in the uniform of the Holy Soul Academy said angrily to several friends around him, and the several boys around him all looked at this man like a fool. One of the short men said speechlessly, "That fist is so light. Can't you see that they are a couple flirting? Why did you go up to join in the fun?" The man cried with envy. "I envy. Why is that man not me? What are you envious of? Don't you know who that girl is? She is the daughter of the current patriarch of the Dongfang family, and her brother is one of the 8 young masters. How could you know her if you didn't have a background? Said another handsome man. Hearing this, the man who was about to cry just now burst into tears. Originally thought that the man was just luckier than him. Now seeing that the gap is even greater. There are sensible people here, but not all sensible people are. At this time, a man wearing expensive clothes has walked over. Haha, something interesting is about to happen. Are you still crying? The handsome man smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had been crying and snotting just now stood up directly, without any trace of tears on his face. It was obvious that there was only thunder but no rain. You bold demon, you dare to bully a girl in broad daylight. I advise you to surrender quickly. I believe that with my level of Zhongshan, I can make you stay in the Alliance prison for 700 or 800 years. As the man shouted, Dongfang Ziling also stopped her hand, turned around and looked at the arrogant man. She was a little speechless. She didn't use any strength just now. Couldn't this fool observe it? With such observation ability, how did he get into the Holy Soul Academy? My friend, she was just having a little temper with me just now. It's okay. Zemo smiled helplessly and explained. Humph, bold demon, who knows if you are bewitching people? If I leave, this beautiful lady will fall into your clutches. Zhongshan snorted coldly. Hearing this, Zemo was a little unhappy. Is he surrounded by a light of intelligence reduction or a halo of ridicule? Why didn't he listen to the explanation when he said it so clearly? What's the matter between me and my brother? What does it have to do with you? Dongfang Ziling said somewhat unhappily. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhongshan immediately changed his expression and said with a smile on his face, "Ha, it turns out to be Big Brother. I just didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. This kid took advantage of me." Although he wanted to kick him directly, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. So Zemo kicked the smiling dog in front of him, 7 or 8 meters away. Ouch! Zemo suddenly attacked, and Zhongshan didn't react. After being kicked away, he covered his stomach and rolled on the ground. The people around him moved away with disgust. It seems that this person didn't leave a good impression on them. Okay, what are you looking at? We should go. Zemo pulled up Dongfang Ziling, who was still stunned, and said, his current elf level is not very high, and if the opponent is a child of aristocratic family, he may not be able to beat him at that time, and he does not want to rely on Dongfang Ziling to protect him, so it is better to leave first. As for regretting, that is impossible. Others have taken advantage of him, and they are taking advantage of the woman who likes him. If he does not express his feelings, wouldn't he be a coward? Wow, you have changed a lot in this period of time. Did something happen? If it was something like this before, you would leave first. Dongfang Ziling completely forgot that Zemo was holding her hand, and chattered. Seeing that Dongfang Ziling was talking non-stop, Zemo stopped, lifted Dongfang Ziling's chin, and smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, "So do you like me before, or me now?" Well? Dongfang Ziling shyly lowered her head again without saying a word, and her shy eyes were wrinkled as if the elf had lost its fighting ability. Looking at Dongfang Ziling, who was shyly lowering her head, Zemo silently gave her a thumbs up. The shy Dongfang Ziling was still cute. Thinking of this, Zemo continued to lead Dongfang Ziling away. Only the remaining group of people were left, with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred, especially the handsome man just now. Fuck, awesome, he can actually make Dongfang Ziling obedient. This is a big brother. And Zemo, more than 10 minutes later, was also lost in the huge school. This school is so big, where should we live now? Zemo led Dongfang Ziling, who was still a quail, and looked at the 3 forks in front of him in confusion. At this time, a girl in school uniform walked by him, and Zemo couldn't wait to grab her arm. Ah! What he didn't expect was that the girl screamed when he just pulled her, and Zemo was so scared that he loosened his hand. What's wrong? Dongfang Ziling was no longer playing dumb and raised her little face, which was still flushed. Well, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask for directions, but for some reason, I seemed to scare this senior sister. Zemo coughed dryly and said awkwardly, Well, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the prescription, and I'm a little timid. At this time, the woman also reacted, and her face was a little flushed as she bowed to apologize. Zemo took a look at this senior sister. The senior sister was about 1.7 meters tall, with long flowing black hair hanging down, revealing the breath of youth. Her delicate appearance was eye-catching. Her eyes were flashing with heart-moving autumn eyes, and her red lips were slightly raised, exhaling like orchids, which added a bit of lovable purity. Especially wearing the school uniform of Shengun High School, the upper body was a simple short-sleeved top, highlighting the full chest, and the lower body was a skirt that reached below the knees. I don't know if the senior sister likes it, but she actually wore black stockings, which made people unable to stop. This girl is really beautiful, especially because she has grown up for a year. Some parts are big and thin, which makes her more attractive than Dongfang Ziling. Ouch! It hurts. But before he could take a closer look, he felt a pain in his ear. A white and tender little hand had already twisted his ear. I'm sorry, we are freshmen. We want to go back to the classroom. We got lost just now, so I want to ask you to help us. Dongfang Ziling let go of the little hand on her left and smiled without changing her expression. Well, I got lost when I first came here, and it was a kind senior who helped me. So today I will take you there. The girl chuckled and nodded. Thank you very much. My name is Dongfang Ziling, and his name is Zemo, my friend. Dongfang Ziling smiled and hesitated for a moment, but still didn't say that he was her boyfriend. She was still a little embarrassed now. Although she wanted to assert her sovereignty, she didn't care when she thought of Zemo's cold personality, so she didn't say it. My name is Zhulanlian, an international student. Zhulanlian introduced herself with a smile. Zemo did not find it strange to hear her self-introduction, but Dongfang Ziling felt a little strange. Are you from the Zhulan family? Yes. Zhulanlian nodded and admitted. Zhulan family? Although Zemo was a little confused, he did not ask. The two girls had already started chatting, so he would ask Dongfang Ziling later. Under the leadership of Zhulanlian, it didn't take long for the two to arrive at the trainer school district. Yes, they had been wandering around the trainer school district just now. If Zhulanlian hadn't told them, they might not be able to find their dormitories and classrooms tomorrow. Okay, this is where you have class. I won't go in. You can go in by yourselves. Zhulanlian took the two to the bottom of a huge floor and proposed to leave. Sister Lian, let's exchange contact information. Dongfang Ziling said when she saw Zhulanlian was leaving. Yeah, Zhulanlian nodded, and not only exchanged contact information with Dongfang Ziling, but also with Zemo. After Zhulanlian left, Dongfang Ziling pouted and said unhappily, Your first contact is not me. Even if I add you first, the first contact is my sister, and the second one is not you, but Grandpa Meng. And why do you care so much about this? Zemo flicked Dongfang Ziling's head lightly and smiled. Humph, it's all your fault. You didn't want the elf phone I gave you. Dongfang Ziling pouted with resentment. At this point, Dongfang Ziling was a little angry again. When she saw Zemo didn't have an elf phone, she specially gave one to everyone in the class in order to let Zemo accept the elf phone. In the end, this guy didn't want it, which made her spend more than 100,000 alliance coins in vain. In fact, Zemo had a mobile phone, but it broke later. At that time, he and Xiaoluo only had 2,000 alliance coins for a month, so they were willing to buy a mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan. But to be honest, the elf phones in this world are really good. Not only can they chat, surf the internet, make calls, and take videos, but they also have an illustration function. As long as you take a photo, the information and approximate level and skills will appear. The most important thing is that this phone is really black technology. Even if it is attacked by an ordinary 49 level elf, it will not be harmed. The only thing it cannot defend is sunlight and electricity. Humph, we haven't made it clear what we just did. At this time, Dongfang Ziling remembered that they quarreled in front of the admissions building. Hey, my grandfather disappeared at that time, and I just got over the sadness recently. Zemo sighed, raised his head, and said with a sad face, He and Dongfang Ziling are childhood sweethearts because they were together for a period of time when they were young. mainly because her father asked Meng Wenlong to make Meng Wenlong's unique potion, so they stayed together for more than a year. Meng Wenlong just successfully made the potion, and Dongfang Ziling left with her father. At that time, because of Dongfang Ziling's personality, he and Xiao Luo always thought that Dongfang Ziling was a boy. As for why Dongfang Ziling had been staying with Meng Wenlong at that time, it was because her father was fighting for the position of the head of the family at that time. So for the safety of his daughter, he sent her back. As for why he left after getting the potion, this was not something he could know. But what made him most suspicious was how Dongfang Ziling fell in love with him. Dongfang Ziling saw Zimo's expression and her heart ached. She gently hugged Zimo without saying a word. Zimo felt the fragrant body in his arms, and his heart trembled. He didn't expect that he would get such a benefit just by fooling around a few times. I wonder if he can have a daughter next year if he fools around? Guilty, guilty. When Zimo thought that Dongfang Ziling was only 15 years old, he felt a little unnatural. Although this world officially became an adult at the age of 15, the thoughts of his previous life deeply influenced him. When he had evil thoughts, his mind was full of the 8 words, 3 years starting, death penalty is not wrong. It was the 4 words, 3 years starting. But it seems that it was changed to 5 years before he crossed over. Ahem! At this moment, a light cough reached the ears of the two. Dongfang Ziling also pushed Zimo away in a panic. Her face turned red again. Dongfang Ziling was sure that she blushed more times today than in the previous year. Ahem! Although you are all adults, this is not a reason for you to be like this at the door. Look at the classmates around you. They are almost jealous. A man with a teacher's badge on his chest said with a smile. The classmates around also nodded. They didn't expect that they had just come to school for a short time and hadn't met many old classmates yet, but they ended up eating a mouthful of dog food. Hey, isn't this the man who kicked Zhang Shan at the school gate? At this time, a man said with some surprise. It seems to be true, but I heard that Zhang Shan has gone to the dean to argue. I am his classmate. I have seen him send a student who offended him to the Union prison before, and it lasted for 10 years. A freshman said, Brother, you are out of date. That guy just went to the dean of the Elf District, but because he didn't know him, he scolded the dean and now he has packed up and left. Another freshman said gloatingly, Indeed, I don't like that Zhang Shan either. He always relies on the power of his family to show off. If he doesn't have a family, he is nothing. A man in school uniform frowned. Yeah, it's a pity that he is a homonym of Zhang San, the law enforcement officer of the Alliance. The law enforcement officer is fair and just. I heard some time ago that he directly investigated a police station of the Alliance that colluded with others and released many people who were wrongly sentenced. Compared with law enforcement officer Zhang San, he is nothing. A female student said indignantly, but the teacher didn't care about what they said later, but looked at Zimo in surprise, patted his shoulder and said, Well, not bad. Don't be afraid of that kind of students. No family can get involved in this college. If someone bullies you, as long as you are right, do it with confidence. After saying that, the teacher went upstairs. After hearing what the teacher said, everyone present was a little excited. Zimo was also a little surprised, wondering why a high school could have such a boldness. Only Dongfang Ziling was not surprised and thought it was quite normal. Okay, little quail, we should go in. Zimo took Dongfang Ziling's hand and said, What is a little quail? Dongfang Ziling looked up and asked in confusion. Little quail, it's not anything. It just means you are very cute. Zimo smiled. Oh, so that's it. Dongfang Ziling tilted her head and squinted her eyes, looking a little happy. Seeing Dongfang Ziling happy, Zimo also felt a little funny. After the two walked up the stairs, another problem came up. They didn't know which floor was for Class 1, Grade 1. The first floor should be for Grade 1. Let's go and take a look. Anyway, we will know whether they are wearing school uniforms or not. Zimo said as he walked in front, holding Dongfang Ziling's hand. Zimo's guess was right. The first floor was indeed for the first grade, and Class 1 was at the easternmost part. However, when the two walked to the front of the classroom and looked at the person on the podium, they were a little surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you two to be in my class. The instructor also noticed the two people at the door at this time and said with a little surprise, "Come in, choose a seat for yourself." After the two entered the classroom, dozens of eyes were cast at them, but the meaning of the eyes was completely different. After the two found a place where no one was sitting, they also looked around. Only then did he realize that the space here was surprisingly large, which was equal to the 4 classrooms before. This shows how huge this 4-story building is. Okay, there are more new students today. Let's continue with the self-introduction just now. I'll go first. My name is Long Chen, Long in Dragonite, Chen in Morning, and my natal spirit, Dragonite, Long Chen said in a loud voice. Hearing that the instructor's spirit was actually the quasi-god spirit Dragonite, both other students and Zemo were a little shocked. "This is Dragonite." After being shocked for a while, Instructor Long Chen asked everyone to introduce themselves. "My name is Wan Hei. My natal elf is Squirtle. My name is Li Ning. My natal elf is Cat Monster. My name is Li Tianlei. My natal elf is Scyther. My name is Zhao Qi. My natal elf is Porter. My name is Bai Gulan. My natal elf is Wood Gecko. My name is Qing Yiyu. My natal elf is Lalulus." As they continued to introduce themselves, everyone turned their eyes to the last 2 girls introduced. Bai Gulan's voice was cold, and it was obvious that she had a cold personality, but she was beautiful, especially with her long, silver-white hair. Even compared to Dongfang Ziling, she was only slightly inferior. Qing Yiyu speaks in a melodious voice, has beautiful green hair, and looks as good as Bai Gulan. She is a gentle person. The most important thing is that her natal elf is Ralts. When Ralts evolves into Gardevoir, hehe. At this time, all the male classmates were already thinking about it. The following self-introduction made their jaws drop to the ground. My name is Dongfang Ziling, and my natal elf is Doran Messiah, a elf I just discovered recently. Dongfang Ziling's voice is crisp and beautiful, and her appearance is even better than Bai Gulan and Qing Yu. Although they know that it may be the man next to them, if someone succeeds, wouldn't it be more wonderful? My name is Zemo. My natal elf is Zerora, which is a newly discovered elf. Well, do we have 2 newly discovered elves in our class this time? To be honest, although newly discovered elves represent new unknown potential, when fighting, they can make the opponent unaware of the characteristics, skills, and features of your elves. But these elves are newly discovered, and no one knows how to train them correctly, so if you have any questions, you can ask the instructor. Although we have just come into contact with these elves, we have much more experience than you, and you can adopt them. Instructor Long Chen frowned and said, "Well, we understand. Thank you, instructor." The 2 nodded and thanked him. After finishing the self-introduction, Instructor Long Chen led everyone to the dormitory building behind the classroom building. The dormitories here are for 4 people in a room, but because most of the people here are adults, the management is looser. The 4th floor on the far left is for girls, the one on the left is for boys, and the one in the middle is for couples. Although the school is not strict about dating, the ones in the middle are basically 4th-year students who apply to live in them, and if a pregnancy is discovered, they will be expelled immediately. So the instructor hopes that you can control yourselves and not let such things delay your journey to becoming a trainer during the golden time of progress. Oh, by the way, don't cause trouble in school, otherwise you will lose credits. If your credits are surpassed, or even if you are replaced by students from Class 2 at the end of the semester, your resources will drop a lot. After Instructor Long Chen's explanation, everyone looked at the middle floor curiously, while Dongfang Ziling secretly glanced at Zemo, feeling shy. But I want to say here that the middle floor was added because you are adults and don't have too many constraints, and it mainly faces the 3rd and 4th grade classes. So I hope you don't go. These 3 years are the golden time for your spirits to improve. Don't waste your time on such things. When your strength improves, your horizons will expand. At that time, you will find that there are many excellent opposite sexes. Unless you are sure that you really like each other, I suggest that you don't fall in love in these 3 years. Teacher Long Chen reminded when he saw a group of students around him, all of whom were a little moved. In fact, he had proposed to the dean to prohibit students from falling in love. He believed that now was the golden time for students. With the resources of the school and without too much social pressure, they could focus their minds on the improvement of spirits. But the dean was rejected. At that time, he was really angry and thought that the dean was delaying those potential students. But the dean said, "School is not a place to cultivate their strength. If the students have bad character, even if they become powerful trainers, such trainers will not be useful to the people, but more likely to be termites. And you instructors only need to give correct guidance when those students make mistakes, instead of blindly removing any obstacles. Any real strong person has gone through the baptism of blood and rain to get to this point. And the wind and rain in advance will allow them to better deal with blood when they encounter it." He wanted to refute this, but he didn't know where to start. The dean was right. No strong person came out of good times, because the level of the king, without a sufficient state of mind, it is impossible to break through in a lifetime. And what the school should do is not to cultivate powerful trainers one by one, but to cultivate trainers who can help the country and the people. The advantage of doing this is to eliminate those high-ranking but not motivated students, so that those low-ranking but motivated students can take this opportunity to improve their classes and get more resources. Here we have to talk about the school rules. If a student from Class 10 enters Class 1, all the resources that have been distributed to Class 1 will be reissued. For example, if a student was in Class 10 the year before and entered Class 1 the next year, all the resources equivalent to one student in Class 1 for the whole year will be reissued. However, this teaching method actually has many disadvantages. Although the school has experienced decline over the past 1,000 years, it has finally survived with the help of its former students. For example, the current dean and 2 vice deans were all former students of the school. Okay, there will be no classes these days because the school has not started. As for the dormitory, you can choose it yourself. After saying this, Instructor Long Chen left. There will be many new students coming in these days, so he basically stays in the classroom. In fact, he does not need to stay in the classroom. The instructors of other classes did not go, and he went just to get familiar with the new students. After the instructor left, Dongfang Ziling looked at Zemo standing beside him shyly. Zemo looked at Dongfang Ziling and naturally knew what she was thinking, but he was a little hesitant. He definitely didn't tell anyone his secret now. Moreover, although Dongfang Ziling seemed to like him, he didn't know much about her. They only stayed together for a year when they were young. He didn't know what her personality was like now, and whether she put family first. Indeed, if he took the initiative to propose living together, they might become lovers directly. But again, he didn't know Dongfang Ziling and couldn't take the risk of living with her. Moreover, he didn't know what her family meant. If they lived together, there might be a lot of trouble. For him who is relatively weak now, any trouble could be fatal. After all, Dongfang Ziling has a good personality, is beautiful, and has countless suitors. If there is Teacher Long Chen at the stairs at school, it should be fine, but it is not guaranteed that it will be fine if he goes out. What if he is framed by the admirer of that family? After thinking it over, Zemo finally decided not to live together. It's not possible now. As a man with blood and vigor, it would be bad if I can't control it. Zemo smiled and whispered in Dongfang Ziling's ear. He is not a steel straight man. Of course, he knows that it is not good to refuse directly. Although this way of refusing is not the best, it is the best among the ways he has thought of. Hearing the whisper in his ear, Dong Ziling's face was flushed, and he ran to the girls' dormitory in a panic. After Dongfang Ziling left, Zemo smiled bitterly and walked towards the men's dormitory on the right. He wanted to try his best to improve Zerora's level in the next few days, preferably through the 20th floor of the Elf Tower to open the next function. As for the elves sent by the Academy, he was going to think about it. After all, it was a free gift, so why not take it? Walking up the stairs to the dormitory building, he found that there were not many people at all, but there were quite a few boys on the first floor. Skipping the first floor, the number of people on the second floor decreased significantly, but Zemo did not want to live there, so he went straight to the 4th floor. There were not many people on the 4th floor, only a few, and they all looked like lonely people. Zemo estimated that the 4th floor might not be occupied in the end. After taking a look at the corridor, Zemo went straight to the room in the corner and found a key on the door. After opening the room with the key, Zemo closed the door and looked at the decoration of the room. There are 4 wooden beds, each with a desk. There is a washroom and toilet at the back, and it is also equipped with air conditioning, which is quite good. It's a bit dirty. It seems that I need to clean it. After touching the wooden bed and finding it a little dusty, Zemo released all 4 elves. Lalu, Bebe, wow, Rook? After the 4 elves came out, they all looked around curiously. Okay, this is your new home in the future. Let's clean up together now, Zemo said with a slight smile. That's right, Zemo called them out to help clean up. The elves, although we are not human, you are a real dog. The burning bug looked at Zemo and yawned. It used to fight, eat, and sleep, so how could it clean up? The other elves all looked confused. They didn't know what cleaning was. Looking at the confused faces of the elves, Zemo's smile froze on his face. He forgot that these elves were born not long ago, so how could they clean up? Although Huabebe was born a long time ago, she has been in the wild all the time, and it is impossible for her to know how to clean up. Okay, you guys play here for a while. Zemo waved his hand helplessly, picked up the mop and towel in the corner, and started to work. Lalulas looked at Zemo and picked up the towel she could carry and started to clean it. Zerora picked up the broom and started to clean. As for Huabebe, she was too small to do anything, and the burning bug had no hands, which meant he couldn't do anything either, so he just found a place and fell asleep. Half an hour later, the room was cleaned. After feeding the 4 elves with energy cubes, Zemo locked the door and planned to upgrade Zeraora and then break through the 20th floor of the elf tower. After closing the door, Zemo looked at the 4 elves and planned to see their opinions. The elves had no opinions. They were all willing to listen to Zemo's orders, and they had no complaints about upgrading the strongest Zeraora first. After the elves agreed, Zemo also opened the system panel. Lifespan 52 CI. Talent Evergreen Power Low Level. Its talent levels are divided into Low Level, Intermediate Level, Advanced Level, Top Level, Legendary Level. Contracted Elves, Huabebe, Level 17, 238,800, currently Blue, Actual Platinum. Lalulasi, Level 12, 288, Purple. Burning Bug, Level 13, 123,400. Ordinary Elves, Nuns, Available Experience items 1. Millennium Resurrection Grass, 1 King-level Superpower Origin Stone, 5 Luxury Balls, 6 bottles of Wound Medicine, 14 bottles of Powerful Wound Medicine, 5 Lucky Eggs, 2 Vitality Fragments. Level 8 Breeder Knowledge, Basic Breeder Encyclopedia, King-level Training Experience, Superpower, Fairy Intermediate Energy Cubes 99, 99 Fire and Bug Intermediate Energy Cubes, 149 Electric Intermediate Energy Cubes, 99 Fairy Intermediate Energy Cubes, Space Bracelet, Trainer Essential Items, various potions. Looking at the experience that can be distributed, Zemo also distributed all of it to Zeraora. Ding! Congratulations to the elf Zeraora for gaining 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the elf Zeraora for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for leveling up, currently level 23, 153, 1400. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for learning the skills Split, Volt Replacement, and Charge. 5,000 experience points. Only leveled up 5. How long will it take to level 6 or 70? Zemo complained as he saw that Zeraora's level had only reached 23. After distributing all the experience points to Zeraora, Zemo looked at the system panel. In the past month, except for the first and monthly check-ins, there was nothing good. The first check-in gave him the power of Evergreen, which was really good. When the power of Evergreen became stronger, it could heal the elves. But what he wanted most was superpowers. Flying was a fantasy that every boy had. The monthly check-in gave him a piece of vitality fragment, which was not bad. After glancing at the panel, Zemo put all the elves into the elf ball and then said to the system in his mind, I want to challenge the 20th floor of the elf tower. Ding! Start challenging the elf tower. As the system finished speaking, Zemo felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the surrounding scene changed from the dormitory just now to a rocky land. And not far away from him, a torrent cat appeared. Pyrocat? Virtual. Features. Skills. Grab LV1, Call V1, Spark LV1, Licking LV1, Roar LV1, Scratching LV1, Bite LV1, Double Kick LV1, Flame Punch LV1, Jet Flame LV1, Flash Charge LV1, Hold LV1, Self-Motivation LV none. Evaluation? A special Pokemon with extremely strong special attacks. Zemo had challenged the 20th floor several times before. Pyrocat was not a big threat to him. The most difficult thing was the Onix behind him. Zeraora, get rid of Pyrocat like before. After Zemo released Zeraora, he watched from the side without any intention of commanding. Zeraora had defeated Pyrocat before, so he believed that there would be no accidents this time. Besides, he also wanted to train Zeraora's self-combat awareness. They will definitely go to the wild in the future, and there will inevitably be some accidents, so it is necessary to train the Pokemon's self-combat awareness in advance. The final result was not unexpected to him. Zeraora used the pulling and its own speed advantage to easily defeat Torel. Because it was a Pokemon that had already been defeated, this time, as usual, did not increase Zeraora's experience. As Torel, which had lost its combat ability, turned into white light and disappeared, a more than 10-meter-long Onix crawled out of the white light. Seeing the appearance of Onix, both Zemo and Zeraora were very alert. Onix, Virtual, attributes Rock, Ground. Skills, Rockfall LV1, Impact LV1, Harden LV1, Bind LV1, Shootdown L1, Rock Polishing L1 and Dragon Breath LV1, Curse LV1, Rock Slide LV1, Digging L1, Harden LV1, Iron Tail LV1, Dragon Wave LV1, Sharpstone Attack, None. Evaluation, a rock snake that is good at speed, very powerful. Roar, the rock snake that had just appeared roared at Zeraora, then swung its huge body and leaped towards the ground. Watching Onix dive into the ground, Zemo also gave orders. Zeraora, calm down and feel the movement of the earth through the electric current. Oh, roar! Zeraora also roared, and the electric current around him slowly flowed into the earth and felt the vibration of the earth through the subtle electric current to determine the specific location of Onix. As Onix approached, Zeraora also clearly felt the abnormality of the electric waves. Zeraora, use fast defense at the moment Onix appears. Use Onix to jump high, and then use wave missiles. Zemo gave an order and also watched the changes in the field nervously. This move was just thought of by him a few days ago, and he had not practiced for a long time, so he was not sure whether Zeraora could feel the specific location of Onix. So everything depends on Zeraora's performance. Boom! At this moment, the ground trembled, and under Zeraora's feet, Onix's huge head broke out of the ground and rushed towards Zeraora. Zeraora seemed to have been waiting for Onix. The moment it appeared, the enhanced fist on his right hand hit Onix's huge head, and then he jumped high with the help of the huge recoil force. In the sky, Zeraora's hands instantly condensed 2 wave missiles. Boom, boom. After the 2 explosions, a cloud of smoke filled the field. Zemo was so excited that he ordered, "Zeraora, hold on." Hearing Zemo's order, Zeraora released the defense without hesitation and a white barrier condensed around his body. Then a huge tail with a metallic glow came out of the smoke and hit the barrier. Seeing this scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise the tail really hit Zeraora and he would be seriously injured. Then this challenge would fail again. Zeraora, use Onix's tail as a jumping point, use the force to move away, and continue to use the wave missile. Oh wow! Zeraora roared excitedly, using the tail that had just hit the barrier as a support point, and flipped backwards. After landing steadily, he quickly condensed a wave missile that was 1 times larger than the previous wave missile in his palms and threw it at Onix, which was powerless. Boom! Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the 20th floor of the Elf Tower. Ding! Congratulations on opening the experience double function and obtaining 5,000 distributable experience points, 5,000 points, and 10 elf blind boxes. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for obtaining 400 experience points. Ding! Please ask if you want to continue the challenge. Zemo glanced at Zeraora, and saw that he was still full of fighting spirit, and then nodded. As he nodded, the surrounding scene changed again. This time he came to a beach, and in front of him was a flower sea lion. Electricity restrains water, and Zeraora easily defeated the flowery sea lion. After the flowery sea lion disappeared, a stupid Psyduck appeared. After defeating Psyduck, just when Zemo thought he had cleared the level, a Gyarados appeared from the ocean, and a beam of destruction and death came up. Fortunately, Zeraora's reaction speed was very fast, and he dodged the destruction and death beam. After a while, he finally defeated the Gyarados. Zemo frowned at the slightly injured Zeraora. Originally, Gyarados had 4 times weak electricity, and Zeraora, as an electric-type phantom beast, should be able to easily defeat it. But the fact is not so. Zeraora has no long-range electric attack skills at all. It can only use wave missiles to deal with Gyarados in the water, which makes the originally overwhelming advantage disappear. It even became the weaker party. If it weren't for Zeraora's fast reaction speed, they might have lost this battle. Ding! Do you want to continue the challenge? Listening to the system's prompt, Zemo shook his head. There are 3 elves after the 20th floor. It is really too difficult for Zeraora to fight 1 vs 3. P.S. I will become a beast for a while. I will finish the previous book first. There are 3 tower guards on the 21st floor of the Elf Tower. It is not enough to rely on Zeraora alone. The 21st floor can be passed because of Zeraora's superior attributes. In addition, the battle with Gyarados also made Zemo understand the shortcomings of elves. Zeraora's skills are still too few, and the attack range is not comprehensive. In the next period of time, Zemo needs to temporarily give up the level increase and learn new skills instead. However, after the 3 battles just now, Zeraora has also gained 1260 experience points and upgraded to level 24. In addition, passing the 21st floor also gained 300 points of distributable experience and 300 points. Now Zemo has 5,300 more points of distributable experience. After a little hesitation, Zemo decided to give all the experience to Zeraora. Originally, he wanted to give it to Ralts. 5,300 experience points were enough for Ralts to reach level 20 and reach the evolution level. However, Ralts was only 1 month old. It would be bad for her to evolve so quickly. Moreover, it would be best to find a place with rich corresponding attributes for the elves during evolution. If you are lucky, you may even have a chance to break through the elves' aptitude. Even if you cannot break through, there are other benefits for the elves. Of course, it is too difficult for Ralts to break through the aptitude through evolution with her current aptitude. Unless Zemo can find the residence of a superpowered beast, it is impossible. But there is no such problem for Zeraora. Zeraora cannot evolve, so there is no need to consider the potential development at this stage. It is okay to raise the level as much as you want. Moreover, if Zeraora is trained to be a fighting force first, he will not have to be passive in the future. Do it as soon as you think of it. After giving all 5,300 experience points to Zeraora, Zeraora leveled up another 3 levels, reaching level 27, 1800. I haven't signed in yet today. The system asked me to sign in. Zemo, who had returned to the dormitory, finally reacted. Ding, the first sign-in locations were detected. Dragon Soul City and Holy Soul Academy. Which one should I sign into? Are there 2 first sign-ins? Then I'll sign into Dragon Soul City first. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of quasi-king level special potion. Note, it can help the elves quickly level up. Looking at the bottle of colorful potion that appeared in the system space, Zemo frowned and asked uncertainly, "System, this thing won't cause any harm to the elves, right?" Rapidly increasing levels, this introduction gave him a feeling of a catalyst. Ding, no. This potion was originally prepared to help those elves with a particularly long period of becoming elves. The ingredients in the potion are all kinds of natural treasures. The reason why the level is increased is because the digestion of the potion can achieve the effect of increasing the level. I see. I was still worried about the burning bug, and now this potion just solves my urgent problem. Zemo nodded, and was also a little happy. Originally, the cultivation of the burning bug was his biggest headache, and now with this bottle of potion, the problem is directly solved. The level of the Quasi-King is 6170, and the Burning Bug evolves at level 59, which is just stuck. When the potion effect ends, the Burning Bug is almost ready to evolve. Not bad. Not bad. The things you get from the first sign-in in Dragon Soul City are so good. I wonder what you can get from the first sign-in in Holy Soul Academy. Zemo muttered to himself. Dong dong dong. Just as Zemo was thinking, there was a hurried knock on the door outside the room. This made Zemo frown slightly. Is it a roommate? Zemo stood up from the chair, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing at the door was a smiling boy with fiery red hair and a handsome face. The smile on his face gave people a silly feeling. Zemo's first impression of him was also quite good. He could feel that the boy's smile was not deliberate, but sincere. Hello, friend. My name is Yanqing. May I live here? Yes, you can come in. Zemo nodded, made way for Yanqing to enter the room. The room has been cleaned. Thank you very much. If you have any problems in the future, let me know, and I will definitely help. Yanqing saw that the room was cleaned and patted his top chest and said, It's okay. By the way, why are you in this corner? If I remember correctly, there should be no one in the first few rooms. Zemo took out a bottle of drink from the space bracelet and threw it to Yanqing. Oh, this is because of my elves. My natal elf is Charmander, who has a bit of an erratic personality and is always causing trouble, and my contracted elf is a giant crocodile ant, who also has a bit of a personality, so it will cause less damage in the corner. Yanqing scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Then can I let you go now? Hey, it's too late now, but don't worry, my friend, those two little guys won't do anything too extreme. By the way, what's your name, my friend? Yanqing asked with a grin. Oh, my name is Zemo, my natal elf is Zeraora, and my contracted elves are Lalulus and Huabebe. Lalulus, it's a pity that my dream is to become a Dragon King, otherwise my coming-of-age ceremony would be Lalulus. Yanqing sighed. But what kind of Pokemon is Zeraora? Why haven't I heard of it? Zeraora is a newly discovered Pokemon, and your Pokemon is not bad either. The giant crocodile ant is a very rare Pokemon. Zemo said, Hey, my dad is a desert researcher, and my giant crocodile ant was also discovered by my dad by luck. Yanqing said quite proudly. Yanqing seemed to remember something and said, We will be roommates in the future. Let's exchange contact information. Zemo nodded and exchanged contact information with Yanqing. It's getting late now. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's go have a meal. I'll treat you. Yanqing said, Wait a minute. I'll talk to my friend. Zemo nodded, talked to Dongfang Ziling, and then left the dormitory with Yanqing and walked towards the cafeteria next to the dormitory. It was noon, and there were a lot of people in the cafeteria. Zemo and Yanqing waited in line for a long time before they could buy food. As for the meal, Zemo did not rush to pay. Although he had not been with Yanqing for a long time, he was carefree and a bit serious, so if he wanted to treat her, Zemo would let him. Hey, Bai Gulan? Just as the two were looking for a seat, Yanqing noticed a figure in the corner, and then pulled Zemo over. This made Zemo a little embarrassed. The Bai Gulan mentioned by Yanqing was his classmate, but he only heard her introduce herself in class. It felt a little inappropriate to sit there now. Yanqing saw Zemo stopped and smiled. Don't worry, she and I used to be neighbors, but I didn't expect to see each other again after 3 years. Hearing this, Zemo didn't hesitate and followed Yanqing. Gulan, long time no see. Yanqing sat opposite Bai Gulan and smiled. When Bai Gulan heard someone calling her name, she just looked up and glanced, then buried her head in her food without any intention of paying attention to Yanqing. This made Yanqing, who was originally smiling, freeze for a moment. Seeing Yanqing's look, Zemo swallowed the self-introduction in his mouth and sat next to Yanqing. It's unnecessary. Didn't I just tell you when I left? Why are you angry? Yanqing said with a bitter face. When did I get angry? Bai Gulan raised her head and said coldly, Why don't you pay attention to me if you're not angry? Yanqing said. Why should I pay attention to you? Well, after all, we are childhood sweethearts, and you make me very sad. Yanqing pretended to be very sad and said, Oh! Hearing Bai Gulan's cold answer, Yanqing really didn't know how to answer, so he could only smile awkwardly at Zemo and started eating. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the pavilion was in stark contrast to the lively cafeteria, causing the students passing by to subconsciously speed up their pace. Do you plan to apply for funding from the academy? Zemo asked. I plan to apply for funding, Yanqing responded. After Yanqing answered, they both looked at Bai Gulan across from them. Being stared at by two eyes, Bai Gulan, who originally did not intend to speak, also said, I plan to apply. Then what kind of elves do you want? Zemo asked. Hey, my dream is to be a dragon king, so of course I want a dragon elf, Yanqing said. Dragon elves are not easy to obtain. I guess even the academy doesn't have many, and dragon elves are too difficult to cultivate, so I suggest you choose buzzing bats or blue birds. Although these two elves are rare, the academy should have them, and they don't need to wait too long to evolve, so they can form combat effectiveness as soon as possible, Zemo suggested. Oh, so I wanted a Dratini, Yanqing said bitterly. Stupid, let's not talk about whether the academy will give out Dratini. Even if there is, can you afford it? Every dragon-type Pokemon is a money-eating beast. Your family is just an ordinary family. Have you considered whether Uncle Yan and his family can afford, or can you support yourself now? Bai Gulan said coldly. She and Yanqing were neighbors when they were young, so she naturally knew Yanqing's family situation. Yanqing wanted to be the Dragon King as soon as he opened his mouth, just like when he was a child, which disappointed her. Every dragon-type Pokemon is a real money-eating beast. For example, how much money does it cost to evolve a Dratini into a Dragonite? Has Yanqing considered it? Choosing Pokemon without considering the consequences is irresponsible to the Pokemon, and at the same time, it is also irresponsible to yourself. Yanqing is from an ordinary family, and now he is just starting out. Usually, the Pokemon expenses are basically paid by his parents. Now, where can Uncle Yan and his family get the money to raise a Dratini? Originally, she hadn't seen this childhood sweetheart for 3 years, and she didn't expect him to be so childish and ridiculous. After being questioned by Bai Gulan, Yanqing also fell silent. Zemo saw that the atmosphere that had just improved became quiet again, and he was also a little headache. What was going on? And this guy Yanqing, did he drag himself here just to cause trouble for himself? Ahem, by the way, Bai Gulan, what elf do you want to choose? Zemo coughed twice. Bai Gulan glanced at Zemo, and her originally cold expression also eased a lot. Although it was only the second time she met him, she had a good impression of Zemo, especially when he introduced himself. The confidence and calmness exuded in his every move had a special attraction. I want a little quiver or a young titmouse. Flying-type Pokemon. This is a good choice indeed. We will definitely frequent forests and other places in the future, and flying-type Pokemon will be indispensable at that time. Moreover, the final evolution of the little quiver is the fiery Arrowhawk with fire and flight, and the final evolution of the young Titmouse is the Steeljaw with flight and steel. Both are powerful flying-type Pokemon. Zemo nodded. Bai Gulan's choices are both good. Both the little quiver and the young Titmouse are good choices. The most important thing is that they are easy to cultivate. In the early stage, you don't need too many resources to cultivate them into combat power. This way, you can get more resources to cultivate Pokemon. For example, Zemo's Pokemon, his Ralts can evolve to have initial combat power after breaking through to level 20. But Dratini is different. Dratini can only evolve at level 30, and it will shed its skin every once in a while. When shedding its skin, it also needs a lot of nutrients, otherwise it is likely to be malnourished, resulting in a decline in qualifications. Such consumption is definitely not something Yanqing can afford now. He originally thought that Yanqing was a descendant of a family or had a good family background, so his dream was to become a Dragon King. Unexpectedly, Yanqing's family was ordinary, which was the main reason why Zemo did not comfort Yanqing just now. If you don't have a family background, don't think about raising a dragon quasi-god in the early stage. You know, even now, if someone wants to give Zemo a dragon quasi-god, he will most likely sell it because he has no ability to cultivate a quasi-god at all. The consumption of a quasi-god is not something that ordinary people can imagine. Even if he has a system, he may not be able to bear it. So it is best to let Yanqing face the reality. After all, they will be roommates for the next few years. I'm done. I'm leaving first. At this time, Bai Gulan said as she ate the last bite of rice on the dinner plate. Yanqing ate the meal in silence and didn't mean to speak. Zemo nodded to Bai Gulan. This girl really impressed him. Not only her appearance and the silver-white hair, but more of the self-reliance that this girl exudes from her bones. Although it was only a short while, Zichen could understand that Bai Gulan's family situation should be average, but she started planning for the future now. Just from the perspective of how the two spent money, we can see Bai Gulan's meticulousness. Yanqing ordered a meat dish, and Zemo chose a cheaper one because Yanqing invited him, while Bai Gulan chose a dish that was a little cheaper than Zemo's. He didn't believe that Bai Gulan didn't have money. From the space bracelet on Bai Gulan's hand, we can know that her family situation should be quite good, but she eats so ordinary. In addition to what she said to Yanqing just now, it is probably because she didn't want to trouble her parents too much. Zemo even guessed that Bai Gulan chose a flying elf because she had the idea of going to the wild to do tasks to make money. Zemo, is it really impossible for me to become a Dragon King? After Bai Gulan left, Yanqing, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked. Looking at Yanqing, who was leaning his head and speaking in a heavy tone, Zemo was silent for a moment and then said, "Okay, but you need to change your mindset." "Really? Do I really have a chance to become a Dragon King?" Hearing Zemo's confirmation, Yanqing raised his head and said excitedly, "Well, Dragon King doesn't mean that all your Pokemon must be dragons. For example, I know a King-level trainer. Although he is called a Dragon King, most of his Pokemon do not have dragon attributes. You can cultivate Pokemon with dragons in their names, or cultivate Pokemon with other attributes first, and then cultivate Pokemon like Dratini after they grow up. Is it still possible? By the way, who is the Dragon King you know? Why haven't I heard of him?" Yanqing said with a puzzled look. That's someone I knew when I was a child, and I have long forgotten his name." Zemo said a little embarrassedly. The person he was talking about was Yu Longdu, from the anime world, not from this world at all, so how could Yanqing have heard of him? "Okay, I'm done eating, I'm leaving first." Seeing that Yanqing was still asking, Zemo also found an excuse to leave. He could feel that Yanqing was still confused, but Yanqing still needed to think about this kind of thing himself. He was a stubborn person. As long as he figured it out, the road ahead would be much easier. Otherwise, reality would give him a big slap in the face. This world is not so harmonious. After leaving the cafeteria, Zemo asked about the places where things were sold in the academy. He planned to buy something. In fact, there was nothing missing in the academy. Some potions, props, skill learning machines, etc. could be purchased from the seniors and seniors in the cultivation area. They were studying this aspect and would definitely make them and sell them. After all, most people in reality were from ordinary families, so the money for elf cultivation still needed to be earned by themselves. Under the kind guidance of a senior, Zemo came to a huge building called the Trading Center. As soon as he entered the first floor, a noisy sound came into his ears. Zemo looked around and found a lot of things he needed. This trading center was isolated. Each seller had a small room, and each room had a window. There was also a platform in front of the window, and all kinds of goods were placed on the platform. Zemo looked around and estimated that there were at least thousands of small rooms on this floor. How much is this life drop? 5,000 alliance coins. This is too expensive. Look, it's not pure. There are mixed colors. You can look at it. I guarantee that this is the cheapest. How much is your low-level speed potion? 50,000 alliance coins per bottle. I won't cheat you. I have certificates issued by the academy. Okay, give it to me. 2 bottles. Okay, straightforward. I'll give you a discount when you buy things from me next time. Okay. Along the way, Zemo also learned a lot of information by watching the transactions of the seniors. First, if you want to sell things here, you must pass the assessment. Second, the potion items sold must have the quality certificate of the academy. Otherwise, they are 3 no products and cannot be sold. Third, you can't make trouble. Everything must be resolved after leaving the trading center. Otherwise, the law enforcement elves will suppress it. By the way, the law enforcement elves seem to be all overlord level, and there may even be quasi-king level. After learning some basic information, Zemo went to the skill area. His current elves are too short of skills. After buying skills, he went to the potion area to have a look, and finally went to the props area. This senior sister, how much do you sell this 100,000-volt skill? Zemo looked for a while, and finally found the most needed electric, long-range attack skill, so he asked. The senior sister, who was a little sleepy in the small room, also became energetic after hearing someone asking, and said with a smile, "This is 8,000 alliance coins. My elves have mastered this skill for 2 years. I guarantee that the skill explanation in the video is very proficient and experienced." After speaking, the senior sister was still worried that Zemo didn't believe it, so she released a Jolteon. Joltab. Level. Attribute. Electricity. Electricity storage. Skills. Electricity LV4. High-speed movement LV3. Sunny Day LV2. Lightning Fang LV3. Substitute LV2. 100,000 volts LV3. Thunder LV3. Iron Tail LV2. Shadow Ball LV2. Lightning Ball LV3. Weather Ball LV2. Pray for Rain LV3. Sleep LV4. Dig Hole LV2. Evaluation. Indigestion due to accidentally eating a 300-year-old lightning fruit, so a lot of sleep is needed to digest. Looking at the still sleepy Jolteon, Zemo was a little speechless. This Pokemon is pretty good, and it is probably the natal Pokemon of this senior sister, but what does your LV4 sleep mean? Even 100,000 volts, the most frequently used skill of this system, is only LV3, but you have reached LV4 sleep. However, when Zemo saw the evaluation, he also reacted. It seems that this is because of the opportunity. The senior also noticed the state of Jolteon at this time, and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Jolteon was not like this before. I just don't know why it has become like this recently. It should have eaten something precious, so it has some indigestion. You give it this thing, it should be fine." After saying that, Zemo took out a green bead from the space bracelet. The senior looked at the green bead handed over by Zemo and hesitated, but felt the rich life force in the bead, so she took the bead and carefully fed it to Jolteon. As long as the contracted human does not die, the natal spirit will not really die. Even if it dies, it will be transformed into energy and return to its owner's body under the rules of the world. It will recover after a while. The only price is that the level drops by 10 levels. This is also the main reason why the senior is really willing to try. After the Jolteon took the bead, the body flashed with lightning, and after a while it slowly opened its eyes, regained its liveliness, and jumped into the arms of the senior. Thank you so much. Xiao Yi's matter has been bothering me for a long time. My name is Luo Shui. Let's add a contact number. The bead must be very valuable. I'll transfer the money to you." Luo Shui bowed and thanked him. "No need for that. That thing is not worth much. Just give me a few skill discs." Zemo waved his hand and said, the green bead was actually something he condensed with the power of Evergreen when he was bored. It was useless. It could only heal some minor injuries or assist in digesting the power of medicine. Jolteon was almost done digesting the energy of the lightning fruit. Eating the bead only accelerated the process. "No, I will definitely give you the money." Luoshe shook her head and said firmly. Seeing Luoshe like this, Zemo was a little helpless, so he added her as a friend, and then asked for the level 3 skills of Pray for Rain, Lightning Ball, Lightning Fang, Thunder, and high-speed movement. As for the skill of Sleep, Zemo wanted the level 4, so Jolteon needed to go back and record a skill disc again. After saying goodbye to Luoxi, Zemo started to walk around again. After walking around for more than 2 hours, Zemo found a lot of skills he needed. However, since not all of them were above level 3, he did not dislike those at level 2. This time he bought almost all the skills that the elves could learn. Flame Fist, Lightning Fist, Million-Ton Punch, Million-Ton Kick, Destruction Ray, Ultimate Impact, Electromagnetic Wave, Snoring Tile, Splitting, Power Grid, Electrical Field, Stand-In, Reverse Scale, Sleep Talk, Iron Tail, Flame Kick, Bodybuilding, Meditation, Close Combat, Inspiring Bomb, Grass Knot, Poisonous, Sunny Day, Sunbeam, Mental Power, Shadow Clone, Energy Ball, Charming, Force of Nature, Magic Sparkle, Photosynthesis, Seed Bomb, Magic Reflection, Ultimate Absorption, Exchange of Venues, Auxiliary Power, Loud Voice, Characteristic Exchange, Provocation, Predict the Future, Shadow Ball, Hold On, Mental Shock, Mount Tai, Mistfield, Absorbing Kiss, Magic Space, Wonderful Space, Trick Space, Seal, High Speed Star, Hold On, act like a spoiled child, frozen wind, mysterious protection, reflection wall, light wall, magic leaf, frozen fist, crazy volt, mind hammer, insect buzzing, flash charge, overheat, hot wind, blood sucking, instant amnesia, big character explosion, jet flame, acrobatics, round singing, rapid return, will-o'-the-wisp. There are more than 100 skills, enough for the elf to learn for a while. And after learning these skills, his elf will not lack any skills. After buying the skill disc, Zemo went to the props area, but unfortunately there were too many things there and they were not good. He searched for a long time but didn't find anything that suited his taste. Of course, even if he found something that suited his taste, he would only buy one with the less than 5 million alliance coins in his hand. After leaving the item area, Zemo came to the last potion area. There were fewer people here, and there was no comparison with the other two areas. Zemo walked around, and to be honest, he liked many of the things there, but they were really expensive. Just a bottle of low-level superpower enhancement potion costs 600,000, and a bottle of intermediate speed enhancement potion cost 300,000. Moreover, if you drink too much of this 6-dimensional potion, it will have drug resistance, which means that a Pokemon can only take about 3 bottles of the same level of potion, so choosing potions for Pokemon is also a science. Ralts will definitely choose the special attack enhancement potion. Zemo positioned Ralts as a special attacker. As for Huabebe, its final evolution, Lady Flower Knot, has a special defense value of up to 154 and a special attack of 112, so Zemo thought about it and planned to buy it 3 bottles of special attack potions. The reason why he chose this was because during that month of training, Huabebe's attack was somewhat special, with a hint of destructive aura, so Zemo planned to cultivate its special attack as well. As for the burning bug, Zemo recalled that this guy seemed to be an excellent special attacker, which was very poor, but this guy's speed was also good, so Zemo chose 2 bottles of special attack and 1 bottle of speed. As for the last Zeraora, its dual attack racial values were actually similar. One was 102 and the other was 112. But the speed racial value reached an astonishing 143. So Zemo chose 3 bottles of speed potion. In the end, Zemo bought 4 bottles of low-level speed potions for a total of 200,000 alliance coins, and 8 bottles of low-level special attack potions for a total of 480,000 alliance coins. There were also corresponding intermediate potions, totaling 4 million. Are you also buying elf eggs? Just as he entered the elevator, a boy who was not wearing a school uniform like him smiled. No, I'm just curious about what's up there, so I went up to take a look. Zemo shook his head and told the truth. I see. Up there is actually the place where the college sells elf eggs. Of course, there are also some elf eggs brought back from the wild by seniors. The boy seemed to be quite familiar with this place. Seeing that he didn't understand, he explained. When Zemo heard what the boy said, his eyes lit up. Elf eggs? Isn't this the good place for the male protagonists in novels to pick up leeks? Could it be that my curiosity can let me pick up leeks today? Don't say it, it's really possible. With his data eye, he can see clearly what kind of Pokemon the Pokemon egg is, but ordinary people shouldn't be so sure. Thinking of this, Zemo also became a little unconfident. The Pokemon in this world have been developing for thousands of years. How could they not have the ability to distinguish them? But what if, maybe he is really lucky and can find a chance? Thinking of this, Zemo smiled and said to the boy, I only have 100,000 alliance coins in my hand. I wonder if there is anyone who can bet on eggs. As he said this, Zemo showed an embarrassed expression. This was not pretending. He was really embarrassed. 100,000 alliance coins are not of much use to Pokemon trainers who have just started. He also needs to find a way to make some money. Otherwise, he will have nothing to lose in the future. He didn't want to compete with his elves for spiritual food. Although he could eat those, it was not good to compete with elves for food. Hehe, my friend, I advise you not to think about gambling eggs. It's better to save money to buy an elf egg. The elf eggs in those gambling eggs are basically green caterpillars or unicorns, which are useless. The boy advised. Hearing the boy's words, Zemo was not disappointed, but a little happy. He just needed a physical attacker now. If he could find a high-quality unicorn, then this trip would not be a loss. Seeing that Zemo was still full of interest, the boy didn't plan to say anything. He had said everything he could say. If the other party didn't want to listen, it was not his business. And at this time, they had already reached the second floor. After the man glanced at Zemo, he followed a waiter and left. "Excuse me, Junior, what can I do for you?" Just as Zemo walked out of the elevator, a crisp female voice came to his ears. Hearing the sound, he saw a figure standing not far from him, dressed in the uniform of the waiter who had just taken the boy away. "Hello, senior sister. Do you know if there is a place to gamble for eggs here?" Zemo asked curiously. "Huh? Gamble for eggs? Junior brother, do you want to gamble for eggs?" The waiter was slightly surprised, then asked, "Well, I just bought some things downstairs, and when I was going back, I saw the elevator in the corner, so I came up to take a look." Zemo nodded. "Is that so? There is a place to gamble for eggs, but I suggest you save money to buy a better Pokemon egg, and the Academy doesn't encourage these. By then, even if you hatch a green caterpillar, you are obliged to cultivate it. Do you really plan to gamble for eggs?" The waiter reminded. "In this world, every time you buy a Pokemon egg, you will have a certificate, and except for special auction houses, other Pokemon eggs can only be taken away after hatching. By then, even if you hatch a green caterpillar, you need to cultivate it to level 10. After reaching level 10 and confirming that it has the power to protect itself, you can go to the nearby Pokemon Center to get a certificate. Only then can they release them. Otherwise, releasing them privately would violate the laws of the Alliance. In this world, all the Pokeballs on the surface have the Alliance's black technology. Any Pokemon captured will be reported to the Alliance's database. Once a Pokemon is found to have suddenly disappeared, there will be Pokemon police to come to your house for tea. Moreover, if a Pokemon is found dead and the cause is found, if it is caused by the owner, it will be several years or even decades of imprisonment. Therefore, gambling eggs are not very popular at the bottom of this world, and the Pokemons in gambling eggs are actually mostly ordinary Pokemons. People in this world can also know what Pokemons are by understanding the patterns on the surface of Pokemon eggs, but there is always a loophole. The patterns of some Pokemon eggs are so different, so some people are really lucky and get excellent Pokemons from gambling eggs. In summary, gambling eggs are generally something that trainers with some assets will touch. If a poor person gambles on a garbage Pokemon, he will be finished, and rich people don't need to gamble eggs. People can use money to get the elves they want from some special channels. As for what special channels are, those who know know. So the waitress actually doesn't recommend freshmen like Zemo to gamble for eggs. After all, at this time, the elf resources in hand may not be enough. Going to gamble for eggs is asking for trouble. As for Zemo being rich, that's impossible. When he was a rookie, even if he had money, he basically spent it on other elves. It's impossible to come here to gamble for eggs. In her opinion, Zemo is just a poor family who wants to try his luck. "Well, senior sister, wait for me to take a look. I'm just a little interested, and I may not buy it," Zemo said. After hearing what Zemo said, the waitress didn't know what to say. After all, she was just here to work. Just a kind reminder would be enough. There was no need to say more. Moreover, saying too much might cause the other party to be disgusted. Under the guidance of the waitress, the two turned a few corners and came to this area full of elf eggs. And there were also many people here, pointing and watching. At this time, some people noticed the two of them coming, but no one paid much attention to them, thinking that they were just passing by. After all, it should be impossible for freshmen to come here. The new elves have just awakened not long ago, or they are given by their parents during the Chinese New Year. It is impossible for them to have too many resources to cultivate other elves. After all, newcomers, how much knowledge do they have about taking care of elves? They also came from this grade, of course. They know that newcomers here basically have 2 elves, which is a bit too much to take care of. This is the egg gambling area. Those are seniors in the 3rd and 4th grades. The waitress pointed to the people who were observing the elf eggs and introduced them. "Hey, Baisheme, is this newcomer here to gamble for eggs?" This time, a boy with yellow hair asked. "Well, this junior brother, Since there is nothing to do, I will leave first. The senior sister, surnamed Bai, obviously didn't like these people. After saying something to Zemo, she left. Zemo didn't know those people after all, so he didn't want to say hello, so he walked towards the elf egg exhibition area. The elf eggs here are all stored in glass covers, and they can only observe the elf eggs from outside the glass covers. Hey, freshman, don't you know who we are? You didn't even say hello. At this time, a boy with an arrogant face stood in front of Zemo and looked up and said, "Who are you?" "We are famous." Just as the boy looked up and proudly introduced himself, Zemo had already bypassed the boy and continued to walk forward. The boy's companions, looking at the man who was still proudly introducing himself, slapped their foreheads and were a little speechless. At this time, the boy realized that the freshman had left, which made his face dark, and said in a bad tone, "Hey, kid." Zemo didn't even shake his head. The man's nose in the air look just now made him very unhappy. And this is the college's territory. He didn't believe that the other party would take action. And when dealing with such people, if you give in to them, you have to be humble. He himself knew his personality, and it was impossible for him to be humble. So instead of getting angry and then resisting, it would be better not to show a good face at the beginning. Anyway, the other party didn't dare to make a move in the academy, and judging from the falling snow, the third-year elves should be at most over 40 levels, and even the fourth-year elves should be at most over 50 levels, and most of them are even 40 levels. And his Zeraora has been over 20 levels in just over a month. At most, he can stay in the academy for a year. He doesn't believe that his elves won't be level 40 or 50 by then. After all, elves are respected in this world. "Boy, I'm calling you, are you deaf?" the man shouted. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't you know where this is? You dare to make a move here." Zemo said without turning his head, "You." Hearing this, the man's somewhat ferocious expression froze. Indeed, he really didn't dare to make a move here. Once he made a move, the elves hidden around him could subdue him instantly. "Boy, you will leave the academy one day. Just wait and see," the man said viciously. Hearing this, Zemo was speechless. Is this the legendary protagonist, Halo? He just came up to take a look, and he was held in grudge? Well, don't wait and see. Since you are here, you should know something about gambling eggs. How about we make a bet and compare the race value and qualifications? Zemo turned around and said, Okay, come on." The man was slightly stunned when he heard Zemo's words, but he became excited immediately. He has been studying gambling eggs for a few years, and he is better than this freshman. "Well, then let's bet 10 million Alliance coins. Of course, I won't force you if you can't afford it." Zemo said so much at once, and he also intended to make the other party misunderstand that he was a child of a noble family, and take the initiative to give in, and don't mess with him in the future. Even if the other party is not afraid, he can make a lot of money, so why not? 10 million? The man was also shocked when he heard Zemo say 10 million. At this time, he also looked at his companions beside him with some embarrassment. "Why, you were so arrogant just now. You don't even have 10 million, right? Then, since 10 million is too much, 5 million will do." Zemo raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. Hearing this, the man was also undecided for a moment. "Wang Chi, let's bet with him. Each of us will put up 2 million. It can be seen that he is a rich kid. We have studied gambling for so long, and it is impossible for us to lose to him." At this time, the man's companion walked to the man and whispered, "But what if he is a family kid?" Another one of the five said with some concern. His words were also the reason for the other three people to worry. If he took out so much money at once, it is very likely that he is a family kid, and family kids are not something they can afford to offend. Although their boss is also a family kid, they know very well that families are also strong and weak, and that person is unlikely to be willing to offend other families for them. Haha, it's not like we haven't seen family kids before. Do you feel that arrogant and domineering temperament in him? The man who agreed to the bet laughed sinisterly. "But how can you be sure that this is not a core member of the family?" Another person said with some concern. "Hey, look at his clothes. His clothes are just ordinary cloth. How can the real core members of the family wear such ordinary clothes?" Moreover, those people basically have elves cultivated in the early stage, and it is impossible for them to come to gamble. I guess he is just a nouveau rich who thinks he is lucky, the man said. Are you going to do it or not? As long as we win this time, plus the money on hand, we can buy a good elf at that time. The man saw that the other four were still hesitant and said, Let's do it. Wang Qi said first. Okay, then let's gamble once. More, the other people said one after another. Zemo, who had been watching them from a distance, said impatiently, Are you ready? If you don't dare to gamble, don't waste my time. Bet, Wang Qi said after the discussion. Then go over there and sign a document and let the Academy witness it. Zemo pointed to the security hall in the distance and said, Okay. Under the certification of the Academy staff, the two signed the contract. The certification of the Academy is very fair. Before signing the contract, the Academy will first determine whether both parties have the ability to pay the bet. After the bet is confirmed, if one party loses, they must pay the bet. Otherwise, the Academy will take compulsory measures. When signing the contract, Zemo released Lalulasi because he had no funds. After Lalulasi was released, the Academy also confirmed that he had the ability to pay the bet. Their bet was also publicized by the people around them. Now there are hundreds of people in the gambling area on the second floor, and most of them are sophomores or above, and there are basically no freshmen. So it's the notorious Wang Qi and his 5 people. Are they bullying freshmen again? A boy who came over after hearing the noise asked curiously. I guess so. These 5 people often bully freshmen, but this time it's interesting. That freshman should be no simple matter. He bets tens of millions casually. A boy next to him laughed. Hey, this freshman was also unhappy with the arrogant attitude of the 5 of them before, so he initiated the bet. However, I still think that this freshman is a bit rash. Although these 5 people don't have a good reputation, they are good at betting on eggs and often help that person pick out good elves. At this time, a male student who was there before said, Anyway, it doesn't matter to us, just watch the show. Their bet has been publicized, and some people even took videos. We're still betting on qualifications and race values. We can ask for external aid. Wang Qi said to Zemo, Fuck, Wang Qi is still so shameless. How can a freshman get the connections to ask for external aid? Isn't it obvious that he wants to fight 5 alone? What can I say? Wang Qi is still so shameless. Whatever, but I don't have much time to waste with you. Just choose the elves that can be hatched within a month, Zemo said expressionlessly. Okay, then the game begins. After that, Wang Qi and his 4 friends began to observe the elf eggs. Zemo seemed a little leisurely. Although the elf eggs can be used to distinguish what kind of elves some special egg patterns belong to based on the experience of the experienced, it is impossible to analyze the level of qualifications. Because when the elf is in the egg, it is protected by the law and no energy will leak out, so it is impossible to check the elf's qualifications. Moreover, when the elf egg just comes out of the elf's body, the law protection is the strongest, and even the champion-level elves cannot harm it. However, this protection will become weaker and weaker over time. When there are only 3 days left before hatching, this special law basically disappears. However, in addition to using instruments, the qualifications of the parents can also be roughly determined. For example, his Lalulas, its parents should both be blue qualifications, and they should all be elves used for reproduction. Otherwise, Meng Ningze would not be 100% sure that the Lalulas given to him was a blue qualification. That new guy looks so confident. Has he already won? Who knows? Maybe he's just desperate. Haha, it would be interesting if this new guy wins. That's impossible. Wang Qi and the other 5 are all veterans in this field. It's impossible for this new guy to... Well, it's possible. After all, winning in this industry can also depend on luck. Just keep watching. While these people were talking, Zemo had already walked to one of the elf eggs and said to the waiter, I'll keep this one first. The waiter was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted and took out the elf egg and handed it to Zemo. Thank you. After Zemo thanked him, he looked at the other elf eggs. The reason why he bet with Wang Qi and others was that he had confirmed a very good elf egg. Otherwise, he would not be so stupid. After all, who knows if there are really any good elf eggs in it? So before the bet, he also glanced at it. The elf egg in his arms is likely to be the best here. Unicorn. Hatching time, 214 hours. You know, the purple qualification corresponds to the king level. It can be said that even if he loses this bet, it is worth the trip. But he still plans to take a look, just in case he is lucky enough to encounter another one. Qualification, yellow. Congrats. 466 qualification. Hatching time, 411 hours. Rata, 321 hours. After looking for a long time, Zemo was a little discouraged. The Pokemon eggs here are almost all ordinary Pokemon. If he encounters a good Pokemon, even if the qualification is a little low, he can accept it. Just when he was about to give up, a familiar name suddenly appeared in his eyes. Big Jaw Purple. Big Jaw Ant is a Pokemon owned by Yanqing. When Yanqing said he had a Big Jaw Ant, Zemo had already been paying attention to wanting a Big Jaw Ant. Big Jaw Ant is a Pokemon with ground attributes, but after evolving into a desert dragonfly, it becomes a Pokemon with dragon and ground attributes. Moreover, it does not cost much to cultivate the mandible ant in the early stage. It can evolve into a desert dragonfly at level 45, which is very friendly. If Zemo had not encountered it, he might not have gone out of his way to find it. But since he had encountered it, he would definitely take it. Waiter, please help me take out this elf egg, Zemo said to the waiter not far away. No problem. After taking out the elf egg, the waiter also asked Zemo what to do, whether to put the elf egg somewhere else. Although Zemo can hold it now, he only has 100,000 alliance coins in his hand, which is not enough to buy two, so he exchanged the elf egg in his hand with the elf egg in the waiter's hand. Ask the waiter to help take the elf egg of the unicorn beetle temporarily. Then he took out his elf mobile phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Dongfang Ziling. Ziling, can you lend me some money? How much do you want? 100,000 alliance coins will be enough. Congratulations on receiving 5,000 alliance coins. Looking at the red envelope sent by Dongfang Ziling, Zemo's mouth twitched, and he felt like he was being kept. But it's pretty good. With money, Zemo was confident and began to look at those elf eggs that took 1 to 3 months to hatch. But unfortunately, there was nothing he liked. Most of them were ordinary elves. Even the rare elves were too low in qualifications. After looking around, Zemo took the elf egg from the waiter, thanked him, and said to Wang Chi and the other 5, "Hey, I've chosen them all. Can you hurry up?" Hearing his words, everyone present was speechless. They even felt that Zemo was caught just throwing in the towel. Others picked eggs carefully. And what about him? He walked to a glass and took one. It was obviously a random choice. Now those who thought he had a chance to win were not optimistic about him. Haha, we've chosen it too. Wang Chi took a green elf egg with black spots from the waiter and laughed. They often come here, so they have already made a rough judgment on the elf eggs here. They are sure that the elf egg in their hands must be extraordinary. Zemo also looked at the elf egg in Wang Chi's hand. Green, incubation time 189 hours. Indeed, if you only look at the racial value, then he has indeed lost this time. The evolution of the spiny ball cactus, the dream song cactus, has a racial value of 475, while the final evolution of the unicorn beetle, the great needle, is only 395. But this also depends on the qualifications. The purple qualification of the unicorn beetle is much better than the green of the spiny ball cactus. Are you sure? If you are not sure, I can give you some time. Hey! Hearing his words, Wang Chi and the other 5 smiled at each other and said in unison, "Of course, we will hand over the Pokemon eggs to the staff now and wait for them to hatch. Which of the Pokemon eggs do you choose as the Pokemon egg for the bet?" A staff member came over and asked, "Well, this one. I bought the other one too." Zemo handed over the Pokemon egg of the unicorn beetle and said, "Well then, leave a contact number. When the Pokemon egg is about to hatch, our staff will notify you. In addition, the other Pokemon egg you bought will have a certificate. Please bring the certificate to the nearby Alliance or Pokemon Center to register within 24 hours of the Pokemon hatching." The staff member took the Pokemon egg of the unicorn beetle and said, Well, I understand. Zemo nodded, left his contact number with the waiter, and paid 200,000 alliance coins. The staff also left a special mark on the Pokemon egg. With this special mark, basically no one can cheat. After finishing this, Zemo left the place under the strange gazes of the senior students. He went to a prop shop next to him and spent 1 million alliance coins to buy an advanced incubator, and then spent another 100,000 alliance coins to buy a month's worth of culture fluid. Male dormitory, 4th floor, dormitory 410. At this time, Zemo had returned to the dormitory. Although he had the 5 million that Dongfang Ziling had just sent over, he had nothing to spend except for the items for hatching elves. As for the potions, the elves would not be able to digest all the ones he bought in less than a month. Yanqing, that guy hasn't come back yet. It seems that reality has hit him a little. I don't know when he can recover. Zemo glanced at the bed with bedding and muttered to himself. Oh, by the way, I cleared the 20th floor of the elf tower, and there are still 10 elf blind boxes that haven't been opened. System, help me open them all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 elite-level magic candies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 alliance coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 alliance coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tree Fruit Knowledge Encyclopedia. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 distributable experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Epiphany cards, 1 hour. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 gym-level magic candies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300-year lightning fruits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Energy Cube Manufacturing Device. As the system's sound disappeared, countless knowledge about tree fruits instantly emerged in Zemo's mind. At this moment, he was like an expert who had studied tree fruits for decades. No matter what tree fruit it was, he knew it. And not only that, he also knew how to pick it the easiest, how to store it the best, and what the effect of taking it was. However, these were only theoretical knowledge after all. If he was asked to make potions himself, he would still be a rookie. Half an hour later, Zemo's eyes slowly opened, but before he could check his harvest, his phone vibrated. He picked up the phone and saw more than 10 missed calls, all from Dongfang Ziling. Hello. Zemo picked up the phone and said habitually, Zemo, why didn't you answer my call for so long? Listening to Dongfang Ziling's somewhat resentful voice, Zemo said, I was taking a shower just now, so. Is that so? I just want to ask, did you make a bet with the seniors? Yeah. Then you don't have anything to do. No, they didn't dare to do it there. That's good. It doesn't matter if you lose the bet, I'll pay for you as long as you're fine. Are you trying to support me? Zemo raised his eyebrows and teased. If you are willing, you can also. You can. Beep, beep, beep. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, Zemo's expression was a little weird. Ignoring the strange Dongfang Ziling, Zemo looked at his system panel. This blind box did give him some good stuff. Needless to say, he was very familiar with it, as he had 10,000 points and 5,000 experience points. He already had a complete knowledge of tree fruits, and now he had an advanced energy block manufacturing device. With this thing, he could find tree fruits himself and customize energy blocks for his elves. He had just seen the lightning fruit on the system panel not long ago. Although it was 300 years old, Zeraora's level was relatively low. The 100-year-old lightning fruit was just right, and he was even considering whether to ask a senior to help him make it into a potion. After all, it was much more effective to make a potion than to take it directly. The next 3 gym-level magic candies and 3 elite-level magic candies were the real good stuff. The effect of the magic candy was to upgrade 1 level after eating one, and although this magic candy had restrictions, it was a good treasure for him who was currently at a low level. However, eating the magic candy now cannot maximize the effect. After all, the experience required for each level is different. He even seriously suspected that when it was over level 40, each level upgrade would require tens of thousands of experience. Otherwise, there would not be so few people above level 50 in this academy. Today, he saw that many seniors elves were around level 40. The third graders were over level 40, and the fourth graders were still over level 40. Obviously, the experience required after level 40 has increased significantly. And these magic candies of his are still useful at the elite level, so eating them at that time can maximize their value. Then Zemo looked at the 3 purple cards in the system space. Epiphany card, 1 hour. Zemo clicked on the introduction of the card and understood the use of this card in a short while. As the name suggests, the Epiphany card is an epiphany, which can make the elf fall into an epiphany state for 1 hour. However, as for what to gain after the epiphany, it depends on the sky. It is possible to improve the skills by several levels at once, or it is possible to have a more thorough understanding of the energy of the system, or it is possible to learn new skills, or even to upgrade the level. In short, everything is possible. Of course, it is impossible for it to suddenly realize the unique skills of the divine beast. Even if you realize it for 10 or 8 years, it is impossible, let alone for only 1 hour. But if it really realizes it for 10 or 8 years, then it is really possible. Dong dong dong. Just when Zemo had just released all the elves and was about to feed them energy cubes, the door of the dormitory was knocked again. It's not locked. Come in yourself. Crack, Zemo. Yanqing walked into the room listlessly, just called a name, and was about to say that he wanted to sleep. As a result, he saw the 4 elves in the room. The 4 elves also saw Yanqing staring at them with wide eyes. Huabebe and Lalulas were a little shy, and they all ran behind Zemo. Zeraora and Burning Bug didn't care. Burning Bug yawned and fell asleep again. Zeraora looked at Yanqing curiously. Yanqing was the 4th human he had seen since he was born. Lalulas, Burning Bug, Huabebe, and an unknown elf, Zemo, you are not from a noble family, are you? Yanqing was a little shocked when he looked at these rare elves. There was no way. A Lalulas alone would cost at least 10 million on the black market, not to mention the Burning Bug, which was even rarer than Lalulas. This guy has become the standard for the children of noble families, because ordinary people can't afford to raise him. And it's not a question of whether you can afford to raise him. It's not that no one was lucky enough to capture wild burning bugs in the past. Although most of them sold them, some people were unwilling to sell them, and then there was no news of this person from then on. The main reason is that the qualifications of the burning bugs in the wild are guaranteed. The lowest ones are all cyan, and the better ones are all blue or purple, which makes many people greedy. So almost no power can keep the burning bug. No, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm lucky. These are gifts from others. Aren't they gifts from others? Ralts was given by Meng Ningze, Burning Bug was given by the system, and Huabebe was entrusted by Meng Wenlong. It's almost like they were all gifts. When Yanqing heard Zemo's words, he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Such precious Pokemon were all given by others? What is the identity of his roommate? By the way, even you can't train a dragon Pokemon? Yanqing suddenly asked. Well, how should I put it? I can still train ordinary Dragon-type Pokemon, but Dragon-type Pokemon are too difficult. Even though Dragon-type Pokemon are completely defeated by Fairy-type Pokemon, that still cannot change the power of Dragon-type Pokemon. Those Dragon-type resources are ridiculously expensive. With the same money, maybe you can only buy 1 item for a Dragon-type Pokemon, but you can buy 3 or even more for a Grass-type or Fire-type Pokemon. Don't be too obsessed with Dragon-type Pokemon. Although Pokemon of the same attribute are easier to train, have you ever considered that if all of them are Dragon-type, it will be basically impossible for you to defeat a trainer of the same level of Fairy-type or Ice-type Pokemon? Appropriate flexibility is necessary. Although I don't know why you have to have all Dragon-type Pokemon, you can think about it. Which of the current kings and champions has only a single attribute? After listening to Zemo's reminder, Yanqing fell silent again. Okay, it's getting late. What do you want to eat? I'll bring you some food. Zemo took back the elf, walked to the door, patted Yanqing on the shoulder and said, whatever. After looking at the thoughtful Yanqing, Zemo strode out of the dormitory. That was all he had to say. Whether he could make it or not depended on Yanqing himself. Yanqing was a stubborn person, and this idea had been deeply imprinted in his mind since he was a child. It was impossible to make him change all of a sudden. But as long as he could listen to the advice, Zemo didn't mind spending a little more time talking. After leaving the dormitory building, it was already dusk, the sun was setting, and the students who had played all day were walking in and out of the cafeteria one after another. Zemo became popular among the seniors because of today's bet, and many people even wanted to have a relationship with him. Of course, these people just thought that he was stupid and had a lot of money, so Zemo didn't care much. After buying some things, Zemo left the cafeteria. "Haha, you're still pretending to be cool here." A man who had just greeted Zemo, but was not responded to, said sarcastically, "Yeah, we were kind enough to make friends with him, but he ignored us." Another person said, and at the same time, he secretly felt sorry for such a fat sheep. "Don't be sarcastic here. I guess people can see what you mean at a glance." A boy at the next table suddenly said. The two wanted to curse back, but when they saw who it was, they swallowed their saliva and ate their meals quietly. In the boundless ocean, there is a small island with a very strange appearance. The overall appearance of the island is like a super large turtle. In the front is a 100-meter-long turtle head, and there is even a turtle tail at the back. This island is also rich in resources, and there are many rare Pokemon. There are several groups of Pokemon living on the beach, including a group of Squirtle. You have to know that these are the three major Pokemons, which are rare Pokemons in the Alliance. But here, the three major Pokemons are not the rarest. There is a valley in the center of the island, and various dragon Pokemons live in the valley. Among them are Mini Dragon, Baby Dragon, Roundland Shark, Fang, Singlehead Dragon, Sticky Baby, Heartscale Baby, and even their evolved forms. And the most incredible thing is that these powerful dragon elves can actually coexist peacefully. Dragon elves are not only powerful, but also have bad tempers. Generally, there may only be one dragon tribe within 100 kilometers in the wild. Otherwise, they will have a big war, but they can actually coexist peacefully here. And the most incredible thing is that the level of the elves here is surprisingly high. If a king comes here, he will find that there are no less than hundreds of king-level elves here. At this time, under the island, a group of people are working intensively. In the center of the underground base, a man in a white robe is talking to a man in a black robe. How are the experimental subject number 7821 and embryo number 15? The condition of experimental subject number 7821 is very bad and may die at any time, while embryo number 15 is normal. Then start preparing new experimental subjects and keep the embryos stable. We must succeed no matter what the cost. Also, how is the situation at base number 5? Since the commander left, the deputy commander is now in charge there. Everything is normal now. Hey, did that guy say when he will be back? Report, the commander did not give a direct answer. Forget it. Give that guy some more time. How are the manpower preparations? Can we take over Secret Realm number 151? Report, 9 king-level trainers have been dispatched, but there is no champion-level trainer in charge, I'm afraid. Excuse me, where are the others? The other adults all have their own tasks and can't spare the time now. Well, okay, I'll call that guy and ask him to take charge. You go and prepare first. The thing in Secret Realm number 151 must be obtained. Even if all 9 people die, the thing must be brought back to me. That, sir, I don't understand. Is the thing in Secret Realm number 151 really that important? We have already sacrificed 8 king-level Pokemon. If this continues, I'm afraid they will be dissatisfied. What can they be dissatisfied with? Don't they know what we are doing? Well, that thing is related to whether embryo number 15 can succeed. If I can get away, I will go there myself. I know, sir. I guarantee with my life that I will bring the thing back this time. Well, if we really can't bring it back, then let Xiaoqi give up the task at hand. It will reduce casualties. Also, give those elite-level trainers who sacrifice their Pokemon a chance to go to Dragon Valley, and trainers below elite level a blue or purple Pokemon. At the same time, if the trainer dies, secretly give his offspring a sum of money. Yes, I understand. After saying that, the black-robed man disappeared into the shadows. In this chaotic world, can we really not survive this flood? The white-robed man muttered to himself while looking at the black crystal in his hand. Toot, toot, toot. Haha, don't rush me, I'll be back in a while. You said the same thing 3 years ago, the white-robed man said. I won't do that this time. I will definitely go back in 2 years. I don't want to ask about these things now. I have a mission that needs you now. Heh, go ahead and make sure you complete it. Secret Realm, number 151, you take the lead and bring that thing back. Are you crazy? That place is the key control of the Alliance. Last time an organization went there, it was uprooted the next day. Now there are 3 kings and a champion there. Don't you still have you? And I got you 9 kings. Are you really in such a hurry? In 3 years, there won't be so many people there. You know, there's no time. We must speed up. Okay, I'll go. Send me the detailed information of the mission. Looking at the hung-up call, the white-robed man was silent for a moment, sighed, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next day, early morning, Zemo, who was at the Dragon Soul Academy, also yawned. He spent the first half of the night training with the elves in the Elf Tower. The Elf Tower is indeed a good place. It is very good to train in actual combat there. Even if you die, you will not really die. You can also familiarize yourself with skills and digest the power of medicine. For example, now, in just half a night, Zerora has digested a bottle of low-level speed-enhancing potion. And the defense skill has also been improved from Elv 1 to Elv 2. The most important thing is that you can also gain experience by training elves in battle, but it is very little. If you want to improve through training, it takes a long time, but this is not bad. After all, you still need to exercise your body. Fuck! Just when Zemo was about to wash up, he was frightened by the sudden scream and almost fell down. What the hell are you screaming so early in the morning? Zemo said to Yanqing dissatisfiedly. Oh, it's just that today's news is too shocking. Yanqing sat up and pointed at the phone and said, Isn't it just a piece of news? What's the fuss about it? Zemo put on his clothes and said, Don't disbelieve me. Come and see. Won't you know? Zemo put on his shoes and went over. When he saw the news title, he was slightly stunned. Is this the Dark Organization? So powerful that they actually robbed Secret Realm number 151? Zemo was surprised. Yes, I also want to know why the Dark Organization is so rampant, but these things have nothing to do with us. You know, there seems to be a king-level trainer there. Speaking of which, this Secret Realm number 151 seems to have been discovered as early as 3,000 years ago. What good things can there be now? Yanqing asked in confusion. There must be good things, but we just don't know about it. After all, the Alliance King is watching there. But you are right, that level has nothing to do with us. Let's break through the elite level as soon as possible. Zemo smiled and patted Yanqing's shoulder and said, Hey, why don't we apply for a Pokemon today? Yanqing put his arm around Zemo's shoulders and smiled. Okay, it happens that school hasn't started these few days. Applying for a Pokemon does not mean that you will definitely succeed if you apply. After applying, someone will investigate some information. After some discussions between the top leaders, it will be determined whether the elves will be given the qualification to select. And it does not mean that you can get the elves 100% if you get the qualification. If no elves recognize you in the selection, then this opportunity will be gone. After all, elves with cyan and blue qualifications are also a kind of heritage for the Academy, and about 100 people in a grade can get this qualification, equivalent to the number of people in a class. However, sometimes there are special circumstances, such as the teacher who proposed this to him last time. Then he can go to the teacher, and then he will have a 90% chance of getting the qualification. However, it is really unnecessary to owe a favor to someone for a qualification. After all, these elves are dispensable to him. He already has a lot of elves now, and he doesn't need to get any elves. He actually has other purposes for this trip. Of course, if it is really possible to get the qualification, it would be nice to get an elf for free, and even if he doesn't get it, it doesn't matter. He can still find an opportunity to subdue one in the wild in the future, or go to those secret realms. It's just that the secret realms are basically controlled by various forces, and it takes a lot of money to enter. However, Dragon Soul Academy has 3 secret realms, but he doesn't know how to get in now. Zemo and Yanqing had some breakfast together and then went to find instructor Long Chen. They were in the same class, and to apply for an elf, they needed to find the corresponding class instructor. So they went to find instructor Long Chen together. Teaching building, 5th floor, 5th floor. Zemo and Yanqing asked around for a lawman and finally found the instructor's office. Knock, knock, knock! Instructor Long Chen, we are here to apply for. Baigulan, why are you here? Yanqing just opened his mouth and saw Baigulan standing opposite instructor Long Chen. Baigulan glanced at Yanqing and didn't say anything. She is here to apply for an elf, and you too? Long Chen explained. Yanqing took a deep breath and said, Yes, teacher, we are also here to apply for the 8 elves. Well then fill in this basic information form. Yanqing nodded and began to fill in the information, while Zemo did not move. In fact, he knew that it was basically impossible for him to get the 8 elves. Because he was too ostentatious, the purpose of the 8 elves was to give them to ordinary families, and he bet yesterday that it was 10 million alliance coins. Even if he applied, it would not be approved. He came here mainly for other things. Teacher, I want to ask how to enter the secret realm of the academy. Zemo said, The secret realm of the academy? Why do you want to enter there? Long Chen frowned. It's not that he didn't want the students to enter, but because the secret realm is actually too dangerous. Many of the elves in it are of very high levels. Even the dean cannot suppress the secret realm. At most, he can agree on some things with certain beings in the secret realm. When they enter the secret realm, it is just like people from other worlds entering their world. They will definitely resist. If they meet friendly elves, they will not attack them actively. If you encounter some fierce elves, you may even die directly in the secret realm. And Zemo is a freshman. Going there is almost like seeking death. Teacher, I just want to ask how to have a chance to go in. I definitely won't go now, Zemo said. Hearing this, Long Chen also eased a little and said, Our college has a total of 3 secret realms, namely the special secret realm Dragon Soul Secret Realm, Secret Realm No. 150, and Secret Realm number 330. The Dragon Soul Secret Realm is the most difficult to enter. You can only enter it in some competitions or for winning glory for the college. Secret Realm number 150 and Secret Realm number 330 are relatively simple. You only need to get a certain amount of college points to get them. Then, how many college points do you need? 100,000 college points will be enough. Long Chen glanced at Zemo intentionally or unintentionally and said, Only 100,000 points. This should be easy. Yanqing smiled. Easy? It should be easy. You get 1 point for each F-level mission, which means 100,000 F-level missions. What about other levels of missions? F-level is 1 point, E-level is 10 points, D-level is about 100 points, C-level is about 500 points, B-level is about 1,000 points, A-level is about 5,000 points, and S-level is about 10,000 points. Oh, by the way, B-level missions require elite trainers to form a team. To complete A-level missions, you need several gym-level trainers. As for S-level, if you want to complete that level alone, you need to be a quasi-king. But you can also get points for winning glory for the academy, so you still have a chance. Listening to Long Chen's words, Yanqing was completely speechless. Zemo also frowned slightly. The points required were a bit too much. If he got so many points by himself, how long would it take to complete the mission? There are good and bad missions. Not all missions are difficult to complete, and you can also exchange natural treasures for points. Well, I understand. Thank you, instructor. Zemo was about to turn around and leave. He was also planning to go to the academy. Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to apply for an elf? Yanqing asked in confusion. Me? The probability that I can apply for it is not high, so it's better to just give up. But you can still try anyway. It won't lose a piece of meat, Yanqing said. Forget it. I already have 4 elves and an elf egg on hand. I don't need more elves for the time being, and there are only so many places. If I apply, others will have none. A new elf is just icing on the cake for me. Long Chen looked at Zemo with some surprise, nodded and said, Your story has now been heard by many teachers. Just as you said, even if you apply, most teachers will not allow you to qualify. Well, the instructor has already said that you should apply. I'll go see where the Academy's elves are trained. After that, Zemo strode out. This time he had obtained the information he wanted, so it was worth it. He would definitely go into Secret Realm number 150 to have a look, because he seriously suspected that every secret realm in this world corresponded to a kind of Pokemon. For example, in Secret Realms number 1 to 3, there were a lot of Bulbasaur and its evolved forms. Today's news was that Secret Realm number 151 was attacked, and Secret Realm number 151 corresponded to Mew, which explained why Secret Realm number 151 was attacked. And why did the Alliance care so much about this secret realm? They must have found something in it. After leaving the instructor's office, Zemo came to a building called the Pokemon Training Center. The Pokemon Training Center has many Pokemon training equipment, such as ordinary gravity bracelets or other things, and Zemo came here just to try it out. But an hour later, Zemo walked out with a little disappointment. The things inside were indeed good, but many of them were a bit tasteless to him. Pokemons would feel tired after training for a while here, and it would take too much time to recover from fatigue. But training in the Elf Tower would at most make one a little mentally exhausted, and there was no need to worry about physical strength. Even if one reached the limit, he would recover under the mysterious power after returning to the main world. Every time he trained, he could reach the limit of his body and mind. The only bad thing was that the tower guarding elves always attacked his elves, but when he had money, he could buy some equipment for the elves to use in the Elf Tower. Thinking of this, Zemo returned to the dormitory and planned to train in the Elf Tower. Oh, by the way, I haven't signed in today. The system will sign me in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in to the Dragon Soul Academy for the first time and get a mysterious key. Mysterious key? What's the use? Looking at the transparent key that suddenly appeared in the system space, Zemo's mouth twitched. But when he thought that these were all given away for free, Zemo had nothing to say. In a blink of an eye, it was the day when the Dragon Soul Academy opened, and Zemo also taught the elves a lot of skills during this period of time. Now the skills of elves such as Zeraora have begun to take shape. Even if they encounter elves that restrain them, they are capable of fighting. However, Zemo did not obtain anything useful during these few days of signing in. Now Zemo's elf's face has also changed a lot. Level 28. Required attribute. Attribute electricity feature. Electricity storage. Personality. Skills: Lightning Flash LV2. High 5 Surprise Attack LV1. Enhanced Fist LV1. Grab LV1. Lightning LV1. Loud Roar LV1. Random Grab LV1, Quick Defense LV1, Hold LV2, Wave Missile LV2, Volt Replacement LV1, Split LV1, Charging LV1, Self-Motivation LV1, Electric Ball LV1, Inspiring Bomb LV1, Close Combat LV1, Bodybuilding LV1, Meditation LV1, Flame Kick LV1, Sleep LV1, Iron Tail LV1, Reverse Scale LV1, Resurrection LV, Stand LV1, High Speed Movement LV1, Thunder LV1, 100,000 Volts LV1, Electrical Field LV1, Electrical Grid 1, Absorbing Fist LV1, Tile Splitting LV1, Electromagnetic Wave L1, Sleeping LV1, Lightning Fist LV1, Flix Kun, Level 15, Required Experience, Attributes Psychic Fairy, Features, Personality Calm, Skills, Immobilization, Black Eyes Level 2, Same Fate Level 2, Shadow Sneak Attack Level 2, Strange Light Level 2, Enchanting Voice Level 1, Shout Level 1, Shadow Clone Level 1, Telekinesis Level 2, Hypnosis Level 1, Instant Teleport Level 1, Illusion Light Level 1, Exchange Venue Level 1, Magic Shine Level 1, Meditation Level 1, Shadow Ball Level 1, Mental Shock Level 1, Substitute LV1, Mental Power Level 1, 100,000 Volts LV1, Misty Venue Level 1, Magic Space LV1, Wonderful Space LV1, Seal V1, Will-O-Wisp LV1, Sunny Day LV1, Pray for Rain LV1, Charming LV1, Frozen Wind 1, Hold On LV1, Mysterious Guardian LV1, Reflection Wall LV1, Light Wall LV1, Sleep LV1, Electromagnetic Wave LV1, Magic Location, White Flower. Level 19. Required Experience, 611,000. Features Symbiosis. Skills, Imitation LV2, Temptation LV2, Healing Bell LV2, Desire LV1, Impact LV1, Vine Whip LV1, Fairy Wind LV1, Lucky Spell LV1, Leaf Knife Level 1, Prayer Level 1, Magic Leaf Level 1, Reckless Level 1, Exchange Venue Level 1, Ultimate Absorption Level 1, Trouble Seed Level 1, Seed Bomb Level 1, Magic Reflection Level 1, Help Level 1, Photosynthesis Level 1, Magic Sparkle Level 1, Natural Force Level 1, Substitute Level 1, Sleep Level 1, Bluff Level 1, Grass Knot Level 1, Energy Ball Level 1, Echo Level 1, Round Sing Level 1, Charm Level 1, Sleep Level 1, Shadow Clone Level 1, Mental Power Level 1, Repay Gratitude Level 1, Sunbeam Level 1, Mysterious Guardian Level 1, Pray for Rain Level 1, Hold On, Sunny Day Level 1, Awakening Power Level 1, Poison Level 1, Meditation Level 1, Burning Bug Level 17, Required Experience 3 Heaven 8 Hate HUD. Attributes, Bug, Flame Body. Skills, Spark LV2, Silk Spinning Level 1, Energy Flame Attack Level 1, Bug Resistance Level 1, Flame Wheel Level 2, Bug Bite Level 1, Crazy Volt Level 1, Mind Hammer Level 1, Bug Chirping Level 1, Flash Flame Charge Level 1, Meditation Level 1, Overheat Level 1, Hot Wind Level 1, Sleep Talk LV1, Stand-In Level 1, Blood Sucking Level 1, Instant Level 1, Amnesia Level 1, Big Character Explosion Level 1, Mental Power Level 1, Acrobatics Level 1, Jet Flame Level 1, Round Singing Level 1, Rapid Return Level 1, Willow Level 1, Sunny Day Level 1, Hold On Level 1, Snoring Level 1, Sleeping LV1, Light Wall V1, Qualification Gold. And his own panel also underwent some changes. Data I, Talent, Evergreen Power, Low Level PS. Talent levels are divided into Low Level, Intermediate Level, Advanced Level, Top Level, Legendary Level. Points, 239. Available experience, 5,000. Items, 1. Millennium Resurrection Grass, 1 King Level Superpower Origin Stone, 5 Luxury Balls, 6 bottles of Wound Medicine, 14 bottles of Powerful Wound Medicine, 5 Lucky Eggs, 2 Vitality Fragments, Level 8 Breeder Knowledge, Basic Breeder Encyclopedia, King Level Training Experience, 91 Superpower and Fairy Intermediate Energy Cubes, 91 Fire and Bug Intermediate Energy Cubes, 135 Electric Attribute Intermediate Energy Cubes, 91 Fairy Attribute Intermediate, Space Bracelet, Trainer Essential Items, 3 Epiphany Cards, Advanced Energy Cube Maker, 3 Gym Level Magic Candies, 3 Centennial Lightning Fruits, 3 Elite Level Magic Candies, 3 Low-Level Speed Boosting Potion, 5 Low-Level Special Attack Boosting Potion, Various Potion. In less than a week, several elves have learned almost all the skills they can learn. However, most of them are difficult to use, so they can only rely on time to learn. Today is the opening ceremony. Let's go. Yanqing, who had just finished washing up, saw Zemo still sitting on the bed and reminded him. Okay, I know. Zemo nodded, closed the system panel in front of him that only he could see, and began to wash up. Today is the opening ceremony of Dragon Soul Academy. Those students who have not arrived yet will basically arrive today. Maybe there will be 2 more people in this dormitory, but he doesn't care about these. The only thing that makes him a little concerned is what their first lesson will be like, and the elf egg he bought will hatch in a few days. P.S. The skills in the elf panel will only appear this time, and there will be no more skills in the future. It will only be mentioned when some skills break through the level. The opening ceremony is an event that Dragon Soul Academy attaches great importance to. On this day, all new students must arrive, and old students can choose whether to come or not according to the situation. After all, some students still have tasks to do. However, all the instructors will be present, even the 2 deans will come. The opening ceremony will be held at the junction of the trainer area and the breeder area, the Pokemon Square. The Pokemon Square is very large, and it is also the place where students usually compete. Not far from the Pokemon Square is the Pokemon Arena, but there are usually only some activities held there. Hey, Zemo! The World Elite competition held every 3 years will start in a few months. On the way to the Pokemon Square, Yanqing laughed. Why do you care about these? Although it is an elite competition, the elite level is basically cannon fodder. Now our Pokemons are all at the ordinary level and don't even have the qualifications to go. Zemo glanced at Yanqing speechlessly. Who doesn't care about such a competition? Only you stay in the dormitory every day. I also heard that the first place in this competition seems to be able to get a Pokemon egg of your choice with both parents of purple qualifications and a large sum of money. It would be great if I could be the first. Yanqing said with some envy. We don't have a chance in this world, so let's wait for the next world. Zemo pouted. Alas, the rewards in each world are different. Who knows what you can get in the next world? Then you should work hard to become stronger. What can you get when you become stronger? Becoming stronger is not as simple as you say. When I graduate, I will only be at the gym level at most. It will take too much time to improve later. Now there are many seniors who have graduated for 5 or 6 years and are still standing still. It takes luck to break through to the quasi-king level, not to mention that my dream is to reach the king level. Yanqing said with a bitter mind. Don't give up. What if you are lucky that day and encounter the corpse of a champion-level elf? Why do I feel that you are more unrealistic than me? My dream is to become a dragon-type king, which is already very difficult. You want to get the corpse of a champion-level elf at this time? Yanqing looked at Zemo as if he was looking at a fool. Let's not talk about whether you can find the corpse of a champion-level elf. Even if you find it, and you are the only one, you can't get it. Because the huge energy and perception of the attributes of the elves of that level after death will cause drastic changes in the surrounding environment. For example, the famous Dragon Valley attracted many dragon elves because of the death of a high-level dragon elf. Moreover, those elves regard the corpses of high-level elves as sacred objects and will never let humans take them away. Some elves will even fight with humans. Where there are corpses of champion elves, there are usually king-level elves, or even semi-champion-level elves, so it is generally impossible to obtain the corpse of a champion-level elf. People should have dreams, just in case they come true, Zemo said indifferently. Okay, we're almost there. Let's go find our class team. Looking at the many figures not far away, Yanqing said. Then the two of them stopped talking, looking at the many figures, and finally found the instructor Long Chen standing on the far right. After walking to the team, the two also looked at the people around them. Most of them were people they didn't know. They should have just arrived recently. Just as Zimeng was looking at the classmates behind her, Dongfang Ziling, who had been watching from the left and right in the crowd of girls, had her eyes light up. After saying hello to her new friend, she ran over. Zemo, long time no see. Dongfang Ziling trotted to Zemo, her face flushed at this time, probably because she was teased by those friends when she came. Well, it's been nearly a week since I last saw you. Dongfang Ziling was wearing a sky blue dress today, which was particularly beautiful with her sky blue long hair. Her slightly exposed calves were also wearing snow-white silk, giving people a feeling of purity and desire. Zemo, you and her are not in that kind of relationship, right? At this time, Yanqing hugged Zemo's neck and said to Dongfang Ziling with his back to him, No. Hey, brother, I understand. Don't be shy. Looking at Yanqing's mean expression, Zemo felt his fist itchy. He really wanted to ask Yanqing which eye saw him being shy. Buzz, buzz! At this time, an electronic vibrato sounded, and after hearing this sound, Instructor Long Chen also began to let the students line up. Seeing this, Dongfang Ziling also said, I'm leaving first. I'll come find you after the opening ceremony. After saying that, Dongfang Ziling quickly ran back to the team. He and Yanqing came later, so naturally they stood at the back of the team. Ahem! At this time, a man who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old on the podium coughed a few times, and the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet. Today is the 15th opening ceremony of our Dragon Soul Academy. I won't say any more nonsense. Now I would like to invite Dean Wu to the stage to speak. After the man finished speaking, a white-haired old man in a plain gray robe walked down from the seat above the podium. The old man looked to be in his 70s. But in this world where the average life expectancy is 200 years old, the old man's real age is likely to be 400 or 500 years old. No one knows how strong a 500-year-old man is. He may be a king, a champion, or even a hidden master. Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Tiancheng. You can call me Dean Wu. I don't have much to say. Your mentor will tell you everything. The only thing I want to tell you is that with great ability comes great responsibility. After saying that, Dean Wu walked back to his seat, which made many people present a little confused. That's it? Such a grand opening ceremony ended up with just this? Okay, let's invite Dean Liu to speak next. Dean Liu is a woman who doesn't look very old, only in her 40s. But this dean also said a word and left. Then all the next mentors just said a few words, and that was it. This made everyone present a little confused. In such a grand opening ceremony, not to mention talking for several hours, what do you mean by saying a few words and leaving? Are you so unwilling to say anything? Strange, so strange. I've watched the opening ceremony videos before, and they almost always lasted for several hours. Why did it end so quickly this time? Yanqing said cautiously to Zemo behind him. Who knows? Maybe something happened. Zemo also frowned slightly. He could see that almost all the instructors on the field had something on their minds, which led to them almost leaving after a few words. The anticlimactic ending of this opening ceremony was something no one could figure out, and it also puzzled many senior students. Why didn't they have this treatment that year and had to listen to the nagging for a whole morning? Okay, students, today is the first day of school. You should introduce yourselves and communicate with your classmates for a while. After all, you will have to get along with each other for 4 years. In the class, instructor Long Chen said. As he finished speaking, many students with more lively and outgoing personalities began to introduce themselves. Some people felt a little bored. After all, they had introduced themselves once. But after all, they were instructors, so they had no choice but to introduce themselves again. However, this self-introduction also made many people understand the general personalities of many classmates. For example, one of the young men named Cheng Yi was not the kind of person who was easy to get along with. The contemptuous tone when introducing himself made many people feel uncomfortable. However, several women in the class also caused discussions among classmates. After all, everyone loves beauty, and beauties like Dongfang Ziling naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. And Zemo, who was sitting next to her, naturally aroused the hostility of many boys. But it didn't matter. He was not afraid of senior students, so how could he be afraid of these young boys? In his previous life and the life before that, he was also in his 30s. How could he not have this little bit of tolerance? Okay, today is the first day, and I happen to have something to do, so you can chat with each other. Of course, if you are interested in elf battles, you can also go to the Elf Square, where people will compete every day. Oh, by the way, you should also know that the Academy only provides you with resources to become stronger, so there is actually not much to teach you. In the end, you still need to explore on your own. Now you can on some simple tasks. At this time, Long Chen, who had walked to the door, suddenly turned around and said. Hearing Long Chen's words, Zemo narrowed his eyes, always feeling that something had happened, and the instructor's words were full of meaning. After the instructor left, the class became lively, and Zemo also whispered to Dongfang Ziling. Ziling, do you know what happened recently? I always feel something strange. Dongfang Ziling's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, It seems that nothing has happened. It's just that the Alliance secret realm was attacked. It's a big deal. Seeing that Dongfang Ziling didn't know, Zemo didn't ask anymore, but started to think. He was sure that something must have happened, otherwise the senior members of the Academy would not have been so anxious that they did not even want to waste half a day of the opening ceremony. And Instructor Long Chen frowned from the beginning until he left, as if he was worried about something. I am still weak. Zi Chen clenched his fists and thought. It was because of his own strength that Meng Wenlong did not tell him about the matter of his original parents. The same was true for Hua Beibei, and even now. All the reasons were due to insufficient strength. If he was stronger, then these secrets that puzzled him should be solved. Thinking of this, Zemo's heart rose with stubbornness, and he had to see what secrets were in these things. Hey, Zemo, let's go out and do a mission together in a few days. At this time, Yanqing came over and smiled. Task? Forget it, we're too weak now, so let's wait for a while before going out. Zemo shook his head. He must go out, but at least he must first upgrade Zerora's level to elite level. Otherwise, with his current strength, he feels like he is just delivering food to wild Pokemon. Not all the elves in the wild are gentle, and there are quite a few vicious ones. Even some elves that were once abandoned will specifically hunt trainers. Tens of millions of trainers die in the wild almost every year. So if you don't have enough strength, it's better not to go out to do any tasks. As for leveling up, I have one more ability than others to gain experience through fighting. As long as I go to the elf square for a few more days, I should be able to level up a few levels. And you can bet on elf battles, and you can make some extra money at that time, so why not? Is that so? But you are right. Our elves are basically only level 10 or 20. It is really too dangerous to go out now. Yanqing nodded in agreement. In fact, there is no need to go out to get resources. This academy has formed a system. Now you can find some jobs and get resources. Dongfang Ziling reminded. Yanqing still didn't know much about this place, so he was still a little confused. For example, the trading center of the academy needs staff on the second floor. Although the resources provided are not much, they are enough for living expenses. And these jobs are basically for first-year students. Now the elves of the second-year students have grown up, so they should have almost resigned and started to go into the wild forest. Dongfeng Ziling had also met Yanqing before and knew that he was Zemo's friend. Is that so? That means those seniors now look down on that little salary, so they all go to explore the forest? Yanqing frowned and said uncertainly, "That's the fact, but you can say it more tactfully, not so bluntly." Zemo said expressionlessly, "Okay, then I'll go and see when the time comes. I'm an adult now, and I really shouldn't rely on my parents to send money to raise an elf. I don't think your personality is suitable for being a waiter. I think it's better for you to go to the elf training center. When you work there, you should be able to use those tools for free." Zemo said, "It is basically impossible to let a straightforward person like Yanqing work as a waiter. Maybe he will start cursing at a bad-tempered customer, so it is better to remind him first." "What are you planning to do?" Yanqing looked at Zemo and asked curiously. "Me, I plan to open a ring in the elf square. I can add some bets at that time. If you are interested, you can go with me," Zemo said. "Ring match? Forget it. I awakened my natal elf in June. It has only been more than 3 months now, and the big crocodile ant is only level 26 now. I feel like I will be cannon fodder if I go there. Those who awakened their natal elves in January should be at a high level now." Yanqing shook his head. He still has some self-knowledge. Naturally, he knows the gap between him and those people. He is asking for trouble if he goes there. However, he is still a little curious about Zemo's strength, so he plans to go and see when the time comes. In the few days after the opening ceremony, the instructors did not teach him anything useful. Instructor Long Chen even said that as long as he could pass each exam, he did not need to attend class. Although Zemo did not want to go, it was not long since the start of the school year, so it was better not to give the instructors a bad impression. So he would arrive on time every time. After a few days of observation, Zemo found that what Instructor Long Chen was teaching now was basically the application of some skills in combat and the ability to respond on the spot. To be honest, these things were not very useful to Zemo. After all, he was a Pokemon doctor in his previous life, so he naturally had connections with some high-level trainers. So he had read the experiences of some high-level trainers. Just when he wanted to gradually reduce the number of times he went, a message came from his Pokemon phone. "Oh, is the hornworm almost hatching? Then I won't go to class today." Looking at the message on the phone, Zemo also turned in another direction and walked towards the trading center. Their current teaching method is actually quite loose. In the first grade, they teach some combat skills and wilderness survival skills. In the second grade, they can go to the wild forest and various secret realms. There are not only secret realms with serial numbers in this world, but also many small secret realms and special secret realms. However, secret realms are relatively dangerous, so in general, small secret realms are only open to students above the second grade. However, how big can a small secret realm be? After countless years of fleecing, the resources in it are now somewhat scarce. There are many unknown places in the wild. The area explored by humans now is less than 40% of the world's area. Now there is still 60% of the area waiting for human exploration. However, the ocean area accounts for more than half of it, and the other areas are also very dangerous places. Otherwise, How could it be that it has not been explored for so long? Arriving at the trading center, Zemo went up to the second floor familiarly. Wang Qi and his elves had been hatched the day before yesterday. The elf is a thornball cactus, and its qualifications are also good. It is green. When it was hatched, he was also invited to go over and was ridiculed by Wang Qi and others. But today they will finally know that there are always people who are better than you. But there is one thing that makes him hesitate. Should he sell the unicorn beetle to the Academy or keep it for himself? He can get a sum of money by selling it to the Academy, and he already has 5 elves. Now he feels that he is not capable enough to keep one. Forget it, I'd better sell it to the Academy. By then, the elves' qualifications will definitely be exposed. Selling it to the Academy can reduce a lot of trouble. Thinking that Zemo has decided whether to keep the unicorn beetle. In fact, he still wants to keep it in his heart. After all, the final evolution of the unicorn beetle is a good physical attacker, and it can also be super. But if the qualifications are exposed, he is worried that someone will harm him, so it is safer to sell it. Not long after, Zemo also came to the agreed place and followed a service staff into a room. There were a lot of things in the room, big and small, and Wang Qi and others had been there. Because they wanted to avoid cheating, people from both sides could come and watch when the elves hatched. Zemo, right? Your elf egg has started to flash white light, and it will be hatched soon. A middle-aged man in a white coat pointed to an elf egg and said, "Well, thank you." Zemo nodded and stood aside. Generally, after flashing white light, the elf egg will hatch within 6 hours. But he was lucky. After half an hour, the white light on the elf egg began to flicker. This made Wang Qi and others nervous. Although they felt that their thornball cactus should be able to win. But if Zemo's luck was very good and really hatched an elf better than them, they would be uncomfortable. After all, 10 million alliance coins is not a small amount. Although each person only needs to take 2 million, it will also make them feel painful for a few days. As the light of the elf egg became brighter and brighter, finally after a burst of intense white light, a small insect elf appeared in everyone's eyes. "Ha ha ha, it's actually a unicorn beetle. Seeing your confident look, I thought it was some good elf, but it turned out to be a common unicorn beetle." "Poochie, yes, I was a little worried just now, but it turned out to be a unicorn beetle." As soon as the elf hatched, Wang Qi and others laughed. Even the staff on the side shook their heads. Zemo had a blank expression on his face. He naturally knew what the elf inside was, so he said to the staff, "Please help me test its qualifications." "Ha ha ha, it's already a unicorn beetle, but you haven't given up yet." "Heh, don't say that, maybe it can surpass the cyan resources." "Surpass cyan? Haha, everyone knows that the qualifications of unicorn beetles are generally between white and green, and cyan qualifications are very rare, let alone above cyan." The staff ignored Wang Qi and the others, but nodded, indicating Zemo to put the still, confused unicorn beetle on the machine on the side. Zemo did not refuse. It was best for the hatched elves to be held by their owners, so that the elves could be closer. After placing the unicorn beetle on the machine, the staff turned on the machine. Suddenly, the colored lights on the machine began to light up: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. As the colors changed, Wang Qi and others were stunned, and even the staff were very shocked. "Purple? Purple?" Wang Qi looked at the color on the machine and said in disbelief, "Impossible! Is the machine broken? How could it be purple? This is an ordinary unicorn beetle." At this time, the staff came back to their senses, glanced at them, and said, "We just repaired this machine a few days ago. How could it be broken? Everyone, don't forget my money." After saying this to Wang Qi and others, Zemo said to the staff, "Please ask your boss. I plan to sell this elf." "Really? Really?" Hearing Zemo's words, the staff couldn't help but feel a little surprised. If he could buy this elf, he would definitely have a share of the credit. "Well, I have too many elves, so I can't keep this one," Zemo said helplessly. Okay. Wait a minute, I'll report to the higher-ups right away." After saying that, the staff ran out. At this time, only he, Wang Qi, and the other 5 were left in the room, as well as the unicorn sleeping on the machine. Zemo didn't really care much about Wang Qi and the other 5. If it weren't for the bet, he might have forgotten about them long ago. But now that he has won, he shouldn't forget about them before the bet is over. Okay, scan it and transfer the money to me. If you don't have it now, I can ask the staff to find you later. Zemo turned on his phone and smiled at the few people. Wang Chi and the others looked at Zemo's smile, feeling a little indignant, but helpless, so each of them transferred 2 million alliance coins to him. Looking at the balance on his phone, Zemo nodded with satisfaction. Okay, we don't have any relationship anymore. Don't mess with me anymore. You can go now. Several people looked at each other, but there was nothing to say, and they all left here in dismay. However, the one who looked like the boss among the five turned back and gave Zemo a vicious look before leaving. Ignoring them, more than 10 minutes later, the man in the white coat followed a man in a suit and leather shoes into the room. The man in the suit walked into the room and immediately looked at the instrument on the side. When he saw the purple light on the instrument, he was also a little excited. The initial form is purple. If it is cultivated with good resources and evolved twice, there is a 5-level probability of reaching the gold qualification. I am afraid that even the king will be tempted by this kind of elf. After all, it can grow to the champion level. For example, if the insect king knew about it, he would definitely buy it at all costs. This time, as long as he can take down this elf, he can definitely get a raise. Thinking of this, the man in the suit smiled and said to Zemo, "Mr. Zemo, are you really willing to trade this elf to the academy?" "Well, the evolution cycle of the unicorn beetle is very fast. If you give it to me, it would be a bit of a waste. After all, I don't have too many resources now." Zemo nodded slightly. Hearing this, the man in the suit smiled even more. "Then I wonder what Mr. Zemo needs? I need resources. The market price of a purple quality elf is about 100 million alliance coins, and this one is purple at the beginning. It has a chance to break through to gold quality after evolving twice, so I only need 200 million alliance coins of resources." 200 million alliance coins? The man in the suit frowned slightly, but it was not because Zemo's asking price was too high. If it was an auction, the value of this elf would definitely exceed 200 million. Even if more than 2 kings took a fancy to it, 500 million is possible. The reason for his frown was that Zemo wanted resources, and the value of resources of this value was not something he could decide. "This is too valuable. I need to ask the dean," the man in the suit said. "Well, yes, the resources I need are not too advanced. I need what I can use at this stage." "Okay, then please wait a moment." The man walked out of the room, but a few minutes later he entered the room. "The dean said that he can agree to your request. You can tell me what kind of resources you need, and I will help you get them." The man in the suit said with a strange look on his face, "I need electric, psychic, fairy, fire, and ground." "Do you have so many Pokemon? You actually need so many resources?" The man in the suit said in surprise. "No, some of my Pokemon have dual attributes." "Is that so?" "Okay, Xiaohua, go get a contract and an anonymous Pokeball." The man in the suit said to the man in the white coat, who had not spoken from beginning to end. The man in the white coat nodded and left the room. An anonymous Pokeball, just like its name, Pokemon captured with this Pokeball will not be entered into the Alliance database. However, it is necessary to log in at the Pokemon Center. Zemo's current Pokemons are all anonymous Pokeballs, and although his Pokemon's data was registered in Tianji Town, but the qualifications are all fake, and the Burning Bug's qualifications were originally filled in as Cyan. Not many people would be interested in a Burning Bug with Cyan qualifications. After all, the highest level of Cyan is level 60, and the evolution of the Burning Bug is level 59. In this case, the Pokemon may not be able to evolve in its lifetime. Because it is very difficult for a Pokemon to grow to the limit of its qualifications, unless it is very lucky, it will take hundreds of years for a Cyan Pokemon to grow to level 60. After the man in the white coat left, the man in the suit asked Zemo specifically about the resources he wanted, and Zemo naturally explained it in detail. Otherwise, if he gets a bunch of resources that he can't use, wouldn't it be a pitfall for himself? More than 20 minutes later, the man in the white coat just ran back in a hurry and handed a contract to the man in the suit. "This is the contract for the transaction. You can take a look and sign it." The man in the suit read it and handed it to Zemo. Zemo took the contract, glanced at it casually, and signed it. "Are you sure you don't want to take a closer look?" said the Voot. "It's okay. I believe in the Academy. The Academy is willing to give more than 100 high-quality elves to students every year and will not cheat a small student like me." Zemo waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the man in the suit looked at Zemo with a touch of appreciation. Indeed, their academy gives students resources of tens of billions every year, so naturally they will not cheat students. This is something that other academies cannot compare to. What he didn't know was that although Zemo also believed that the academy would not really cheat him, the main reason was that there were too many contents in this contract. If he really read it carefully, it would take more than 10 minutes to finish it. So he simply didn't read it. "Well, you can go to the warehouse with me to get some resources you need first," Shizi in the suit said to Zemo after putting the unicorn beetle into the elf ball. Zemo followed the man in the suit, took the elevator, and soon arrived at the basement. There is also a huge space in the basement of the trading center, and there are many rooms here. Zemo even saw a room called Overlord-level Dragon Resources. I believe the things inside are all good things worth tens of millions. Following the man, Zemo also found that there are many elves here. However, he can now see clearly that the level is below level 58, but he has been walking here for a long time and has not seen a level below 58. You can imagine how strict the management here is. He even saw a ghost-type elf full of question marks in his shadow. It is estimated that it entered his shadow when he entered the lower level. But fortunately, the places they are going to are all low-level resource areas, so they didn't walk far. This is the resource library of the electric system. It contains all the electric resources below the gym level. We can go and take a look. The man in the suit took Zemo to a very large room and said. After following the man in the suit into the room, Zemo saw the thing he was interested in at first sight, the sand scale fruit. Sand scale fruit is a material that can be used to make speed-increasing potions. Of course, even if you don't make potions and eat it directly, it will have a significant effect. It's just that the effect is not that good, and one sand scale fruit can generally be made into 1 to 3 bottles of potions. This depends entirely on the level of the pharmacist. Some people make 3 bottles, but the combined effect is not as good as 1 bottle of others. But some people make 1 bottle, and even any one of the 3 bottles of others is not as good. So the potion still depends on the level of the pharmacist. Looking around, Zemo did find a lot of good things, such as the dragon fire fruit that can improve special attacks. There are also magnets that increase the power of electric attribute skills. There are all kinds of resources, but he asked about it, and the U-shaped magnet he liked requires a full 3 million alliance coins. For Zeraora, Zemo also fought hard. Just in the electrical resources, Zemo bought a full 60 million alliance coins. Then there are other things, such as chimi fruit, moo milk, etc. There is also soft sand, which will increase the power of ground attribute moves after carrying the elf props. The curved spoon will increase the power of superpower moves after carrying it. The charcoal will increase the power of fire attribute moves after carrying it. There is also a very special prop, the cloth containing amazingly powerful spiritual power, Spirit World Cloth. The reason why Zemo prepared the Spirit World Cloth is because he planned to subdue a ghost-type elf, so Zemo bought a lot of Spirit World Cloth. In addition to this, there is also the Calming Bell. The Calming Bell can be said to be a very practical thing. It can not only help improve the favorability with the elves, but also help calm the elves in the wild. This thing has saved many people in the wild. This time, Zemo's harvest is quite rich, and he will not worry about resources for a long time to come. However, even if he plundered it wantonly, he still had more than 20 million alliance coins left in the end. If you add his own money and the money he just won, he still has more than 30 million alliance coins. After buying things, Zemo left the trading center and started to return to the dormitory. Thinking about training Zeraora, he planned to go to the Elf Square tomorrow to test the waters. Ding dong! Just as Zemo returned to the dormitory, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and took a look. Sure enough, it was from Dongfang Ziling. The message in it was shocking that he actually hatched a purple qualified elf. Only then did Zemo slap his thigh and wondered why he didn't sell it to Dongfang Ziling's family. But now that it was sold and the contract was signed, he had no way to change anything. After chatting with Dongfang Ziling for a while, he also asked Dongfang Ziling to help him ask for leave, and then he returned to the dormitory. Level 36. Required 2500. Attribute, electricity. Feature, electricity storage. Personality, naive, warlike. Skills, qualification 6 colors. Looking at the panel of his own natal elf, Zemo was also a little excited. It has only been more than a month, and little Zeraora has reached the elite level, and is still in the middle elite level. It will soon break through to the late elite level. After Zeraora broke through to the elite level, it was much easier for Zeraora to deal with those elves that were one level weaker than himself. Especially since Zeraora now has more skills and more changes, it is very easy to fight with flying elves or water elves. As for the ground system that restrains Zeraora, you should know that Zeraora now has many fighting attribute skills. So now Zeraora can already fight 3 people to pass the elf tower. However, as the number of levels increases, it becomes more and more difficult for Zeraora to fight alone. Now it is extremely difficult to fight a higher level. I don't know how to fight the Pokemon Tower in the future. Now he has challenged the 30th floor of the Pokemon Tower. This seems very fast, but it is not fast. The reason why Zeraora has improved so fast is that Zeraora has monopolized all the experience of the Pokemon Tower from 1st to 29th floor. Now the Pokemons of La Lulas are still hovering around level 10. You can try to clear the 30th floor today. I still have 7,700 experience points to distribute. If you give them all to Zeraora, Zeraora can break through to level 39. Originally, Zemo got 5,000 experience points when he opened the blind box last time. With the 300 experience points given for each pass in 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29, it is now exactly 7,700 experience points. He did it as soon as he thought of it. After Zemo gave all the experience points to Zeraora, Zeraora, who was still sleeping in the Pokeball, suddenly woke up. The little Zeraora in the Pokeball clenched his fists as he watched his master's power grow inexplicably stronger. He felt indescribably comfortable. Level 39, required experience. It's almost gym level. If I pass this time, can not only break through to gym level, but also open the small world function. However, after this, I will also start to train other Pokemons. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 4 Pokemons in the Pokemon Tower after the 30th floor. The Pokemons in the Pokemon Tower are all very strong. Not only will they be randomly strengthened by the system, but they also have no sense of pain. They will not stop attacking until they have no health. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and it is easy to fight against them at higher levels. However, once Zeraora breaks through to gym level, he can try to go to the wild forest. If he comes to this world and doesn't go on adventures everywhere, he really doesn't deserve the name of a training level. However, it is still too dangerous to have only one gym level Zeraora. I still need to wait until other elves grow to elite level, then I can have a little self-protection power. And during this time, I can also try to let Ralts use teleport more and strive to reach level 3 or above when I go to the wild. Because when teleportation reaches level 3 or above, even Ralts can teleport with humans, and then my safety can be guaranteed. But Zemo really wants to ask if he can get a guardian elf next time. There are no powerful guardian elves in this world, which always makes him feel insecure. Thinking back to the past, in his previous life, he had elves sent by U-Warrior to protect him. Forget it, give the magnet to Zeraora first. This world is different from the world of anime. In the world of anime, if you want to use props, you need to wear the props on the elves, or the elves can find a way themselves. In general, items in this world are transformed into special energy and enter the body of the elves. However, exclusive items are a little special and can only be used by special elves. Or maybe the item is too powerful, and the Pokemon may not be able to withstand it, and therefore will not absorb it into the body. Bang! As the Pokeball was opened, Zeraora appeared in the dormitory. Wow! Zeraora, who had just appeared, growled and cast his eyes on a U-shaped magnet in Zemo's hand. Come and absorb this thing, and then adapt to it, and then we will challenge that slow king. Zemo rubbed Zeraora's furry head and smiled. Woo! Zeraora nodded and pressed his palm on the magnet. Then, a golden light flashed, and the magnet turned into a golden energy and was absorbed into Zeraora's body. He immediately closed his eyes and began to carefully feel the changes in his body. While Zeraora was adapting to the item, Zemo also released several other Pokemon. Level 17, required EXP, forward Honey 3800, attributes Psychic, Fairy, features Telepathy. Skills, White Flower, level 21, required EX 1200, features Symbiosis. Skillification Blue, Burning Bug, level 21, required EX 7, Bug, Fire. Features Flamecation Gold, Giant Crocodile Ant. Level 6, require attributes Ground. Features Skills Sand Throwing level 1, Fright level 1, Sharpening level 1, Bite level 1, Lightning Flash level 1, Earth Strength level 1, Insect Bite. Lalu! The elves were a little puzzled when they first came out because they had just finished eating energy cubes, and Zemo would not let them out at this time in the past. But after a while, Lalu crawled into Zemo's arms and started to act coquettishly. Lalu. Zemo rubbed Lalu's little head and said to the elves, I got a lot of good things for you today. You can adapt to it now. As he said that, Zemo took out several props from the system space. A curved spoon, a piece of charcoal, and a bag of soft sand. They were for Lalula's, the burning bug, and the giant crocodile ant. There was no prop for Huabebe, not because Zemo didn't look for it, but because he didn't find a satisfactory prop. There are not many props with fairy attributes, and Zemo's standards are relatively high, so he didn't find any for a while. However, Zemo said before he left that he asked the staff to keep an eye out for it for him, and he would go and take a look when the props arrived. Bebe! Huabebe looked at the other partners who all had gifts, but she didn't, and felt a little disappointed. Huabebe, this is for you. Zemo handed Huabebe a fairy fruit with strong fairy attributes. Fairy fruit is a necessary fruit for a precious potion, and it is also the main fruit for high-level fairy energy blocks. The one in Zemo's hand is of a relatively old age. Generally, fairy fruits can mature in 7 months, but Zemo's one is 3 years old. Other energy and quality are better than ordinary fairy fruits, but the gap with lightning fruit is a bit big. But the good thing is that elves like Huabebe like this fruit very much. Bebe! After Huabebe saw this fruit, she was also a little excited and wanted to pick up the fruit. But the size of the fairy fruit is equivalent to a smaller apple, a little bigger than Huabebe, and Huabebe was quite funny when she held it. Bebe! After Huabebe picked up the fairy fruit, she wanted to thank Zemo, but she found that she could not see Zemo, and her sight was completely blocked by the fairy fruit. Haha, let me hold it for you. Seeing Huabebe's expression, Zemo also found it a little funny, so he helped Huabebe hold the fairy fruit and let Huabebe eat it on his palm. Seeing Huabebe in his hand biting the fruit that was bigger than her body, Zemo also remembered the first time he got along with Huabebe. He still remembered that time Huabebe also ate from his hand. However, the prices of these two kinds of fruits are quite different. The last fruit was a few alliance coins each, and this time it was more than 100,000 alliance coins each. But compared to the more outrageous props, this little money is really nothing. More than 10 minutes later, Huabebe was lying on Zemo's palm, rubbing her round belly contentedly. At this time, Zeraora had opened his eyes. Seeing that Zeraora had awakened, Zemo put several Pokemon into the Pokeball one after another. Zeraora, get ready to challenge old friends. Woo! Zeraora also roared excitedly, indicating that he was ready. System, I want to challenge the 30th floor of the Elf Tower. Ding, challenge begins. When the system's voice sounded, Mo looked around and saw that he and Zeraora had already arrived at a green lake. Opposite them stood a level 30 Slow King. Slow King evolved from Slowpoke wearing the King's certificate, and its attribute was Water plus Psychic. However, unlike Slowpoke's other form, Slowshell, Slow King was more inclined to Psychic attribute, and the one opposite them had a strengthened Psychic attribute. So far, Zeraora has fought with Slow King no less than 20 times, but Zeraora lost every time. If it weren't for Zeraora's increasingly courageous battles, Zemo would never have agreed to Zeraora's challenge so many times. If it were an ordinary Pokemon after failing so many times in the same place, I'm afraid they would have been afraid. Woo! Zeraora growled at the seemingly intelligent Slow King. But Slow King remained unmoved, quietly waiting for the challenge to officially begin. Slow King stands on 2 feet, with an orange and white umbrella-like structure around his neck. The eyes of the shellfish on his head are on the back, and there is a red gem-like structure on the back of the shellfish. Ding! The challenge starts in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. P.S. I will try to update more from now on, but next month I need to finish the previous book, so it is impossible to update more, which is equivalent to returning to 2 chapters a day. After all, I need to update 3 chapters a day for the previous book. Slow King? Level 30, Water Superpowers. Features, Go My Own Way. Skills, Earthquake Level 1, Hold On Level 1, Predict the Future Level 1, Surf Level 1, Instant Amnesia Level 1, Mind Hammer Level 1, Head Hammer Level 1, Immobilization Level 1, Telekinesis Level 2, Yawn Level 1, Water Gun Level 1, Impact Level 1, Bluff Level 1, Trick Level 1, Power Gem Level 1, Laziness Level 1, Mystical Guardian. Slow King's skill board looks simple. It shouldn't be difficult to fight, and Zeraora's electric skills can restrain Slow King twice. Everything looks simple. At the beginning, Zemo also thought it should be simple to fight. After all, Zeraora is 1 level higher than Slow King. But the result is really unexpected for Zemo. Slow King's superpowers are not weak, and this time it is the superpowers that are strengthened. And the most exciting thing is that Slow King will use the trick skill right away. The effect of the trick skill is activate the brain and greatly increase the special attack. And Slow King's original special attack is not low either. The combination of these factors makes it possible for Slow King to overwhelm Zeraora. No matter what skill Zeraora releases, Slow King can always directly use telekinesis to take it, even if it is a wave missile. And because of Slow King's superpowers, Zeraora dare not get too close to Zeraora. It doesn't matter if it's a little far away, because Zeraora can break free of Slow King's telekinesis, but once it gets close, Zeraora is completely powerless against Slow King's telekinesis. However, Zemo has not been idle these days. He has also formulated a special training plan for Zeraora, and practiced several skills specifically. Ding, 5, 4, 3, 1, the battle begins. Zeraora use Roar. The game had just begun when Zeraora and Slow King used their skills at the same time. Unfortunately, Slow King's skill was interrupted by Zeraora's loud roar in the middle of using it. As mentioned before, the elves in the Elf Tower will not feel pain, but this does not mean that the elves in the Elf Tower have no other feelings. If there is no feeling at all, then the Elf Tower is more difficult than the Nightmare mode. So apart from not feeling pain, the elves in the Elf Tower are no different from other elves. They can also be surprised, shocked, and even communicate. However, he tried to communicate with the power of Evergreen, and the elves in the Elf Tower gave him a machine feeling. But the elves on the 30th floor spoke a lot more than those on the 23rd floor. This made Zemo feel that the elves in the Elf Tower would be like real elves when he reached a higher level, and only then would the Elf Tower show its true appearance. After all, the elves in the Elf Tower now are like preset programs. They all use a certain skill at the beginning. As long as they play a few more times and find the weakness, they can always pass the level. But if you have self-awareness, you can think of any tactics yourself, and the Elf Tower is saved. If you didn't fight last time, the battle video of the Elf Tower will be saved. It is equivalent to that if you keep challenging, the elves in the Elf Tower will continue to become stronger. For example, the Slow King he is facing now, its original telekinesis skill is actually level 1, but the number of challenges has increased, and the skill has now been upgraded to level 2. Okay, back to the Elf Tower. After interrupting Slow King's skills, Zeraora, skillfully released the continuous skills of electric field and electromagnetic waves. Let Slowking enter a paralyzed state. Looking at Slowking standing there stiffly, Zemo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Slowking can't trigger the paralyzed state this time, he doesn't know how long it will take. In fact, time is nothing to him. What he is afraid of is that Zeraora loses too many times and loses confidence. In the subsequent challenges, Zemo was always nervous because he was afraid that Zeraora would lose confidence in the battle. Fortunately, I don't know if Zeraora is really naive or just getting braver and braver. He lost more than 20 times but never admitted defeat. After Slowking entered paralysis, Zeraora made other moves. The high-speed movement skill combined with Zeraora's own high speed and high burst, in an instant he arrived in front of Slowking. Zeraora 100,000 volts at the closest distance. Zeraora's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Although he had failed twice like this, his intuition told him that he would succeed this time. Suddenly, lightning from Zeraora's body continuously hit Slowking. The reflection by the lake recorded Zeraora's 24th challenge, but it was unknown whether he could win this time. Zeraora used this method the previous 2 times, but unfortunately both ended in failure. Because of Slowking's lazy skill, he could restore half of his physical strength at once. With the mysterious Guardian skill, this method could only be used once. If it failed once, he would basically not win. Zeraora was bathed in thunder at this time. His body, which was similar to that of a human, made him look like a golden god of war, full of domineering and wild aura. As the golden thunder slowly ended, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Zeraora for defeating Slowking and gaining 302 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 30th floor tower guarding Pokemon Slowking. Next Pokemon Lapras, Dragon Rider, Enhancement Direction Physical Defense. Ding, excuse me, do you want to change Pokemon? No. After taking a look at Zeraora, who had not consumed much energy, Zemo chose to continue the challenge. At the same time, he was also feeling emotional. If he hadn't bought the magnet, he would definitely lose again this time. This was what happened to him last time. Although he was foolproof in the beginning, he didn't kill Slowking in the end, which gave it time to develop. With the addition of the Mystic Guardian buff, abnormal state immunity, half of the energy is restored by using laziness, and 3 uses of trick, no matter where Zeraora runs to, it will be difficult to escape. Even if Zeraora is fast and has a long enough distance, he will be immediately overwhelmed by using the bluff. Moreover, Slowking also has skills such as immobilization, curse, and predicting the future. Anyway, if you can't kill Slowking in the first second at the beginning, there is basically no solution. Otherwise, Zeraora would not have lost more than 20 times in a row in the same place. If this were outside, let alone a level 30 Pokemon, even a level 40 Pokemon, Zeraora would have a high probability of winning. Next up is Lapras, but there's not much to say about Lapras. His random skills aren't that great, and he's countered by electric and fighting skills. The most important thing is that Lapras strengthens physical defense. If it was special defense, he could still fight, but it's a pity that it's physical defense. Zeraora's 100,000 volts and wave missiles are both special attacks, so strengthening physical defense is useless. As for the last Pokemon, it's Scyther. This Pokemon is a bit tough. It strengthens speed and is very good at high-speed movement and shadow splitting. Especially this skill that will double the return. Attributes: Bug, Flying, Bug Premonition. Skills: Cross Scissors Level 1, Cross Poison Blade Level 1, Tile Splitting Level 1, Hold Level 1, High-Speed Movement Level 1, Gathering Chi Level 1, Splitting Level 1, Double Attack Level 1, Shadow Clone Level 1, Sword Dance Level 1, Wing Attack Level 1, The Point Level 1, Slash Level 1, Stare Level 1, Lightning Flash Level 1, Double Return Level 1. To be honest, this Scyther is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, and it appeared after Zeraora had fought 2 consecutive battles. If there was no Lapras, Zeraora would have a better chance of winning. But unfortunately, Lapras wasted a lot of energy for Zeraora. Now, if you want to fight a protracted battle with Scyther, you can't win because Scyther is too fast. If you use Sword Dance a few times on Scyther, there is no way to get the upper hand. So Zichen asked Zeraora to use the provocation skill that he was not yet proficient in. And maybe the goddess of fate smiled at them today, allowing Zeraora to successfully use the provocation skill. After being hit by the provocation skill, Scyther will not be able to use other skills except attack for a period of time. Scyther cannot use high-speed movement even with the system's increased speed. It is still not as fast as Zeraora, who can use high-speed movement. So 2 fire punches successfully defeated Scyther. Oh! Zeraora looked at Scyther, who disappeared in white light, and also calmed down his breath and smiled victoriously. At the same time, the system's voice was also ringing continuously. Ding! Zeraora defeated Scyther and gained 302 experience. Ding! Congratulations to the dormitory for clearing the 30th floor of the Elf Tower and getting rewards. The small world function is enabled, and you get 5,000 experience points, 5,000 points, and 10 elf blind boxes. Hey, I got another 5,000 experience points, plus the 1,800 experience points I just got from defeating 3 elves, which is 6,800 experience points. I should be able to upgrade the elves to level 41. System, give all the experience to Zeraora. Ding! Zeraora gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations to Zeraora for leveling up 2 levels. Now he is level 41, 124, 5,000. It actually reached level 41. It seems that leveling up from 40 to 41 means 4,000 experience points, which is 1,000 more than leveling up from 39 to 40. Now there are 1,000 more experience points to the next level, which means it takes 1,000 more experience points to level up. In this case, it will be troublesome next time. Zemo frowned as he looked at Zeraora's new level. In his current situation, he had given almost all the experience points he had gained from the system to Zeraora, but it would be troublesome to gain experience points next time. There should be 4 elves on the 31st floor of the Elf Tower. It would be difficult to win unless he could kill 2 of the 4 elves in 1 second. It seems that the next Elf Tower will require other elves. Ding! Do you want to continue the pop challenge? Forget it. I want to quit. After Zemo and Zeraora left the Elf Tower space, the man and his pet appeared in the dormitory again. I wonder what the small world function is. At this time, Zemo also noticed the new function. Ding! The dormitory can silently enter the small world. Hearing the system prompt, Zemo also silently recited in his heart to enter the small world. Then he only felt a flash before his eyes and appeared in a dark world. And the moment he appeared, Zemo only felt that he was connected to this space, and he could come here at any time. It's so dark, I can't see anything. Can it be whiter? Zemo glanced around and found that it was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see anything, so he couldn't help but complain. And just as he had this thought, he saw the space around him suddenly light up. Only then did he finally see the surrounding scenery clearly. The place where he was now seemed to be an island in the sky, with a circular island with a diameter of 100 meters under his feet. The only difference was that there was nothingness all around, as if he was in the void. But when he walked to the edge of the island, he knew he was wrong again. There was actually a barrier on the edge of the island, so he couldn't see the surrounding situation at all. Moreover, there was no sun or moon in this world, and everything depended on Zemo's imagination. If Zemo wanted it to light up, it would light up, and if he wanted it to darken, it would darken. Just as he was looking around curiously, the voice of the system rang again. Ding! It was detected that the dormitory had passed the 30th floor of the Elf Tower, and the small world began to expand. As the system sounded, the scope of the island began to grow visibly. In less than a minute, the island, which was originally 100 meters in diameter, had become 2,000 meters in diameter. Because it was a one-time expansion, Zemo didn't know the rules, but regardless of that, he found that the elves he found could live in the small world. If he could survive here, then the elves could definitely survive. As long as he put the elves into this world, they could train themselves in this world. And the space here is large enough, and even skills can be trained. Thinking of this, Zemo was also a little excited, but at this moment, Zemo had another good idea in his mind. He took out an ordinary orange fruit from the space bracelet, ate the flesh and buried the core in the soil, and then used the power of Changpan to start the fruit core. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Just when Zemo was about to give up, a tender white seedling broke out of the soil. Seeing the young seedlings, Zemo got excited. If so, could he plant some village fruits in the small world in the future? Zemo also found that there was a magical energy here. He had just been here for a short time, and he felt that his power of evergreen was quietly improving. He also found that the seeds seemed to absorb the mysterious energy between heaven and earth when they grew. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing in the end. After watching for a while, Zemo first brought Zeraora into this small world, and then brought Lalula's and the others here. When the elves saw this magical scene, they were also very shocked, but also very excited, because they would not have to stay in the small elf ball all the time in the future. Although I don't know how the master did it, now that there is a new space, they can exercise all the time, and it is the kind that can exercise all the time for 24 hours a day. However, only Zeraora was thinking about exercising. Other elves were not willing to exercise all the time, such as the burning bug, which would rather sleep than exercise. Every time the burning bug exercised, Zeraora had to watch. After placing all the elves in the small world, Zemo returned to the real world. Zemo was very satisfied with the reward for passing the elf tower this time. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that the area was still too small. However, when he passed a few more levels of the elf tower, the area would be larger, and the current area was enough for Zeraora and the others. There are still 10 blind boxes. Open them and have a look. Zemo was also very satisfied with the blind box last time, but he seemed to have forgotten the elite-level magic candy and had not given it to Zeraora yet. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Zeraora was already level 41 now, so even if he ate it, it would be useless. He should wait until other elves reached the elite level before using it. Now he only needed to wait for Zeraora to reach level 47, and then he could give Zeraora 3 gym-level magic candies to eat, and then Zeraora could be upgraded from level 47 to level 50 at once. If you do the math, it takes 4,000 experience points to upgrade from level 40 to level 41, 11,000 experience points to upgrade from level 47 to level 48, 12,000 experience points to upgrade from level 48 to level 49, and 13,000 experience points to upgrade from level 49 to level 50. 3 levels down means 36,000 experience points, which is enough for a newly born Pokemon to reach level 30. As expected, the following levels are very difficult to upgrade. System: open the blind box and see if you can get some more magic candies. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 3 elite magic candies. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 10,000 alliance coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 50,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 100 peach fruit seeds. Note, 1 day to germinate, 3 days to bloom, and 10 days to bear fruit. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting Gardevoir Mega Evolution Stone. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 10 fairy gems. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1 golden rainbow fruit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 elite magic candies. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Evergreen Force promotion card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Decayed Sword. Note, it is said that a long time ago a hero used this sword to drive away the darkness, but now it has become rusty. Looking at the items he obtained, Zemo was a little excited. There were many good things in it, such as the fairy gems that could be used now. Originally, Zemo was still worried about what to use to help Lalula's and Huabebe evolve, but now someone really sent a pillow when he was sleepy. The other things were also pretty good. 5 elite magic candies, Gardevoir's Super Evolution Stone, the main material of the Golden Aptitude Potion, the Golden Rainbow Fruit, and the Evergreen Force promotion card. He was a little confused about how to improve Evergreen Force. He only knew that if he used Evergreen Force more, Evergreen Force would slowly increase, but the increase was too small. After so many days, it can only be said that it has been upgraded from 1 to 1.01. As for the last Decayed Sword, Zemo was a little confused. This world clearly does not have any legends of the legendary Pokemon Kangxiang. Why is this introduction so similar to the Sword of Kangxiang in the anime world? Did Kangxiang in this world appear before? Maybe it is really possible. After all, some things are not accessible to him now. Without thinking about these, after reading the rewards obtained, Zemo first planted the seeds of Tao Tao fruit in the small world and asked Huabebe to help take a look. Then he took out the green Evergreen Power promotion card, but just in case, Zemo used it in the small world. When Zemo silently recited in his heart to use it, the green card turned into a pure energy and poured into his body. The elves not far away were watching, and they were a little curious about the changes in their master's body, but Zemo explained it to them before, so they did not do anything and just watched from a distance. As time went by, Zemo's Changpan power became stronger and stronger, and the peach fruit that had just been planted not far from him also began to sprout because of the influence of this breath. After more than 10 minutes, it grew into a peach fruit tree about 2 meters high. Then half an hour later, the peach fruit tree began to bloom and bear fruit. In less than an hour, hundreds of fruit trees were already full of peach fruits. Woo! Curious Lalulus picked one with telekinesis, took a bite, and then covered his face with an intoxicated expression. Seeing Lalulus's expression, the other elves also became interested. They stopped observing their master and went to pick fruits to eat. Wow, Zerora picked one and ate it, also showing a satisfied expression. Lulu! The burning bug saw the expression of the big brother Zerora and was also a little greedy, but he couldn't reach it, so he could only look at Zerora pitifully. As for Lalulus, he subconsciously ignored it. That guy only knew how to bully him every day. He would not ask Lalulus for help. Zerora felt the touch at his feet, so he picked a few peach fruits from the tree and distributed them to the burning bugs and the giant crocodile ants. Huabebe had already lived in the tree at this time, taking a bite here and there. It succeeded. My current evergreen power has reached the intermediate level. Now I can help elves of level 20 to 40 to heal their injuries. Zemo, who had woken up, felt the evergreen power in his body and was also a little excited. But when he wanted to share this good news with his elves, he found that Zeraora and the others were gone. Where did they go? Looking at the empty island, Zemo was a little confused, and then he cast his eyes on the peach fruit forest not far away. I didn't expect it to grow so fast. Looking at the peach trees that had already borne fruit, Zemo was also a little surprised. It usually takes half a year for peach fruit to bloom and bear fruit. His seeds originally only need 10 days. Now, after the effect of the power of Evergreen, they naturally grow faster. Well, it's sweet, but it's a pity that the new seeds don't have that special energy. Zichen picked a fruit and took a bite. It also tasted good, but it didn't have the mysterious energy of the seeds just now, which made him feel a little pity. If there was still that kind of energy, he could plant a lot of them. At that time, even if this kind of fruit was cheap, he would not be short of money. After all, the amount of this ordinary fruit required was particularly huge. With a sigh, Zemo also looked at Zeraora and others who were eating in the woods. Okay, it's not like you can't eat it in the future. Don't eat too much. Hearing his voice, the elves realized that he had woken up, so Zeraora and Huabebe on the tree came down from the tree. The burning bugs and giant crocodile ants sleeping nearby also noticed Zemo, and Lalulus moved to Zemo in an instant. You little guy, why are you so clingy? Looking at Lalulus, who ran to him again, Zemo also rubbed Lalulus's little head lovingly. September 7th, Alliance Calendar, sunny. The campus in autumn is still bright and pleasant. The trees are still so green, and the flowers seem to be unaware that late autumn has come, and they are still blooming. Many elves are playing and fighting in the campus, but they do not disturb the students on campus. Bobo looks down at the scenery of the campus in the sky, sometimes landing, and when it flies high again, it has eaten and drunk enough. The elf square is unusually lively today. Many students gather here. Some are watching the game and some are fighting. In addition to humans, there are many elves watching the game around, and sometimes they can't help but scream a few times when they see exciting points. How amazing! Is he really a freshman? He has won 10 games in a row. You ask me, how do I know? Amazing. Those guys just now were all sophomores, right? I didn't expect that they were no match for him. By the way, what kind of Pokemon is that? Why haven't I seen it before? I haven't seen it either. It should be a new Pokemon. But new Pokemons will have corresponding secret realms. Maybe there will be secret realms again in a while. At this time, Zemo on the stage looked at the discussions below and didn't pay much attention. Instead, he asked Zeraora in front of him, "How is it?" Wow. Can you continue? Let's play a few more games." Hearing Zeraora's voice, Zemo also decided to play a few more games. Although the experience points for each Pokemon winning here are only 50 or 60, Mosquito is still meat, and accumulating more is also a huge amount of experience. For example, now he has played 10 games. Although the Pokemon he challenged at the beginning were of very low level, it also allowed Lalulas to gain nearly 300 experience points and Zeraora to gain nearly 200 experience points. Although 200 experience points are not worth mentioning for the 5,000 experience points that Zeraora needs, you can still level up by defeating more elves. Moreover, the experience gained from the Elf Tower is not much after all. In the future, the source of my own experience will definitely be through the elf battles in the real world. Everyone, Zeraora has already fought 3 games in a row. Don't you want to give it a try? After knowing Zeraora's thoughts, Zemo said to the crowd of spectators, "Tsk, if the seniors were not here, you, a freshman, would be so arrogant." A sophomore who had just lost said hostilely, "You challenged for 100,000 Alliance coins, but you lost because you were not as skilled as them. There is no need to hate them. They didn't scold you or insult you. It was a formal challenge. You are too petty." The people next to him frowned slightly when they heard this. "Indeed, but as for you, why don't you go up and dampen the arrogance of this freshman?" A person next to him laughed. "Forget it. If I go up, I will be bullying the freshman." "Don't. It's what you students should do to let the freshmen suffer a little. Besides, that's 100,000 Alliance coins. Although it's not much, it's enough to have a good meal with the elf." This is not good. What's wrong with it? This freshman elf is so strong, he must be a family member. And although he won all 10 games, he didn't mock others, and even gave them pointers. You can also practice with him. Maybe you can get some benefits when you meet him outside in the future. Hearing his friend's words, the man was also a little moved. He didn't go on stage before because he was worried that he would offend the opponent if he won. After all, the freshman can have such a high-level elf. He must be a family member. If he is hated, he will suffer in the future. While he was hesitating, someone had already walked onto the stage. "My name is Yuxi. Please give me your advice." The person who went on stage was a man who looked relatively cold. After going on stage, he released his elf without saying a word. The elf released by the man was a level 42 electric dragon. The skin of the electric dragon is yellow, with a red sphere on its tail and forehead and a white belly. Its hands are flat and it has only one toe. There are yellow and black patterns on its neck, ears, and part of its tail. After he came on stage, Zemo didn't need to ask because he knew the specific grade of the person in front of him from the discussion below. "Wow, it's Yuxi from the 2nd grade. I didn't expect him to be in school." Is it abnormal to be in school? Only students in the 3rd and 4th grades are often not in school. Besides, the school has just started. Even those senior students are mostly in school now, but they just won't come here. Haha, that's true, but Yuxi is in the top 10 of the 2nd grade. I don't know what level his electric dragon is now. It should be gym level. Before the end of last semester, it was already in the late elite level. After returning this summer vacation, it should be gym level for sure. Listening to the discussion of the people below, Zemo also looked at Yuxi opposite him. It seems that his previous judgment was wrong. Those who were in school some time ago should have been in the middle and lower grades. And those real elites can't just sit there all the time. But think about it. There are gym-level people in the top 10 of the 2nd grade. What about the 3rd and 4th grades? Could there be quasi-king-level people? Thinking of this, Zemo felt it was a bit impossible. How could that level be everywhere? It is very difficult to upgrade each level later, and it is estimated that the best you can do is to be an overlord. Shaking his head, Zemo looked at the electric dragon opposite Zeraora. When he saw the electric dragon, the first impression in Zemo's mind was that the dual defense was average, the special attack was good, and the speed was weak. Level 42, early gym level. Attribute, feature, static electricity. Skills, electric field level 2, high speed movement level 1, super strength level 1, substitute level 1, stomp level 1, sleep level 1, shadow clone level 1, iron tail level 2, thunder level 1, 100,000 volts level 2, hold level 2, cotton defense level 1, discharge level 1, power gem level 1, slam level 1, strange light level 1, electric ball level 1, charge level 1, cotton spore level 1, electromagnetic wave level 1, flame fist LV1, dragon wave V1, magnetic field control LV1, electromagnetic cannon LV1, lightning fist L. How should I describe this electric dragon? It's just mediocre, and there's nothing outstanding about it. The only good thing is that it has the inherited skill of high-speed movement. And in the battle with Zeraora, the electric dragon is naturally at a disadvantage. After all, Zeraora's characteristic is to store electricity. And in terms of the control of electricity, Zeraora, as a phantom beast, is definitely much stronger than the electric dragon. Are you sure you want to fight me with your elite dragon? I remind you that my Pokemon's characteristic is to store electricity. Zemo reminded him. Storage characteristic? Yuxi was slightly stunned when he heard Zemo's words. He didn't expect that this Pokemon he had never seen before actually had the characteristic of storing electricity. Originally, he thought that his elite dragon was not inferior to the opponent's Pokemon, but if the opponent's Pokemon's characteristic was really to store electricity, then he would naturally be at a disadvantage. It can even be said that he could not win this game, because his elite dragon was mainly trained to control the electric skills, and now the opponent's storage characteristic can really be said to be a perfect counter to him. Zeraora's characteristic is to store electricity, so even if I win, it will be an unfair victory. How about this? You can change a Pokemon. Zemo said to Yuxi, who fell into silence. In Elite Dragon's skill column, most of the attack skills are electric. If it cannot use electric skills, Elite Dragon has no chance of winning at all. Although Zeraora's power storage also has a limit, Zemo does not think that the electric dragon can make Zeraora reach its power storage limit. Yuxi was silent for a moment and finally did not take back the electric dragon but said, "Even if I am restrained by you, I am not without the ability to fight, come on." Okay, then I won't say anything. The game officially begins, Mo nodded, also showing a focused expression. Zeraora, the same as before, use the wave missile. The wave missile is now almost Zeraora's starting skill. Under normal circumstances, Zemo always lets Zeraora use the wave missile to test and see the depth of the opponent. Electric Dragon, let's use the electric ball, Yuxi commanded calmly. Meh! The originally gentle eyes of the electric dragon suddenly became fierce, the gem on the forehead shone, and an electric ball flashing with yellow arcs appeared in its hands. As the electric dragon moved its mind, the electric ball broke away from the control of the electric dragon and smashed towards the incoming wave missile. Boom! The explosion sounded, and a layer of smoke rose in the field. After the smoke rose, Zeraora took this opportunity to turn into a stream of light and came to the front of the electric dragon, raising his fist burning with flames and heading towards the electric dragon. Zeraora's speed was too fast, which was not comparable to the speed released in the previous game, so Yuxi almost didn't react. However, his electric dragon could reach this level, so it couldn't be a novice. So when he noticed Zeraora approaching, he used the Guardian skill at the same time. Bang! The sound of fists hitting the barrier rang out. Zeraora failed to hit the opponent but did not retreat. After the Dragonite's defensive skill failed, he kicked the Dragonite in the abdomen, but the Dragonite had already reacted and used the cotton defense. The soft fluff immediately wrapped around the Dragonite's body, offsetting the power of Zeraora's attack. Unfortunately, Zeraora's attack was not limited to this one. At the moment when he retracted his foot to stabilize his body, Zeraora's fist had already arrived in front of the Dragonite. Bang! The sound of close contact between the flesh and the fist rang out on the ring, but this was not the end, but just the beginning. After the attack was successful, the storm-like attack continued to hit the Dragonite. Although the Dragonite had the effect of cotton defense, it was still hit hard by several punches. Fortunately, after being hit by a few punches, he decisively let the electric dragon use a substitute and leave the attack range of Zeraora. Otherwise, if Zeraora had hit him a few more times, the battle would have ended. At this time, Yukshi's face was very serious. He had never expected that he would encounter such a difficult opponent when he went on stage on a whim. That Zeraora was very strong in both speed and attack, especially in terms of speed, whether it was the speed of coming to the front of the electric dragon from the smoke or the frequency of attacks. It was terrifyingly fast, which was not something that a Pokemon of this level could achieve. At this time, his mind began to turn rapidly and he began to think of ways it was definitely not possible to compete in speed. As for the way to limit the opponent's speed, cotton spores could be used, but cotton spores basically could not hit Zeraora. Electric Dragon uses strange light. After thinking about it, he could only take a gamble if he wanted to win. Only after confusing the opponent would he have a chance to win, otherwise he basically had no chance. Strange light? Zeraora is using provocation. Wow! Zeraora stretched out his claws and waved at the electric dragon, then showed a mocking expression. Whoo! After seeing Zeraora's actions, the electric dragon also gave up the strange light and directly hit it with a 100,000 volt. Yuki saw this scene and thought to himself, it's not good. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the 100,000 volt attack came, Zeraora didn't even dodge, and directly withstood the 100,000 volt attack. Then the two lightning-like whiskers on Zeraora's face flashed blue arcs, and Zeraora's momentum also increased. Zeraora, the enhanced version of 100,000 volts. Under Zemo's command, Zeraora's body was flashing with arcs, and the electric energy began to condense. Finally, the double-powered 100,000 volts hit the electric dragon. Yuki was also somewhat helpless. The provoked electric dragon could not use defensive skills. With the speed of the electric dragon, it could not avoid the attack of Zeraora. You are really strong. If I have time in the future, I want to fight with you again. Yuki said expressionlessly after taking back the electric dragon. You are also very good. After some business praise, Yuki also paid 100,000 alliance coins and left here. Judging from the direction of leaving, it should be to the Pokemon Center. But that's right, the electric dragon was hit by Zeraora's punches. Although there was no energy in them, the attack was all on the head. It's better to go and take a look. After Yuki left, Zemo also left. Today's harvest was not bad. He earned 1.1 million alliance coins and gained a lot of experience. This kind of thing can still happen during this period, but the stakes can be removed. Otherwise, there may be few people coming to challenge every day. After they all left, the Elf Square became lively. After all, a freshman defeated the top 10 of the second grade. Although he had an advantage in characteristics, it cannot be denied that this freshman is strong. Zemo's enthusiasm, which had cooled down due to the opening ceremony, also boiled again because of defeating Yuki. But Zemo didn't care much about these. In the next 3 months, he went back and forth between the Elf Square and the school every day. It was just that Zemo would only go to class occasionally. After 3 months, no one was talking about who Zemo defeated again, because the Triennial World Elite competition was about to begin. But Zemo thought about it and decided not to participate in this competition, because his strength was still too weak. In a competition where any player had a gym-level elf, Zemo needed luck to get out of the elimination round, and he was not a person who liked to rely on luck to defeat his opponent. Hey Zemo, are you really not going to participate in this World Elite competition? I heard that the rewards for this competition are much higher than the original ones. In the dormitory in the evening, Yangqing glanced at another roommate who went to the toilet, hooked his arm around Zemo's neck and said, "No, I'm too weak." Zemo pried Yangqing's arm apart and continued to think about the next thing with an expressionless face. You are still weak? Don't be so Versailles. All my elves can't be the opponent of your Zeraora, and you are stronger than many junior students. Well, I also think you are a little Versailles. Lihei in the toilet also agreed. Those third-year students are all in the middle and lower levels, and those in the upper levels basically don't stay in the academy. Although the academy will distribute some resources every month, it is definitely not enough for those trainers. Every Pokemon is a bottomless pit. How can those powerful seniors stay in school forever? You don't have to keep your eyes on the academy. Although you are in the first year now, you can also look at things outside. After all, the academy is just a stepping stone. Zemo taught. Okay, I get it. Don't say it anymore. Why do you feel that you can talk more than the instructor? Yanqing scratched his head in annoyance. But are you really not going to sign up? If you sign up, you can also see the Pokemon of those senior students. Lihei said. No, there are all kinds of people in the elite competition, and the whole competition lasts for nearly a month. With this time, I might as well go to the wild to see. Maybe I can find some secrets. Zemo refused. He has decided that he will leave the academy to see the outside world. In these 3 months, his Pokemon has improved a lot. Even the giant crocodile ant has reached level 31, and all other elves are above level 30. Even Ralts reached level 40 directly after eating 5 elite magic candies. Then it evolved into Gardevoir and absorbed huge energy and reached level 41. Now when Zemo goes to the wild with Gardevoir around, he can let Gardevoir teleport and take him away in general situations. So now Zemo has the idea of going to the wild. In fact, he can also use the small world as a way to escape, but he needs to wait for half a minute to enter the small world, and during this time, a light will appear outside his body. Once interrupted, he will not be able to enter the small world, so he can only use the small world as a retreat under special circumstances. The most important thing is that when you go to the small world, you will be in the same place when you return, and it will not change, so this method is much less feasible. What? Go to the wild? Are you sure? Hearing his words, even Lihei ran out of the toilet. Well, with Gardevoir here, I can protect myself even in the wild. Zemo stroked Gardevoir's pink contract ball and said, Well, to be honest, I don't recommend you to take risks now. You can develop with the resources of the academy for a year and then go to the wild or the secret realm. After all, the Dark Organization is rampant now, and they have props specifically for dealing with teleportation. Lihei said seriously. During this period, the Alliance was frequently attacked by the Dark Organization, and almost every once in a while, there would be a report of an incident. However, no one was lost in each attack. Basically, something was robbed or some secret realm was looted. It's different. My current strength is enough to go out and complete some tasks of the academy, and don't you go out often? Zemo looked at Lihei and smiled. Well, it's up to. Lihei didn't know what to say. It was impossible to say that I was a family member and you couldn't compare. And he had also seen Zemo's Zeraora, but it can be said that except for his guardian elf, other elves could not be the opponent of that Zeraora. After talking to his roommates Yanqing and Lihei, Zemo was troubled about how to tell Dongfang Ziling. In the past 3 months, the relationship between him and Dongfang Ziling has continued to heat up. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are in the period of passionate love, but he has to leave for a while now. He is a little worried that Dongfang Ziling will not agree or will go with him. But to be honest, he can't beat Dongfang Ziling, because Dongfang Ziling is an early awakener. Dongfang Ziling's natal spirit awakened a year ago. As mentioned earlier, the reason for awakening the natal spirit at the age of 15 is to worry about hurting the awakener, but some people are born with strong spirits, so there are also many people who awaken early. Dongfang Ziling is an early awakener, and with her identity, she must have no shortage of resources, so although he has not seen Dongfang Ziling's spirit, he can be sure that Dongfang Ziling's spirit level must be much higher than his. And if Dongfang Ziling wants to go together, he really can't find any reason to refuse. But it is a blessing, not a curse. He will have to face it eventually. After encouraging himself in his heart, Zemo sent a message to Dongfang Ziling, and the other side replied almost immediately. Have you really decided? Well, the life in the academy is still too comfortable. I want to experience the adventure outside. He spent most of the past 10 years in Dr. Yu's research institute. Now that he finally has a chance to start over, he still wants to see the outside world. Okay, I know that you will not change your decision, but you must come back early. I will always wait for you. A little surprised by Dongfang Ziling's answer. He originally thought that Dongfang Ziling would disagree, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Ziling actually agreed. Well, don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. When I come back, I will take you to Yudu to play for a while. After sending this message, Zemo always felt that he was setting a flag. He now had a sense of déjà vu, like a soldier going to war and telling his fiancée before leaving that he would definitely come back. Shaking his head, getting rid of this feeling in his mind, Zemo began to think about what he needed to prepare for tomorrow. This time he would definitely not be away for a few days, at least more than a month, so he needed to prepare more things. There was also his sister, but in order not to make his sister worry, Zemo planned to tell a white lie. The next morning, Zemo got up, washed up, and went to the trading center. The things he planned to buy this time were all wild, survival items. Of course, some food was also needed, although there were all kinds of tree fruits in the small world now. But he couldn't eat tree fruits every day, so he still needed some other vegetables and so on. As for meat, there were ordinary fish in the rivers in the wild, so it was not needed. However, some potions to enhance elves were also needed, although almost all of his money was used to prepare resources for evolution. But he still had some in his hands. If Zemo was just an ordinary Pokemon trainer, he would definitely choose to stay in the academy for a while longer. The resources of the academy are really very good. If you want to train and command or fight, go to the Pokemon Square. If you want to train Pokemon, you can go to the Pokemon Training Center. If you want potions, you can go to the Trading Center, and every month everyone in their class will have a batch of basic resources worth 300,000. It can be said that the Academy is a very good stepping stone, but he doesn't need any of these. Pokemon battles, he vomited every day in the Pokemon Tower. Pokemon training has Meng Wenlong's training manual, and there are cheating existences such as Pokemon Tower and Small World. Even Pokemon food, he has an energy block manufacturing instrument. Although the things he makes now are very bad, they can also fill his stomach. But no matter how strong his Pokemon is, he always feels an inexplicable sense of urgency surrounding him. He doesn't know where this sense of urgency comes from, as if it comes from the depths of his soul. He even suspects that the original owner is not dead and is passing something to him. Otherwise, how could he feel urgent for no reason? It's not like he hadn't asked the system before, and the system's answer was that he didn't have enough strength. Originally, he was planning to go out to adventure in the wild next semester, because when he returned to Meng Wenlong during the winter vacation, he could ask Meng Wenlong for some knowledge. But it was because of this inexplicable sense of urgency that made him decide to go out to the wild in advance. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but since he made this decision, he never had that feeling again. When he came to the task office of the academy, Zemo also looked at the tasks on the big screen on the wall. Some of them were difficult, and some were simple. Some helped the seniors in the cultivation area to collect medicinal materials, some helped to capture elves, and some helped to find elf eggs or rare evolution stones and props. But the ones he saw were all D-level or C-level, and there were not even a few B-level ones. In summary, his academy level was not high enough. If his level was higher, the tasks he could take would be higher. Do you want to take the task, junior brother? Just as Zemo was looking at these tasks, a senior sister who worked here came over. Well, can you help me open an account? This, you can, but are you really planning to go to the wild forest? It's very dangerous there. The senior sister looked at Zemo's first-year white-collar school uniform and kindly reminded him, I have decided, and I have a guardian elf. Oh, so that's it. Hearing about the guardian elf, the kind-hearted senior sister also suddenly realized. Some students with a little background will have a guardian elf when they are weak. This guardian elf may be cultivated since childhood or may be from an elder. And the guardian elves of some heirs of large families may even be king level, such as Dongfang Ziling and Li He in his dormitory. Although I don't know what level Dongfang Ziling's guardian elf is, Li He once said that it is a quasi-king level Alakazam. The teleportation skill has reached level 5, and even in some places that interfere with teleportation, it can easily escape. So after hearing that he has a guardian elf, the senior sister stopped talking. But in fact, he didn't have a guardian elf, but it was more convenient to move around. Later, the senior sister also gave Zemo a special college card. After getting the card, Zemo took some tasks issued by the college to collect herbs and fruits. Although they were all F-level and E-level tasks, there was no limit on the number, and as many colleges as possible were needed. After leaving the college's task-issuing office, Zemo went straight to the office of Instructor Long Chen. After all, he had been away for a long time, so he needed approval. If he wanted the instructor's approval, he must not tell his true purpose, otherwise the instructor would definitely not approve it. As for the excuse, he had already thought of it, that is, to go to the nearby Pokemon League to assess the trainer level. Of course, it usually takes more than a month to assess the trainer level, but after leaving the college, he can say that his Pokemon has broken through and can take the next level. Then he spent more than a month training. Isn't it reasonable? Later, Zemo also used this excuse to ask for leave from Instructor Long Chen, and Instructor Long Chen didn't doubt anything. After all, what tricks can a freshman who has just awakened his natal Pokemon for less than 5 months do? Well, he has made the academy a bit restless in the past few months. There are a group of people at the Elf Square almost every day, and even the stay-at-home students in the training area would go to take a look. However, the instructors are very happy to see this situation. After all, the World Elite competition is coming soon, and it is good to make the atmosphere more exciting. After walking out of the school gate, Zemo subconsciously looked back at the 4 big characters Dragon Soul Academy above the huge iron gate. After taking a look, Zemo, who was wearing casual clothes, quickly blended into the crowd. The Pokemon Union is a building that almost every big city has, and the Pokemon Union not only has the function of assessing the level of trainers, but also has the function of offering bounty tasks. And the number of tasks here is not comparable to that of the Academy, but the situation here is similar to that of the Academy. If you want to take high-level tasks, you need to raise your trainer level. In other words, he can only take tasks like helping to look after the store, helping to take care of the Pokemon, helping the widow. Ahem! There is no such thing. When he came to the Pokemon Union Hall, a female staff member who looked to be in her 20s soon came over and said with a professional smile, "Excuse me, is there anything I need? I want to assess the level trainer." Trainer level? What level do you want to assess? Well, gym level, forget it. Let's assess the elite level first. After thinking about it, Zemo found that the level of his Pokemon was not enough to assess the gym level. At least 4 Pokemon must reach the gym level, or 2 Pokemon must reach the Overlord level. But he only has 2 Pokemon that have reached the gym level, so he can only take the elite level trainer exam now. Hearing Zemo's words, the waiter was slightly stunned and looked at Zemo with some surprise. Although the lifespan in this world is relatively long, even women who like to stay young will use special secrets after the age of 18 at the earliest, which consumes lifespan to slow down the aging of their appearance. Zemo's young appearance is naturally impossible to use that kind of secret technique, and even if he uses it, his voice is difficult to change. She can still hear Zemo's slightly immature voice clearly. In other words, he seems to have just become an adult, but he is going to take the assessment of elite trainers. However, as a service staff of the Pokemon League, she has seen some geniuses, so she was only slightly surprised and reacted immediately, leading Zemo out of the crowd and walking towards the elevator. The first floor of the Pokemon League is the Task Release Hall, which is also responsible for registering the completion of tasks. The 10th floor is responsible for assessing the level of trainers. As for the 2nd to 9th floors, Zemo doesn't know what they are for because the waiter didn't tell him. "Sir, please show me your trainer level badge or certificate." The waiter just now left after taking him to the 10th floor. Now he was in front of the staff on the 10th floor. "Excuse me, what level do you want to take the test for?" The staff carefully looked at the trainer certificate and then asked, "Elite Trainer." Zemo took back the trainer certificate that Joey had given him for free and said lightly, Elite? The waiter was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that this student, who had just obtained his natal spirit for less than half a year, would actually take the elite level test. She had just looked at Zemo's trainer certificate, so she naturally knew some of his information, such as his age and the time when he awakened his natal spirit. The certificate said that he awakened his natal spirit on July 23rd, but it was only December 7 now. That is to say, the young man in front of her had only awakened his natal spirit for more than 4 months, or even less than 5 months. Why is it not okay? Seeing the waiter staring at him blankly, Zemo frowned slightly. Oh no, sorry, I'm just a little surprised. Of course, the assessment is possible, so when would you like to take the assessment? The waitress came back to her senses and apologized. The sooner the better. Is that so? If you have 4 elite-level Pokemon, you will have to wait 5 days, because someone has made an appointment these days. But if you have 2 gym-level Pokemon, or 1 Overlord-level Pokemon, you can start now. The waitress explained, I have 2 gym-level Pokemon. Can we start now? Yes, please follow me, the waitress said, and walked to the back with Zichen. The people who were nearby and came to participate in the trainer assessment frowned slightly when they saw them walking to the back. But they didn't say anything. After all, this was the rule, and it wouldn't take much time for a gym-level Pokemon to beat an elite-level Pokemon. As for Zemo's young age, they didn't think much about it, just thinking that he was a person who used secret techniques. Especially the boys, they all glanced at Zemo with disdain and stopped looking at him. In their opinion, it was shameful for a man to use the secret technique that only women use. Of course, they would not admit it. They were jealous of others' handsomeness. As the waiter walked forward from the middle passage, about 30 meters away, a door appeared in front of them. The staff member next to him took out a card and swiped it on the machine beside the door, and the door opened automatically. At this time, he finally saw the situation inside clearly. Unlike the many counters outside, there was a huge space inside, in which there were 5 Pokemon battlefields. Each battlefield had a corresponding referee or judge whose duty was to judge the success or failure of the trainer assessment. Now there were 4 battlefields in use. In the battlefields, there seemed to be 2 elite-level trainer assessments, 1 gym-level trainer assessment, and 1 overlord-level trainer assessment. Zemo had not yet reached this stage. He followed the service staff to the room on the left. After entering the room, he saw a series of sophisticated instruments. Mr. Zemo, please put the 2 gym-level Pokeballs into the grooves of the instrument. The service staff pointed to a groove on the top of the instrument and said. Zemo nodded, first put Gardevoir's Pokeball on the instrument, and after the service staff confirmed that it was gym-level, he put Zeraora's Pokeball on it. Mr. Zemo, it has been confirmed that you have 2 gym-level Pokemons. Now I need to report your information. You just need to wait for a while. Of course, you can also observe the battles of other examinees. After the service staff took Zemo out of the room, they reminded him, Oh, by the way, Mr. Zemo, I want to remind you that you can only use Pokemon under your own name for the trainer-level assessment. She still had some doubts about whether Zemo used other people's Pokemons, so she reminded him. You know, if you are caught messing with the staff, you will be sentenced. Although he will not be locked up for too long, he will be locked up for more than 10 days. So if she used someone else's elf, she still wanted Zichen to give up. After all, he was pretty handsome. I understand. Zemo nodded and said nothing and walked towards the challenge field below. To be honest, this place is indeed a branch of the Elf Alliance. From the outside, it doesn't feel like anything. It looks like an ordinary building, but after entering, you will find that the space inside is very large. If he were to comment, it would be inhumane. This floor cost at least hundreds of millions of Alliance coins, and the cost of folding the space alone is an astronomical figure. Originally, he thought that he was already very rich by selling a purple qualified elf, but the cost of building a building was beyond his imagination. Shaking his head, Zemo didn't think about the cost. After all, how could he compare with the Elf Alliance that had stood for thousands of years? At this time, Zemo also looked at the Overlord level assessment battlefield, which was surrounded by a thin layer of energy shield. The aftermath of the battle between Charizard and Golduck hit the shield, and not even a ripple could be produced. Huh? What skill is this? Zemo, who was watching the challenge, frowned suddenly and was a little surprised after seeing a skill released by Charizard. After the skill was spit out from Charizard's mouth, it looked like Dragon Wave, but it was not. Dragon Wave is a blue dragon-shaped energy attack, but although this attack has a dragon shape, it is red, like a jet of flame. It is not right to say that it is a jet of flame because there is dragon energy in the attack. If it is a fusion skill of jet of flame and dragon wave, it is still wrong because there is a special energy in it, an energy that Zemo has never seen before. After Charizard used this strange skill, Golduck, who seemed to have a lot of physical strength, was directly beaten and lost his ability to fight. The judges also announced that the challenger's assessment was successful. However, Zemo was not in the mood to watch any Pokemon battles now. He opened the Pokemon phone and wanted to search for that strange skill, but the result made him very disappointed. He couldn't find it at all, not even basic information. A bit disappointed, Zemo raised his head and wanted to ask the Charizard trainer, but he took a step back after taking a step. Since there was nothing on the internet, it might be a skill that the trainer created himself, or a skill that could not be passed on. In this case, even if he asked, the other party might not answer. After watching the Charizard trainer leave the 10th floor, Zemo completely gave up the idea of asking. In fact, he could still ask Meng Wenlong now. Meng Wenlong's trainer level should be king level, and he must know this skill. But if he asked, what if the other party asked him where he saw it? He had never seen anyone else use this skill in such a long time in the academy, and there was not even a similar one. Once he asked, it would be easy for Meng Wenlong to suspect. It would be bad if he knew that he had left the academy. So he thought about it and decided to ask after the winter vacation. Anyway, he didn't know it before, so it didn't matter if he waited for another month. Just as Zemo was comforting himself, the service staff who had just left came behind him. "Mr. Zemo, your information has been submitted. You can take the test now." Hearing the voice behind him, Zemo came back to his senses. He turned around and looked at the handsome waiter and said softly, "Then let's take the test in the number 4 battlefield that has just been completed." The waiter nodded, walked to the judge next to the number 4 battlefield, and handed over a piece of information in his hand. "Elite level? Xiaolong. This time it's elite level." The judge looked at the information on the information, nodded, and said to a young man who was resting on the side, "Got it?" When the young man heard the judge call him, he also stood up and walked to the battlefield. Zemo also walked over. The test is 1 versus 1. The examinee releases the Pokemon first and must use a gym-level Pokemon to challenge. The judge put the information on the table in front of him and said to Zemo, "Yes." Zemo hummed calmly and took out the pink and white contract ball that stored Gardevoir from his waist. "Come out, Gardevoir." As Zemo threw the Pock ball high into the sky, Gardevoir appeared in front of Zemo with a bang. She leaned forward slightly, lifted up her evening dress-like skirt, and bowed slightly to the front. After doing all this, Gardevoir turned around and blinked at Zemo, and said telepathically, "Hey, does the master like it?" "Ahem, Gardevoir, the next is the battle." Zemo didn't know what to say. Since Ralts evolved into Gardevoir, for some reason, he actually liked these red tape. When he was free, he liked to search for these things on Zemo's Pokemon phone. Those who didn't know would think that he forced Gardevoir to learn. For example, now some people who were looking at them looked at Zemo with strange expressions, and some men even showed a meaningful smile. After all, it's not that Gardevoir has married humans. Gardevoir is like this, they can easily think of some strange things. Zemo was also very helpless. If Gardevoir liked it, he couldn't reprimand or stop it. Gardevoir was his partner, not a slave. What she liked was her freedom, and he couldn't stop it. But then again, such Gardevoir did have a sense of déjà vu that made people's eyes light up. The white body looked like it was wearing an elegant dance evening dress, with curly hair extending to the bottom of the head, green arms, and slender fingers. And there was a spike structure next to Gardevoir's face, like wearing a ball mask. The green band on its chest was connected to the middle of the horn, and it was also connected to the glove-like arms, which looked like it was wearing a long dress. But to be honest, Gardevoir's Flash form was more beautiful, especially the super-evolved Flash Super Gardevoir, with a black evening dress, a blue hairstyle, and a pink bow on its chest. If there was a way to turn Gardevoir into a Flash form without hurting it, it would be great. Thinking of this, Zemo couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. When the people around saw Zemo's smile, they all had wrong thoughts. Zemo also had goosebumps all over his body because of the strange looks around him. Ahem, can we start the assessment now? Zemo coughed lightly, interrupting their imagination. If they continued to imagine, his reputation would be ruined. After all, he was a Pokemon doctor in his previous life. Oh, sure. The man named Xiaolong came to his senses, nodded, and took a gray Pokeball from the shelf rising from the ground behind him. Come out! With a bang, a 3-in-1 Magnetron that looked like 3 small Magnetrons appeared on the battlefield. With the appearance of the Pokemon, the shield around the battlefield reappeared, and the shelf behind Xiaolong slowly sank into the ground. The assessment officially begins. Hearing the judges' voices, Zemo also observed the panel of the 3-in-1 Magnetron. Magnetron, level 30 elite, attributes Steel, sturdy. Skills, triple attack LV3, electric field LV2, ultrasonic wave LV2, electromagnetic wave LV2, electric ball LV2, gyro ball LV2, lightning LV2, electromagnetic levitation LV3, cannon beam LV2, 100,000 volts LV3, iron wall LV2. Qualification, green valuation, a pretty good Pokemon. Although it doesn't have many skills, it has mastered every one of them. The attributes are unfavorable, very unfavorable. Whether it is a fairy attribute skill or a psychic attribute skill, the effect of the 3-in-1 Magnetron is halved. However, the steel attribute skill is very effective against the fairy attribute. Looking at the skill panel of Gardevoir, the skills that the guy has learned are basically all resisted. The only one that is not resisted is the Ghost, attribute Shadow Ball. But in fact, Zemo is not too worried. Although there are not many advantages in attributes, or even disadvantages, the characteristic of psychic Pokemon is that they are difficult to deal with. Moreover, the Gardevoir on his side was 1 level higher than Magneto. Just as he was thinking, Xiaolong over there had already issued an order. Magneto, use triple attack. Woo! Seeing this scene, everyone didn't know whether to say that Magnetron was lucky or unlucky. Magnetron, which was in a burned state, was now in an absolute disadvantage. Even if Gardevoir didn't take the initiative to attack, Magnetron would still be defeated after a long time. And the Psychic-type Pokemon were very difficult to deal with, so it could be said that the outcome was already determined. Don't say that Gardevoir's skills were not enough. Many skills had not been learned, such as the Flame Fist. If Gardevoir knew this skill, even if it was not proficient, it could quickly defeat Magnetron of a low level. But now it was the same. Magnetron was in a burned state and Gardevoir was already invincible. But Zemo didn't want to waste time like this. Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball. Gardevoir opened his hands, and soon a black energy ball condensed by shadow energy appeared between Gardevoir's hands, and then threw it to Magnetron with a painful expression. Magneton, get out of the way. Seeing the attack coming, Xiaolong also gave orders, but unfortunately, the Shadow Ball was not out of control after being thrown out. From the beginning to the end, Gardevoir used the level 4 telekinesis to control the movement trajectory of the Shadow Ball, so Magneto could not dodge it. Bang! With a bang, Magneto, which was attacked by the Shadow Ball, flew backwards and hit the ground. Ooh! Magneto, which was hit again, dragged its injured body, endured the pain, and floated up from the ground again, staring at Gardevoir not far away. Okay, Magneto, we'll use the electric field. Seeing that Magnetron had not lost its ability to fight, Xiaolong was relieved and continued to command. Whoa! Gardevoir, use telekinesis to hit it. Buzz! Gardevoir's eyes turned from black and red to pink again, and Magnetron's body was also bound by a layer of pink energy. It was forced to stop using half of the electrical field, but it was not over yet. After controlling Magnetron, Gardevoir threw it to the ground. Although Magnetron struggled hard in the middle, it was useless. Gardevoir's level was higher than Magnetron, and Gardevoir had eaten a lot of superpower resources from Zemo. Even among Gardevoirs of the same level, Zemo's Gardevoir was considered a strong one, and even its superpowers were not weaker than some Overlord-level ones, so it was more than enough to control an elite Magnetron. Boom! With a boom, the ground shook and smoke filled the air. When the smoke dissipated, Magnetron, who had lost his ability to fight, appeared in everyone's eyes. "Winner! Examiner!" Seeing this scene, the judges also stood up and announced, "Congratulations!" Xiaolong took back the 3-in-1 Magnetron and smiled. "Well, thank you for showing mercy," Zemo said lightly. Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said nothing. He took the 3-in-1 Magnetron's Pokeball to a room next to him. "It takes a day to get the Elite Trainer badge. You can come to get it at this time tomorrow." The judge said to Zemo, "Thank you very much." After thanking him, Zemo followed the service staff and left the 10th floor and came to the 1st floor. "Mr. Zemo, you can use this card to get your Elite Trainer badge tomorrow. Oh, by the way, this card is also your official account. You need it to register for tasks," the service staff said, holding a white and yellow card. "Well, thank you." Zemo took the yellow card and looked at it for a few times. The color of the card is white, but there is a small special yellow pattern in the center. The pattern looks a bit out of place. Zemo looked at it for a long time and couldn't think of anything similar. So Zemo put the card away and left the Elf Alliance, planning to book a room in a nearby hotel and have a casual meal. But not long after he left the Elf Alliance, he suddenly felt as if someone was following him. Could it be that someone in the Elf Alliance had some bad intentions after seeing my Gardevoir? Zemo continued to walk forward expressionlessly, but his heart was not so calm. No, the laws of the City Alliance are strict. Those Junshas are not people who can be fooled casually. Once a case is discovered in the city, they will definitely investigate it thoroughly. There is also a Junsha family in this world, and their situation is similar to that of the Joey family. If the Joey family is recognized as kind and selfless, then the Junsha family is recognized as iron-faced and selfless. The two families are like two clear streams in the world. In the past, a family member was arrested for committing a crime, and his family wanted to protect him, but in the end, the family member was sentenced to 12 years. The family was helpless. No matter what method was used, they just wouldn't let him go. The main reason is that the Junsha family and the Joey family have been allied for generations, and other families dare not offend them in such matters. Secondly, the power of these two families is really huge, which is not comparable to any single family. For example, the Joey family, their elf centers are all over the world, and even the elves in the wild will give face to the Joey family. Most of the people in the Junsha family work in the Alliance. If the people of the Junsha family go on strike that day, the public security of many cities will face the threat of collapse. So as long as the Junsha family is right, other families have no way to deal with it. Of course, this is only on the surface. Who knows what is going on in secret? But at this time, Zemo was also wondering why these people were following him. Huh? Wang Qi? At this moment, Zemo suddenly stopped in front of a dessert shop and saw the people following him out of the corner of his eye. Hey, is it because of what happened last time? 10 million Alliance coins is not a small number, but the city can't move. Wait, ghost elves. Yes, although the city can't move, it can be controlled by ghost elves and then walk out of the city. Thinking about it, Zemo suddenly figured it out, but after figuring it out, Zemo suddenly felt a little creepy. If the other party finds a high-level ghost elf, "Sir, what would you like to order?" Just when Zemo felt uncomfortable, the crisp voice in his ear made Zemo feel a lot more comfortable. Hearing the voice, he saw a good-looking dessert shop lady. Then 50 puffs, 30 sweet, 10 sour, and 10 spicy. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After paying 500 Alliance coins, Zemo also left the dessert shop with a large bag of puffs and came to a nearby hotel. "Sir, your room number is 211. The counter attendant handed over a key and said, "Yes, thank you." With the key, Zemo returned to the room first. Yes, not bad. After taking a look at the room layout, Zemo was also quite satisfied. The room was not decorated with anything fancy. It was pure white, with a white bed, white curtains, a white TV, and a white table. The whole thing looked clean and tidy. Let's eat something first. Zemo took out the puffs from the space bracelet and released several elves, including Zeraora, at the same time. Zera, Shanai, Rook, Flower, Picker, Piccolo. As soon as several elves appeared, they looked at the puffs on the table. Garv, Zeraora, and Flowery, these are yours. They are the sweet ones you like, and Burning. Bug, this is your spicy one, and Crocodile Ant, yours is the sour one. After distributing the desserts one by one, Zemo suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten about him and was only busy buying for the Pokemon. But after thinking about it, forget it. It will be noon soon, so we can go out for a meal. Garvey took a puff and took a bite. It was full of cream in the mouth, and the sweetness was just right. But after a few bites, she suddenly found that Zemo actually picked up the Pokemon phone and started playing. She looked at the table and found that Zemo didn't have it. So she picked up one and handed it to Zemo's mouth. Garv. Garvey looked at Zemo with a smile, as if she was looking forward to him eating. Okay, these are all yours. I'll go out to eat after you finish eating. Zemo took a bite, put down the phone, rubbed Garvey's head, and then refused the puffs handed over by the other Pokemon. The food of Flowery Di and Zeraora was okay, but the food of Burning Bug and Giant Crocodile Ant, he said frankly, was not for him to enjoy. After a while, when Gardevoir and the others had finished eating, Zemo walked out of the hotel and came to a nearby specialty snack bar, where he ordered a spicy crayfish and a bottle of wheat beer. After a delicious meal, Zemo did not rush back to the hotel, but wandered around. Although his predecessor used to go to school in Dragon Soul City and even lived here with Xiao Luo, he was a homeboy at that time. Apart from attending classes, he basically did not go out, not to mention going out for a walk, so he really didn't know much about what was going on here. While wandering around, Zemo came to a huge building, which was even twice as large as the Elf Alliance branch on the surface, and on it were written 4 golden characters, Dragon Soul Gym. You have to know that he is now in Dragon Country, and there are a total of 12 main cities in Dragon Country, of which Dragon Soul City is one. One can imagine what kind of status the Dragon Soul Gym has with such a large area. Each of the 12 main cities has a gym, and the characteristics of the Dragon Soul Gym are superpower elves and dragon-type elves. For example, if you want to participate in the current World Elite competition, you must have 8 gym badges recognized by the Alliance, and one of them must be a badge of one of the 12 gyms. In addition, many official competitions require a certain number of badges of the 12 main gyms. And if you have 12 gym badges, you will have a chance to challenge the King of the Alliance. It can be said that these 12 gyms are not a bit water. Otherwise, it would be impossible to challenge the King of the Alliance directly if all the challenges are successful. However, Zemo does not know much about the internal information, so he is not sure about the specific situation inside and the specific strength of each gym. After watching the magnificent Dragon Soul Gym for a while, Zemo left here. He did not intend to challenge it. Although the gym owner will appropriately let the water in many gym challenges, it is not necessary. He does not need the gym badge now, and there is no need to let Zeraora play a game that can only be won by looking at other people's mood. Besides, it's not always possible to meet a gym leader who is willing to let you win in gym competitions. After leaving the gym, Zemo found that there were many more shops around, and he also saw many products he wanted, but unfortunately, he didn't have much money now and couldn't afford them. After strolling until the evening, Zemo finally ate something casually and returned to his hotel room. Garv, Zeraora, I need you to protect me tonight. I suspect that there will be ghost-type Pokemon coming. Zemo said to Garvey and Zeraora with a serious expression. Garv, Zera? Zeraora patted his chest and began to observe the surroundings. Garvey directly threw himself into Zemo's arms, leaving Zemo speechless. Other people's Garvey are like the big sister next door, gentle and quiet, but why is his Garvey so clingy? Okay, there's no need to be so vigilant. Just pay attention when you go to bed later. Zemo rubbed Gardevoir's head and said. After that, Zemo went to take a shower and then lay on the bed. What made him speechless was that Gardevoir actually followed him. The next day, when Zemo woke up, Zeraora began to report to him the intelligence from last night. Is there a ghost-type Pokemon wandering around? Have you sensed the strength of that Pokemon? Zera? No. Garde. Oh, about the same strength as you? Okay, I get it. After feeding energy cubes to several Pokemon, Zemo went out. After knowing that the level of the ghost-type Pokemon was not very high, Zemo was also relieved. A gym-level ghost-type Pokemon with the existence of Gardevoir, there was nothing to worry about. But Zemo was still a little worried in his heart. If Wang Qi and others had some connections and borrowed a dominant-level ghost-type Pokemon, it would be dangerous. But now Wang Qi and the others should not be too anxious, so he hurried to get the badge and followed their wishes to leave the city. But before that, he had to upgrade Zeraora. Zeraora is now level 45. Originally, he only had 3 gym-level magic candies, but he got 2 in the second monthly sign-in not long ago. He originally wanted to keep 2 for other Pokemons, but now he should give them to Zeraora first. Zeraora is level 50. Although it is still at the gym level, ordinary Overlord-level Pokemons cannot be his opponents. In this way, even if there are people behind Wang Qi, with Zeraora, he can still run away without any problems. However, Zeraora is now in the Pokeball, and Zemo can't give him the magic candy. He needs to wait until there is no one, or return to the hotel before giving the magic candy to Zeraora. It's a pity that the small world is not connected to the Pokeball. Otherwise, Zeraora and the others can stay in the small world all the time, and when they encounter danger, they can accumulate power in the small world and surprise the enemy after they appear. However, after thinking about it, Zemo found that he seemed to be missing a flying Pokemon. Without a flying Pokemon, many things would be inconvenient. This time, he can also see if he can find a suitable flying Pokemon, and he already has a favorite in his mind. The first target is Chickadee. Chickadee's final evolution form, Steel Duck, is very handsome, and its body is huge, and its combat power is first class. Then there are Sonic Dragon, Fossil Wyvern, and Togekiss. These 3 Pokemon, but Togekiss can only be considered barely. Of course, if he really can't meet these, he can also accept homebirds such as Pidgeot. While Mo was still thinking, he had already arrived downstairs of the Pokemon League. Everything depends on fate. I'd better get the trainer badge first. Shaking his head, Zemo strode inside. Mr. Zemo. Just after entering the Alliance Hall, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Turning to the right, he saw the service staff from yesterday. What a coincidence. I'm here to get the trainer badge today. Zemo smiled and walked over. Well, please wait a moment. I'll get it for you now. After that, the service staff walked to the back room, and after a while, he walked out with a small box. Mr. Zemo, this is your trainer badge. The service staff handed the small box out and smiled. Well, thank you. Can I leave now? Zemo took the box and thanked him and asked, Yes, Mr. Zemo's information has been registered. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Okay, then goodbye. After that, Zemo left the Pokemon League with the box and returned to the hotel, and he could feel that Wang Qi and others were still following him, which made him feel relieved. Now they were still following him, which meant that they still had patience. Back to the hotel, Zemo immediately transferred the Pokemon in the Pokeball to the small world. He took out 5 magical candies and handed them to Zeraora. We may have a battle later. If you eat these 5 magical candies, you can break through to level 50. To be honest, it was a bit of a waste to give Zeraora 5 candies, because Zeraora's experience bar was already half full, but after eating the magical candies, the experience bar was directly cleared. But now there was no time to care about this little gain or loss. Zeraora also knew the priorities of the matter, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. She felt that she had taken advantage of other partners, took the 5 magical candies, and began to eat them one by one. Shanae Aidua's voice was full of self-blame. She felt that she had failed to protect her master. The other elves were the same, and they all lowered their heads. Even the always sleepy Burning Bug lowered his head in shame. They were all the master's elves, but at this time they needed Zeraora to take the lead, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing the elves like this, Zemo also wanted to comfort them. After all, the reason why Zeraora was so high was because he gave him almost all the resources. But just when he wanted to comfort them, he saw the burning bug suddenly spurt out flames from the 5 slightly curved red tentacles surrounding its head. Then he left here alone and practiced his skills not far away. Then the big crocodile ant followed, which made Zemo's slightly open mouth open a little more. The burning bug took the initiative to train. This was something Zemo didn't expect. In the past few months, Zemo basically didn't see the burning bug training. And these elves of his were just born not long ago, so Zemo didn't force them to train. Whether to train or not depends on their own ideas. In this way, the burning bug slept for several months. If there are previous photos, you can easily find that the burning bug is fatter than before. Note that this is not caused by the normal development of the burning bug, but simply fatter. For this reason, Zemo took him to the Pokemon Center of the Academy for several examinations. The results of the examination showed that everything was normal, and it could even be said that it was developing very well. Zemo was a little confused about this result, and in the end, he could only attribute it to the special potion he got from the last sign-in. I have to say that the potion is really awesome. In the past few months, the burning bug has not fought a single battle, but the burning bug's level has reached 36. It is 4 levels higher than the very hard-working big crocodile ant. However, the burning bug is really worthy of being a spirit produced by the system. In some talents, even the 6-color Zeraora is not as good as it. For example, sleeping. That's right, the burning bug's sleeping skill has reached level 4, and even Zeraora's highest skill level is only level 3. So now, seeing the burning bug actually training consciously, Zemo was also somewhat happy, and at the same time, he felt a sense of his child growing up. Looking at the burning bug and the crocodile ant, burning with fighting spirit, Zemo comforted Huayeti and Gardevoir on his shoulders. In a blink of an eye, Zemo had spent more than 3 hours in the small world, and Zeraora had also digested 5 magical candies at this time, and his level reached 50. Level 50. Attribute Electricity Storage. Personality, Innocent, Warlime. Electric Skill Power Amplification 3 levels. Skills, Wave Missile LV3, 100,000 volts LV3, Hold LV3, Lightning Flash LV3, Close Combat LV3. Qualification 6 colors. Looking at the experience required for the upgrade to level 51, Zemo opened his mouth wide, with an expression of, "You are kidding me." It takes more than 10,000 experience points to upgrade from level 49 to 50, but the upgrade from level 50 to 51 is 4 or 5 times more. After watching for a while, Zemo sighed helplessly and finally understood why there were so many gym-level elves in the academy, but no Overlord-level elves. It turns out that it takes so much experience points to upgrade a high level. After walking out of the small world, Zemo walked out of the hotel confidently. After knowing that it was so difficult to break through the Overlord level in the gym, he was basically sure that Wang Qi and others could not have Overlord-level elves. Since Wang Qi and others did not have elves of this level, he was not panicked at all. Yes, I changed the end of chapter 26. I didn't think about the experience points for upgrading from level 59 to 60 well before, so I changed it. When Zemo walked out of the hotel, it was already noon. Zemo touched his stomach and suddenly felt hungry. There were energy blocks in the small world, so the elves would not be hungry, but he was indeed hungry for a long time and had no time to eat breakfast. Forget it, let's eat something before leaving the city. Rubbing his empty stomach, Zemo walked towards the nearest snack bar. Senior Julanlian? As soon as he entered the snack bar, a familiar figure came into his sight. Junior Zemo? Julanlian heard someone calling her name and looked over. What a coincidence! Senior sister helped lead the way last time, and I haven't thanked you yet, so why don't I treat you this time? Zemo walked over and took a look at the woman next to Julanlian. The woman next to Julanlian was also a beautiful woman, wearing a light blue dress, beautiful long black hair, a slender figure, and a charming waist. Although she has not reached the age of true maturity, her light red lips and rosy face exude youthful vitality, especially the pair of full breasts on her chest, which are not as big as they should be at this age. It can be said, this woman should have been in heaven, but I don't know why she fell to the earth. Julanlian waved her hand. It's okay. It was just a small favor last time. No, it's just a small favor for you, but it's a big help for us, so don't put it off. This, hey, Leon, since this junior Zemo wants to treat, let him treat. The woman next to Zhulanlian took Zhulanlian's arm and smiled sweetly. This, okay, then I'll trouble Junior Zemo, Zhulanlian said to Zemo helplessly. Seeing Zhulanlian agreed, Zemo went to the counter to pay for her table, and then ordered one for himself and walked to an empty table not far away. As for going to Senior Zhulanlian's table, haha, forget it, not familiar with them, and it might cause disgust if I go as a boy. However, before he could reach her, he heard the girl next to Zhulanlian say, Junior Zemo, come sit over here. This. Zemo hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Zhulanlian didn't mind, she walked over and sat opposite the two girls. Hey, Junior Zemo, my name is Shui Chudia, a third-year student at Dragon Soul Academy. You can call me Senior Chudi or Sister Chudi. Shui Chudi saw Zemo coming over and introduced herself. Okay, Senior Chudi. Junior should be a freshman. Yes, how did Senior Shui Chudi know? That's easy, you said Leon helped you lead the way, and except for freshmen, almost no one needs someone to lead the way. Shui Chudi puffed out her chest and said proudly, Haha, Senior Sister is really big. No, really smart. Of course, I'm very smart, and now I'm a level 6 breeder. Level 6 breeder? Zemo was also a little surprised when he heard Shui Chudi's words. At her age, she is a level 6 breeder, so she is a real monster in the breeder field. For example, many people may not be able to remember all the complicated basic knowledge in 10 years, but Shui Chudi can reach the level 6 breeder, so she must have memorized it. By the way, junior brother, you are a freshman. Why did you leave school? It's only been more than 3 months since the start of school. Shui Chudi blinked and asked with some confusion. Oh, I came out this time to take the assessment for elite trainers, and by the way, I'm doing something for a friend. Woo. My junior is already an elite trainer in his first year, and I just got the gym-level trainer badge last month. Senior is far behind me as a breeder. Hey, that's true. Although I'm not good as a trainer, I'm better than my junior in that aspect. Okay, I'm full, so I won't disturb the seniors from eating. Zemo glanced at the food on the table that he had already eaten, stood up and said, Let's add each other as friends. If you need any medicine or need help to check the development of your elves in the future, you can come to me. I will give you a discount. After Zemo left, Zhulanlian, who had been silent all the time, looked at her best friend next to her and was a little confused. Chudi, you usually don't say a word to those people. Why did you take the initiative to add them as friends this time? Are you tempted? Go away. What do you mean by tempted? I'm just building a good relationship in advance. This junior has good talent. He doesn't look like a family member, and he is already an elite trainer at a young age. It just so happens that our family needs an apprentice. I want to see if he can do it. Oh, really? Of course. After walking out of the snack bar, Zemo walked out of the city. It can only be said that meeting Zhulanlian and Shui Chudi was a coincidence, but he would not forget the business. Dragon Soul Forest. This is the name of a large forest near Dragon Soul City. Many forests near cities are named after cities because there are too many forests in this world. If every forest has a unique name, there will be more than 10 forests with different names near Longhun City alone. So except for a few super large forests, other forests have no official names. After leaving the city, Zemo also looked back at the 400-meter-high Guardian TCs behind him in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. There is a plain open space of about 5 miles between the city and the forest, so during the period of entering the forest, unless there are special elves, it is impossible to hide your body. But after walking more than 4 miles, Zemo also looked back several times, but did not find any trace of Wang Qi and others. But it may be that Wang Qi and others were disguised and did not find it. After all, there are many people coming and going around. And the closer to the forest, the fewer people there are around. When Zemo entered the forest, there was no one around. But there are many elves around. Green Caterpillar, Unicorn Beetle, Ladybug, Paris, Pop, Proud Swallow, Spiro, Cuckoo, Walking Grass, Rattata. Walking into the forest is like entering a primeval forest. Countless elves live here, forming a unique ecological environment. However, Zemo did not forget that he was being followed, and he was in the open while those people were in the dark. Come out, Gardevoir. It was not particularly safe in the forest, so Zemo first released Gardevoir. If anything happened, he could use Gardevoir's instant movement to leave here at any time. At the same time, he still held Zeraora's natal ball in his hand. If he encountered something that Gardevoir could not solve, he could release Zeraora at any time. The lush forest, the deep and soft moss and fresh leaves under his feet, the fragrant air flowing through his nose, and the chirping of elves in his ears, it was simply another world. In the primeval forest, the trees block out the sun, the forest is filled with the fragrance of resin, and the ground is covered with elves' footprints. Entering the forest gives you a feeling of returning to nature. But sometimes, the more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. For example, now, Zemo's sight has seen the information of several Arbok snakes. Arbok snakes are not good people. In the wild, many newcomers die under the mouth of Arbok snakes every year. In the city, elves are protected by the laws of the Alliance, but outside the city, some laws do not need to be followed. Even when facing some elves that actively attack, you can strike first, just like the current Arbok snake. However, the main world is actually not bad. There are not many humans who die at the hands of the elves in the main world every year, accounting for only 1% of the total, or even less. Most people die in the secret realm. In general, there are not many dangers in the forest, especially the forest near the city. The elves are as intelligent as humans. Except for a very small number of elves, other elves will not actively attack humans. And since the Arbok snake not far from him can survive, there are only 3 possibilities. 1. They are all kind snakes and will not attack humans. 2. They are very well disguised and no one has discovered their true identity until now. 3. Someone deliberately placed them here. If it is really man-made, they have not shown up yet. It is very likely that they want to wait until night. He and Gardevoir walked in the forest. Although they sometimes harvested some low-level medicinal herbs, he did not dare to let Gardevoir consume too much physical strength without dealing with the rats in the dark. In this case, let alone gaining experience in battle, even ordinary practice skills, Zemo did not let the elves do it. After Gardevoir knocked out several Arbok snakes around, Zemo continued to lead Gardevoir to the depths of the forest. As for those Arbok snakes, he did not care. Just now, Gardevoir told him with telepathy that these Arbok snakes were very hostile to him. Since this is the case, it can be basically confirmed that someone deliberately placed them here. Although it is a pity that they cannot be captured and sold for money, it is nothing, not to mention that it would be the same as a poaching organization. The Alliance still strikes against poaching organizations. A long time ago, poaching elves was not illegal. At that time, the distribution range of elves was not as wide as it is now. There were hundreds of different kinds of elves in a forest. At that time, there were only 100 or 200 different kinds of elves in a region. It is because of poaching that almost every country now has all kinds of elves. On the surface, this has enriched the elf species of major countries. But in fact, due to excessive poaching, the elves in some areas were even captured as a whole. After thousands of years of reproduction and development, the elves have already developed their own unique ecology. The sudden intervention of humans will quickly break this delicate ecology, causing the surrounding ecology to slowly collapse. Moreover, many of the elves captured by humans flow into the hands of ordinary people. Due to various reasons, too many elves that did not originally belong to this area began to reproduce around, causing damage to the local elf ecology. Therefore, countries later explicitly banned the excessive capture of elves and sent a large number of staff to the wild to help ease the conflict between elves in different regions and local elves. After a long period of easing, those foreign Pokémons took root in different areas, allowing the originally somewhat collapsed ecology to slowly recover. And those staff members are now Pokémon Rangers. However, due to the recovery of the ecology, there are not many Pokémon Rangers now. If you want to see Pokémon Rangers, you can only go to some protected areas. But speaking of it, although Zemo's current idea seems to be the same as that of the poaching organization, It is not. Although what he did is also illegal, there is a huge difference between him and the poaching organization. The reason why those poaching organizations are wanted is that those guys not only capture Pokemon in the wild, but also rob the Pokemon of trainers. Even when capturing Pokemon, they will kill Pokemon for fun. And the Pokeballs used by those guys are not the regular Pokeballs of the league, but the bearer Pokeballs made by illegal organizations. But to be honest, bearer Pokeballs have actually become popular. Many people will carry a few bearer Pokeballs with them when they go to the wild. If you encounter a good Pokemon but you don't need it, you will use the bearer Pokeball to capture it, and then sell it on the black market, or give it to friends and family. Although the Alliance also knows about the black market, it also turns a blind eye to it. Not only is the black market's annual profit huge, but also if the black market is destroyed today, there will be a green market and a white market tomorrow. Where there is demand, there is business opportunity, and such a place will not disappear. However, there are not many trainers who actually sell Pokemons. Most of them are sold by organizations. First of all, the Pokemons in the black market are at least Cyan level, and ordinary trainers basically use the Cyan level Pokemons themselves when they encounter them. There are actually not many trainers who look down on Cyan level Pokemons, and Pokemon trainers who don't even look down on Cyan level Pokemons are not short of money. In fact, the main problem is still the trouble. However, some old breeders cannot observe the Pokemon's qualifications with the naked eye, so they need to find channels to do Pokemon qualification identification. Let's not talk about how many Pokemons you have to capture to find those with Cyan qualifications or above. Just say that if you do too many identifications, others will doubt you. Ahem, let's not talk about these. After Zemo walked around for a few hours, the sun had already set in the west. The sunset glowed on the forest, as if it had printed a layer of dazzling red glow on the forest, which was extremely beautiful. Let's set up a tent nearby. It will be the best time to make a move at night. Zemo looked at the relatively empty field and thought to himself. After setting up the tent, Zemo casually took out some dry food from the space bracelet. After eating, he went directly into the tent and waited for the fish to take the bait. Fish! I ate the dry food for you. Don't make me wait any longer. At night, the silver moon was high in the sky, and the light fell on the tent. Waves of even snoring came from the tent. A few kilometers away from the tent, 5 figures riding on several flying elves landed from the sky. Damn it! In order to avoid being discovered by Gardevoir, I've been blowing in the cold wind for half a day. I'm freezing to death. Yeah, it's really freezing, but if we succeed this time, we can eat and drink delicious food in the future. Yeah, Gardevoir, Florey, and Alligator Ant, these Pokemon are very good, and the qualifications of these Pokemon are at least blue, and that Gardevoir may even be purple. We'll be rich if we succeed this time. But are we safe this time? What are you afraid of? We have the Pokemon that the other person gave us. Are you still worried that we can't accomplish it? Hey, that's right. He's just a freshman who just awakened his natal Pokemon not long ago. But it's a pity that once the master dies, the natal Pokemon will also die. Otherwise, we can take that Zeraora with it. But this guy's Kirlia evolved into Gardevoir. Will it affect our plan? No, before we came out, the adults specially gave us the Overlord-level space blockers. When the time comes, we will install the blockers around the tent. Gardevoir has just evolved, and it is impossible to break the space. Is that so? I didn't expect the adults to think so carefully. Tsk, do you think the adults are as brainless as you? Well, let all the elves out and deal with him at once. Don't let him run away. If he runs away, it will be difficult to deal with him at that time. Wang Qi said. The 4 of them were all angry, but they could do nothing. Since Wang Qi told the adult about the purple quality unicorn beetle and Zemo's choice of a elf egg last time, he has been valued by that adult. Now even if they are beaten and scolded, they dare not say anything, so the 4 of them threw the 4 anonymous elf balls in their hands into the air. Juo, my fishing was successful, but it's a man-eating shark. At this time, Zemo in the tent looked at the more than 10 elf information that suddenly appeared around him, and his head hurt a little. He originally thought that he was just a gym-level Pokemon in school, and that even if Wang Qi and the others came, they wouldn't be that strong. But reality slapped him hard in the face. Features: tinted glasses. Attributes: bug, flying. Skills: level 5. Features: dirty. Attributes: rock, Aridos. Level: bug premonition. Poison. Firehawk, level 57. Features: flame, teleport to take me away from here. Zemo whispered to the Gardevoir next to him. He deliberately put a layer of light-proof cloth in the tent when he was sleeping, just to deal with the current situation, and now it is coming in handy. Gardevoir! A burst of white light surged on Gardevoir's body, but then the white light slowly dissipated. Gardevoir! Gardevoir! Can't use teleport? That's it! Hearing that Gardevoir can't use teleport, Zemo suddenly didn't know what to do. In this situation, being unable to use teleport means being trapped here. As for Zeraora, it's useless. Although Zeraora is a mythical beast, its power is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary Pokémon. One Overlord-level Pokémon is okay, but it is impossible for it to defeat 5 Overlord-level Pokémon. What's more, there is a Overlord-level Pidgeot of level 58 inside. The current situation is simply terrible. If there is a good thing, the only good thing is that the ancient dragonfly is not a hidden characteristic, acceleration, and the fierce arrow eagle is not a hidden characteristic, wind wings. But now the situation seems to be the same. Suddenly, Zemo noticed the digging skill of the giant crocodile ant level 2 and looked at the recorder next to him that recorded his roommate's snoring. Zemo seemed to see a ray of light in the end of the world. So he first looked at the information of the Pokémon that was motionless 100 meters away, and then slowly raised the volume of the recorder, and at the same time released the giant crocodile ant. Big crocodile ant, dig to the right first, then turn a corner and dig to the left. There is a river over there. Now it all depends on you. Zemo said to the giant crocodile ant while slowly turning up the volume. But he was also careful not to slip his hand. If he did, he would want to slap himself. At the same time, he was also thankful that he had chosen a good location to set up the tent. Piccolo! Piccolo! The giant crocodile ant shouted with full energy and began to dig downwards. Zeraora, although you don't have the digging skill, I still need your help this time. And Gardevoir, try to help reduce the spread of noise. Zera, Gardevoir. After Zemo's order was given, all the elves looked serious. The giant crocodile ant has the digging skill and is responsible for controlling the hole. Zeraora needs to move the soil out from behind and put it in the tent. Gardevoir needs to use energy to help reduce the noise of digging and footsteps, and at the same time, it must be careful not to let the energy be too large to avoid being discovered. In this way, more than 10 seconds passed slowly, and the nearby elves also slowly approached. The sound played by the recorder is now the loudest that humans can make, and it can't be too loud, otherwise it will be a bit obvious. At this time, through telepathy, Zemo also knew that the giant crocodile ants had only dug a distance of more than 30 meters. Wait a little longer. Wait until they get closer. Zemo took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his palms on his clothes. Once discovered this time, it would be impossible to escape with his strength. Because Zeraora can only hold back 2 or 3 Overlord-level elves at most, and the other elves can attack him directly. If he is controlled, will Zeraora resist? So he only has this one chance. Slowly, the elves in Zemo's eyes are getting closer and closer to him. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. At this time, Zemo doubled the sound and then used telepathy to feel Gardevoir, letting the giant crocodile ants dig with all their strength. Then he jumped directly into the half-meter-wide hole, turned a corner, and quickly crouched forward. At this time, his strong physical fitness played a role. Although he was crawling, his speed was not low. In just 3 or 5 seconds, he had crawled for a distance of 20 meters. At this time, Wang Qi and others on the ground also reacted. The snoring was a bit outrageous. Not good. Let me explain the wave missile here. There are many elves who can use the wave missile, but the wave missile is like the water skill used by the flying elves. Being able to use it does not mean that you are familiar with controlling this element. Otherwise, why can't you use other water skills? Of course, the elves can also improve the degree of control of skills through skill training, so as to slowly contact and control this energy. That's why I made a skill level. The skill level is the degree of control of the elves over the skills. It is impossible for any elf to fully control a skill right after birth. Even if the elf is gifted or has inherited skills, it is impossible to be at the full level at the beginning, so it needs to be improved. And I just divided the familiarity of the skills. Even if I don't divide it, skills need to be trained. There are levels, so it seems that we can have a rough idea of the degree of control of the elves' skills. Same as Chapter 6. After Wang Qi and others felt that something was wrong, they quickly let the elves attack and destroy the tent. Bang! Cough, cough, cough! Dust suddenly swirled, and Wang Qi and others started coughing violently. When the dust dissipated, Wang Qi and others looked over with flashlights, but only saw a broken recorder and a cave pointing downwards. It's to the right. Another man lay on the ground and shone a flashlight down and said, "The ancient giant dragonfly used ultrasound to the right." Ding! As the ancient giant dragonfly's invisible ultrasound waves passed by, after a few seconds, the ancient giant dragonfly shook its head, indicating that it had not found it at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Qi frowned and said to Long Long in beside him, "Long Long, form, use heavy stomping." Long Long, boom. With a loud noise, the ground on the right was intact, while the ground on the left sank a little. This time they also reacted, and it felt that they were all fooled. "No, there is a river over there, and once you get into the river, you will exceed the range of the space blocker." Wang Qi shouted and hurriedly sat on Pidgeot to chase after it. The other people also chased after it with their own flying spirits. When they arrived at the river, which was more than 10 meters long and 4 meters deep, they really found a passage that had been dug through on the river wall, and Zemo's people had already run away. Strange, is it dazzled? Wang Qi, who arrived first, just saw a black cloth, but in a blink of an eye, the thing disappeared. After thinking about it, he still felt that he saw it wrong. After seeing the others arrive, Wang Qi also started to get up. There is no fluctuation of superpower energy here. That guy didn't use superpowers to leave, and there is no water stain on the other side. That guy is now either upstream or downstream. He was just adding the sound of the recorder. He can't run far. Let's act separately. Wang Qi observed the surroundings with a flashlight for a while, looked at the energy detector in his hand, and then looked at the channel that was filled with water and said to the 4 people around him, "Okay." On the other side, Zemo didn't run upstream or downstream at all, but returned to the small world. But to be honest, this time was a bit scary, and he almost failed. Because it takes 15 seconds to enter the small world, and it will glow. So when entering the small world, he found a light-proof cloth. It happened that Wang Qi came on Pidgeot, and he also entered the small world. If Wang Qi asked Pidgeot to attack the water surface at that time, he might not be able to enter, because the impact of the attack was enough to make Zemo's teleportation fail, but fortunately it succeeded. The reason why he didn't teleport in the channel was that he would be in the same place when he returned from the previous departure. If he chose to go home directly in the channel, then when the channel collapsed, he would be buried alive when he returned. At that time, he would not be able to release the elves, and he would need to dig more than 1 meter underground to the ground in the absence of oxygen. You can imagine how difficult it is. In the water, there is not much trouble. It will not be a big deal if he is flooded after returning. When in the small world, Zemo was also thinking about how to deal with Wang Qi and others. He couldn't stay here forever, and he would always meet them when he went out. Alas, when he was gambling, he was so powerful, but now, after thinking about it, he seemed to have no way out now. Oh, it seems that there is one that is to explode the Heavenly King-level superpower, Origin Stone, in his hand. The explosion of that thing must be amazing. At that time, even if Wang Qi and others are not in the center of the explosion, the probability of survival is not high. However, Zemo couldn't bear to part with it. That was a superpower source stone of the king level. It would be a pity to explode it. But if it really came to that, he would have to do whatever he wanted. After all, no matter how good the treasure is, It is better to have nothing if you can't use it. By the way, I seem to have signed in for the first time in the Dragon Soul Forest before I came in. I wonder what's there. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 fragment of the Evergreen Force promotion card. Note, 10 fragment cards can be combined into the Evergreen Force promotion card. Alas, it's useless to me now. I'd better take out the Epiphany card I saved last time. After thinking about it, Zemo took out 2 of the last Epiphany cards. He gave them to Gardevoir and Zeraora respectively. Gardevoir needed to continue to comprehend the instant teleportation skill, while Zeraora needed to comprehend the Plasma Lightning Fist. The Plasma Lightning Fist requires Zeraora to be over level 80 to learn it naturally, and he needs to use it now. If there is a Plasma Lightning Fist, it will be much easier to fight this sculpture. After giving the orders, Zemo looked at the skills of those elves to see if he could find any flaws in them. Level 53, Featributes, Insect, Flying. Skills, Insect Chirping LV3, Steel Wings LV3, Ultimate Absorption LV2, Clearing Thick Fog LV2, Rapid Return LV3, Split LV2, Primal Power LV3, Ultrasonic Wave LV3, See-Through LV2, Hypnosis LV2, Wing Attack LV3, Shadow Clone LV3, Lightning Flash LV4, Wind Rising LV4, Insect Bite LV3, Sneak Attack LV, Air/3, Level 56. Features, Rock, Ground. Skills, Super Strength LV3, Self-Sacrifice Charge LV4, Sharp Stone Attack LV3, Earthquake LV3, Rock Explosion LV3, Self-Destruction LV4, Stomping LV3, Shooting Down LV, Falling Rock LV3, Sandstorm LV3, Rock Polishing LV2, Rounding LV3, Heavy Charge LV, Premonition, Attributes Bug, Poison. Skills, Ultimate Absorption LV2, Destruction Ray LV2, Shadow Clone LV2, Cross Scissors LV3, Cross Poison Blade LV3, Poison Attack LV3, Psychic Power LV2, High Speed Movement LV2, Missile Needle LV3, Shadow Sneak LV2, Poison Needle 4, Deadly Needle Stab LV4, Venom Trap LV3, Energy Gathering LV2, Sword Dance 2. Flamehawk, Characteristics Flame Body. Attributes Fire. Skills, Sleep LV3, Storm LV3, Brave Bird Attack LV3, Jet Flame L4, Hold of3, Steel Wings LV3, Tailwind LV2, Swallow Return LV2, High Speed Movement LV3, Flash of Lightning LV4, Flash Flame Charge LV3, Charged Flame Attack. Characteristic General Flying. Skills, Hold on LV4, Rapid Return LV3, Steel Wing LV3, Wing Attack LV3, Feather Perch LV3, Tailwind LV3, Swallow Return LV3, High Speed Movement LV3, Feather Dance LV3, Tornado LV3, Lightning Flash LV4, Wind Rising LV3, Storm 4. The attack range of several Pokémons is not very wide. Zeraora has many skills, and except for Raiden, it has an advantage against that Pokémon. However, Zemo still plans to let the Pokémon wait in the small world for a few days, train skills, and strive to upgrade some skills to level 2. The next day, in the dead silence of nothingness, a small island floated there alone. Different from the dead silence and darkness around it, the island seemed to be out of tune with the outside space. It was very bright, and the island was full of a vibrant atmosphere, with fruit trees, vegetables, and Pokémon sweating and working hard to train their skills. If it weren't for the elf phone, I wouldn't know how much time has passed. Zemo, who was lying in the tent, scratched his head and went out. Looking at the dark sky outside, he felt indescribable weirdness in his heart. There is no concept of time in this space, because there is no day or night here. Whether it is bright or not depends on his thoughts. By the way, can I sign in here? Suddenly, this question came to Zemo's mind. System, I want to sign in. Ding, sign in failed. That's right, if I can sign in here, then I can stay here forever and wait until I break through the Heavenly King level before going out. Shaking off the thoughts in his mind, Zemo looked at the several fruit forests on the side. Since Zemo obtained this small world, he started to buy some seeds. Now there are several different fruit trees and vegetables planted here. It can be said that even if he stays here for a few months, he will not starve to death. After getting dressed, Zemo also went to get himself some food. His appetite is getting bigger and bigger as Zeraora's strength increases, but at the same time it also gave him a strong body. Now he would not be in big trouble even if he was attacked by a level 20 Pokémon. Of course, a level 5 Pokemon attacking some positions could kill him. After eating more than 10 tree fruits, Zemo looked at Zeraora and Gardevoir. At this time, the two Pokemon were still sleeping, but there was energy floating around their bodies. Especially around Zeraora's body, the violent electric elements had burned the ground half a meter around it. Seeing that the two Pokemon had not woken up yet, Zichen prepared some food for Huaye Di and the others, and then checked the time. 9:54. Hey, let's see if I can buy something with the points. Zemo felt a little powerless at this time. This feeling was very uncomfortable. He couldn't do anything by himself and could only rely on Zeraora and the others. Is there 765721 points? I don't know. What's in the mall? He didn't know much about the mall, except for taking a look when he just got it. He didn't look at it much after that. It's not that it's too expensive, but now after a few months, he has also obtained more than 700,000 points, so he should be able to buy something. After looking for a while, Zemo realized that the system mall was divided into 4 areas, including elf eggs, props, potions, and tree fruits. Elf eggs with high qualifications are extremely expensive, and there are no divine beast eggs. Moreover, many elf eggs are locked. Even if you want points, you can't buy them. Moreover, he can't afford them now. Bad review. In the prop area, there are props that increase the power of skills and some miscellaneous skill discs. There are also many things he doesn't know, and they are locked. But to be honest, he can't afford them even if they are not locked. In the potion area, there are also many things. The good things that are not locked are only the purple qualification enhancement potion that Zemo has used. In terms of price, the purple qualification enhancement potion is 5 million points, and the ordinary low-level speed enhancement potion is 5,000 points. There are also many things in the tree fruit area, but as usual, most of them are still locked and can't be bought at all, even if you have points. After looking for a long time, he didn't find many good things, but he was very angry. There are too many things, so I just flipped through them casually. I don't know if there is any way to solve my current predicament. Oh, by the way, is there any magic candy? If there is, I can buy a dominant level 1. Then, when Zeraora is promoted to the dominant level and learns the Plasma Lightning Fist, the current problem should be solved. Unfortunately, he didn't find it when he directly entered the name to search, which means that the system mall does not sell magic candy at all. At this time, Zemo looked at the lightning fruit in the tree fruit area, clicked on the picture, and found that he could buy a 1,000-year-old lightning fruit. It just requires 1 million points, which he can't afford now. Shifting his gaze, Zemo looked at the 700-year-old lightning fruit worth 700,000 points. Last time, a 3 million lightning fruit could allow Jolteon to digest it for several months. This 700-year-old one should allow Zeraora to break through. But at the same time, Zemo was a little worried, afraid of hurting Zeraora. After all, although Zeraora is an electric-type phantom beast, after observing for so long, Zeraora's performance is only slightly stronger than ordinary elves, but not ridiculously strong. So Zemo was worried that the age was too high and Zeraora would be hurt. Forget it. Buy a 500-year-old one. Even if it stays in the small world for a while longer, we can't let Zeraora take risks. Shaking his head, Zemo also made a decision. Even if he doesn't use the lightning fruit, if he stays for a while longer, just by training, Zeraora can break through the limit of level 50 to level 51. However, this still depends on the system. He also asked his roommate Li He. Every time his elves break through a major realm, they need a lot of resources to invest. Otherwise, it will be stuck for several months or even years. There is really no one like Gardevoir and Zeraora who break through a major realm as easily as eating and drinking water. This is also thanks to the experience value function. Otherwise, Zeraora's current level may still be at the elite level. Don't look at the high level of the elves of those in the academy. That's because in addition to their own elves, those with better family conditions will prepare an elf for their children a few years in advance. And Zemo also broke through so easily because of the existence of the system, and he caught up with others' efforts of several years in just a few months. After sighing for a moment, Zemo also bought a 500-year-old lightning fruit, and when he looked at Zeraora, he found that Zeraora and Gardevoir had already awakened and were training their skills. He opened his mobile phone and saw that it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had watched it for more than 5 hours. This reminded him of his first life, when he would just watch videos casually, and when he looked at the time, several hours had passed. Huh? Plasma Lightning Fist? Suddenly, Zemo found that Zeraora raised his arms high and blue arcs flashed on his hands. Isn't this the attack action of Plasma Lightning Fist? Sure enough, Zeraora pressed down with his palms flashing blue arcs, and a stone not far from Zeraora was directly shattered by electricity. Well, I didn't expect you to actually learn Plasma Lightning Fist. Seeing Zeraora's attack, Zemo shouted excitedly, Gardedo! At this time, Gardedo also teleported to Zemo with an expression of praise me. After taking a look at the panel, I found that Gardedo's teleportation had reached level 4. Haha, double happiness! Gardedo, you are awesome! Gardedo! Hearing Gardedo's words, Zemo's face darkened. Although he knew that Gardedo was talking about the Epiphany card he gave him, it still felt quite strange to hear Gardedo say that the master was awesome. Did you find it over there? No, we flew to the end and didn't even see a ghost. What about you? No, he may have used teleportation to leave. Zuo, if he escapes, how can we go back and explain? By the way, how did this guy find us? Maybe when we used the ghost Pokemon to test it in the city. After all, it is basically impossible for wild ghost Pokemon to appear in the city, and ghost Pokemon with owners must be strictly guarded. No, I think it was because of the Arbok we used in the forest. I didn't agree at the beginning, but you insisted on doing it. See what happened? Haha, now you are talking about us. We didn't agree to use the ghost Pokemon to test it, but you insisted. Maybe we were discovered at that time. Seeing the other 4 people arguing, Wang Chi, who was in a bad mood, shouted coldly, Enough! What we need to do now is to find Zemo and get his Pokemon. Now we will act separately. The level of that guy's Pokemon is not high. Once we find him, contact the others. After that, Wang Chi divided the Overlord-level space blocker into 4 parts and gave them to Hu Yong, Wang Shan, Li Kai, and Wu Xian, respectively, but he did not take any himself. The Overlord-level space blocker can block the teleportation of the Overlord-level Psychic Pokemon level 4 when used together, and it can also make the teleportation of the Gym level 3 unusable when used separately. In their opinion, Zemo's Gardevoir had just evolved from Ralts not long ago, and it was impossible for it to master the LV4 teleportation, so they would also have a huge advantage if they acted separately. After all, they had more than just the Pokemon sent down from above. They also had several Pokemons themselves. After giving a few more instructions, several people began to act separately. Zemo in the small world was exercising at this time, and Zeraora was still familiar with the use of Plasma Lightning Fist. When Zeraora was familiar with Plasma Lightning Fist, Zemo would give the lightning fruit in his hand to Zeraora to try to break through the barrier from level 50 to level 51. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he might as well accompany the elves to exercise. After a few hours, Zeraora was familiar with the Plasma Lightning Fist and could release it quickly. The Plasma Lightning Fist also had a passive effect, which was that after using this skill for a period of time, all general attribute moves would be electric attributes. This effect was a bit similar to a plasma bath, but it was much more powerful. When other elves used a plasma bath, they only changed their general attribute skills to electric attributes, and the skill power increased from 1 times to 1.5 times. It was equivalent to becoming a skill of the same type. But after Zeraora used the Plasma Lightning Fist, the power of general attribute skills was more than twice the usual. Moreover, in this state, the fist that Zeraora swung had a terrifying high temperature. Zemo also asked Zeraora, but Zeraora said that when he used the skill, he did not feel any discomfort in his body, and he didn't know why his fist was swung with a high temperature. He just knew that this power was hidden in his body, and he could use it as long as he had a thought. As for the principle, he didn't know. Zemo was not dissatisfied with Zeraora's answer. This was normal, just like waveguides. Both elves and humans in the world have waveguides, but most people don't even know that they have this power. Even if some elves can use waveguides, see-through, and other skills formed by waveguides, They don't actually know what this power is and how to use it familiarly. Just like some elves can use see-through but can't use waveguides, and some elves can use waveguides but can't use see-through. These powers do exist in the elves' bodies, but when they are used, they are just used roughly through imitation or genetic memory. Just like Zeraora before, waveguides were indeed just very roughly condensed into a ball and then attacked. But as the skill level increased, he became more and more familiar with waveguides. It can be released faster and faster, or formed into other shapes, but he still can't get familiar with using waveguides to do other things. It can only be LV3 waveguides. The proficiency is still not enough, and a higher level is required to use waveguides to do other things. And although every creature in the world has waveguides, some people's waveguides are strong, and some people's waveguides are weak. Therefore, the skill familiarity level does not represent everything. Even if some Pokémon are familiar with waveguide missiles at level 5, it does not mean that they can use waveguide missiles to do other things. There are many Pokémon in the world now that can use waveguide missiles, but only Lucario can be called a waveguide Pokémon. Even Riolu is just a waveguide Pokémon, not a waveguide Pokémon. Therefore, Zemo was not surprised that Zeraora did not know the principle of Plasma Lightning Fist. However, since it is an exclusive skill of the Zeraora clan, Zeraora will know it sooner or later as the skill is supported and controlled. But if a Zeraora can be found to teach Zeraora this skill personally, Zeraora will probably understand this skill quickly. However, this is unlikely. After all, Zemo does not know whether there are mythical beasts such as Dream in this world. Over the past thousands of years, there has never been a legend about the mythical beasts such as the god of sky, Rayquaza, and the god of earth, Groudon. There are only 9 level 3 mythical beasts. Just as Zemo was thinking, the second day slowly came, and Zeraora had recovered his strength. Zeraora, this is a 500-year-old lightning fruit. Try to digest it. If not, just spit it out. Seeing that Zeraora had recovered, Zemo handed Zeraora a golden lightning fruit with 5 electric arc patterns on it. Zera! Zeraora stared at the lightning fruit in Zemo's hand. In fact, what he didn't tell Zemo was that he felt a little weak since he learned the Plasma Lightning Fist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped training for only a few hours yesterday. When he saw the lightning fruit full of rich electric energy, he felt that all the cells in his body were restless. Well, eat it. Remember, don't force it if it doesn't work. Zemo gave a worried reminder before handing the fruit to Zeraora. After Zeraora took the fruit, he couldn't wait to swallow it in one gulp. Zemo and the elves were watching from a distance. Unlike what the elves saw in Zemo's eyes, Zeraora's experience bar was slowly increasing. Level 50. Level 50. Level 50-78. It was already the 3rd day that Zichen had been in the small world, and since he fed Zeraora the lightning fruit yesterday, Zeraora's experience bar had been slowly increasing. One night has passed. Zeraora should have made a breakthrough. Zemo walked out of the tent and glanced around. After a while, he saw Zeraora, who looked excited. Zeraora. Level 51, 5 tribute electricity. Feature, electricity storage. Item, skill. Qualification, 6 colors. Evaluation, due to the rapid increase in strength, the foundation is somewhat unstable. It is recommended to fight more and exercise more, and consume fewer resources. Seeing Zeraora's promotion to the Overlord level, Zemo was also somewhat happy, but when he saw the evaluation, the joy immediately disappeared. Looking back on this journey, Zeraora's promotion was indeed too fast. The early promotion was all gained from the experience gained from the Spirit Tower. Later, the promotion was first 5 gym-level magical candies, and then lightning fruit. The resources consumed were indeed too many. Turning to look at the evaluation of other elves, Zemo found that many of his elves had this evaluation. Although the body is healthy, the foundation is unstable. This must be changed, otherwise it will affect future breakthroughs. Although he doesn't know what the impact is, but when reading novels before, don't they all need to consolidate the foundation? Some even stay in one realm for 1,100 years just to consolidate their foundation. At this time, Zemo also looked at the still sleeping burning bug and blamed himself for being too pampering to them. They were born more than 4 months ago. Other people's Pokemon usually start simple training 1 or 2 months after birth, and more than 4 months later, they even start strict training. Gardevoir, Zeraora, and Flowery Leafy don't need his urging. They will consciously train, and even the big crocodile ant, except when Zemo calls it out to fight, will also train appropriately. Because it is not convenient to let the burning bug go out, Zemo has never let him fight, and this guy is also conscious. If he doesn't go out, he will sleep in the small world. People who don't know would think he is hibernating. 2 days ago, seeing this guy raise his fighting spirit and train for a while, Zemo was also very relieved, but this guy only trained for a few hours, and then went directly into the nest prepared by Zemo for him and fell asleep. Zemo stared at the burning bug for a while, and also went to wash up. Luke? At this time, the burning bug also woke up from his sweet dream and shuddered. He felt that his good days were coming to an end. Come and eat the energy cubes. Suddenly, he heard Zemo's voice, so he pounced over and began to enjoy his hot energy cubes. Hua hua! Huayeti flew out of the fruit forest and also flew to his pink energy cube. Seeing Huayeti's small body covered with dew, Zemo looked at the burning bug who was still eating. Huayeti took care of the growth of the surrounding fruits every day, and when he had nothing to do, he would also train his skills. In the past, he only felt that Huayeti was very worry-free. Now compared with the burning bug, he felt that Huayeti was simply an angel-like elf, hard-working and diligent. In contrast, the burning bug has always revealed the word lazy from beginning to end. At this time, Zemo also began to think about the training plan for the burning bug. In the previous life, he knew many people, so naturally he had many training plans for elves. But thinking back, he found that the training plan in the previous life did not seem to work in this life. There are too many differences between the two worlds, and many training points are completely unavailable. In the end, he could only borrow a part of it, and then cooperate with the training manual given to him by Meng Wenlong. As his thoughts changed slowly, a complete training plan has been formed in his mind. Luke. The burning bug put down the energy block in his mouth and looked around. For some reason, he always felt that there was a lot of malice around him. After looking for a while, he cast his eyes on Zemo, but after looking for a while, he shook his head again. The master is so good, not letting him train, and giving him delicious food. How could the malice come from the master? It should be his own illusion. Yes, it must be his own illusion. After comforting himself in his heart, the burning bug began to eat the energy block again, while thinking, should he sleep for 3 hours and train for 1 minute, or sleep for 4 hours and train for 1 minute? Thinking about it, he made up his mind. Anyway, even if he didn't train, his strength would slowly increase, so he might as well sleep for 10 hours and train for 1 minute. Well, 10 hours. After eating the energy cube, the burning bug returned to its nest and continued to sleep. Fortunately, the power of Evergreen cannot spy on the thoughts of the elves, otherwise Zemo would be angry to death. If he had known this, he should have made the burning bug determined to become stronger before giving him the potion. If he had worked hard to train in the past 3 months, his current strength would not be stronger than Zeraora, but it would not be weaker than Gardevoir. But now Gardevoir is beating the burning bug like an adult beating a child. The burning bug doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Whether Zemo knows it or not, he will not let the burning bug have it so easy next time. However, Zemo looked around at his several elves. Zeraora, suitable for fighting. Gardevoir's personality is a bit morbid. There were several times when he was with Dongfang Ziling, this guy seemed to be full of black air, but at the same time he was relatively calm and would not do anything out of the ordinary. As for Huayeti, his personality is relatively introverted and a little shy. Crocodile Ant is relatively bold, but at the same time he is very serious about his work. Whether it is training or anything else, he is meticulous. As for Burning Bug, so far Zemo has only found that he is very lazy. His other advantages, does it count as his sleeping skills improving quickly? His team is biased towards special attack, lacking a tank and physical attacker. But these are not what he cares about most. and he can find them in the future. His team lacks a big brother who can lead the team. Although Zeraora is his natal Pokemon, his personality is not good. He is a little naive, and he is always fooled by Burning Bug. In the past, Zeraora also let Burning Bug train, but he was always fooled by Burning Bug. But Zeraora is naive, and he believes whatever Burning Bug says. He needs a Pokemon that can calm the situation. If Zemo was talking about Pokemon that could keep the team in check, his first reaction would be Dark Pokemon. Many Dark Pokemon were fierce and cruel. He would definitely have many Pokemon in the future. If he didn't have a Pokemon that could keep the team in check, he wouldn't be able to do everything himself. And the Pokemon would undoubtedly be closer to him, so he wouldn't be too cruel. Especially Pokemon like Burning Worm, who had been following him from the beginning, knew his personality inside out and wouldn't be too afraid of him. If he was asked to train, he would probably slack off for 3 days and then rest for 2 days. So he had to have a Pokemon that could keep the team in check in his team. As for the Pokemon that could keep the team in check, Zemo wasn't in a hurry. It would be best if he could find one in Dragon Soul Forest this time, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. In his current team, only Burning Worm needed supervision, and other Pokemon didn't need to be watched. As for Burning Worm, Gardevoir could temporarily help supervise it. As for Zeraora, forget it. He was strong enough, and his only shortcoming was that he was too naive. If Zeraora's innocent character turns into a serious one, then there is no doubt that Zeraora is the best candidate for the Big Brother. But there is no if. Zemo will not force the elves to change their personalities. If he meets an elf he likes in the future, but the elf does not like to fight, he will not force it. He will send them back to Xiaoluo, or sell them to someone he trusts. At this moment, Zemo's eyes suddenly noticed a new skill that Zeraora had learned. Overlordization. This skill has no level, differentiation. So even among dozens of skills, it is somewhat obvious. At the same time, this skill reminds him of the Overlord elves in the anime world. Could it be that this overlordization can turn elves into Overlord elves? Overlord elves are undoubtedly stronger than ordinary elves. Now he is getting more and more confused about this world. He has been in the anime world for more than 10 years and has never heard of overlordization. Zemo looked at the skill introduction and found that the effect of this skill is very simple. That is, the body becomes larger. However, as the body becomes larger, to a certain extent, the double defense and physical attack will definitely increase, and the speed should be reduced. As for special attack, he doesn't know. Next, Zemo also asked Zeraora about the Overlord skill, and the result was the same as he guessed. After releasing this skill, although Zeraora's body size doubled, from about 2 meters to more than 4 meters tall due to its size, Zeraora's double defense and physical attack increased a little, and its speed became less sensitive due to its huge size. As for special attack, it was just as he guessed, and there was no change. Alas, it's all because I know too little. Zemo looked into Zeraora's eyes and sighed. The reason for so many doubts is that he knows too little about the knowledge of trainers in this world. Although the knowledge in the anime world is not completely useless, there is really not much that can be used. Meng Wenlong may also feel that he can't improve so quickly. Therefore, there is not much information about gym level and above in the trainer manual. On the official website of the league, there is also very little such information. A lot of information can't even be found, and the ones that can be found basically require money. If the request is small, then forget it. Give some, but ask for millions. Do you think you are being taken advantage of? What he urgently needs now is to learn more about the knowledge of top trainers. In the past, he thought that he didn't need to learn more because he had the knowledge of the previous world, but the reality often slapped him in the face. It wasn't long before a few slaps came over. When the Pokemon League was assessing the trainer level, that skill that he didn't even recognize had slapped him in the face, and now it happened again. I'm sure there will be more to come. In the future, I should stop pretending and learn more, and strive to be a person who knows everything. What's the use of knowing all this? It's better to learn more about trainers, especially those at the king level. Now I think about the King's tournament I watched, and those kings must have let down their guard. When Zeraora was training his skills yesterday, The power was comparable to the skills released by those king-level Pokemon in the King's Tournament. If he didn't let down his guard, he would eat melons on the live broadcast. He was worried that if he swore a poisonous oath, it would be bad if he didn't let down his guard, but let down the sea. But to be honest, the king level in the anime world is indeed a bit plain and simple, and the power of that skill is really not necessarily as strong as the current Zeraora. But thinking of the hugeness of this world, Zemo felt that this seemed reasonable. In this world, the country he was in alone was comparable to 2 or 3 regions in the anime world. It is reasonable that the Pokemon is stronger. After thinking for a moment, when he came to his senses, several Pokemon had eaten the energy cubes and started to work on their own. Glancing at the burning bug who was still sleeping soundly, Zemo said to Zeraora and Gardevoir, "It's up to you next." "Zera! Zera!" Zeraora patted his chest to indicate that it was no problem. Gardevoir also nodded solemnly. Zemo held the hands of the 2 Pokemons, took a deep breath, and at the same time, his mind moved slightly. In an instant, the bodies of 1 person and 2 Pokemons were wrapped in white light. At this time, the other Pokemons around looked over at the same time. "Rook, Rook!" The burning bug called twice and fell asleep again. It seems that he doesn't worry about Zemo and the others at all, but in fact, he is also very worried about the safety of his master and Zeraora. But he also knew that he couldn't help at all now, and he looked like he was sleeping, but in fact, he was wrongly accused. He looked like he was sleeping, but in fact, he was training his sleeping skills. Now only Gardevoir has level 4 telekinesis and teleportation in the team, but the former is the result of Gardevoir's practice for more than 4 months, and Gardevoir often fights with other elves. Teleportation was also upgraded by cheating using epiphany cards. But he is different. He can't fight, and the first thing he came into contact with was sleeping, and he has a certain understanding of sleeping skills. This is why he stacked his sleeping skills to level 4 in more than 3 months. Of course, if he didn't have the golden qualification, he wouldn't be able to reach this step so quickly, and he can clearly feel that his sleeping skills are about to have a breakthrough. He is almost certain that once his sleeping skills are further improved, he will definitely get amazing benefits. On the other side, Zemo and Gardevoir appeared in the river at this time. After appearing, Zemo first looked around for a while, and after finding that there was no one, he quickly surfaced with Gardevoir and Zeraora. "I don't know if those guys have given up." Zemo swam to the shore and took out 3 towels from his space bracelet and handed 2 to Gardevoir and Zeraora. While wiping the water stains on his body, he looked around. He was worried that Wang Chi and others would suddenly appear. After he wiped his body and put on his clothes, Zemo took Zeraora directly and continued to walk deep into the forest. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Zeraora has just broken through the Overlord level and has learned a special skill. Now he is in the dark. As long as he is a little bit sneaky and not discovered, he can also hunt Wang Chi and others in turn. If they leave, it's just right. If they don't leave, he doesn't believe that these guys, each holding a Overlord level Pokemon, will act together. If they don't act together, his chance will come. As the saying goes, hunters often appear as prey. I have played the role of prey before, and it's time to change my identity. However, the premise of everything is that Wang Chi and others have not left. He is a little unconfident when talking about 3 days. After all, 3 days is a long time. But Zemo couldn't be sure whether Wang Chi and others had really left. Not being sure meant that he couldn't do things freely, and he couldn't let Zeraora and the others consume too much energy. And Zemo also needed to know what method those guys used to prevent Gardevoir from using teleportation. This was very important. If he didn't know, he wouldn't dare to go out and play in the future if his strength was not good enough. Zeraora, just fight low-level Pokemon later. Don't fight high-level ones. Zera! No, we are not bullying the weak. We are teaching them a lesson so that they will be more vigilant and not be captured by the poaching organizations. Zera? Really? Didn't the news say it a few days ago? Several poaching organizations have become active again, so we are all thinking about those Pokemon. Zera! Hey, maybe? Hearing Zeraora say that he was a good person, Zemo touched his nose awkwardly. He doesn't think he is a good person. After all, good people don't live long. His lifespan, not counting the symbiotic characteristics of Whitey, is more than 500 years, not far from the time when the bad guys died 1,000 years ago. And he doesn't want to be a good person. Although good people are rewarded, they are always unlucky. In this world full of dangers, good people are often the first to GG, but he doesn't want to be a bad person either. After all, there is karma. Although he doesn't believe it very much, he would rather believe it than not. Whitey, Gardevoir, wait a minute, you have to use a healing skill for the Pokemon you defeated. It's a good opportunity to practice your skills. Zemo said to Gardevoir and Whitey, who had just been released. Whitey's level has reached level 37, and it will reach level 40 in a few levels. By then, he will also need to find a light stone for her to evolve. However, the best light stone is hard to come by. It's not just a matter of price, but even if it appears, it will be sold at a large auction. I can't get it at all. And I can find out from the internet that the last top-grade light stone appeared a month ago. The person who bought it is a current Alliance King, who spent more than 50 million Alliance coins in total. Any top-grade evolution stone is very expensive, because they have the effect of improving the elves' qualifications during evolution, even for purple elves. Zemo just wanted to try whether using the top-grade Lightstone to evolve can restore the sealed qualifications of Whitey. But the top-grade Lightstone is too difficult to come by. If he really can't get it, Zemo will have to use the top-grade Lightstone to evolve Whitey. There are 4 levels of evolution stones, namely low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The top-grade and top-grade evolution stones have a high probability of improving the elves' qualifications, while the probability of the middle grade is very small, and the low-grade evolution stone can only barely evolve the elves. As for improving the qualifications, it is impossible. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, it is possible that the elves' qualifications will decrease instead of increase because of too many impurities contained in the evolution stone. If this situation really happens, the trainer will definitely be pissed off. On the way, Zemo did not dare to make any big noise. When he encountered a Pokemon, he would defeat it quickly with several Pokemon together. Although the experience would be evenly distributed, it was impossible to gain too much experience at once by defeating Pokemon. Originally, it could only rely on the quantity, so it was nothing to lose 1/3. Just defeat a few more Pokemon. As he went deeper into the forest, the level of the Pokemon he met around him became higher, and many Pokemon were staring at them with some vigilance. Zemo could understand this. Trainers came to the wild to train combat skills, and secondly, naturally, for money. And where did the money come from? Naturally, it was the resources in the Myr forest, but the resources taken away by the trainers naturally belonged to the Pokemon in the forest. Sometimes a Pokemon would find that the treasure he had been guarding for a long time was gone after foraging. This situation is common in the forest, and the Pokemon naturally know that this kind of thing is mostly done by human trainers. But most Pokemon are simple, they don't have the twists and turns of humans, and they don't worry too much. However, there are always some exceptions among the Pokemons. Other Pokemons will have a broader horizon if they take a step back, but those Pokemons will get angrier the more they take a step back. That's why there are data on trainers dying in the wild. Speaking of it, most of those trainers have just debuted and have not messed with any Pokemons. But as the saying goes, the predecessors planted trees and the descendants enjoyed the shade. Here, the predecessors planted the cause and the descendants will bear the result. Fortunately, not many people died in the wild, except for a few. Those Pokemons basically took revenge once. As long as they were not provoked, they would not take the initiative to attack. So, although there are many high-level Pokemons around Zemo now, as long as Zemo does not take the initiative to provoke, there is still no danger. But if he does not take the initiative to provoke, how can Zeraora and others gain experience? Without experience, they cannot level up. Just when he was hesitant, Gardevoir suddenly pulled him to hide under a tree. Zeraora seemed to have noticed something and hid behind the tree nearby. Only Whitey was a little confused and still floated in the same place. Hey, I didn't expect that after wandering around this ghost place for a few days, I actually found a flower leaf, buddy. I just don't know what the characteristics are. If it is symbiosis, then I will be rich, ha ha ha. At this moment, a voice caught the attention of Huayeti. She turned around and found that a young man with yellow hair and wearing yellow casual clothes was staring at her a few dozen meters away. Beside the young man was a ferocious-looking Ariados, and an evil-type wolfhound with gray as the main color, black hair on the tail, back, and limbs, red pupils, and yellow whites of the eyes. These two Pokémon are known for their violent nature in the wild, but after becoming the Pokémon of the trainer, they are very reliable, especially the wolfhound. Although the wolfhound has evil attributes, this Pokémon is very loyal. Once it recognizes its master, it will basically not betray it. Not only this kind of Pokémon, but many Pokémon are like this. As long as there is a recognized trainer, they will be loyal until death. This is also the main reason why those poaching organizations also have elves. Although they are notorious, there is a story behind those poaching organizations that can move countless people. However, Zemo can't meet those people now. Zemo, hiding in the dark, looked at the young man who was gradually approaching Huayeti and smiled meaningfully. Sure enough, those people didn't leave at all, and just as he thought, they didn't act together. But just in case, we still have to wait for a while. What if someone ambushed behind? When Zemo was hiding, he didn't forget to let Gardevoir telepathically transmit to Huayeti so that Huayeti could disguise herself. Otherwise, if Huayeti flew towards them, she would be exposed. Hearing Gardevoir's reminder, Huayeti smiled sweetly, glanced at Huyong, and then flew to a big tree. Huyong was not in a hurry, because he could see that Huayeti was quite interested in him. But what puzzled him was why the flower in Huayeti's hand was withered. The flower in Huayeti's hand was very important to Huayeti. In history, there were Huayeti who died of depression because of the loss of flowers. Some Huayeti were fine. If the flower was lost, it was not impossible to accept a new flower, but some Huayeti might commit suicide if the flower was lost. And the state of withered flowers was almost impossible because both Huayeti and Huabebe would use energy to warm the flowers every day. It was not easy to make the flower of Huabebe's evolved form Huayeti be in a withered state. Although Huayeti was in a state of withered flowers, his mental state was surprisingly good. There must be some secret in it. But as far as he knew, Zemo's Huayeti seemed to be in a state of withered flowers. Thinking of this, Huyong narrowed his eyes and stared at Huayeti with a bit of heat. Huayeti has many forms, but it is rare to see them all exactly the same and in a state of withered flowers. He was almost certain that this Huayeti was the one and if Huayeti was there, Zemo must be nearby. His eyes made Huayeti feel very uncomfortable. She was a little shy, and it was not easy for her to look into the eyes of this person. But when she remembered that it was her master's order, Huayeti suppressed her fear and continued to be exposed to Huyong's burning gaze. At this time, Huyong saw that Huayeti had no intention of leaving, and he also looked around. After a while, he said to the big wolfhound beside him, "Big wolfhound, use the ghost face." Roar! The big wolfhound heard the master's order and stared at Huayeti with a terrifying expression. Wah-wah! Huayeti, who was a little timid, was frightened by the big wolfhound and flew directly to the tree where Zemo was. However, due to the effect of the ghost face, Huayeti was frightened and her limbs were a little stiff, and her flying speed was a little slow. This made Huyong's eyes burst into a golden light. In this situation, Huayeti would definitely subconsciously look for someone who could give her a sense of security. Since she was a trainer's Pokémon, the one who could give her a sense of security must be the trainer himself. Come out, you've been exposed. Huayeti with withered flowers is not common. And if I'm not mistaken, the characteristic of this Huayeti is symbiosis. Huyong said to the tree where Huayeti flew while opening the space blocker. Haha, you are worthy of being a senior. You actually guessed it with just one skill. After a while, Zemo came out with Huayeti in his arms. At this time, Huayeti looked a little depressed. She thought it was because of her that the master was exposed. In fact, it was all Zemo's fault that he didn't consider how special his Huayeti was. If Huayeti's flowers were not withered, Huyong might not be 100% sure, but the same form, and the flowers were both withered, it was easy to connect to himself. As for how Hu Yong judged that Huayi's characteristic was symbiosis, it was very simple. Although Hu Yong did not let Huayi fight a few times in the academy, he did not have any information on this. But Huayi's characteristics only have two: the symbiosis of the flower curtain and the hidden characteristics. And Huayi with the flower curtain characteristic cannot be slowed down by the ghost face, because the ability of the elves with the flower curtain characteristic will not be reduced, nor will it become abnormal. At the same time, the ability of the surrounding grass attribute elves will not be reduced, nor will it become abnormal. Huayi's speed was reduced because of being scared, which already shows that Huayi is not a flower curtain characteristic, but a flower curtain characteristic, so it can only be symbiosis. Haha, Junior Zemo, Senior now really wants to know, have you signed a symbiosis contract with Huayi? Hu Yong stared at Zemo with a smile and said, Senior Hu Yong, why do you ask when you already know the answer? And I know your purpose very well, right? Zeraora Plasma Lightning Fist. With Zemo's order, Zeraora, who had been preparing for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Alidos and hit Alidos' head with a fist with a blue arc. The terrifying force directly blasted Alidos several meters away and finally crashed into a big tree, and his life or death was unknown. The poison needle that had just condensed was naturally not released successfully. All this happened too fast, so fast that Hu Yong had no time to react. In order to kill with one blow, Zeraora used the level 2 bodybuilding skill at the moment when the Wolfhound used the ghost face just now, which increased the attack power. Zeraora was originally a Pokemon that was good at speed. When attacking, it also used high-speed movement, and it also launched a sneak attack when Alidos and Hu Yong's attention was on Zemo. All these factors combined, even if Ariados was hit by this blow, he would not be able to fight immediately, nor would he be able to continue fighting. However, this is not over yet. Zeraora, who had just thrown a punch, supported his body on one foot at the moment of stabilizing his body, rotated a circle, and kicked the big Wolfhound in the face with fire and lightning. Oh, woo! The big Wolfhound screamed after being kicked and flew more than 10 meters away and finally fell to the ground with a bang. Everything happened in a flash, and Zeraora's movements were also smooth, moving at high speed, punching, rotating to speed up, and flying kicks in one go. To be honest, with Zeraora's speed and body, it would be a pity if he didn't learn martial arts. But what's more regrettable is that Zemo doesn't understand the boxing of the first life. If he knew, he could completely give these to Zeraora. With Zeraora's talent in speed, he can be invincible in the same level in terms of boxing and close combat. How is it, Senior? Your Alidos doesn't seem to be very good. Do you have any other Overlord-class Pokemon? Zemo chuckled and teased. At this time, Yong finally reacted, and he subconsciously wanted to release his other Pokemon. But at this time, Gardevoir in the dark also blocked the Pokeball and controlled Hu Yong. Feeling that his body was controlled, Hu swallowed his saliva and looked at Zemo, who was walking towards him step by step with some horror. Looking at Hu Yong with a horrified look on his face, Zemo frowned slightly and struggled in his heart. In this situation, silencing Hu Yong is undoubtedly the best way, but he can't do it. After all, he is just an ordinary person. Although he knows some of the inside stories of the world, he is still an ordinary person after all. In the first life, for nearly 20 years, he was just an ordinary young man who lived an ordinary life. In the second life, although he relied on the knowledge of the first life to get the title of Pokemon Doctor for free, he did not really come into contact with those dark organizations, but only heard people around him occasionally mention it. This life is just the beginning. He really can't understand a person in person. Although he always thought that killing should be easy, he would know how depressing it would be before the action if he really did it. The feeling of depression would make people breathless. But if Hu Yong is not dealt with, once Hu Yong joins up with others, he will either leave in advance and wait for a new sneak attack from an unknown opponent. Otherwise, he will continue to waste time with them. But in that case, once he is found, Zeraora will need to fight 4-1, and he will be in danger. And if he can't deal with Hu Yong and others, then the fact that he has no guardian elf will definitely be exposed. What if a stronger elf is sent out at that time? After some psychological activities, Zemo's eyes became firm. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Even if he doesn't consider himself, he needs to consider his elf and Xiao Luo. Think about the original owner, who collapsed because his parents and grandfather were all missing. If even he is missing, what will Xiao Luo become? Xiao Luo is a few years younger than him. The bad news about the family one after another can make the original owner, a boy, collapse, let alone Xiao Luo, a little girl younger than him. It's just that compared with the original owner, Xiao Luo suppressed her emotions. In just a few years, Xiao Luo grew up from a carefree little girl to a little head of the family who worries about big and small things. The whole broken family was supported by her alone, and she was often scolded by her brother who used to dote on her. As her brother, he needs to make up for those things, even if he didn't do it. Although her real brother is dead and he can't be considered Xiao Luo's brother, he is willing to be her brother and protect her growth. In the summer vacation, he spent more than a month together, and his sister's meticulous care and concern made him feel the warmth of home again. And his sister's experience, which was almost the same as his, made him believe that Xiao Luo was his sister. In his first life, he was a child whose parents divorced, and he had been living with his grandfather, but his grandfather left him when he was 10 years old. After that, he moved between various relatives and experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature. At the age of 15, he took the last money left by his grandfather and started an independent life. In his second life, he traveled to a 6-year-old child, and the child's parents died early, but later he went to the Research Institute of Hongjushu Boshi with the knowledge of his previous life and was adopted by Hongjushu as his sister. It was also because of Hongjushu and her assistant Zhengu that Zemo came out of his lonely personality and became the current personality. Thinking of this, Zemo's eyes changed from firm to cold. If killing is to protect the people around him, then he doesn't mind being an executioner. Originally, Hu Yong saw Zemo standing in front of him with a complicated expression and thought that he would be fine. But when he saw Zemo taking out a dagger from the space bracelet, his expression changed to horror again. No, you can't kill me. Once you kill me, you will be wanted. You don't want to ruin your future because of me, do you? Hey, many people die in the wild every year. Even if Wang Qi and others know that it was me who did it, what can they do? They don't have any evidence. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the young master will definitely not let you go. Hey, so many of you came here just to kill me, right? But I'll give you a chance to see if the information you give is enough to buy your life. Zemo threatened Hu Yong by wiping his neck with a dagger. Hearing that there was a chance to survive, Hu Yong was also somewhat tempted, but he was afraid that Zemo was fooling him. After Zemo swore that if he lied, he would let him die once, Hu Yong told the whole story. Afterwards, Zemo also killed Hu Yong and let the burning insects burn the body together. As for the oath, he has died twice, so it's natural that he died once. He did get useful information this time. The one who dealt with him this time was a family member named Gao Cheng, who was also a junior student. The order was to take away 3 elves, Gardevoir, Flower Leaf, and Crocodile Ant, and kill him. As for the others, Hu Yong didn't know. In addition, Gao Cheng not only gave each of them a dominant elf, but also gave Wang Qi a mysterious box. However, Hu Yong didn't know what was inside. Although he didn't know what was in the mysterious box, it was a reminder for him, and he would be on guard at that time. After dealing with Hu Yong's body, Zemo also sorted out his gains. There were 5 elves, among which Ariados was the strongest, and the others were at most level 44, and their qualifications were not very good. As for the big wolfhound, it was Hu Yong's natal elf. When Hu Yong died, it turned into a ball of white light and dissipated. In addition to these, he also harvested a space bracelet, some resources, a signal transmitter, an anonymous card with 3 million alliance coins, and a space blocker. Anonymous cards are also a widely used item. There will be no record when they are used. They are usually used as rewards for tasks. Some bounty hunters do not want to reveal too much information, so they will use this kind of anonymous card. After putting away the things, Zemo also took out the signal transmitter, but he was a little hesitant. If too many people were attracted, it would not be fun. But if he didn't use this, who knows when he would meet them, and he couldn't keep training in this forest with fear. Zeraora and others couldn't concentrate on training their skills, nor could they have a hearty battle with elves of the same level. Without fighting at the same level to hone himself, although Zeraora and others could still gain experience, Zemo always felt that it would be very troublesome in the future. After thinking about it, Zemo decided to give it a try. He learned from Hu Yong that without one of the space blockers, he couldn't trap his Gardevoir. If he finds something wrong, he can let Gardevoir take him away immediately. If Wang Chi doesn't come first, he can sneak attack the other 3 people first. As long as he solves the other people first, when dealing with Wang Chi, he only needs to guard against the mysterious box in Wang Chi's hand. And he has abnormal recovery treasures such as Millennium Resurrection Grass and Vitality Fragments. Even if there are any accidents at that time, he can accept it. But speaking of it, he still has a Super Evolution Stone of Gardevoir. If there is a key stone, he feels that with his intimacy with Gardevoir, he can try it. But that's if the Keystone System Mall also has it, but it requires 5 million points. He just spent more than 4 months to accumulate 700,000 points, and now it's only tens of thousands of points, which is simply unaffordable. In the real world, keystones are also very rare. The value of one has long been hyped up to hundreds of millions of Alliance coins, and Super Evolution Stones are even more outrageously expensive. But it's also true. The population of this world is as high as tens of billions. How many high-end resources such as Super Evolution Stones are there? There must be a shortage of supply. Without mentioning other things, Zemo now has 2 choices. The first is to use the signal transmitter immediately. In that case, Wang Chi and others will also come over, and who comes first can only depend on luck. Second, wait for a while, and give the last Epiphany card to Zeraora, to see if his Plasma Lightning Fist skill can be broken through to level 2. The power of the LV1 Plasma Lightning Fist is stronger than the LV3 Wave Missile. If the Plasma Lightning Fist is broken through, the power should be greatly improved, and the chance of winning against Wang Chi will be higher. However, Wang Chi and others will contact each other every 6 hours. If it takes too long, they will definitely be suspicious and meet before someone comes. Then I can only leave. Now it has been 3 hours since the last contact, and the remaining time is definitely not enough for Zeraora to break through. But after thinking about it, he has nothing to improve his strength. At this time, Zemo's eyes noticed the king-level superpower source force that had been placed in the system space for several months. This thing was obtained when he punched in his own gym, but it was too high level, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But today, Zemo looked at it again. There is no doubt that if it is used, the threat this time is not worth mentioning. Whether it is used as an explosive bomb or absorbed by Gardevoir, it can solve Wang Chi and others. But in fact, both methods are very difficult to do. Let's talk about detonation first. The energy inside is not something he can shake now. If Zeraora uses Plasma Lightning Fist, there is still a glimmer of hope. If Gardevoir is absorbed, then Gardevoir is basically dead, and it can't be resurrected even by Millennium Resurrection Grass. After all, Millennium Resurrection Grass needs to be taken. Once it absorbs the energy in the Wang Qian level Superpower Origin Stone, let alone whether it can solve Wang Chi and others, Gardevoir itself cannot bear it. The body will collapse in a short time and cannot be resurrected at all. Alas, after thinking about it, there is no good way. Zemo also sighed with a sad face. Even if he activates the signal transmitter, it depends on luck. If Wang Chi came first, he would have to retreat. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Zemo shook his head, put the signal transmitter in his hand on the ground, and turned on the switch. There is no chance this time. The worst case is to continue to look for opportunities. Can a small difficulty stump him? Well, it is indeed difficult for him. Otherwise, he would not take it one step at a time. After installing the signal transmitter, Zemo also hid with Zeraora and Gardevoir, and while hiding, the 2 Pokémon also used several auxiliary skills. For example, now Gardevoir has used the meditation skills 6 times, and the current special attack strength can already fight against the level above. However, auxiliary skills are time-limited. If no enemies come for a period of time, then they need to continue to use them. However, Zeraora, who now has 6 attacks, should have a chance to kill the level 58 Pidgeot with a Plasma Lightning Fist. Time passed by, but because of the aftermath of the battle not long ago, and the smell of blood, it was still very quiet here. Even the elves were reluctant to get close, either hiding at home or staying away from here. Boom, boom, boom! Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded in the originally quiet forest. After a while, a young man in black clothes rode a 3-meter-tall rumble rock towards this side. Finally, he stopped not far from the signal transmitter and looked around. Level 56, Sturdy. Attributes, Rock, Ground. Skills, Super Strength Elv of 3, Self-Sacrifice Charge Elv of 4, Stone Attack Elv of 3, Earthquake Elv 3, Rock Blast Elv of 3, Self-Destruct Elv of 4, Stomp Elv 3, Shoot Down Elv of 3, Rockfall Elv 3, Sandstorm Elv 3, Rock Polishing Elv 2, Rounding Level 3, Heavy Impact. Rhydon and Wang Shan came first, which was not bad, but what he needed to do was to kill Rhydon instantly. Otherwise, once Rhydon used Self-Destruct, with Rhydon's level of 56 and Self-Destruct Elv of 4, Gardevoir's Elv 2 guard might not be able to hold on. Only Zeraora could be unscathed. And as for himself, if he was affected, he would be seriously injured if not killed. So even if Rhydon's feature was sturdy, he had to kill it instantly before it could react, otherwise he would suffer. Wang Shandong looked around for a while, and when he saw Huyang was gone, he frowned, jumped off Long Longyan, and planned to pick up the signal transmitter on the ground. He didn't doubt anything. After all, according to the intelligence, Zemo only had 1 gym-level Pokemon, and it was impossible for him to defeat Huyang, who had 3 gym-level Pokemon and 1 Overlord-level Pokemon. So in his opinion, Huyang must have discovered Zemo, so he left the signal transmitter, and he went after Zemo. As for offending the Pokemon in the forest, it should be impossible. Their current location is not the deepest part of the forest, and the highest level Pokemon is only Overlord level. Huyang is not stupid, and he would not offend the local Pokemon at this time. And just when he bent down to pick up the signal transmitter, he felt a sonic boom, followed by a series of bangs, and finally the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. When he reacted and turned around to look, he suddenly found that his Long Longyan had been knocked to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of a branch breaking behind him attracted his attention. But when he wanted to look back, he found that he was controlled. He wanted to struggle, but he found that he couldn't get free. Even his Pokeball was bound by a powerful force, and the Pokemon inside couldn't get out. Then he felt a sudden heart-wrenching pain in his back, and then he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and lost consciousness. After dealing with Wang Shan, Zemo did not leave. After dealing with Wang Chi's body and the surrounding environment, he hid with Zeraora again. But compared to before, their disguise is better now. Zemo asked the giant crocodile, Ant, to dig a hole, and he and Gardevoir hid in it, and could clearly observe the situation outside, while Zeraora hid in a dense foliage. After a while, another fish was hooked, and this time it was Li Kai and his ancient dragonfly. It didn't take much effort to deal with them. At this time, above their heads, a fiery arrowhawk with a wingspan of more than 3 meters was hovering, and from time to time it glanced down, but it had no intention of coming down. However, Zemo was not in a hurry. Since the other party did not attack, it meant that they had not discovered them. Since they had not discovered them, he had time to waste with them. Just like this, more than 10 minutes passed, and the person on the fiery arrowhawk seemed to be a little impatient and began to urge the fiery arrowhawk to move down. While the fiery arrowhawk was slowly descending, Zeraora also began to accumulate power, waiting for the fiery arrowhawk to fly within the range of his attack. Time passed by minute, and after a few minutes, the fiery arrowhawk seemed to be sure that there was no threat below, and began to descend with the trainer on its back. At the same time, Zeraora and Gardevoir became serious, and the energy in their bodies was slowly gathering. As the fiery arrowhawk got closer and closer to the ground, even Zemo was a little nervous. As long as the fiery arrowhawk was dealt with, Wang Chi would be left with only one commander. At that time, even if he met it head-on, he would not need to worry too much. After the fiery arrow eagle flew to the ground, the figure on its back also jumped down. At the moment he jumped down, Zeraora took advantage of the fact that the fiery arrow eagle was focusing on the figure and took action. Crack! The numbing sound of bones breaking rang out in the forest, followed by a dazzling blue light that dispersed the darkness in the forest. And this was not the end, because the fiery arrow eagle was at level 57, which was already in the late overlord level, so Zemo specifically reminded Zeraora to attack a few more times in case one attack could not defeat the fiery arrow eagle. Zeraora was also very obedient. He did whatever Zemo said. However, the fiery arrow hawk was in a miserable state. Just now, one of its wings was broken, and then a continuous stream of fists fell on it like a storm. Even if it reacted in the middle and used the hold skill, it had too much physical strength because it had been hit so many times before. It was impossible for it to fight. Moreover, the wings of the fiery arrowhawk were severely damaged at this time, and it even lost its basic flying ability. It was even less likely to be the opponent of Zeraora, who had several layers of buffs. So after the hold skill failed, Zeraora immediately took advantage of the victory and completely subdued the fiery arrowhawk. As for Wuxian, he had already been subdued by Gardevoir with telekinesis. After killing Wuxian and collecting all his Pokemon, Zemo thought for a moment and decided to try to see if he could deal with Wang Qi. However, he was not sure what Wang Qi had, so this time he let Zeraora hide in the cave with him. If Zeraora can't hit them with one strike, let Gardevoir take them away from here. After everything was ready, Zemo and Zeraora began to wait. At the same time, Zemo was also thinking about what to do with the elves of Huyong and others. Release? Not appropriate. Huyong and others are not evil people. After those elves are released, they may come to trouble themselves, and these elves are also very valuable. I can sell these elves and exchange some resources for Zeraora and others. After all, their masters want to kill me. As accomplices, I am very kind not to kill them. As for what their future life will be like after being bought, it has nothing to do with me. However, more than half of these elves are not qualified, and they can't even be sold at that time. Only those overlord-level elves are quite valuable. As for those ordinary elves, I can donate them to the orphanage. After all, to be honest, the relationship between these elves and Huyong and others cannot all reach the level of life and death. When the time comes, when I get along with those innocent children, I won't care too much about the original owner. But to be honest, even if I release them, I don't need to care too much. After all, the qualifications of those elves are not high. It is not easy to break through the limit of qualifications, let alone catch up with my footsteps. Just as he was thinking, suddenly there was a strong wind outside the cave, and many trees were rustling in the wind. For a moment it seemed that a natural law sounded around, but then a huge figure appeared above the forest. The huge figure spread its wings for nearly 4 meters, like a man-eating monster looking for its own territory. And just after the figure descended for a while, it seemed to receive some order and began to fly upwards, which made Zeraora, who had already started to accumulate power, slightly stunned. Zemo's face was not very good at this time. In fact, the previous few people carefully observed the vicinity and found that there were actually some fresh traces of battle here. Those were caused by Zeraora after he knocked Huyong and others elves away. The last Wuxian actually made some discoveries, but unfortunately he was not determined and ended up with a torn corpse. Wang Qi was obviously much more vigilant than Wuxian. As soon as he found something wrong, he immediately ordered Pidgeot to fly high. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in the sky, and then a message from the elf appeared in Zemo's eyes. Attributes, evil, superpower. Skills, meditation LV4, 100,000 volts LV3, psychic blade, LV3, jet flame level 3, predict the future level 3, psychic power level 4, hold level 4, reversal level 2, switch level 2, brute force level 2, deception level 2, sneak attack level 2, spillusion ray level 3, hypnosis level 4, bluff level 3, tooth for tooth level 2, resurrection level 2, suction cuff 2. Seeing the message from the elves in the sky, Zemo's face darkened. Damn, Wang Qi's trump card is a bit of a cheat. The quasi-king level Squid King? This is not something I can deal with now. But it seems like I can try it? But then he shook his head again. The Squid King has the skill of reversal, and the effect of this skill is to change all the abilities of the opponent and turn them into the opposite state of the original. With the current buff bonus of Zeraora, once this skill is applied, it can just admit defeat. Gardevoir, take me away. After putting Zeraora into the Origin Ball, Zemo whispered to Gardevoir beside him. While speaking, Zemo was a little nervous, because Squid King is a psychic Pokemon, and he was worried about being discovered by Squid King. However, sometimes things always go against one's wishes. While he was speaking, Squid King's two eagle-like sharp eyes were already looking at the place where they were hiding. Squid? What's wrong, Squid King? Wang Chi on Pidgeot's back saw Squid King's unusual movement and asked in a low voice. Squid King did not reply, nor did he intend to pay attention to Wang Chi. He just stared at a tree not far from the signal transmitter. Wang Chi also noticed something strange and ordered Pidgeot under his feet to attack that place. BB? Although Pidgeot was puzzled, he still flapped his huge wings as ordered. But before his attack was completed, the figure of the Squid King had disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared under the big tree. Two arms shaped like squid tentacles flashed with dazzling white light and stabbed into the ground. Zemo, who was under the ground, looked at the Squid King who had come close in an instant. His pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was full of fuck. The speed of this Squid King was actually faster than Pidgeot, and this speed was a bit outrageous. Even Zeraora couldn't reach it using high-speed movement. Boom! After the Squid King stabbed his arm into the ground, it seemed to know that the distance was not enough, and the energy spread to produce a big explosion. What's going on, Squid King? After a while, Wang Chi ordered Pidgeot to land on the side. At this time, his face was a little ugly, and it was obvious that he had thought of something. Recalling the previous guess, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Squid! The Squid King glanced at Wang Chi sideways, and then flew away in one direction. Wang Chi ordered Pidgeot to follow. They flew for only a few seconds, but they were already thousands of meters away. At this time, Wang Chi stopped and looked at the Squid King, who stopped in front of, a little confused. However, before he asked, the Squid King flew in another direction. He had no choice but to order Pidgeot to continue to follow, and at the same time, he began to curse in his heart. Although this elf was given to him by Gao Cheng, it didn't listen to him at all. He even treated him like a grandson and forced him to spend nearly $1 million to buy the food that guy liked before coming. You know, that was nearly $1 million. He himself was reluctant to buy food worth more than 10,000 alliance coins for his own natal elf, but this guy actually forced him to buy nearly $1 million food. And originally, the guy didn't want nearly $1 million, but a super energy source worth more than 8 million. But he couldn't afford it at all, so the guy chose this nearly 1 million elf food. And he will never forget the contemptuous look of the Squid King at that time. Who could imagine that he was despised by a squid? However, when he thought of the terrifying fighting power of the Squid King, he sighed and could only admit defeat. In fact, he was quite speechless. Obviously, the Squid King was only 3 levels higher than the Pidgeot, but the Squid King could kill the Pidgeot within 10 seconds. Even if the defense was as high as LV4, it was useless. It was broken in 1 second, so no matter what happened, he could only try his best to satisfy the Squid King. But the Squid King was like this: no matter what he did, it was not enough to satisfy its appetite. Seeing that his wallet had only a few thousand alliance coins, his resentment was getting stronger and stronger. But no matter what his mood was now, he must not chase him now. Because the Squid King was like this, it was very likely that he had locked on the person who was peeping behind him. Wu Shan just sent him a message saying that he was going to find Hu Yong, but now the signal transmitter was still there, but no one was there, which was very clear about the situation. But he didn't think that Hu Yong and the others would die, because they were just ordinary students a few days ago. He accepted this task several times because there were too many opportunities. In his opinion, Zemo was just an ordinary student. As long as Hu Yong and the others did not admit that they were here to kill him, that guy would not kill them. Many of them were arrested, However, if he went back like this, he would definitely not get any good results. He did not get the spirit, but Hu Yong and the others were all arrested. The only one who had a grudge against them was Zemo, so the person that the Squid King was tracking was most likely Zemo. Now there was no news about the other people. If he could not take down Zemo, he was not sure what Gao Cheng would do to him. Thinking of this, Wang Chi could not help but sweat on his forehead, and his body was trembling a little, so he ordered Pidgeot to speed up. But the speed of the Squid King was too fast. Even if Pidgeot tried his best, he could not catch up with the Squid King in front. In this way, as time passed, they were farther and farther away from the Squid King, and gradually they could not even see the back of the Squid King. This situation made Wang Chi a little angry, but he was helpless. Pidgeot was not his spirit. It was good enough that he could listen to him now, and he did not dare to beat or scold him. However, after a while, just when he was at a loss, the Squid King suddenly appeared in front of him. "How is it, Squid King? Did you catch them?" Seeing the Squid King coming back, Wang Chi couldn't help asking, "Squid! Squid!" The Squid King called out twice in a mean way, and used the illusion beam to let Wang Chi understand what he meant. "Didn't catch them? But they must be injured?" Wang Chi whispered, and he was also a little headache. What's the use of being injured? Even if they are seriously injured, it is easy to heal with the current medical level. Even if it is a forest now, Gardevoir and Floral Leaf must have healing skills. It's useless if you don't kill them. "Then where did they go?" Wang Chi continued to ask. "Squid! Squid! Of course it's deep in the forest, you idiot. If he didn't go deep in the forest, how could I not continue to chase him? There are also mentally retarded humans. I am hungry. The food you bought last time is not, but I can still swallow it." After knowing what the Squid King wanted to express, Wang Chi was in a bad mood. This sissy actually called him mentally retarded, and it is not a good thing. Don't eat it. Every time I don't know which sissy eats so happily. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say it. Instead, he showed a somewhat reluctant smile and took out the food he bought last time from the space bracelet and handed it to the Squid King. After the Squid King finished eating the food, Wang Chi also began to think about the next action. His intention was to look for Zemo, but even the Squid King didn't dare to go deep into the forest. He felt that if he went, the Squid King would not be willing to follow him. At the same time, he was also a little curious. Is there something terrible in the depths of the forest? Why is the Squid King unwilling to go? "Peace. I just returned to my hometown, and everything is revived. I don't have much time at all. I didn't update the last book. I still spend some time every day to write this one. Oh, by the way, I won't waste time with Wang Chi anymore. I'm going to start my adventure. At the same time, I'm going to start the main story." Wang Chi thought for a moment and decided not to go deep into the forest. "Well, now I can only go to the outskirts of the forest to observe. I hope that guy can come out. At least those elves can come out safely." Wang Chi sighed and began to ask the Squid King where that guy entered the deep forest from. When the Squid King heard that Wang Chi would not go deep into the forest, he was relieved. He was not afraid to go in, but he had stolen things from the king of the forest a few years ago. Of course, he was definitely not afraid. But for the sake of the forest, he was worried that if he went in, once he fought with the king of the forest, that guy might not be alive. He was thinking about the elves in the forest. It was definitely not afraid, absolutely not. But Wang Chi didn't believe a word of it. Based on his understanding of this sissy, if this guy could beat the king of the forest, this forest would be plundered by it. But he didn't dare to say anything on the surface, and could only complain in his heart. On the other side, at this time, Gardevoir was taking the unconscious Zemo to one direction to use instant teleportation continuously. After an unknown period of time, her superpower was overconsumed, and she stopped in a valley with Zemo. "Gardevoir! Gardevoir!" Gardevoir looked at the unconscious Zemo and felt a little guilty. If she hadn't been stunned at the time, Zemo wouldn't have needed to resist the aftermath of the explosion for her, and Zeraora wouldn't have been injured. At this time, Gardevoir was also very tired because of the excessive use of superpowers. After condensing a few drops of life water to feed the unconscious Zemo, Gardevoir also fell tiredly on Zemo's body, and Huayati and the others were in the small world, so they didn't know the situation outside at all. At this time, the disadvantages of the small world were reflected. If the Pokemon was in the Pokeball, it could run out of the Pokeball by itself. But in the small world, let alone coming out, you have no idea what is happening outside. I don't know how long it took. The drowsy Zemo only felt his body suddenly warm, and then he heard a few babbling sounds, but he didn't know what they were specifically. Luba, there is not only Gardevoir here, but also a human. Nanny. Aye, it's true, let's save them. Rosalie, just save Gardevoir and let the human fend for himself. No, Gardevoir is a loyal Pokemon, and looking at Gardevoir's appearance, it must have been injured in order to save this human. I believe she has a good relationship with this human. If her master dies, she will not live alone. Let's save this human. Rose Ray. Don't forget, we have a mission. It's enough to save Gardevoir. Let's give up this human. And who knows if this human is the same as the original one. Let's not meddle in other people's business. Nanny. This is not good. If we don't save this human, Gardevoir will be very sad. Rose Ray, it's okay. When the time comes, let the king seal Gardevoir's memory. Even if this Gardevoir has very good qualifications and can break through the quasi-king level to restore its memory, it will take more than 10 years or even longer. What's more, this Gardevoir's qualifications may not be that good. Lanlan, save him. I sense the breath of the power of Changpan on him. He should not be a bad person. Luba, the power of Changpan? Why can't I sense it? Rosalie, the power of Changpan. Strange, I didn't sense it either. Lanlan, we'll talk about these things later. Nannybug, you will take care of this human and Gardevoir for now. Latte Kappa and I will go to the outskirts of the forest to see if that guy is really here. Nanny! Don't worry, leave it to me. At this time, a transparent white shadow can be clearly seen floating in the endless white space. Where is this? The shadow looked at the white space in front of him and was also a little confused. He looked around the surrounding scenery, but all he saw was white. Originally, the impression of white was beautiful and pure, but at this moment, this white was so desolate. This is your inner world. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in this lonely world, causing the shadow to tremble. You are? Yes, you must have a lot of doubts in your heart now. In fact, I have a lot of doubts in my heart too. I tried to take back control, but I failed, and because of special reasons, my soul is now shaky, and there is no way to fight for it. You are a special person. I don't know where you come from, but I can feel the special energy in your body. To be honest, I am full of despair about the future, and I am even more unwilling to face some things. Maybe it would be better to leave these things to you. Okay, this conversation ends here. When Zeraora breaks through to the Quasi-King, I will have enough energy, and then I will tell you everything I know one by one. Go, mysterious man, your ability is too suitable for this world. If it is you, it is really possible to touch the ultimate thing. The cold voice did not have any emotion from the beginning to the end, as if it was just a machine that passed on messages. But Zemo was sure that this was the original protagonist, the Zemo with the same name as himself. When the voice died down, Zemo felt relaxed, and when he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in that gloomy world. Babysitter! Yeah, you woke up? How do you feel? Looking at the babysitter bug in front of him and several bug treasure bags and treasure bag cocoons not far away, Zemo subconsciously asked, "Excuse me, where is Gardevoir?" Babysitter. That little guy, she is with the king. I really didn't expect that the little guy actually evolved into Gardevoir only a few months after birth, and there was no adverse reaction. Please tell me where this is. Babysitter. This is the core of the Crown Forest, but you humans should call this place the depths of the Dragon Soul Forest. Crown Forest? Mo frowned when he heard what the babysitter said. He had never heard of this forest, but this was normal. Many forests had their own names in the past, but after the reform, those originally miscellaneous forest names were unified. But people or elves in some places still use their original names. Babysitter? Human, you can actually understand what I say? Do you really have the power of Evergreen? The power of Evergreen? Is the power of Evergreen in this world also called Evergreen? Zemo muttered to himself in his heart, then nodded and condensed a ball of green energy in the palm of his hand. Babysitter! It's really the power of Evergreen. Seeing the green light on Zemo's hand, the babysitter's expression was also a little excited. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had seen a human with the power of Evergreen. Babysitter! Babysitter! Then why didn't we sense it just now? This, I don't know. He could actually figure out why the babysitter couldn't sense it. It should be the system's fault, but he couldn't tell anyone about the system, so he could only fool around. Is that so? After chatting with the babysitter for a while, Zemo also confirmed his current condition. He had been in a coma for 3 days. According to the babysitter's statement, he was really on the verge of death 3 days ago. If it weren't for the few drops of life water that Gardevoir fed him, he would have died. But Zemo actually wanted to remind her that he had the power of Changpan and should be able to hold on for a breath. In summary, he was seriously injured. The Squid King's attack was mixed with the unique energy of the Quasi King. Fortunately, he met them. Otherwise, even if Gardevoir was intact, he would not be able to save him. At the same time, he also learned from the babysitter that when you reach the Quasi King, you will begin to comprehend a deeper level of power. While asking the babysitter, Zemo couldn't help but look at the babysitter's data. Babysit. Attributes Bug Grass. Skills Sword Dance LV4, Leaf Blade LV4, Leaf Blade LV5, Awakening Power LV4, Air Slash LV4, High Speed Movement LV4, Substitute LV4, Force of Nature LV4, Energy Ball LV4, Sleep LV5, Sunbeam LV4, Shadow Clone LV4, Meditation LV4, Hold LV5, Leaf Storm LV5, Silk Spinning LV5, Cleave LV4, Photosynthesis L4, Healing Bell L4, Secret Technique Storm Blade LV2, a fusion skill of Leaf Blade and Leaf Storm. Both its range and power are greatly enhanced, and it will not reduce its own abilities when used. Recovery LV3, a skill that is a fusion of Sleep and Guard. It has the ability to quickly restore physical strength. When used, it will form a hold skill, and the sleep effect will not disappear for a period of time after the end. It will continuously restore physical strength and injuries in small amounts. Seeing the data of the babysitter bug, Zemo's first impression was that it was luxurious. There were 6 V5 skills, several LV4 skills, and quite a few V3 skills. As for the skills below that, he didn't see any, and the level has reached the late stage of the Quasi-King, and it is only 2 levels away from breaking through the King level, especially the secret skills. At this time, he finally understood what the skill that the Elf Alliance saw was. It should also be a secret skill. It is a fusion and extension of LV5 skills. When the skills of the elves reach LV5, they will definitely have a very deep understanding of the skills, so as to fuse and release with some skills to achieve a stronger effect. He is now very greedy for the secret skills of the babysitter bug, but he can't say it. After all, he is not familiar with her, and if he shows that he knows the secret skills of the babysitter bug, there is no doubt that the babysitter bug will doubt him. Even if he has the power of Changpan, he will be suspected. After all, having the power of Changpan does not mean that this person is a good person, just like Sakaki in the anime world. Sakaki is indeed very good to his own elves, but to other elves. So even if he wants to understand, it's not now. At least he needs to know the true attitude of the forest elves, such as the nanny bug towards him. He can't believe the nanny bug 100%, just by listening to her one-sided words. After chatting with the nanny bug for a while, the nanny bug left and asked Zemo to rest more. When Gardevoir returns from the king, he can meet him. After the nanny bug left, Zemo also checked the status of Zeraora. Zeraora's status is much better than Zemo's. Zeraora is his natal elf. After being injured, it will absorb the power of Changpan in his body to heal. And the power of Changpan was all absorbed by Zeraora, which is also the main reason why Zemo was in a coma for so long. Now Zeraora is almost healed, but Zemo still has some back pain. The explosion caused by the Squid King is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even though his natal Pokemon was not low in level and the energy from feeding back strengthened his body, he still had many broken bones. Now it hurts to even stand up. He was lying on the grass bed when he was talking to the nanny bug just now. Come out, burning bug, crocodile ant, flowery D. After making sure that Zeraora was fine, Zemo also transferred Flowery Dye and other Pokemon from the small world to the Pokeball. Flowery! Several Pokemon just came out of the small world and threw themselves into Zemo's arms. Flowery Dye even burst into tears. Zemo could only use one hand to stroke Flowery Dye, lying on his chest and comfort her at the same time. He had not returned to the small world for 3 days, and these Pokemon would definitely worry about him. This was also his own fault. If he had known earlier, he should have transferred Flowery Dye and others from the small world to the Pokeball in advance. After comforting the Pokemon for a while, several figures came into the tree hole where he lived. Among them was his own Gardevoir. At this time, Gardevoir was in very good condition. Not only was it not injured, but its level was also raised by several levels to level 46, and the unstable foundation in the evaluation also disappeared. I guess the king mentioned by the babysitter bug must have given Gardevoir something good, otherwise it would not be possible to raise its level, and even after the level was raised, its foundation was stable. Zemo was now very curious about who the king mentioned by the babysitter bug was. Gardevoir! Gardevoir was also a little excited when it saw Zemo, and threw itself directly into Zemo's arms. Roseray! Just a human. What's so good about it? The master is the best person in the world. Rose? Looking at the babysitter bug Rose Raito, Lade Kappa, and Lon Mantis not far away, Zemo felt indescribably bad. Although the elves except Roserade were not very nice to him, the other elves were very nice, but as the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. The superficial attitude can be disguised. Who knows what these elves think of him? If humans have a general relationship with low-level wild elves, then the relationship with high-level wild elves is very unfriendly, and can even be said to be quite bad. He used to think that the city was full of intrigues, but now that he has left the city, he knows that the outside world is even more terrifying. He didn't want to please others before, but now he has to please them. After all, he has become the person he hates the most. I don't know what the big guys want us to do? After comforting Gardevoir, Zemo looked at Roserade and other elves not far away and smiled awkwardly. He has made up his mind that he will never go out to play unless the elf level is quasi-king. These casual elves are all quasi-king level elves, and he has no sense of security at all. Lanlan? We have no ill intentions. I heard from the nanny bug that you really have the power of Evergreen. Rose Ray? Didn't you say before that this human has the power of Evergreen? Lanlan? Hey, at that time I just sensed a trace of the power of Evergreen from Gardevoir, and then I made up a random excuse to fool you. I didn't expect that this human actually has the power of Evergreen. Rose Ray, I'm angry! Watching the interaction of the big guys, Zemo looked on awkwardly. At the same time, he also opened the data eye to look at it. P.S. These are the more important elves, so I will be more specific. For the elves in the future, I will not talk about their skills, only their secrets. Also, secrets do not need to be understood as new skills. They can be understood as several skills released together to resonate and form new effects. Roval 70, attributes grass, poison. Features, poison thorn. Skills, Venom LV5, Toxic Trap LV5, Poison Attack LV5, Eye of the Heart LV5, Photosynthesis LV5, Life Drop LV5, Divine Power LV5, Sunbeam LV, Leaf Storm LV5, Sword Dance LV5, Hold LV5, Sleep LV5, Falling Petals LV5, Petal Dance LV5, Leaf Knife AL Skills, Photosynthetic Recovery L2, a fusion and extension skill of many skills such as Sleep, Hold, and Photosynthesis. It has very powerful recovery ability and is an advanced version of recovery. Stormblade Level 4, Toxic Field Level 5, spreads toxins in the body to form a poisonous fog field. Qualification, blue. Level 66 attributes water, grass. Feature, skills, Water Wave LV5, Photosynthesis LV5, Surfing L5, Hold L5, Sleep L5, Pray for Rain, Water Cannon L5. Shake Dance L5 secret skills, Recovery L2, Meteor Shower L1, a fusion of many water skills based on Pray for Rain, a large-scale attack skill. Corked Mantis, attribute grass, features. Skills, Leaf Storm LV5, Sword Dance LV5, Cross Poison Blade LV5, Spirit Blade L5, Tile Break LV5, Hold L5, Sunlight Blade LV5, Leaf Blade LV5, Photosynthesis LV5, Split LV5, Falling Petals LV5, Cross Shears LV5, Double Split LV5, Leaf Blade LV5, Energy Ball 5. Secret Skills. Dance Slash LV5 combines many continuous slash skills based on sword dance and falling petals in the form of dance, slashes 5 times in an instant at an incredible speed, slashing the body and the soul, and temporarily increases attack power when used. Photosynthesis Resurrection L5, Stormblade L5. Qualification, Gold. Although Zemo was a little excited to see so many secret skills, he felt cold in his heart when he thought that he had no idea about the true attitude of these elves towards him. Over there, Rose Rado interacted with Lan Mantis for a while, and then cast his eyes on Zemo, who was silent. Seeing Lan Mantis's gaze, Zemo nodded and said, "I do have the power of Changpan." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark green energy ball condensed in Zemo's palm. Lan Mantis felt the energy in Zemo's hand that could heal the elves, and nodded slightly, then lowered his head as if thinking about something. When Letian Kappa saw that Lan Mantis had fallen silent, he didn't care, but danced around Zemo. After a while, Lan Mantis woke up from his meditation and said to Letian Kappa, "Lan La! Little boy, stop playing for now." After stopping Letian Kappa, Lan Mantis asked Zemo some questions. After Zemo answered them one by one, Lan Mantis took the rest of the elves away. After Lan Mantis and the elves left, Zemo also breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he felt a little confused. The questions Lan Mantis asked him seemed to be a test for him. "Forget it, let's take a look." Shaking his head, Zemo stopped thinking about it, let Gardevoir help him up, and then took the few drops of life drops left by Lan Mantis and swallowed them. After the life drops went into his stomach, Zemo only felt a pure energy entering his body, and his physical injuries were recovering quickly. After a few hours, Zemo's physical discomfort had completely disappeared, and he felt refreshed. At this time, Lan Mantis brought Roserade and several elves back again, and Roserade looked at him with unconcealed dissatisfaction. "Zemo, we have something to ask you for help." "Help? Me? What can I do to help you?" Zemo pointed at himself and asked uncertainly. "Lan Lan?" "Yes. But please rest assured, helping us is not without benefits. When the time comes, we only want one thing. And with your strength, nothing will happen." "Well, can you tell me what you can do for me first?" "Lan Lan!" "Of course, we actually have the entrance to a secret realm, which also contains a lot of resources, but there are many powerful dark elves in it. We need you to help us get some things when the time comes." "There is a secret realm here? And what are dark elves?" Zemo frowned, feeling inexplicably uneasy. "Lan Lan, don't you know about dark elves?" Lan Mantis was a little surprised when she said this, and the other elves were also surprised to varying degrees. "Well, I really don't know what dark elves are." Zemo scratched his head and thought about the memories in his mind. He really didn't have any memories of dark elves. Roselay, it's normal for him not to know. Among humans, only when the trainer's level reaches the overlord level will his elders tell him. Judging from his age, he should not have an elf of this level. Even if he does, it should be the elder's elf. Rose Rado seemed very familiar with humans, and while speaking, she also cleared up Zemo's confusion. When he came to Dragon Soul Academy, the highest level was only over 20, and it was normal that Meng Wenlong didn't tell him, but now the highest level among his elves is already 51. I guess I can ask Meng Wenlong about these things after I go back, but it seems that it is not necessary. Since Lan Mantis and the others have told me, they should also explain it to me. "Lan La! You only told me when you're at the overlord level? It seems that humans protect their younger generation better. Back then, even the elites had to go to that place." Lan Mantis spoke with a look of nostalgia in her eyes, which made Zemo hesitate to speak. He really wanted to ask Lan Mantis about what happened at that time. Unknown things are always very attractive, but the road to understanding the unknown is always very difficult. Then Lan Mantis also told him about the dark elves. Dark elves, like ordinary elves, have many different races. The difference is that dark elves have no wisdom and will attack all living beings that approach, whether they are humans or elves. Moreover, the destructive power of the Dark Elves is extremely strong, and they have the ability to infect. If they are corroded by too much dark power, humans will have all kinds of negative emotions magnified in their hearts, and the elves will turn black. However, the blackened elves do not have the ability to infect. Only pure dark elves have the ability to infect. However, the power of Changpun has the ability to resist the erosion of darkness. The characteristics of dark elves are that they are all black, their eyes are blood red, they emit black air all over their bodies, they have bad tempers, and they have the desire to destroy everything, as if the purpose of their birth is to destroy. Moreover, the speed of dark elves' promotion is very fast. If a dark elf appears in the human world and is ignored, it can grow to a quasi-king in a few years, and it may break through to the king in more than 10 years. In other words, if the growth limit of this dark elf is the champion level, then in more than 10 years, even if it is not the champion, it will be the king level. Therefore, once a dark elf walks out of the secret realm, someone will go to eliminate it. In order not to return to the era when everyone is in danger, the Alliance does not publicize the existence of dark elves, and even tries its best to hide it. Over time, ordinary people no longer know the existence of dark elves. Of course, this is also because there are very few dark elves now, and they only appear in some special secret realms, so there is no need for all people to participate in the war, so the Alliance made this decision. Hundreds of years ago, or even longer ago, there were many dark elves at that time, and even elite trainers needed to participate in the war. With the joint efforts of humans and elves, dark elves have become very rare in the past 100 years, and large-scale dark elves can only be seen in a few major dark battlefields. As for the main world, the existence of dark elves can no longer be seen. Zemo also learned from Lan Mantis that the king of the previous generation of Crown Forest was once one of the main forces of the Dark War. The king of this generation of Crown Forest also participated in the Dark War, but later, because of injury, he retreated to the second line and returned to the Crown Forest to guard the Crown's secret realm invaded by the Dark Elves. The purpose of Lan Mantis coming to him this time was to ask him to help get a special thing from the Crown's secret realm. Zemo was also a little confused about this. Why didn't he go to get it earlier or later, but had to go by himself? Lan Mantis explained that there was a very powerful dark elf in the Crown's secret realm. The king's injuries had not recovered before, so he was not the opponent of the dark elf. Now the king has recovered, but the dark elf has grown up, and the king can only suppress it, but can't kill it, so there is no way to get that thing. And Lan Mantis and the others also need to hold back the rest of the Dark Elves. It's not that they didn't let the Overlord-level elves go there, but the location of that thing was too close to the nest of the Dark Elves, and the dark aura there was too strong. Even with the king's skills, they couldn't get close. Some time ago, they also asked human strongmen to come, but they didn't succeed. In the end, they also found that the purple rainbow fruit that the king treasured was gone. They only found the aura of the Squid King at the original place. At that time, they also suspected that it was the human who did it, but in the end, because there was no evidence, they could only suffer a loss. After that, they didn't trust humans very much, so they had to give up this idea. But today, they found that Zemo had the power of Changpun, so they had the idea of taking that thing again. With the power of Changpun and the king's skills, they felt that they should be able to get close to that place. In fact, if Lan Mantis Flower was allowed to hold back the strongest dark elf, their king could get what he wanted. But their king didn't want them to suffer any losses, so he had been dragging it on until now. Knowing this, Zemo also had some good feelings for their king, but good feelings were good feelings, and he still didn't want to go to the Crown's secret realm. There was a being that even Lan Manthua, a king-level Pokemon, could not handle. He did not think that there was any use for him to go there. After all, his strongest Zeraora had only just entered the Overlord level. But he looked at Roserade's unfriendly eyes, opened his mouth, and finally agreed with tears in his eyes. Lana. Secret Realm can only be opened in half a month. During this half-month, we can train your Pokemon, and we will provide you with some resources. Well, I wonder if you can teach me some secret techniques? Zemo said tentatively. Lan. Lan Manthua narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded. Secret techniques? Yes, it is possible, but your Pokemon should not be able to learn it now. I can promise you now that you can come to us when your Pokemon meets the conditions for learning. Seeing Lan Manthua's actions, to be honest, Zemo felt that he had found the taste of love. Lan Manthua had a gentle personality, and her image was like a woman wearing a Furisode kimono. Lan Mantis is very careful about maintaining its image, often using its forelimbs like Furisodids to pose in a soft and graceful manner. When Zemo talks to it, his heart often speeds up. However, when he thought that he didn't know the other person's gender, Zemo forced himself to calm down. What if the person standing opposite him is a male? Thinking of this, Zemo shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. Lan, you guys take a rest today, and tomorrow we will take turns to guide your elves. Lan Mantis said and left with the other elves. P.S. Happy New Year. After Lan Mantis left, Zemo finally had time to observe the surroundings. Walking out of this room that looked like a wooden house, what came into view was the endless mountain walls in the distance, and then the lush jungle. It was then that he realized that the place he lived in was not a wooden house at all, but a tree house. The whole house was completely embedded in a tall tree. It looked like a masterpiece of nature. Come out, Zeraora, Flowery, Burning, and Crocodile. After taking a deep breath of the air filled with the breath of nature, Zemo released Zeraora and the others. Zera, Rook. Flower, Piccolo, Pico. After several Pokemon appeared, they surrounded Zemo. Zemo also explained the current situation to them, as well as the fact that Lan Manhua and the others were willing to train them. Rook, I feel like my sleeping skill is about to break through. As soon as he heard that Lan Manhua and the others would come to train them, Burning told him about his situation. Sleeping skill is about to break through? Zemo was a little surprised when he heard what Burning said. Burning's sleeping skill has reached level 4, and if it breaks through, it will be level 5, but Burning learned this skill just by watching the skill disc of Jolteon last time. Moreover, at that time, Jolteon should have just broken through the level 4 sleep. Although Zemo could not understand what Jolteon said in the skill disc, the explanation was at most a little more advanced than the level 3 sleep, and it was impossible for the Burning Bug to break through the level 5 sleep. In other words, all of this depended on the Burning Bug's own understanding. You should know that it is more difficult for a skill to break through from LV4 to LV5 than from LV1 to LV4. The skill level of LV1 can be understood as basic entry. The skill level of LV2 can be understood as a glimpse of the door. The skill level of LV3 can be understood as a thorough understanding. The skill level of LV4 can be understood as perfect. The skill level of LV5 can be understood as reaching the pinnacle. The first 4 levels are just the proficiency of the skill, but the 5th level requires one's own understanding and turning other people's things into one's own. Now the Burning Bug's sleep skill is about to break through LV5, and it must be said that the gold talent is really good. Although Gardevoir has evolved twice and her qualifications have broken through from purple to gold, her telekinesis skill has only just broken through level 4 not long ago, and it is still a long way to go to level 5. The highest level of Zeraora's skills is only level 3. However, Zeraora has learned too many skills, so he has no time to train some skills, so he does not have level 4 skills. If he does not learn those skills with Zeraora's talent, he will definitely have level 4 skills, not to mention level 5 skills. In this half-month, with the guidance of these quasi-king level elves, Zeraora and his friends will definitely have a great improvement. Unfortunately, Zemo does not have grass attribute elves, otherwise the improvement will be greater. After all, most of the elves here are grass attribute elves. After all, this is the depths of the Crown Forest. There should be many elves with good qualifications. Maybe I can try my luck. After having this idea, Zemo did not stay in the treehouse. He had slept for 3 days and was not sleepy, so he took Gardevoir to walk around nearby. He did not dare to leave the treehouse too far. The level of the elves here is generally high, and he is not sure that the elves here are friendly to him. If he encounters an elf that particularly hates humans, then he is doomed. Qualification: Orchid Mantis, level 51. Beauty Flower, qualification: Green. Sly Tengu, qualification: Blue. Bone Butterfly, qualification: Heracross. Rattata, qualification: Yellow. As the sun set, Zemo and Gardevoir wandered around for a few hours, but did not find any Pokemon that satisfied them. The only thing that amazed him was the old Rattata. It was a Pokemon with yellow qualifications, but it had broken through to level 42. Zemo thought that it might have obtained some rare treasures, but he found out after asking. The old Rattata had broken through the qualification limit with its own ability. Originally, Zemo wanted to fight it. After all, it must be very strong to break through the limit of qualifications, but it was rejected. The old Rattata was already very old, so he was unwilling to fight anymore, and he no longer had the enthusiasm of his youth. After a walk, Zemo returned to the treehouse before the sun went down. He was sure that there must be very good elves here, but he didn't dare to go far away from the treehouse, so he couldn't meet them at all. Back to the treehouse, Zemo also fell into deep thought. He can now enter the small world, but he can't stay in the small world all the time, and he will be discovered when he comes out. But going to the Crown Secret Realm must be very dangerous, and he is not very willing to go. And if he doesn't go, he can't think of any way to leave here. As for letting Gardevoir use instant teleportation to leave, he also thought about it, but gave up. He didn't know whether Wang Chi was still outside. If he went out, he would meet the Squid King again, and the result would be the same. After thinking about it, at least Land Mantis and the others expressed goodwill, and he didn't feel any bad thoughts in their hearts with the power of Changpan, and he still has time. Land Mantis said that the secret realm will be opened in half a month. In this half month, he can also observe Land Mantis and the others. If there is really danger at that time, he can go back to the small world first. When they relax their vigilance, he can suddenly come back and let Gardevoir use teleportation to take him away. So it is safer to stay here for now, and he can also see if he can get the elf he likes. By the way, I need to get a ghost attribute elf. Even if I get injured and unconscious, the ghost elf can take me to a safe place. Well, if I can go back safely this time, I will go to the ghost forest near Yudu to have a look. It just happened that I promised Dongfang Ziling to go to Yudu to play. Bang Den. Chamoek! Just Mo was thinking. The sound of the insect treasure bag and treasure bag cocoon outside the treehouse caught his attention. Walking out of the treehouse, Zemo saw a group of insect treasure bags and treasure bag cocoons not far away. And in the middle of the group of little guys, there was a little elf with green skin and red tail. P.S. Happy Year of the Tiger. Seeing this elf with green skin and red tail, Zemo's interest was immediately aroused. Because ordinary elves of this kind have grass-green bodies and dark green tails, the elf in front of Zemo is a flash elf. Moreover, this elf has several scars of different sizes, especially above the eye, where there is a darker scar. If the scar is a little lower, one of the eyes of this elf will be blind. Boshi, attribute Grass. Skills, Grass Field LV2, Leaf Storm LV2, Sleep LV2, Quick Defense LV1, See-Through LV2, Lightning Flash LV2, Trouble Seed LV2, Parasitic Seed LV2, Photosynthesis LV2. When Zemo saw the specific information of this elf, he was very excited. He didn't expect that an elf would come to him on its own. Chamo! At this time, the wood gecko in the insect treasure bag group over there also noticed Zemo here. After seeing Zemo, the wood gecko left the insect treasure bag group and jumped onto a nearby tree, looking at Zemo vigilantly. When the insect treasure bags and treasure bag cocoons noticed that Zemo walked out of the treehouse, they also rushed over. They were all attracted by the power of Changpan released by Zemo at this time. Chamo! Chamo! When the wood gecko on the tree felt the breath released from Zemo, it couldn't help but want to go down and take a look, but thinking back to what it had experienced, it stared at everything under the tree vigilantly. Zemo stared at the wood gecko on the tree for a while, and seeing that his Changpan power couldn't attract it down, He didn't care about it and took out the fruit from the space bracelet to feed the elves around. These elves should all be the tribe of the nanny bug, and several of them have reached the blue qualification. If there are good resources to assist in the evolution in the future, the qualification can be further improved. As for the wood gecko, judging from the situation just now, it came to play with the bug Pokemon and the Pokemon cocoons. Since it came to play, it would definitely come again. This wood gecko had a lot of wounds on its body, so it would not easily trust others. Besides, I was not in a hurry, so it would be okay to spend more time with it. And whether I can subdue it actually depends on Land Mantis and the others. After all, Zemo does not believe that Land Mantis and the others have not noticed the talent of this wood gecko. After distributing the fruit, Zemo played with these little Pokemons for a while, and also tried to get the wood gecko to come down, but all failed. Zemo was not discouraged. He looked at the time and it was getting late, so he happily went back to the treehouse to sleep. And Hoyeti and the others were also released from the Pokeball by Zemo, so there was no need to go back to the small world now. Tomorrow, Land Mantis and the others will come to teach them, so it is better to conserve their energy. After all, their own training is not that good. After all, I am not a trainer of this level, and I don't know much. The training plan of this level that I made myself could not be completely suitable for them, and the high-level elves must have their own understanding of this level of elves. So it is better to let them teach. Of course, it is also because Land Mantis and the others do not look like bad elves. The next day, in the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the layers of leaves into the treehouse, Zemo seemed to feel something and slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, a little dazed, and it took a moment for him to react. "Oh right, I have come to the city." After being familiar with campus life, I suddenly came to a strange place. It is always like this when I wake up from my first sleep. Just like when I was familiar with the life of Xiao Luo waking me up every morning, I was a little uncomfortable on the first morning in the academy. Alas, I suddenly miss Xiao Luo. I don't know how she is doing in Tianji town. I haven't contacted her for a few days. I think she misses me. With a sigh, Zemo also picked up the clothes next to him and put them on. Garna, humph, the master is mine alone, so I won't share it with anyone else. Hearing Gardevoir's mumbling, Zemo wanted to get this dangerous thought out of her head. She was a serious person. Although she sometimes thought of some unreliable things, she couldn't accept this. "Babysitter, are you up? I'm here to train you today." Just as Zemo was thinking about how to help Gardevoir change its mind, she heard the voice of the babysitter bug outside the treehouse. "Get up! Get up!" Zemo shouted outside and also accelerated the speed of getting dressed. More than 10 seconds later, Zemo put on her shoes and ran out quickly, followed by Zeraora and the others. "Babysitter? Babysitter? Oh, you all look energetic, right? Let's do some basic exercises today. Oh, by the way, Zemo, you need it too." "What? What? I need it too." Zemo's head was full of question marks. Why did he need training too? He could understand that he could practice with the elves as it was just about cultivating feelings. But why did he need training too? He was a human being, so why did they want him to fight in the future? Nanny? It seems that you don't know much about human affairs. I thought your elves were of a high level and you should know these basic things, but I didn't expect you didn't know them. What's the matter? Zemo didn't refute the words of the nanny bug. He didn't know much. Even if he knew, it was something that ordinary people in this world could know. For example, he just learned some secret information from the nanny bug and other elves. Nanny. Well, there's no need to rush to know. Since you didn't know it before, it doesn't matter if you don't know it now. Zemo used to hate those who only spoke half of their sentences, and now he still felt that he hated them. Babysitter? I don't know much about this, so I can't explain too much to you. You need to go to the human world to ask about these things later. I can only tell you that it is necessary to have a strong physical fitness, otherwise your natal Pokemon will never be able to break through the Quasi-King. Hearing the solemn words of the babysitter, Zemo also fell into deep thought. Why does his physical fitness affect whether Zeraora can break through the Quasi-King? Suddenly, he remembered that every time Zeraora broke through the realm, it would feed back energy to him. Could it be related to this? In the previous chapter, Gardevoir's qualification was gold. I was wrong and have changed it. Suddenly, Zemo remembered the bottles of blood-colored potions that Meng Wenlong gave him when he left Tianji town. He drank all those potions, but he didn't feel anything after drinking them, so he didn't care much. But now he recalled that Meng Wenlong seemed to say that the potion was only at the elite level, which means that he hadn't drunk the potion at the gym level and the overlord level. He didn't feel anything before. But after hearing what the babysitter said today, he felt that the potion must have some effect that he didn't know about. And his Zeraora is now at the overlord level, and he doesn't know if it will affect the potion later. What if something bad happens because he didn't drink the potion at the gym level? The more Zemo thought about it, the more worried he became. He was worried that because of his negligence, Zeraora would never break through to the quasi-king level. Babysitter, babysitter. You don't need to worry too much. There are many people who know about these things. With your talent, someone will definitely tell you. Seeing Zemo's worried look, the babysitter kindly comforted him. Okay. Zemo said perfunctorily, but the worry in his heart did not disappear at all. But even more. The human world is different from the elf world. There are so many twists and turns in the human world. Sometimes having good talent is not a good thing. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Even if he has talent, he dare not show it too much, and even when necessary, he will hide it. In fact, the elf world is not all beautiful, just like the wood gecko he saw yesterday. Wood geckos usually like to live in groups and pay attention to their companions. There are no human poaching gangs here, but that wood gecko does not live with the tribe, and he walked around the area yesterday, and he can be sure that there is no wood gecko tribe nearby. Then there is only one possibility. That is, the wood gecko with many scars was excluded by the tribe. However, this situation is also normal in the wild elf tribe. However, under normal circumstances, the parents of this elf will not abandon this elf. But yesterday, he did not find other elves nearby who might be the parents of the wood gecko. Nanny! The nanny bug saw that his comfort was useless and didn't know what to say. It is difficult for them elves to understand the thoughts of complex creatures like humans. When Zemo fell into deep thought, the nanny bug also looked at the elves behind Zemo. As one of the guardian elves of the Crown Forest, it has seen a lot of elves, so it can easily see the advantages and disadvantages of Huayeti and others. But when it looked at Zeraora, it tilted its head. Although there were only about 200 kinds of elves living in the Crown Forest, it had lived for nearly 100 years. It had seen most of the elves, not all of them, but it had never seen an elf like Zeraora. But it didn't think much about it. There were still many elves in this world that it had never seen. Maybe Zeraora was one of them. But since it had never seen one, it naturally didn't know the situation of this kind of elf, and what kind of elf was considered normal. Nanny, this burning worm is much larger than the ordinary burning worm, and it is also well developed, but it seems to lack exercise. As for the giant crocodile ant, it is also well developed, and the dragon attribute ability in its body is quite strong. You can give it more dragon attribute resources. Babysitter. As for Flowery D, I don't know why her flowers withered, but I sensed a special aura on her. However, I don't know the specific situation either. I need to ask the king, who should know. Babysitter. Gardeau's development is also good, but I haven't seen the last Pokemon before, so I need to test his physical condition. It's best to fight him with all my strength. Zemo didn't hear the previous words clearly, but he heard the last sentence clearly. Zeraora is now an overlord, and it's difficult for my Pokemon to fight him. Zemo scratched his head and explained. Babysitter? Overlord? Oh, it's really Overlord? Hearing Zemo's explanation, the babysitter didn't believe it at first, but after carefully sensing Zeraora's aura, he found that it was actually true. Babysitter. The babysitter muttered to himself and pointed to one of the treasure coons watching the fun. Level, attributes, bug, grass, features, qualification blue. Pokemon, like Bao Cocoon, need intimacy to evolve into a nanny bug, so high-level Bao Cocoon can often be seen in the wild. However, looking at the Bao Cocoon slowly crawling towards this side, Zemo opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say anything. In fact, he wanted to say that this Bao Cocoon couldn't be a match for Zeraora. But he felt that if he said so, the Bao Cocoon, which looked quite cold, would definitely be very angry. Moreover, Bao Cocoon is a member of the Nannybug tribe. If he said so, he felt that he looked down on them, and if he caused the Nannybug to be disgusted, it would be more trouble than gain. So in the end, chose to keep silent and wait for the result. Ding! Zeraora defeated the level 53 Bao Cocoon and gained 106 experience. The result was not surprising. Although there was no Zemo's command, Zeraora easily solved the Bao Cocoon after a few moves. Zeraora can use Fire Punch and Fire Kick. When using close combat, it is too easy to use these 4 times restrained skills to deal with Bao Cocoon. The key is Zeraora's speed. Bao Cocoon can't dodge it at all. Almost every attack can hit. Bao Cocoon's counterattack, however, was easily dodged. Babysitter? Babysitter. Well, it's called Zeraora. He is very fast and has very strong physical fitness, but some of the attack processes are redundant. However, I am not particularly strong in this aspect. I will let Sister Lan teach him when the time comes. The babysitter looked at Bao Cocoon, who was healed by Huayeti, then looked at Zeraora and gave a fair evaluation. Then the babysitter picked another Pokemon who was watching the fun and asked it to go on the field to fight Zeraora. Level 59 Attribute Gress Skill. Qualification. Zemo looked at the slowly approaching cunning Tengu and felt more and more familiar with him. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the one he saw yesterday. At this moment, Gardevoir beside him pulled his clothes. "What's wrong?" "Gardevoir! Gardevoir! The little guy from yesterday is here." Upon hearing this, Zemo also found the wood gecko on a tree not far away according to Gardevoir's reminder. At this time, the wood gecko was hiding in a tree without other elves. There were a few leaves in front of him, and he was secretly watching the battle here. From a distance, he could also see the somewhat yearning expression of the wood gecko. The wood gecko clan all likes to fight, and this shining wood gecko has so many scars on his body, so he must like fighting more. Looking at the expression of the wood gecko on the tree in the distance, Zemo also praised in his heart. When he chooses Pokemon, he will undoubtedly give priority to those that like to fight, or those that are very useful auxiliary Pokemon. For example, Pokemon like Chansey and Miltank. When he has more Pokemon in the future, he will definitely find a way to get a few. Retracting his gaze, Zemo also looked at Zeraora, who was fighting with Cunning Tengu. The level of this Cunning Tengu has reached 59, and many of its skills have reached level 5, and it has rich combat experience. Zeraora's attacks were dodged by Cunning Tengu by instinct several times. It can be said that this Cunning Tengu is the most difficult opponent Zeraora has encountered so far. Unfortunately, this battle is just a test of Zeraora by the Nanny Bug. Otherwise, Zemo would definitely command Zeraora to have a good fight with Cunning Tengu. Although Zemo doesn't think Zeraora can win. And speaking of it, in fact, his command level is not very good at this level. Sometimes he can't see the attacks of Zeraora and Cunning Tengu clearly. His command level is at most the gym entry level, and he is not good at anything higher. For example, if he is really asked to command Zeraora to fight, he may even do more harm than good. He really has no choice. Zeraora and the others are leveling up too fast, and his command level cannot gain experience, so it is definitely not as fast as Zeraora and the others. Babysitter! After Zeraora and the Cunning Tengu fought hard, the babysitter bug also stopped the battle. This made many elves around a little unhappy. They were watching it with great enthusiasm, and you just called a halt. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they didn't dare to say anything. After the babysitter bug shouted softly, they all scattered like birds and beasts and went back to their homes. However, some of the more idle little guys continued to hide around and watch the situation here. Although these babysitter bugs knew about it, they didn't say anything, which was considered tacit consent. Babysitter! Babysitter! Zeraora is really talented in speed. Even many level 60 flying elves are not his opponents at his current speed. Moreover, he is good at both attacks. His close combat skills are combined with some fist and foot skills, which are very powerful. Babysitter Bug commented on Zeraora's performance just now. Babysitter! Babysitter! And Zeraora is a bit scary in the electric system, especially the skill that emits blue electric arcs from his fists. I feel the aura of a king-level attack from it. Babysitter Bug said a lot of things, and Zemo listened carefully. After hearing Babysitter Bug's evaluation of Plasma Lightning Fist, Zemo couldn't help but sigh that Plasma Lightning Fist is indeed Zeraora's exclusive skill. Even elves of Babysitter Bug's level will look at it differently. At the same time, Zemo's heart was also alert. Thanks to the Nanny Bug's reminder, otherwise when he returned to the city in the future, he would definitely let Zeraora use Plasma Lightning Fist to achieve the effect of training. But now that the Nanny Bug said so, he would definitely not let Zeraora release this skill casually in the future. Zeraora is a mythical beast, and with the number of mythical beasts appearing in this world, he is almost certain that there will not be a second Zeraora. It's okay now. It's only been a few months. Even if the people above notice it, they will only think it is a new elf. After all, new elves have appeared frequently in recent years. But if a long time passes and there are no two Zeraoras, those people will definitely be suspicious. And if Zemo lets Zeraora frequently release Plasma Lightning Fist, a skill that even the Nanny Bug is amazed at, it is undoubtedly luring those guys to attack him. Although if he dies, Zeraora will die with him. But controlling him is equivalent to having an experimental subject that can be resurrected infinitely. Just ask, how could those elf doctors of the dark organizations reject an experimental subject with the aura of a king? And let alone the elf doctors of the dark organizations, sometimes the most dangerous ones are often those in the same camp. Those guys can completely stand on the highest moral point and let him contribute Zeraora to their experiments and research. Moreover, if he doesn't die, Zeraora can be resurrected infinitely, which can make those guys unscrupulous. People's hearts are often the most complicated. Some people are indeed true saints and good people, but some people are kind and generous on the surface, but they are evil people in secret. Zemo, who has experienced a lot of things, never trusts strangers absolutely, because sometimes you don't know the true face of that person at all. Dongfang Ziling, although the way he and her get along is very much like a couple, he always has a little vigilance against her. Dongfang Ziling is different from Meng Wenlong and Ziqianluo. The latter two can almost be said to know each other well, but Dongfang Ziling and the others have only known each other for less than 1 year. During the 3 years of middle school, he did not find many memories of Dongfang Ziling in his memory, so he was always a little wary of Dongfang Ziling. Babysitter? Seeing Zemo suddenly fall silent, the babysitter stretched out his arm and pushed him. Ah, what's the matter? Zemo was a little overwhelmed by his interrupted thoughts. Babysitter! Babysitter! I'm going to start assigning the first training tasks to Gardevoir and the others. Can you take a look? Okay. Zemo nodded, walked aside, and watched the babysitter give orders one by one. After observing for a while, Zemo found that the things that the babysitter asked Zeraora and the others to train would not take effect in a short time. It can be said to be a long-term training plan, and the babysitter also reminded him that these were just the first step of the training plan, and they would be replaced after Zeraora and the others adapted. And it only taught the most basics, and he needed to learn skills from Land Mantis and Roserade. After the Nanny Bug finished talking about what Zeraora and the others needed to do, Zemo was also brought to a half-meter-high boulder. Well, I don't need to carry this, do I? Nanny! No, you need to hold it and run for 3 kilometers. Looking at the stone in front of him that was no less than 100 kilograms, Zemo subconsciously stretched out his arm to take a look. Haha, this, that? Are you kidding me? Zemo laughed dryly. Nanny! Nanny! No, this is indeed the training plan I arranged for you. Zemo looked at the stone, then looked at his little arms and legs. He swallowed his saliva and went forward to give it a try. Oh, it's not as heavy as I thought. When he picked up the stone, He unexpectedly found that it was not difficult for him to hold the stone weighing more than 100 kilograms. Instead, he felt quite relaxed. Nanny, Nanny! It seems that I underestimated your physical fitness. Forget it today. I will increase the weight next time. Seeing Zemo lift the stone so easily, the nanny bug smiled and went to observe the training of Gardevoir and the others. It only gave a suggestion for Zemo's training. If Zemo insisted on not training, it would not force him. Therefore, Zemo's training needs to be supervised by himself. Chamo! Just as Zemo was running around the treehouse with the stone in his arms, the wood gecko not far away looked at Zemo and Zeraora, who were training, and showed an indecisive expression. No, running with the stone in your arms is too exhausting. You need to find some ropes and tie it behind your back. After running 2 laps, Zemo was already out of breath. It was really uncomfortable to hold a large stone in your arms, let alone running. Oh, by the way, I remember that there was a rope among the outdoor necessities for trainers I bought last time. Just as Zemo was thinking about how to get the rope, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have bought it before. Sure enough, after searching for a while, he found a roll of climbing rope in his space bracelet. After cutting off a section with a knife, Zemo tied up the stones on the ground and carried them on his back. Time flies, and when people are serious about doing something, they will find that time always passes quickly. He just ran 20 laps and did some exercise, but it was already noon. It's time to eat. After taking off the gravity bracelet he bought for the elves on his wrist, Zemo also shouted to Zeraora and the others not far away. Babysitter! Okay, let's eat, the babysitter said, and the surrounding bug treasure bags and treasure bag cocoons also brought a bunch of tree fruits. And Zemo also took out energy cubes and gave them to Zeraora and the others. He originally planned to give some to the Pokemon around him, but he found that his energy cubes were not suitable for these Pokemon to eat. The Pokemon around him were basically grass, bug, normal, and flying. But the energy cubes in his hand did not have these, but were fire, electric, psychic, or fairy. They were not suitable for these Pokemon to eat at all. Although he had an energy cube maker, he was embarrassed to use it. His craftsmanship was not good, and the ones he made were not enough to replenish energy, and it was good enough not to make people vomit and have diarrhea. Last time, Gardevoir tried it, and Gardevoir gave a barely edible evaluation. If Zeraora tried it, he estimated that Zeraora would vomit it on the spot. Gardevoir at least saved his face. The energy cubes were not good, but he couldn't just say nothing, so he took out some ripe fruit from the space bracelet. Because he was in the forest and there were so many grass Pokemon around, he didn't make a fire, so he just ate some fruit casually. After lunch, Zeraora and the others continued to train in the afternoon, while Zemo took a rest. Humans are different from elves. Elves recover very quickly and recover from injuries quickly, but humans can't do that. Zemo had been doing high-intensity training in the morning. It was fine if he didn't rest, and he didn't feel anything. But after taking a rest, he felt sore in his waist and back, and his body had no strength at all. After watching Zeraora and the others train for an entire afternoon, the nanny bug left in the evening. Zemo had already prepared food for Zeraora and the others. After dinner, the tired elves fell asleep early. But Zemo couldn't sleep. He had been observing the nanny bug and the elves around him all day. He found that the elves here were really sincere to him and had no intention of deceiving him. Moreover, most of the elves here were relatively simple. When he chatted with those elves in the afternoon, he also found that several of them wanted to visit the human world. Just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt something moving next to him. He opened his eyes and could clearly see through the moonlight that Gardevoir came to his side. Guardio, Master, what are you thinking about? Nothing, just wondering if it's dangerous here. Zemo told the truth. Guardio. Master, I think they are all good. There shouldn't be any danger here. Zemo nodded, but didn't speak. After a while, he suddenly said, By the way, the last time the nanny bug told me that you were at their king's place, have you seen their king? Gardo! At that time, I went to a place with very strong grass energy with Lan Manhua. The energy in that place had condensed into mist, and I couldn't see the surrounding situation at all. At that time, because Lan Manhua was there, I didn't use my superpowers to check, so I didn't see anything. Is that so? It's getting late. You have been training for a day. Rest early. You still need to continue tomorrow. Zemo rubbed Gardo's head and said softly, Gardo? Gardo? I'm not tired. I don't feel tired after eating the energy cube. But Master, you should be very tired today. Why don't you hold me to sleep? It should be more comfortable. Ahem, Gardo. Go to sleep by yourself. I don't need it. Zemo was choked when he heard Gardo's words. Gardo probably had this idea because he always liked to hold a pillow when he slept before. But then again, when did I develop this habit? It seems to be when I slept with you before. Now that I think about it, I still miss it a little. I hope you is happy in that world, although I know that without me, you will not be as happy as usual. But he still hopes that you will be happier. Shanai, Master always likes to sleep with something in his arms. Why can't I? Shanaido said with resentment. Ahem, be obedient. If you don't, I will take you back to the Pokeball. Zemo didn't know how to answer. Looking at the look of Shanaido, Zemo's idea of capturing a soft Pokemon as a pillow is impossible to realize. The next day, in the early morning, the whole world was clear and bright. The sun shone through the light and fresh mist, gently spraying on all things in the world, which was a pleasant feeling. A ray of warm sunlight shone into the somewhat dim forest, making the already crystal-clear dewdrops sparkle with spots of light. Leh! The sound of doo-doo-lee reached the ears of Zemo and the elves from an unknown distance. This damn free-range chicken is so noisy early in the morning. I don't know why it can survive until now. Zemo, whose sweet dream was disturbed, sat up unhappily and thought maliciously. Ah, forget it. Since I'm awake, I'll get up. Zemo wanted to comfort himself and sleep for another 5 minutes. But when he turned around, he thought that this was not his home, and at this time, the nanny bug should be here soon. So he reached out and picked up the clothes next to the sleeping bag and put them on. When he put on his clothes and looked outside the treehouse, he found that the nanny bug had been outside the treehouse for a long time. When he ran out of the treehouse, what caught his eye was the nanny bug eating tree fruits elegantly and Roserade with a cold look. Roselay, you guy, why do you get up so late? If it weren't for the babysitter bug stopping you, I would have let you taste the power of my poison needle. As soon as he came out, Roselay said something to him, but Zemo didn't refute it. It's not that he didn't want to refute, but his strength didn't allow it. If he was a king-level trainer now, he would have to let Roselay know why the flowers are so red. But that's just if, he definitely can't do it now. But it's not impossible to expect it. Babysitter, babysitter. Zemo, your teacher today is her. She will teach you how to use the eye of the heart. Although you humans can't learn this skill, you can imitate the use of this skill and create a skill that you humans can use. Me? She? Zemo pointed at himself and then at Roselay, his eyes full of surprise. He suspected that the babysitter bug was wrong. Roselay didn't like him, which anyone with a discerning eye could see. He was almost certain that Roserade would play dirty tricks on him when teaching him. He didn't know if he could learn the eye of the heart if Roserade taught him, but he knew that he would definitely suffer a lot. Nanny? Nanny? Well, only Roserade knows this skill, so he can only teach you. Of course, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Hearing the nanny bug say that he could refuse, Zemo hesitated. I have heard of the skill of the eye of the heart, but what is this skill that humans have? Nanny! I saw you humans use something similar before. Yesterday I asked Sister Lan again. Sister Lan said that humans can indeed learn similar skills, but unlike the skills released by the elves, humans are more like training their body organs to the extreme. Hearing the explanation of the nanny bug, Zemo understood a little. This skill should be to train humans' perception ability, so that they can avoid some dangers at special times. But speaking of it, if he has superpowers, does he not need to learn this skill? After all, superpowers can also spread out to achieve the effect of scanning the surrounding environment. There is also the power of wave guidance. Speaking of which, Zeraora's power of wave guidance can already be mastered proficiently. However, Zeraora's power of wave guidance is not very strong. Zemo estimates that Zeraora's current level of wave guidance is about the same as that of a Riolu at level 20 or 30. If it spreads out, it is just to observe the situation around 10 meters. And the consumption is a bit large, not suitable for continuous release. But unfortunately, he has none of these abilities. The only thing he has is the power of Evergreen, but it does not have these effects. But the power of Evergreen also has its own advantages. It can not only understand what the elves want to express, but also heal the elves. Now the healing effect of the power of Evergreen seems to be useless, but when the power of Evergreen breaks through one level and reaches the advanced level, then his healing ability can be compared with the Overlord level Jigglypuff. As for what effect the breakthrough will have, he doesn't know. What he knows can be found by searching on the internet. There is no relevant information on the effects of the abilities above the advanced level on the internet. Coming back to his senses, Zemo hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. If it was true as he thought, that skill similar to the heart and eyes that the nanny bug said was to train perception, then this skill would be very practical. As a weakling with no power to tie a chicken, it was undoubtedly very important to have the ability to save his life. He didn't want to meet a person who didn't follow the moral code of martial arts in the future, and directly ordered the elves to attack him, and his elves used their bodies to block the attack for him. After agreeing to the nanny bug, Zemo followed Roseleduo to a forest that had obviously been changed. There were many wooden stakes around him, and there were also huge wooden stakes hanging on the tree trunks with ropes. Roselay! Okay, this is where I usually train, but today I'll give it to you with reluctance. Roseleduo said, and pushed him directly into the middle of the many wooden stakes without hesitation. Then he patted the wooden stakes around him one by one, and suddenly 7 or 8 wooden stakes swayed irregularly. Fuck, you are such a bad guy, I'm not ready yet, and this is so dangerous! Looking at the wooden stakes coming towards him, Zemo couldn't help but scream and hurriedly dodged. Rose Raiden? Hey, don't talk so much nonsense. I'm here. I won't let you die. Just practice your skills. I still need to teach Gardevoir and the others how to use their skills in the afternoon. Seeing Zemo's panic, Rose Raiden's mouth slightly raised and said calmly, You... Hearing Rose Raiden's words, Zemo had already started to curse in his heart. Rose Raiden said that he would not let him die. But if he continued like this, he would inevitably break his arms and legs. Although with the healing ability of Grass-type Pokemon and his own power of Tokiwa, he would not die, and in the end he would not even have many injuries. But pain is inevitable, and just because he was distracted, when he was cursing Rose Raiden in his heart, a tree stump hit him directly in the back. Then his thigh was rubbed again. Before he could feel lucky that he was not hit in the heart, he felt a pain in the back of his head and his eyes went dark. He almost fainted. Roselay? Weakling, have you forgotten what I just told you? To locate the position by sound, your eyes cannot observe so many moving objects. Only when you reach the level of locating the position by sound can we continue the next training. Seeing Zemo's embarrassment, Roseleduo felt that her mood had improved a lot. The blue sky was like a piece of freshly washed sapphire, shining brightly, and soft white clouds were strolling leisurely in the blue sky. The rolling mountains were green, blue, thick, and light. The thriving and lush trees stood straight like soldiers guarding the stream. The stream was clear and transparent, like a transparent blue silk lying quietly in the mud. The Crown Forest is a primeval forest. There are not only bushes in the forest, but also many thousand-year-old trees that tower into the sky. The branches of the trees are intertwined, and the lush branches and leaves that stretch out are like green clouds, covering the blue sky tightly. When the breeze passes, the branches and leaves make a rustling sound, just like the sigh of a dragon. Is this place? Hiss, it hurts. Suddenly, a murmur sounded in the silent treehouse. Oh, by the way, I seem to have been knocked unconscious. At this time, he also remembered what happened before. Before he fell into a coma, he closed his eyes according to Roserade's words, but he was hit on the back of his head again in a few minutes. Then he fell into a coma. It seems that there is nothing wrong with my body. Looking at the sky outside, it should be noon. I don't know how long I slept. After checking his body, Zemo found that he was not injured. It was just that the back of his head was still a little painful, and there was nothing else. Oh, I should have bought an elf watch earlier. Sighing, Zemo sat up and walked outside. Lan! Are you awake? As soon as he walked out, Zemo saw the elegant Lan Mantis and Zeraora and the others not far away. How long did I sleep? Lan? More than a day. We saw you were sleeping soundly, so we didn't wake you up. Rose lay? This guy was still talking in his sleep and kept shouting something about Dr. Yu. Rose Leduo also noticed Zemo walking out at this time and laughed at him. Lan. Xiaoduor, Zemo was injured because of you, and you still don't apologize. Seeing that Rose Duo was still gloating, Lan Mantis said seriously, Rose, that's because he's weak. If he was stronger, how could he be knocked unconscious all of a sudden? Rose Duo curled her lips and said, Lan, you, Zemo, don't be angry. This guy is actually a soft-hearted person. When you were unconscious, she was the one who took care of you. Lan Mantis rubbed her forehead with a headache and said to Zemo, Ah? Hearing Lan Mantis's words, Zemo looked at Rose Duo in surprise. He didn't expect that Rose Duo would take care of him when he was unconscious. Rose Duos! Don't listen to her nonsense. I saw that Gardevoir and the others needed training, so I took care of you reluctantly. Rose Duo glared at Lan Mantis and said coldly, Rose Duo, well, since you are awake, go and continue training. Lan, forget it. We elves are not suitable to teach humans these things. You should just tell him the heart of the eye and let him understand it himself. Lan Mantis said after a moment of hesitation. In her opinion, they elves are indeed not suitable to teach humans some things. Some things still need humans to understand and learn by themselves. And Rose Raiden is not suitable to teach people either. Although she is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted, once she starts training, this guy is extremely strict. Elves have amazing recovery ability, and many skills have something in common, so they learn skills faster. But humans are different. Humans who have not reached a certain level, whether it is recovery ability or defense ability, are average. There is no way to compare with elves, so Zemo is still not allowed to train. In fact, the key is that time is too tight, and there is no way to learn anything. Even if they teach a few elves to Gardevoir, they can only teach defensive skills such as guarding. For other skills, Gardevoir and others will explain them when asked, but they will not take the initiative to teach because there is no time. If it is a few months, there will be a lot of things that can be taught, but half a month is too tight. Ordinary training is enough to deepen the bond between him and the elves. And to be honest, at Zemo's age, he doesn't need to improve his physical fitness so intensely. There will be plenty of time in the future, and if it really doesn't work, he can still use natural materials and treasures. Okay. Rose Duo hesitated for a moment and agreed. She actually knew that her training method could not be suitable for Zemo. And Zemo is young now. There is no need to rush for success. Just take it slowly. Zemo, who was listening to all this, did not refuse. Half a month is indeed not enough. The reason why he agreed before was because he had nothing to do and it was okay to exercise. But now it is not a question of exercise at all. That thing is too painful. It's not that he has never seen this kind of training method, but the wooden stakes where Rose Duo took him were really too big. If they were hit once, they would break his bones and muscles, which is not suitable for long-term training at all. So now that Lan Tanghua turned it down for him, he really had no reason to refuse. Lan? If you don't mind, you can just call me Sister Lan. Okay, Sister Lan, what are Zeraora and the others doing now? At this time, Zeraora and other elves all closed their eyes as if they were sleeping. Lan, isn't it obvious they are sleeping? Lan Mantis raised her arms like clothes and said with a smile. Zemo opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. Lan, I won't tease you anymore. They are taking the life fluid given by the king and digesting it. King? The king has been here? Zemo asked in surprise. Lan? No, I brought the life fluid here. Is that so? Actually, I have a question I don't know. Rose Lee, you want to know what kind of elf our king is? Yes, Zemo scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Rose Ray, this is not a secret. Many of you humans also know it, but with your trainer level, it should be impossible for you to meet those people. Lan, our king is actually Venusaur. When Lan Mantis said this, her eyes were full of respect. Even Rose Ray's eyes softened when she heard Venusaur. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. During this half-month, Zemo only accompanied a few Pokemon to exercise for a while every morning. The rest of the time, he was studying the secret skills that Lan Mantis told him and the skill of the Eye of the Heart. However, after studying for half a month, he did not gain anything. Zeraora and the others gained a lot. Not only did they upgrade all their skills to level 3 or above, but their other skills also had a significant improvement. The biggest gain was the level increase. Zeraora broke through from level 51 to level 52. Gardevoir broke through from level 46 to level 48. Huayeti broke through from level 36 to level 43. Burning Bug and Giant Crocodile Ant also reached level 41. Zemo can now take the assessment of Overlord-level trainers. In addition to these, he also challenged the 47th floor of the Pokemon Tower, but not any higher. In addition, Zemo has been communicating with the shiny wood gecko frequently in the past few days. At the same time, he learned from Lan Mantis that this wood gecko was originally a member of the Lizard King tribe in the southernmost part of the valley. However, after its father was captured by a trainer, there was no news, and its mother also left the forest not long after it was born. As for where it went, no one knows. So this wood gecko wandered in the Crown Forest, and because of its different color, the original tribe was unwilling to accept it. As for the injuries on the little guy, they were not caused by other elves, but by it accidentally falling into a deep cave. If it hadn't been discovered by the nanny bug, the little guy might have died. It was also because of the nanny bug that the little guy often came here to look for treasure cocoons and insect treasure bags, and would often patrol the surroundings. It was as if he regarded this place as his territory, and those insect treasure bags were his protection objects. Nanny, today is the day when the secret realm is opened. Let's go. In the treehouse, the nanny bug saw that Zemo was ready and said, "Yeah." Zemo looked around the treehouse and nodded. After walking out of the treehouse with the nanny bug took him to the center of the valley. Not long after he walked out of the treehouse, he felt a lingering sight behind him. Turning back, he saw the small figure of the wood gecko jumping towards him quickly. Wood gecko? To be honest, Zemo was a little surprised to see the wood gecko coming, because although his relationship with the wood gecko has improved during this period, sometimes he can observe it closely, but the wood gecko is still a little wary, so he couldn't find the opportunity to subdue it. Originally, he thought he could only wait and see the situation in the Crown Secret Realm before trying to subdue it. But he didn't expect the little guy to come when he was leaving. Of course, the wood gecko didn't necessarily want to go with him, but it could be a simple farewell. Chiamo! I've thought about it. I want to become stronger. I want to find my parents. I want to know why my parents abandoned me. The wood gecko jumped down from the tree and came to the nanny bug and said, "Babysitter, babysitter, have you really thought about it? Chamo!" The wood scorpion nodded heavily and looked at Zemo. "Then, wood scorpion, are you willing to be my partner?" Zemo asked with a smile on his face. "Chamo, actually, I would rather have a battle, but I know I am not a match for Zeraora and the others. So I want to wait until later for this battle, okay?" "Okay." Zemo nodded in agreement, and then took out a contract ball that was different from an ordinary Pokeball from the space bracelet. After the wood scorpion entered the Pokeball, Zemo also thanked the babysitter. "Thank you, babysitter." "Actually, you don't have to thank me. The little guy is not suitable to stay in the forest, and it all depends on you. If you are not strong enough, he will not choose you. Anyway, I should thank you." After conquering the wood scorpion, Zemo followed the babysitter and continued to walk into the depths of the forest. This was also the first time that Zemo was away from the treehouse. Looking at the various elves around him, Zemo's mood became more and more nervous. There was no way that every elf around him was above level 50, and there were also many level 60, so he had to be nervous. After walking for about half an hour, he and the babysitter came to the outside of a tall cave. "Babysitter? This is it. After passing through the cave, we will reach the place where the king lives. Sister Lan and the others are here. Let's go quickly. Okay. Zemo nodded and continued to move forward with the babysitter. He had already decided that he planned to go and see the crown's secret realm. The half-month of getting along with each other also changed his view of Roserade and the others, especially Lade Kappa. That guy was like a child, cheerful, simple, and a little naughty. Moreover, Roserade and the others were really good to him, Zeraora, Gardevoir, and the others, and they were also conscientious when teaching skills. However, the main reason why Zemo went was because Lan Mantis repeatedly assured him that nothing would happen to him. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk. The cave was dark and gloomy. Walking inside, it was pitch dark. If it weren't for the nanny bug holding his hand, he would not have been able to find the way. After walking for an unknown period of time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. As he continued to move forward, the light became brighter and brighter. When he walked out of the dark cave, what caught Zemo's eyes was green mist and various rare tree fruits. The grass energy here is very rich, and it has a very pleasant fragrance. Nanny! There are 3 bees collecting flowers and making honey all year round here, and the king's body will always release a pleasant fragrance. The nanny bug explained. Nanny, nanny! We are almost there. We will be there after walking a little further. After walking for about 2 minutes, the green mist around them became thicker and thicker, and the visible distance was less than 10 meters. If you just reach out and grab, you will grab a handful of green liquid. Lanla, here it comes! Luba, Luba! As the voice sounded, the surrounding fog began to slowly dissipate. When the fog completely dissipated, Roserade, Lottakappa, and Lan Mantis appeared in front of him. A few familiar elves. Suddenly, he looked at a huge flower not far behind Lan Mantis and felt a little strange, because if he remembered correctly, it should be the bud on the back of Bulbasaur, but the one in front of him was more than 10 meters high, which was too big. Bulbasaur is a 4-legged reptile Pokémon. It is much larger than before evolution. Its skin is blue-green, and it no longer has the dark spots before evolution. Instead, it has bumps similar to the warts on the back of a toad. Bulbasaur has a pair of ears on its head. The inside of the ears is red, and the eyes are orange-red. In addition to the 2 fangs in the upper row that existed before evolution, there are 2 small fangs on each side of the lower row. The buds on its back now bloom into a huge flower, supported by a light brown trunk-like object similar to a palm tree. The flower consists of 6 red trapezoidal petals and a yellow crown-shaped stamen. The front of the petals has 2 triangular notches, 3 irregular white spots, and the stamen has 11 sharp corners. Similar to before evolution, 4 large banana-like leaves grow from the base of the trunk, which are distributed in a cross and extend to the top of the head, behind the back, and on both sides of the body. The large flowers on the back of Bulbasaur can absorb sunlight and convert it into energy, making the color of the petals more vivid. The flowers on its back can also release a pleasant fragrance that can calm Pokémon in battle and soothe their mood. The fragrance of the flowers will be stronger the day after the rain, and Pokémon will be lured to come. And these are particularly strong because of the humidity. At the same time, Bulbasaur has the mysterious power to manipulate nature, which can make flowers bloom, trees grow, and can freely manipulate vines. They will also gobble and will evolve through mysterious rituals. These are all what I learned from reading the information before. I don't know why I can still remember it so clearly after such a long time. When Zemo looked at the huge flower not far away, a piece of information also appeared in his eyes. Level 82, severely injured, Let's Grass Push. Skills, Grass Oath LV5, Crazy Plant LV5, Nature's Power LV5. Secret skills, Photosynthetic Resurgence LV5, Stormblade LV5, Toxic Field LV5, Nature's Oath LV5, Crown's Power LV4. Qualification Platinum. When Zemo saw this invincible data, he was shocked for a moment, especially the skills. Among the dozens of skills, he had never seen one below LV4. Almost all of them were Level 5. Suddenly, a melodious voice came from under the flower, and the huge flower began to tremble. As the flower rose higher, Zemo was surprised to find that there was actually a Bulbasaur under the flower, and the flower was on the back of Bulbasaur. However, the Bulbasaur in front of him was different from the ordinary ones that were only 3 or 4 meters tall. The height of the one in front of him was estimated to be 20 meters, a real behemoth. And then he noticed that the level of this Bulbasaur was actually 82. In other words, this Bulbasaur was a champion-level Pokémon. And looking at the information, this Bulbasaur was still in a seriously injured state. The seriously injured state was 82 levels, and he couldn't imagine how strong this Bulbasaur was in its heyday. Lan, Nanny, Roselai, Luba. As the call of Bulbasaur sounded, the endless calls sounded in the unclear fog around. However, the voices of Bulbasaur and Bulbasaur were the most. I guess there is a large Bulbasaur population here. If he hadn't captured Kisaragi, he might be interested in Bulbasaur here, but now he already has Kisaragi, so he is still interested in Bulbasaur here. Who wouldn't like to have more Pokémon, especially powerful Pokémon like the 3 starter Pokémons? He just didn't have any tank Pokémon in his hand, so it would be great if he could get one, but he just thought that he had just captured Kisaragi, and it would be a bit embarrassing to want Bulbasaur now. Human, what's your name? This sudden voice sounded in Zemo's mind, which really scared him. Haha, don't look for me, I am the Bulbasaur in front of you. The sound that sounded again also made him confirm where the voice came from. Gudong. Zemo's throat moved and he said with a trembling voice, Zemo, my name is Zemo. Zemo? It's a very good name, much better than the name of that old man Long. Hearing Bulbasaur's praise, Zemo scratched his head, and the tension in his heart also dissipated a lot. You don't know, that old guy's name is so ugly, but he always looks so complacent. If it weren't for that old guy stopping me, I would have made him read his name backwards. Bulbasaur said that, and the man surnamed Long seemed to open up his chatterbox and kept nagging. The meaning of his words was almost all about the bad things about the old man surnamed Long. After being said that, the man surnamed Long seemed to be useless. But Zemo knew that he must not be an ordinary person who could be remembered by Bulbasaur. It would not be as useless as Bulbasaur said. After a while, Bulbasaur also noticed that he had talked a little too much and coughed dryly, saying, Okay, let's talk about this trip to the Secret Realm. Before talking about that, let me tell you about the Secret Realm. The Crown's Secret Realm is where the kings of all generations went before they died. It is the real core of the Crown Forest. It is also the place where each of our kings wants to go suddenly, but before breaking through, the level must reach a certain level. I have never been there before because my level is not high enough. You know the current situation. It is occupied by dark elves and I can no longer go in. I even let a quasi-king level Bulbasaur go in, but it was useless. There is a very special dark item in it. Except for the king level, other elves will be corroded and blackened. And even if the king level goes in, it will not be restored after returning. However, this effect is not strong for you humans, and you have the power of Evergreen and are blessed by the god of the forest. After entering, there will be almost no impact. When the time comes, I will add a shield for you, and nothing will happen. However, you need to be careful of the dark elves wandering around. Although I will lead the elves to lead most of the dark elves away at that time, it is inevitable that there will be some left behind. But don't worry, there will be no quasi-king level dark elves, and with your strength, you will be fine. If you can help me get one of the things inside, I can promise to help you with one thing within my power and give you 3 treasures. After hearing what Venusaur said, Zemo fell into deep thought. Outside the Crown Forest, at the foot of an inconspicuous hill, there were about 30 people here at this time. They were all wearing the same black uniforms, and there were patterns printed on the chest of the uniforms, but the patterns of 3 of them were a little different. How is it? Have you checked it out? Is the Crown Secret Realm open today? The person with the most special pattern asked. Report, I have checked it out, and the Crown Secret Realm is indeed open today. Okay, get ready. Wait for the Venusaur to enter, and then we will break in. We must get that thing. The leader said coldly. Leader Shadow, our people also found that there is a human next to the Pokémons under the command of those Bulbasaur. Huh? Does that Bulbasaur still trust humans now? Have you found out the reason? No, that human has been with Land Mantis for more than half a month. During this time, those Pokémons have been helping that human boy train Pokémons. Oh, just kill him when you meet him, and don't let him get in the way of our actions. No, that human kid has Pokémons in his hands, including Gardevoir, Burning Bug, Flower Leaf, Giant Crocodile Ant, and an unknown Pokémon. We can catch that kid when the time comes. Those Pokémons are very valuable, especially the unknown Pokémon. We can take it back to those lunatics for research. Okay, I'll leave this to you. The rest of you go get ready. We'll start the action in 3 hours. As he gave the order, the people in black around him began to act. On the other side, at this time, Zemo was still thinking about what Bulbasaur had just said. Although Bulbasaur's words were rather obscure, Zemo, who knew Bulbasaur's information, could guess some information. For example, Bulbasaur said that his level was not high enough at that time, and when he reached a high enough level, he found that he could not defeat the Dark Elves inside. But Bulbasaur's current level is 82, and his peak state should be at level 85 or above, if not 90. And even so, there are things inside that can allow Bulbasaur to break through. You can imagine how good the items are. Moreover, Bulbasaur said that inside is where the kings of all generations went before they died. You must know that after the elves die, the energy in their bodies will overflow, and all kinds of natural treasures will form around them. From Bulbasaur's level, it can be seen that the level of the kings of the Crown Forest of all generations will not be that low. Over the years, although he does not know how many generations of the Crown Forest's kings have died inside, he knows that it is a real treasure land. From Bulbasaur's words, it is not difficult to see that Bulbasaur has not entered since the death of the previous king. After such a long time, how many good things are there in it? No one knows, and Venusaur has said before that he only wants one item. Dark Elves have no reason and will not use the treasures in it. That is to say, he can take everything in it. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is the remaining Dark Elves. But then again, he will be fine. But what about his elves? I will be fine in there. But what if I encounter Dark Elves? Zemo asked. Roserade and several elves saw Zemo talking to himself, and they were not surprised. They all knew this ability of their king. Your own elf will solve this problem, but he may be eroded by the time, and he will need to die once. Venusaur said the truth. Hearing Venusaur's answer, Zemo hesitated. Letting his own elf die, this made him a little unacceptable. I will double the compensation for the loss of Zeraora's death, and you can take all the things in it except what I need. Zemo remained silent, wanting to refuse in his heart. At this moment, the Pokeball of Zeraora on Zemo's waist trembled, and a white light flashed, and Zeraora ran out of the Pokeball. Zera! Zera! Master, it's okay. I won't really die or get hurt. I will always be with you. Looking at Zeraora with a determined face, Zemo opened his mouth and finally nodded. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. Bulbasaur just said it's possible. Not 100%. There must be other ways when the time comes. In fact, he knew that the current situation could not be rejected by him, and the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Even if Bulbasaur would not care about him, there were so many high-level Pokemon in the Crown Forest, and there were many die-hard fans of Bulbasaur. Once he refused, no one knew what those Pokemon would do, and he had now come to a completely unknown place. Just now, when he was silent, Gardevoir sent him a telepathic message, saying that teleportation could not be used here. So, when Zeraora said that, he agreed. It wasn't that he really wanted Zeraora to die once, but he had to do enough superficial work. In the past, he only knew that after the death of the natal Pokemon, the level would drop by 10 levels. But after reading the trainer manual given by Meng Wenlong, he knew that after the death of the natal Pokemon, not only the level would drop, but also the aptitude would drop. It is equivalent to the damage of the origin, and even if you take the aptitude improvement potion, it is impossible to fully recover. For example, if you had purple aptitude before death, you can only improve to purple aptitude at most by taking the gold aptitude improvement potion after resurrection. As for the way to make up for the damage of the origin, there should be, but he doesn't know. The reason why Venusaur said compensation is that he thought Zeraora's aptitude could not be too high, but in fact Zeraora's aptitude is 6 colors. Once it is reduced, he has no idea how to improve it. And it is too unworthy, but fortunately, he has the Millennium Resurrection Grass, and even if something really happens, he can save it. After Zemo agreed, Venusaur's huge body began to move, and he didn't know the direction of the movement. Because he didn't know the situation here, he didn't even know which direction he was going now. After about 10 minutes, a dazzling golden light flashed in the place where his eyes were. When he approached, he found that the light was a golden crystal. Bana! As Venusaur's heavy voice resounded, the surrounding fog began to slowly dissipate. When the mist dissipated, Zemo was surprised to find that nearly 100 Pokemon appeared around him. The lowest level of these Pokemon was 61. In other words, all of them were Pokemon above the Quasi-King level. Bana! Bulbasaur's voice sounded again, but this time it was not to dispel the mist, but to gather energy. The majestic grass-type energy came from all directions and all gathered into the golden crystal. As the energy flowed in, the golden crystal began to change. From the original gold, it gradually turned into a turquoise color, and a dark green oval pattern condensed in the center of the crystal. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing vibration sound came from the crystal, and after a while, all the energy in the crystal gathered into an oval pattern. As the energy gathered, the top of the crystal slowly rotated, and the rotation speed became faster and faster as time went by, and finally formed a turquoise energy vortex. Follow my command and prepare for battle. After roaring, Venusaur also looked at Zemo next to him. Bana! Venusaur roared softly, and Venusaur's body began to change. Countless mysterious white energy gathered from Venusaur's vine whip and finally gently touched Zemo's forehead. Zera! Master, there is a pattern on your forehead. Pattern? Hearing Zeraora's reminder, Zemo's heart sank, and he was a little worried that it was a bad pattern, so he took out a mirror from the space bracelet. From the mirror, Zemo also saw the full picture of the pattern. The pattern was oval, shaped like a dark green bud, with purple patterns on the top of the bud and several silver-gray stripes, and the top of the bud was also silver. For some reason, Zemo always had a sense of déjà vu about this pattern, but when he thought about it, he couldn't remember it. Bana, Bana. Today, I have made a contract with nature. I will only take one of the things I brought out from the secret realm. The rest will belong to Zemo, and I promise to bring them back to the human world safely. As Venusaur's heavy voice sounded, strands of strange energy gathered from all directions. These energies seemed to be grass-type energy, but they were not. The energy gathered and eventually split into 2 streams, one entering Venusaur's body and the other entering Zemo's body. As the energy entered, the information about Venusaur in Zemo's eyes also changed subtly. Venusaur's level went from 82 to 84. Zemo was stunned. You know, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Gardevoir and the others have upgraded several levels in half a month, but Zeraora only upgraded 1 level in half a month. And the reason for upgrading 1 level was that the experience bar was already half full. Otherwise, it would be difficult to upgrade 1 level. But Bulbasaur only said a few words, and it was upgraded from level 82 to level 84. Even if it is not permanent, it is very amazing, and if the champion level is divided into a small part, 81, 83 is the early stage of champion, 84, 86 is the middle stage of champion, 87, 89 is the late stage of champion, 90 is the peak of champion, and Bulbasaur directly broke through from 82 to 84, which is equivalent to breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage. It can be said that the improvement is very large. Well, I don't know what this is? Zemo asked curiously. To be honest, he also wanted to obtain this method of upgrading the level. Being able to improve so much in the champion realm at once can be said to be a very good life-saving skill. If you encounter an enemy of equal strength, you can suddenly upgrade a few levels and confuse the opponent at once. Even if there are any side effects, he can accept it. As long as the side effects are not too bad, he can accept it. This is my secret technique, the natural oath and the power of the crown. With these 2 protections, plus your power of the evergreen, When you enter, nothing will happen. After hearing Venusaur's explanation, Zemo was somewhat speechless. He could also guess what skills these were. What he wanted to know now was the effects of these skills. But then again, with that oath, did Venusaur have to abide by the oath just now? Thinking of this, Zemo's vigilance suddenly decreased by 9 levels. Since Venusaur was willing to do this, he could also trust Venusaur's character. Oh, elf character. However, these were just his thoughts. He still didn't know the real situation, so he needed to ask, what are these secret skills? Nature Oath is to make a contract with nature. You can get benefits by contributing to nature, but my Nature Oath is a little different. Because I am the king recognized by the Crown Forest, I can make a contract with others, let nature bear witness, and temporarily obtain the power of nature. As for the power of the crown, this is a power that only we as kings can use. As for the specific situation, I can't tell you. See you. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. When will we enter the secret realm? Hearing Venusaur's answer, Zemo was completely relieved. Making a contract with nature can be said to be a very sacred thing for grass-type Pokemon, not to mention that it is a witness to nature. It can be said that any grass-type Pokemon cannot violate this contract. But speaking of it, can nature really punish those who break the contract? Zemo doesn't know, and doesn't need to know. As the king of the forest, Venusaur should not violate the contract of letting nature as a witness. And since it has borrowed the power of nature, there may be some punishment methods that it doesn't know about. You are ready. You can set off now. Is that so? Then let's go. There is nothing to prepare. Bana! The secret realm is opened, and the war with the Dark Elves has begun. After saying this, Venusaur moved its huge body and entered the energy vortex first. As the huge body of Venusaur disappeared, the other Pokemon looked at Zemo. Zemo shrugged and walked in second. After entering the energy vortex, Zemo felt dizzy and his stomach was churning. His vision fell into darkness. When he regained his sight, the surroundings had changed drastically. This was a world with a gray sky. There was no sun, let alone a moon. Looking up, all he could see was a pitch-black forest and a pitch-black land. It was like a dead place without any life. Damn, are there really any resources left in this place? Zemo felt a little regretful now. He doubted that there were no resources left in this place. With such living conditions, it was impossible for any natural treasures to survive. Even if there were, they were not resources that the elves could consume. Just as he was regretting, other elves began to appear around him. At the same time, in the pitch-black forest, pairs of blood-red eyes slowly appeared. Roar! Then, densely packed black elves walked out of the forest, roared at them, and ran towards them. Those elves were all black, and their pairs of blood-red eyes full of tyranny stared at Zemo and the others. It looked both weird and terrifying. As the elves got closer and closer, Bulbasaur, which had been standing still, also slowly moved. Bang! Bulbasaur opened its mouth as if it could swallow a mountain and roared. Suddenly, the elves that had been standing quietly also moved. However, their actions were different from what Zemo had imagined. Zemo had originally thought that these elves would directly fight the Dark Elves on the opposite side. As a result, the elves actually deliberately divided the battlefield. Those king-level elves used skills to lead their opponents to different places, and those quasi-king-level elves also deliberately dispersed their positions. In just a blink of an eye, the elves that had originally gathered around could only be seen within a few kilometers. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Zemo was wondering why he did this, suddenly a king-level elf and a dark elf started fighting. The power of the skill collision directly peeled off a layer of skin from the surrounding land for several miles, revealing spots of normal soil on the originally dark land. And this is just the beginning. With the first collision sound, a series of loud noises resounded through the sky. Even if Zemo covered his ears, he still felt deafening. Fuck! Just when Zemo felt the pain in his ears, he suddenly felt a burst of breaking air. He turned his head and saw a black beam of light rushing straight towards him. Just when Zemo didn't know what to do, Lan Mantis suddenly appeared in front of him like a hero, waving her arms like embroidery, and instantly split the attacking black beam of light into two. Lan! Be careful, this is a battlefield. Oh, thank you. At this time, Zemo's forehead was covered with fine cold sweat, and he was very lucky in his heart. If it weren't for Lan Mantis, he might have died here. He died just after entering. He was really unlucky. Lan, you're welcome. My mission is to escort you to the designated location. Hearing Lan Mantis's words, Zemo nodded. He was a little confused before, because he didn't know what was going on in the secret realm, let alone where Bulbasaur wanted. How could he help Bulbasaur find what he wanted? Now after hearing Lan Mantis's words, he figured it out. It seemed that Bulbasaur had thought of everything. Lan Mantis would take him to the secret realm. Moreover, with Lan Mantis's strength, he could protect himself on the way. When he reached the destination, Zeraora, who was at the same level as Lan Mantis, should be able to deal with it. Lan Mantis could leave in advance and there would be no danger. So which direction should we go now? Zemo asked. Lan, go deeper into the forest. Wong told me that what he wanted was in the depths of the forest. In the depths of the forest, there are still dark elves running out of the forest now. Should we wait a while before going? Lan Mantis looked at the dark forest and found that there were still many low-level dark elves running out. Lan. No, I have something given by the king. When the time comes, the dark elves can't sense our breath, and we can go from another direction. Is that so? Okay then. Hearing Lan Mantis' explanation, Zemo nodded, and at the same time he was a little confused. He didn't know what could prevent the dark elves from attacking them. However, before he asked, Lan Mantis picked him up directly. Zemo only felt his eyes blurred. When his vision recovered, he found that he had actually arrived in the forest. The dark and gloomy environment around him made him shiver involuntarily. Are we already in the forest? Zemo swallowed his saliva and asked nervously. Lan. Yes, next we have to go to the depths of the forest, where there is something left by Lao Wang, and that is what we are looking for. While speaking, Lan Mantis put Zemo down and took out a white crystal from somewhere, and then a white ripple spread out, forming a white barrier around Lan Mantis and Zemo. Lan. Okay, let's keep going forward now, and we won't be attacked by those dark elves. Such a large forest, which has not been explored for dozens or hundreds of years, can be said to be a treasure land of resources. He still did not give up. If there are really natural treasures here, then the resources here should be enough for his elves to upgrade by 10 or 20 levels. 10 or 20 levels of resources, this is not a small amount. So even if he knew that the possibility was not great, he still did not give up and wanted to ask again, just in case it was really possible. Lan? Here? Natural treasures? Probably, maybe not. Lan Mantis glanced at the dark surroundings and the trees on the black and looked at Zemo's hopeful eyes and said uncertainly. Alas, Zemo sighed helplessly. Although he had guessed the result when he really heard the result, he still felt a little uncomfortable. So many resources were just wasted by the dark elves. Thinking of this, Zemo also hated the dark elves in his heart, and at the same time decided in his heart that when his elves grew up in the future, he must make these dark elves here look bad. Lan. Okay, forget about the lack of resources here. Didn't the king promise you that he would give you 3 treasures after we get out? Our king keeps his word and will definitely give you very good things. Lan, let's go quickly. This thing is not invincible. It will dissipate after a long time. Let's go deep into the forest quickly. Lan Mantis comforted Zemo and urged him. After all, she needed to leave before the barrier was about to fail. Otherwise, she would be in danger, so it would be better to take Zemo to a safer place first. At this time, the Crown's secret realm was completely occupied by the Dark Elves. Zemo and Lan Mantis had only walked a few miles when they saw hundreds of Dark Elves walking by. However, there were not many high-level ones, and only 1 or 2 quasi-kings were seen. Those with high levels had already run to the battlefield. Those who were going now were either weak and slow, or they were far away. Sometimes he was a little worried that Bulbasaur and the others could not withstand the pressure and be surrounded and killed by these surging Dark Elves. If Bulbasaur and the others could not withstand it, then Zemo, who did not even know how to get out, would not be able to survive in this dangerous place for long, especially when he did not know how the Dark Elves knew they came in. Lan, don't worry. We have been here before and know the specific strength of the Dark Elves. Although there are so many Dark Elves, there are only more than 80 that have reached the level of Quasi-King, and only one has reached the level of King. Lan Mantis seemed to see Zemo's worry and comforted him. Haha, I'm not worried. I have absolute confidence in the king. Zemo laughed and said, Lan, there are many secret realms, from those with serial numbers to ordinary secret realms. It is conservatively estimated that there are no less than 1,000 secret realms in this world, and this is just his guess. The real data is probably unknown to the big guys in the Alliance, and if the area of each secret realm is larger than the Crown's secret realm he is entering now, then the space of the secret realm should be larger than the real space. Lanla! The area of this secret realm is twice that of the Crown Forest, which can be said to be the largest secret realm under the serial number. 3 times the size of the Crown Forest? Hearing Lan Mantis Flower's explanation, Zemo was really shocked. The area of the Crown Forest is not small, twice the size of Dragon Soul City, and this secret realm is twice the size of the Crown Forest, so this secret realm is 4 times the size of Dragon Soul City. As one of the 12 main cities, the area of Dragon Soul City is obvious to all, and it cannot be small. But the Crown Secret Realm is 4 times the size of Dragon Soul City. You can imagine how huge this secret realm is. With such a large area, there are actually 800 or 900 secret realms that are larger than it. Then the area of the secret realm in this world should be much larger than the real area. Lan, it's not much bigger. The area of the 8 human countries is only a little more than 30% of the world's area, and the area of the Dragon Country alone is as large as hundreds of Crown secret realms. Even if the areas of all the secret realms in the world are added together, it may not be larger than the real world. After hearing Lan Mantis's explanation, Zemo also had a new understanding of this world. He really didn't expect this world to be so huge. He used to think it was just so-so, but now it seems that he is ignorant. This is also the problem that Zemo didn't care much about the world. In the previous life, he went to the anime world. Although the area of that world was larger than the first life, it was not very exaggerated. But the area of this world is a bit exaggerated, at least dozens of times larger than the anime world. But the world is so large, how do humans get from one country to another? This is a serious question. The world is so big, how do those people do it? Especially the King of Kings tournament, where people from all over the world gathered together. What brought them together? The more Zemo thought about it, the more confused he became. He wanted to go back online and find out what was going on. Lanla! Okay, why do you have so many questions? The barrier has faded a lot now. If we don't leave quickly, I will have to leave first. Hearing Lan Mantis's complaints, Zemo came back to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. He recalled that he seemed to have been asking questions all the way, and many of them were irrelevant to the current situation. Haha, sorry, let's speed up. Lan Mantis nodded, took Zemo's hand and ran deep into the forest. As they went deeper, the surrounding environment began to change. I walked slowly just now, so I didn't feel much, but now the speed has increased. I can immediately find the difference from before. The deeper he ran into the forest, the darker the surroundings became. In his current environment, there was even black mist floating. When the dark mist came into contact with the barrier, it would be purified by the light emitted by the barrier. Because of the dark mist, the light of the barrier became fainter and fainter. At this moment, the barrier was already looming, but Lan Mantis still ignored it and pulled Zemo forward. Lan Mantis, the barrier can't hold on any longer. You should leave now. I will take care of the rest. Zemo pulled Lan Mantis hard with his arm, forcing Lan Mantis to stop. Lan Mantis looked at Zemo, was silent for a moment, and said, Lan. I'm fine. With my strength, I won't be in trouble for a while. Let's go find the crystal cave now. Hearing Lan Mantis's explanation, Zemo hesitated. To be honest, he actually wanted Lan Mantis to continue to follow him, because there was an unknown danger ahead of him, and with Lan Mantis he would be fine. But in his heart, he didn't want Lan Tangua to continue following him. During this period of time, he and Lan Tangua had a very good relationship. He already regarded Lan Tangua as a friend. Now his friend was in danger. He couldn't just think about himself. Okay, you leave. You have to believe in my ability. After all, I am a person with the power of Changpan. Looking at Zemo, who was full of confidence, Lan Tangua hesitated. Kacha! Suddenly, a crisp kacha sound attracted the attention of Zemo and Lan Tangua. Looking at the place where the sound came from, it was found that the barrier that was originally looming had a crack at this time. Lan! Okay, then I'll leave first. You have to be careful and don't be stupid. Lan Tangua sighed lightly and finally agreed to Zemo's proposal and left first. Looking at Lan Tangua's back, Zemo suddenly felt that he was a big idiot. He was a little impulsive just now. If he let Lan Mantis continue to follow him, he would actually have a chance to subdue Lan Mantis. If Lan Mantis is really eroded by the dark mist, then she'd better go to the human world. Because with human intelligence, there must be a solution. Otherwise, after dealing with the Dark Elves for so long, why can the human leaders still suppress the situation steadily? It must be because humans have a way to solve the dark erosion. If there is a way, if Lan Mantis is really eroded, he can propose to take her to the human world. At that time, love will grow over time. It's friendship. When time passes, he can find a way to keep Lan Mantis by his side. With Lan Mantis by his side, he can not only appreciate Lan Mantis's graceful figure, but also have a king-level elf to protect him. But now, because of his own thought, he lost this opportunity. As for the lack of a solution to the dark erosion, he is not worried about this at all. Even if the human world cannot be completely cured, he still has the system. The system can give him the Millennium Resurrection Grass, so how could there be no items to solve the dark erosion? Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in today. He always forgot about this sign-in function, but it was not his fault, because the things given were not very good. Only the monthly sign-in and the first sign-in gave good things, and the things given by other ordinary sign-ins were usually ordinary pokeballs or potions, which were useless to him. Over time, Zemo didn't care much about the daily sign-in. But then again, it seems that it is time for the monthly sign-in again, system sign-in. As Zemo silently recited in his heart, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! You can sign in monthly or for the first time. Well, let's sign in for the first time first. The monthly sign-in can't be avoided. What if he leaves after a while? It will be a big loss. Ding! Sign into the Crown Secret Realm for the first time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the fragment of the grass slate. Note, 1/3 of the fragment of the grass slate, but it also has incredible abilities. The remaining fragments can be fused into the grass slate. P.S. The stone pieces here don't need to be named like the jade bug slate. Zemo looked at the panel in front of him and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Hearing the prompt sound that the item has been put into the system space, Zemo felt that his body was light. That is the grass slate, one of the 18 slates that Arceus used to create the world in legend. Kacha! Just when Zemo felt that his body was light, he suddenly heard a familiar sound again. Looking carefully, he found that the barrier around his body had another crack. Well, let's see if we can get out alive first, then talk about this. At this time, he also reacted and realized that he was still in danger. If he died here now, even if he was given a complete grass slate, it would be useless, not to mention the current slate fragments. After arranging his mind, Zemo ran in the direction that Lan Mantis had told him. However, as he went deeper and deeper, the barrier around Zemo became fainter and fainter, and the crackling sound continued. After running for about a minute, a black crystal cave entrance finally appeared in front of him, and the barrier around him just after he entered the cave also broke completely with a crackling sound. There is no black fog in here? Zemo also noticed the difference here after entering the cave. There was no black fog in here, and there was actually light inside. Walking towards the light, Zemo suddenly found that the objects that emitted light were actually white crystals. At this time, Zemo seemed to have discovered something and turned back to look at the black crystals. He looked at the half-black and half-white crystals beside him and understood something. It can actually resist the erosion of dark fog. It seems that these crystals are good things. Looking at the many white crystals not far away, Zemo's eyes were shining. However, he did not act rashly. He did not know what would happen if a few of these crystals were missing. What if his behavior made the white crystal unable to resist the dark mist? Then it would be the end. So he just looked at it a few more times and continued to walk forward. As he walked forward, he found that the crystal tunnel actually went underground. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. If these crystals can resist the erosion of the dark mist, does that mean there may be resources below that have not been eroded by the dark mist? Thinking of this possibility, Zemo's heart could not help but beat rapidly. I don't know how long he walked, and suddenly a few black crystals appeared in front of him. Looking at these black crystals, Zemo's heart was cold. There are actually black crystals here, which means that this place has been eroded by the dark mist and the resources that may exist below. Continue to walk forward. The number of black crystals is also increasing, and Zemo's heart is getting colder and colder. Fuck, this gives hope, but also makes people despair. Looking at the increasing number of black crystals in front of him, Zemo couldn't help but swear. This was too much of a mental problem. He hadn't even thought about resources, but something that suddenly appeared that could resist the erosion of the dark mist gave him hope. But now, all the hope in his heart was extinguished by the black crystals in front of him. After getting his mind right, Zemo walked down carefully. At the same time, his palm was stroking Zerora's Pokeball. Once he encountered a dark elf, he would have to release Zerora. As for Gardevoir and the others, Zemo was afraid that they would suddenly come out, so he locked all the Pokeballs. Without Zemo's personal release, they couldn't come out. Although he knew that they would blame him when they came out, he didn't regret it. There will always be a few unpleasant things in life, and when it comes to this time, you need to make a decision yourself. This decision doesn't have to be correct, but it must be the best. As he continued to go deeper, scattered black crystals appeared in front of Zemo, and the surrounding crystal rock walls were also damaged. He even found several traces of battles, and from the traces of battles, it was speculated that it was at least a battle above the Overlord level. Because that destructive power, even the current Zeraora can't reach it. Roar! I don't know how long it took. There was a low roar in front of him, and there was more than one, guessing there were at least 3 dark elves. Gudong. Zemo's throat moved. Although he knew there were unpredictable dangers ahead, he still had to bite the bullet and continue. Going deeper, suddenly a deep cave with a 90-degree downward angle appeared in front of him, and those low roars all came from below. But judging from the loudness of the sound, this cave should only be about 4 or 5. But the crystals underground have all turned black, so he can't judge the situation below. But his data eye can see the data of those dark elves underground. Skills. Qualification green. Beauty flower. Attributes grass. Features chlorophyll. Skills. Rada, dark, level 56. Attributes general. Skills. Qualification blue. Looking at the data in his eyes, Zemo thought for a moment and finally released Gardevoir. Gardevoir just came out and ran to Zemo, using her arm to gently hit Zemo's chest to express her dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Gardevoir was not really angry, otherwise Zemo felt that he would have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Gardevoir's little punches were enough to make him paralyzed. Okay, I'm wrong. Now we have something important to do. Let's talk about this after we are out of danger. Zemo gently stroked Gardevoir's head and comforted him. Humph, bad master, I will definitely teach you a lesson when we get back. Gardevoir expressed his dissatisfaction and looked at the cave in front of him. Gardevoir, use Pray for Rain and make it wet down there. Zemo pointed at the cave and said, Gardevoir! Gardevoir nodded and understood Zemo's idea and began to use the Pray for Rain skill. As the skill was used, a black rain cloud appeared above the cave. Hua-la-la! The heavy rain poured down in an instant, and because of the noise of the rain, it also attracted the attention of the dark elves below. several elves walked to the bottom of the cave entrance and were soaked by the rain. The rain lasted for more than half a minute. When it felt like it was about time, Zemo released Zeraora and asked it to use Plasma Lightning Fist. Although ground types are immune to electric skills, they will still be hurt when they are wet. For example, in the anime, when Xiaoji challenged the Nibi Gym, it was because the rain-soaked Onyx that Xiaogong defeated Onyx. And this time, Zemo wanted to use this method to deal with the Rumblestone below. As Zemo gave the order, Zeraora also released his Plasma Lightning Fist. The blue current went down along the black crystal and, finally, the blue light illuminated the entire dark cave clearly. Zeraora, continue. Seeing Zeraora stop, Zemo continued. The Dark Elves below are not low in level, and it is impossible for Zeraora to deal with them all with one attack, so it is better to release it a few more times. Hearing Zemo's order, Zeraora continued to release his Plasma Lightning Fist. As the skill was used, Zemo was surprised to find that the place where the current had just passed slowly turned white. Seeing this, Zemo had a thought in his heart that he himself did not believe. Zeraora, don't disperse the current. Let it all pass through the same place just now. Zemo reminded excitedly. Zera? Hearing this order, Zeraora was a little confused, because the elves below were always moving. If he did not change the direction of the current, it would be difficult to maximize the damage. However, since it was the master's order, he had no reason to hesitate. Although he was confused, he still followed the order and controlled the current to pass through one place. As Zeraora did this, the place where the arc of Zeraora's Plasma Lightning Fist passed became whiter and whiter. After careful observation, Zemo found that when the current passed, the originally black crystal would emit black mist. It was just very light, and if you didn't observe carefully, you wouldn't be able to find it at all. Ha ha ha! Good, good! Seeing this scene, Zemo couldn't help laughing. If Zeraora really has the ability to purify the dark mist, then this would be a major discovery. But at the same time, this is also a discovery that needs to be kept secret. Oh, by the way, Zeraora, change the place and use 100,000 volts. Suddenly, Zemo thought of another possibility, so he asked Zeraora to try it. Zera? At this time, Zeraora also discovered the change of the crystal. At this time, he was also a little excited in his heart, because he had this ability. He could better protect the master. If Zemo knew what Zeraora was thinking at this time, Zemo would definitely sigh that the elves were still such simple creatures. As long as you get his approval, he will never betray, and even give his life for the master. For example, now, after knowing that he has the ability to purify the dark mist, his first thought is not that he will not be in danger, but that he can better protect the master. After Zeraora used 100,000 volts several times, Zemo was disappointed to find that 100,000 volts had no ability to purify the dark mist, but it also indirectly confirmed Zemo's guess. Sure enough, only Zeraora's exclusive skill can purify the dark mist. Although it's a pity that other skills can't do it, it's already very good to have a way to purify it. With this ability, I don't need to worry about the ubiquitous dark mist. Thinking of this, Zemo also laughed. He didn't know how long he hadn't laughed so happily. Since entering the Crown Forest, he has been surprised all the time, but he has never been happy, because those things are not good things. After Zeraora tested the effect of the skill on the dark mist, the Dark Elves below had lost their fighting ability for a long time. Even Zemo was a little suspicious whether those Dark Elves had died. In this world, elves will be injured when attacked, but they will not die all at once. This world has special rules. Before the elves lose their fighting ability, the energy in the elves' bodies will involuntarily protect the elves, and there is also a little power of heaven and earth. Only after losing their fighting ability will they die when attacked. It's just that they will still be injured when attacked, but there won't be any particularly serious injuries. Only after losing the ability to fight will injuries like broken arms and legs occur. Therefore, in all games, it is not allowed to attack elves that have lost their ability to fight. Once such behavior is discovered, suspension is a minor matter, and one may even be sent to the Alliance prison for several years or even decades. Attacking elves that have lost their ability to fight is a taboo, at least in games for ordinary people to watch. And now the dark elves under the cave may have lost their ability to fight a long time ago, in which case they are basically dead. Or they may have just lost their ability to fight. In this case, ordinary people actually dare not go down to check, but Zemo is different. His data eye can clearly see the situation of the elves below, so there is no need to go down to check. You can know the situation of the elves below. Rumble, dark, seriously injured. Attributes, rock. Skills. Qualification, green. Level 58, attributes, grass. Skills qualification, blue. Level, attributes, escape. Skills, qualification, blue. As the three data came into Zemo's eyes, he also knew the situation below. The other two Pokémons were all dead, and only the ground-type Rumble was still alive. It might be because the heat emitted by the plasma lightning fist evaporated all the water below, so the ground-type Rumble was not dead. But even if it didn't die, it was already seriously injured and no longer posed any threat. Okay, Gardevoir, you go back first. I won't lock the Pokeball this time. You can see the situation when the time comes. After the matter was resolved, Zemo also said to Gardevoir, Garna? Gardevoir also knew the current situation, so he didn't lose his temper and returned to the Pokeball naturally. Zemo didn't lock the Pokeball. Now that he knew that Zeraora's plasma lightning fist could dispel the dark fog, there was no need to lock the Pokeball. It's not like there's no way to solve it. After Gardevoir returned to the Pokeball, Zemo also jumped into the cave with Zeraora. But because the cave was too deep, Zeraora carried him down. But it was really comfortable in Zeraora's arms, furry. By the way, is Zeraora like a cat or a tiger? Is he petting a cat or a tiger now? Just as Zemo was thinking, Zeraora had landed safely on the ground. Not far from where they landed were three dark elves, two of which were dead, and only the electric-immune Rumblestone was still alive. Zeraora, finish off the enemy. Zemo glanced at the Rumblestone and stopped looking at it. Instead, he looked at the dark tunnel ahead. The tunnel ahead was extremely dark, and it was obvious that the situation inside was not good. There was a high possibility that there were dark elves. But that was right. Venusaur also said that what he wanted was very close to the dark elves' lair. So it was not strange at all that dark elves appeared in front of him. It would be strange if they did not appear. After Zeraora finished finishing off the enemy, Zemo continued to walk forward with Zeraora. Huh? Suddenly, Zemo felt as if something was moving behind him, and he could not help but look back. But he found nothing. Strange, am I feeling it wrong? But I clearly felt the wind just now. Zemo looked behind him, frowning tightly. After a while, Zemo turned his head and muttered to himself, Am I really feeling it wrong? After mumbling, Zemo did not waste time here and began to hurry inside. Roar, roar, roar! As he walked, the familiar roaring sound appeared in front of him again, but this time there were more voices, at least no less than 5. Zeraora, it will be a fierce battle later. You should improve your status first. After saying that, Zemo released Gardevoir again and asked her to use the Help skill to improve Zeraora's attack power. By the way, he used the Wish skill. After Zeraora improved her status, Zemo continued to move forward. After moving forward about 30 meters, Zemo also saw a few more data. Flame Horse Dark, Evolve feature, Flame Body. Skill, Qualification Flower, Beauty, Lure 50, Grass. Feature, Chlorophyll. Hydroga, Dark, Attribute Evil Fire. Feature, Early Rising. Ariados, Attribute Bug, Poison. Skill, Qualification, Level 60. Attribute, Bug, Electricity. Feature, Compound Iron. Giant Claw Crab, Water. Feature, Force. Qualification, Blue. Looking at these data, Zemo opened his mouth wide, and his face darkened. Damn it! Didn't Bulbasaur say that there would be no Quasi-King level Pokémon left? He didn't say anything about the level 60 Electric Spider, but what does your level 61 Giant Claw Crab mean? Didn't we agree on that? If Bulbasaur was here, he would definitely let Bulbasaur know what it means to curse without using dirty words. But unfortunately, Bulbasaur was not here, and he had to go there because this was the only passage and the only way that Land Mantis told him. By the way, can I go back now? Then I can say I didn't find it? Suddenly this idea appeared in Zemo's mind, and after it appeared, it was lingering. P.S. Regarding the wave missile, I see that many people feel that it is not necessarily a bad hit. I will change the setting later. After thinking for a moment, Zemo shook his head again and denied this idea. Not for anything else, just because he had no way to go back. Although the dark fog outside may not be useful to him, he is almost certain that he will definitely get lost in it. Moreover, he may encounter high-level dark elves, or even king-level dark elves. Compared with those, the elves he encountered now are all small characters, and it is not impossible for him to defeat those dark elves now. Because the strongest one is a water elf, with Zeraora's enhanced attacks, it is not impossible to have a chance to touch them. And those dark elves don't seem to have discovered them yet. Maybe it's because the power of Evergreen can hide the breath and not be discovered by the dark elves. Or maybe the crystals here have the effect of blocking the perception of the dark elves. Anyway, those dark elves haven't discovered them yet, and he now has a chance to sneak attack. Sneak attack plus Zeraora's superimposed attack power, it is not impossible to win. And if he gives up moving forward and returns, he doesn't think he can get out of the forest by himself. And if he can get what Bulbasaur wants, he doesn't know if Bulbasaur will know. But that guy will definitely feel something. At that time, he will definitely send elves to pick him up. Instead of gambling on the illusory probability of getting out of the forest, it is better to honestly think of a way to kill the enemy in front. That way, at least you have a bottom line. If you really can't beat them, there is still a high probability of escaping, and then try the illusory probability. After thinking it over, Zemo did not hesitate and wrapped Zeraora with the power of Changpan and continued to move forward. Zeraora, wait a moment. You will use the electrical field first, and then use electromagnetic waves to control the mobility of those dark elves first. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Zemo also instructed Zeraora. Zera! Zeraora actually knew about these things, but sometimes his thoughts were not as careful as Zemo's. If something would be revealed, Zemo would be needed at this time, but in a duel of equal strength, Zeraora would need to react more. At that time, Zemo could only speak out to help at the critical moment. After all, Zemo was just an ordinary human, and it was impossible for him to keep up with the battle rhythm of Zeraora's level. He could only give reminders or commands at the critical moment. However, Zemo believed that there was always a way to solve it, because he did not believe that in battles above the quasi-king level, the elves had to fight completely by themselves. If that level really required the elves to fight by themselves, then what was the use of humans? And the King Challenge and the Champion Challenge, these battles were completely meaningless. Let the elves fight by themselves. Why do we need humans? So there must be a way to improve human reaction. He didn't need to worry. He had only been in this world for a few months, so it was normal that he didn't know. When he returned to Tianji Town, he could ask Meng Wenlong. Meng Wenlong was a high-level trainer, and he would definitely know the solution. But when he thought of Meng Wenlong, he had a headache. He hadn't contacted Meng Wenlong and Xiao Luo for many days. It seemed that he was a little worried. It was agreed that he would call home once a week, but now it has been more than half a month. He is now a little worried that Meng Wenlong will go to the academy to find him. When he sees that the academy is not there and he cannot contact him, he will definitely pull the video in the city. Once he watches the video, his movements will definitely be exposed. At that time, based on Meng Wenlong's temper in his memory, he might come to the forest to find him. When Zemo thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but shudder. He remembered that Meng Wenlong taught Meng Ningxi a lesson when he was a child. That beating, when he thought of it, Zemo felt that Meng Ningxi's vitality was really tenacious. Without thinking about these bad things, Zemo also focused all his attention on the dark elves in front. As they continued to move forward, they were getting closer and closer to the dark elves in front of them. As they were in front of them, they should be less than 20 meters away from the dark elves. But those dark elves still did not move and remained in the same place. After walking a few more meters, Zemo also felt that it was okay. Although he didn't know why those dark elves hadn't moved, the distance was now within the attack range of Zeraora. After walking for a while, he was worried that the dark elves would attack first. "Zeraora, it's okay, start." After feeling that it was okay, Zemo also whispered to Zeraora. Zeraora nodded, and yellow arcs flashed on his body and then spread to the surroundings. Then the electromagnetic wave was also released by Zeraora, and because of the electrical field, Zemo also saw the situation in front clearly. After seeing it clearly, Zemo also regretted it. "Zeraora, stop!" Before Zemo finished speaking, Zeraora's plasma lightning fist had already attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The huge rumble spread farther and farther in the tunnel, and at this time, the dark elves in front opened their eyes. That's right, those dark elves were all in a sleeping state just now. And it looked like they were sleeping very soundly, otherwise it would be impossible for them to approach so close, and those dark elves had not woken up. But now, because of Zemo's wrong judgment, they were all awakened. "What are you still standing there for? Keep attacking." Seeing Zeraora standing there in a daze, looking at him in confusion, Zemo was almost going crazy. When did he come now? He was still staring at him in a daze. Was there something wrong with his face or money? Zeraora felt a little wronged by Zemo's sudden words. After all, it was Zemo who stopped him just now. However, he felt wronged, but he knew where this place was. After hearing Zemo's reminder, he quickly attacked. Skills like Plasma Lightning Fist and 100,000 volts seemed to be free, and they were thrown forward crazily. And those dark elves, probably because they had just woken up, were still a little confused, and they didn't react to Zeraora's attack. After a while, when Zeraora threw out 4 or 5 skills, those dark elves just reacted, but because of the electrical field and electromagnetic waves, their actions were a little slow. But the quasi-king level giant crab was different. It actually ignored the electric current on its body, kicked its 4 crab legs, raised its huge giant claws high, and attacked Zeraora. And its speed was extremely fast. Although its speed racial value was only 75, its speed was not much slower than some Overlord-level scythers. P.S. Don't worry, I wrote all the fuzzies, and there is no complete definition, just like the chapter of Secret Realm number 151, The Hundreds of Kings. That's not brainless. I can only say don't worry. I will definitely explain it. The giant crab's head was covered with bumps. The left claw had grown a lot, and many teeth grew in its mouth. Only the head and claws were red, and the rest of the body was white. Because of its very large claws, when using the crab claw hammer, it would lose balance because the claws were almost as heavy as itself. But the one rushing towards Zeraora now obviously didn't have this situation. The giant crab walked very steadily and was approaching Zeraora. "Zeraora, get out of the way first. Use your speed advantage to fight and pull, and get rid of the dark elves around first." Seeing the giant crab rushing over, Zemo also commanded. "The current situation is very bad. I thought that Zeraora's enhanced attack power should at least be able to seriously injure the giant crab even if it can't kill it. But after the attack, I found that Zeraora's attack hit the giant crab, as if it was offset by some force, and there was not much damage at all. However, the giant crab was indeed not much hurt, but the dark elves around it were all seriously injured. In terms of speed, Zeraora has the advantage, so you can fight and pull for a while and get rid of the dark elves around it. As for releasing Gardevoir and others to help, Zemo also had this idea, but gave up after thinking about it. Gardevoir and others are still too low in level, and Gardevoir still needs to use teleportation to protect itself in dangerous moments. In fact, the key is that this tunnel is not big, only less than 3 meters wide. If other Pokémons really appear, Zeraora will not be able to perform well, and he needs to be distracted to protect his companions. Just when Zemo was thinking about the next test, Zeraora had already rushed to Alidos. Alidos is undoubtedly the weakest one here. Zeraora is now strengthened, and Alidos was injured just now, so attacking him is the most likely to kill instantly. Zera! When he got close to Alidos, Zeraora began his attack, first with a 2x Restraint Fire Fist, then a Fire, Kick, and finally with the power of this kick, he rushed to the beautiful flower next to him. The giant claw crab that just chased over also missed a hit, and began to continue chasing. Zemo, who was watching all this not far away, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe because of the power of Evergreen, the giant claw crab did not attack him, but chased Zeraora. If the giant claw crab attacks him, he will either have Gardevoir take him to teleport, or he will need Zeraora to give up the attack and come to help. However, he feels that even if Zeraora comes to help, it will not be of much use. From the attack just now, it can be seen that the giant claw crab is not afraid of Zeraora at all. Even Zeraora's attack is not very useful. And if Zeraora is caught by the giant claw crab's huge claws, he will be seriously injured. So the current situation can be said to be the best. Although the giant claw crab is chasing Zeraora, Zeraora is fast and will not be easily caught up. And it can also consume the dark elves in the process. For example, the current Alidos has lost its combat ability. The grass-type Bell is not of high level. Alidos will be killed instantly, and Bell must be the same. Zeraora, don't fight too long. Attack twice and retreat, otherwise you will be caught up by the giant claw crab. Seeing Zeraora using Alidos to rush towards Bell, Zemo couldn't help but remind him. Zeraora didn't reply, and he didn't have the ability to reply to Zemo's words now. But if he could reply now, he would definitely say, "I'm not stupid. His claws are so big I will die if I get pinched." Roar, roar, roar. The same goes for Houndoom, who also starts with a fire jet. This is actually a common method used by fire elves. Almost all high-level fire elves start with a fire jet. However, the fire jet skill is really good. Both the skill power and skill range are good, and it is very useful as a starting skill. Moreover, the fire jet is a prerequisite for many skills, so as long as it is a fire elf, the fire jet skill will be familiar to everyone. In addition to the attacks of Flame Horse and Houndoom, the electric spider also released 100,000 volts to attack. And Bell released a Vine Whip to control Zeraora, is now quite bad. There is a black jet of flame in front, and 100,000 volts, and the big claws of the giant crab behind. There is also a Vine Whip of Bell in front. Above Zeraora, grab the gap between the upper crystals. At this time, Zemo also noticed that there were many gaps in the crystals, and with Zeraora's ability, it can easily embed its claws into the gaps. Zeraora roared, kicked the Vine Whip that Beautyflower attacked with one foot, and jumped to the top of the tunnel, grabbing the gaps with his claws. The situation below was much more interesting. The Dark Elves had no reason at all, although they would not attack their own people normally. But in such a narrow tunnel, since they attacked, they would definitely attack their own people. For example, now Beautyflower was directly beaten by its own people and lost its combat ability. There was no way. There were 2 jets of flames behind, and another one of 100,000 volts in front. Moreover, the levels of several Dark Elves were higher than him. In an instant, Beautyflower in the middle directly lost its combat ability. As for Zemo, because there were giant claw crabs and electric spiders in front to resist, he was not affected. It can be said that this wave still needs to thank the efforts of these Dark Elves, otherwise they would not be able to deal with Beautyflower so smoothly. Zeraora, take advantage of the fog now. Use the waveguide to locate the position of Houndoom and kill him first. Seeing the smoke rising in the tunnel ahead, Zemo quickly reminded. The biggest threat to them now is not the crab, which can't do anything to Zeraora for the time being. Most of the skills of the electric spider are electric, and Zeraora is an electric beast after all, and has the ability to retain electricity, so it is not vulnerable at all. The Flame Horse is relatively large and easy to deal with. The key is that this Houndoom has the skill of the same fate, so no matter what, Houndoom must be dealt with first. Moreover, the fighting type is twice as strong as the dark type. Just because of the attack just now, the crab and the electric spider can't find the location of Zeraora, so Houndoom can be dealt with first. The skill of the same fate is a very abnormal skill. As long as the difference in strength between the 2 Pokemon is not particularly large, then this skill will basically not be invalid, especially when you have the skill of the same fate and the skill of the Black Eye. With this skill combination in the official league competition, as long as you use a little trick, it is easy to kill the opponent's main Pokemon. Although this skill can be easily cracked in the wild, It is also necessary to take back the Pokémon that has been given this skill, and then use other Pokémon to defeat the opponent. But now Zemo can't do it at all, because his other Pokémon are not strong enough to deal with Houndoom. Not to mention solving Houndoom in front of many Dark Elves. If it is a one-on-one, then his Gardevoir still has a chance, but the current situation is not one-on-one. So in order to prevent accidents, it is better to solve Houndoom first. Just when Zemo was thinking about this, Zeraora had come to Houndoom with the help of the Wave Guide. Bang, bang, bang! Roar! Only a few muffled sounds came from the smoke, and then Houndoom's roar was heard. Hearing the sound, Zemo couldn't give the next command now, because he couldn't see the situation in the smoke. It can only be judged from the sound that Zeraora should have attacked Houndoom, and Houndoom roared because of the pain. Bang, bang, bang! Then the sound of fists hitting flesh in the smoke continued to ring out, and finally, after a flash of blue electric arc, the smoke in the tunnel was dispersed by a wave of air. When Zemo tried to open his eyes, he also saw the situation in the tunnel clearly. At this time, Houndoom, who had lost his ability to fight, was lying in the tunnel. But now Zeraora was not feeling well either. Zeraora was half kneeling on the ground, with his right hand covering his left shoulder. It was obvious that Zeraora had paid a heavy price to deal with Houndoom. Seeing Zeraora injured, Zemo clenched his fists and tried to think of a way out. Originally, Zeraora was no match for these Dark Elves, and now that Zeraora was injured, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for these Dark Elves. Vitality fragments. I still have vitality fragments. As Zemo's brain spun wildly, he also thought of a way out. He has vitality fragments, and even if Zeraora is seriously injured, he can use vitality fragments to restore it to its original state. And not only vitality fragments, he also has resurrection grass. Is this the only way? Zemo gritted his teeth and was also a little helpless. If there were other ways, he would not let Zeraora fight regardless of his injuries. Although the injuries can be recovered, the pain cannot disappear. At this time, Zeraora, who was avoiding the attacks of the giant crabs, also felt Zemo's thoughts and looked over to him. Zeraora is Zemo's natal spirit and is born with a kind of telepathy with Zemo. Sometimes, Zeraora knows Zemo's thoughts even if he doesn't say it. Zeraora, who had been dodging skills, suddenly roared and rushed directly into the 100,000 volts of the electric spider with a little force on his feet. At the same time, he narrowly avoided the giant crab's crab claw hammer and the jet of flame horse. Bathed in black lightning, Zeraora was like a thunder king at this moment, mastering the dark and inky thunder of destruction. He looked so majestic. At this time, the two lightning-shaped beards on Zeraora's cheeks were surrounded by blue arcs, and his palms were wrapped in blue lightning. At this time, Zeraora looked at the flame horse beside him with a sharp look. His characteristic is electricity storage. After being hit by the 100,000 volts of the electric spider, he not only did not suffer any damage, but could absorb this attack and strengthen his own attack power. But among the three elves in front of him, the giant claw crab was ridiculously strong, and he did not think that his attack could defeat it. Although the electric spider did not have the characteristic of electricity storage, it was also immune to electric attribute attacks. What's more, its level was as high as level 60, only one step away from the Quasi-King. Zeraora had no confidence that he could kill it in seconds, but the flame horse was different. Its level was only level 58, and Zeraora had used various auxiliary skills several times before. With the addition of the 100,000 volts of the electric spider, Zeraora was sure that even if the flame horse didn't lose its combat capability directly, it would be seriously injured. As long as the flame horse was dealt with, his pressure would be reduced a lot. The Dark Elves had no wisdom, so the electric spiders would often attack him with electric skills such as 100,000 volts. At that time, he only needed to deal with the giant claw crab and one Dark Elf, and the electric spider would assist him from time to time. Hiss! At this time, the electric spider next to Zeraora hissed and raised its forelimbs to stab Zeraora. Zeraora had a clear goal and did not entangle with the electric spider. He used a back kick to offset the electric spider's attack. Then he used the electric spider's forelimbs as a pedal and instantly came in front of the flame horse. The fist wrapped in blue lightning blasted towards the flame horse's head. Bang! The flame horse flew backwards in response, and the next moment Zeraora appeared in front of the flame horse. But at this moment, the giant claw crab, which was originally rushing towards the electric spider, suddenly stopped and rushed towards Zeraora. This made Zeraora, who had been paying attention to the giant claw crab, a little nervous. The giant claw crab was very close to him now. If he continued to attack, he would undoubtedly be attacked by the giant claw crab. Time waits for no one, and Zeraora did not have time to think much now. He made a decision directly and continued to attack the flame horse. Bang! Bang! The two sounds sounded almost at the same time, but this time was different from the last time. This time, Zeraora was hit hard on the back by the giant claw crab, and he flew several meters away before he stabilized his body. When Zemo reacted, he also frowned, because this time Zeraora obviously made a wrong judgment. If it was against an ordinary elf, then Zeraora's approach would be acceptable. But now it was different. These dark elves had no wisdom and would not join forces, so there were plenty of opportunities to deal with the flame horse. There was no need to take on the giant claw crab's attack. At least at that time, how many times could they escape? It was impossible. He knew Zeraora's speed. Although the giant claw crab was not slow, it could not match Zeraora's speed. As long as Zeraora wanted to dodge, he would not be able to escape. There was no doubt that Zeraora made a mistake in judgment, but it was understandable. Zeraora had only been born for a few months. He did not lose his judgment ability because of nervousness just now, but made a judgment instead. This showed that Zeraora was very talented in fighting.